Chapter 1. Yi Fan felt utterly fatigued, his legs weary and aching from the long commute to work. As he walked into the neighborhood, he gazed at the towering edifices that seemed to pierce the clouds, marveling at the bustling chaos of the modern metropolis. Ding dong! Suddenly, the sound of his phone ringing from his pocket shattered his reverie. Yi Fan's expression shifted, and he hurriedly retrieved his phone to answer. "Hello, Mom. How are you feeling?" He inquired with genuine concern. "You're already 27 years old. Can't you find a partner? Today, the daughter-in-law of the aunt next door just gave birth to a healthy baby boy and came here to boast about it. Can't you muster a little competitive spirit?" His mother droned on incessantly on the other end of the line. With a wry smile, Yi Fan held the phone away, attempting to alleviate his mother's nagging. Hello, Mom. The signal here might not be great, I can't hear you. Beep, beep, beep." He had no choice but to hang up, seeking a moment to catch his breath. What era is it that she's still pressuring me to marry? He sighed, his heart brimming with a yearning for freedom. After all, he wasn't ready for a relationship, having witnessed too many melodramatic tales. He had no desire to step prematurely into the grave of matrimony. Finally reaching his doorstep, he took out his keys and unlocked the door. This modest abode was undeniably a sanctuary in his life. In this room, he could shed all pretenses and reveal his most authentic self. Ding dong! Yi Fan glanced at the group chat notification, noticing that the group leader was once again urging him to find materials quickly. He realized he still needed to source character references for his new comic before the deadline tomorrow. He lamented inwardly, "When will this wretched corporate life come to an end? I thought studying computer science in college would guarantee a good job, only to find myself working in anime design." As he spoke, he pulled out a chair and opened his computer, launching his favorite game, League of Legends. Yi Fan sought solace in gaming, hoping to discover his true self in the virtual realm while also releasing his pent-up frustrations. "Let's play a game as Garen in the top lane today," he mused to himself, selecting his champion for rank play. Then, he walked to the fridge, retrieved a bottle of soda, and settled back in his chair, fully focused on preparing for the game. As the thrill of the game gradually calmed his spirit, his thoughts began to liberate themselves from the burdens of daily life. His gaze sharpened, fingers dancing swiftly and powerfully across the keyboard as he battled alongside his virtual champion. That night, Yi Fan immersed himself in the gaming world, seemingly forgetting the myriad troubles of reality. He was merely an ordinary young man, yearning for freedom, eager to find a sense of belonging in the virtual universe. Little did he know, his life was on the brink of a monumental transformation, one that would upheave his existence. A new world, a nameless deserted island. Yi Fan shuddered, feeling a refreshing chill wash over him. He abruptly sat up and surveyed his surroundings, touching his body. Is this a dream? It feels so real. Yi Fan quickly closed his eyes and rubbed them vigorously. Upon reopening them, shock enveloped his features as he realized the scene before him had not changed at all. The island echoed with various animal calls, while the sound of waves crashing against the shore filled his ears. At that moment, dusk was settling in, and he suddenly sensed something amiss as an unfamiliar memory surged into his mind. "I am Yi Fano. I am Lux D. Carl, 18 years old. While sailing with my parents, we were attacked at sea, and amidst the chaos, I escaped, only to be swept away by the storm to this island. This body drowned, which means I have transmigrated. I have crossed over." Realization dawned upon him. He must have indeed crossed over. Hastily, he stripped off his pants and lowered his head, scrutinizing himself for a long moment. Not bad. Such an occurrence had never crossed his mind before, but now that he was in a different body, he felt compelled to examine it closely. The memories he received indicated that his parents had taken him on a merchant ship, but they tragically encountered pirates and were mercilessly slaughtered. In the panic, he seemed to recall the pirates searching for a devil fruit. The only thing he managed to bring from the ship was a small chest, one he had grabbed in the frenzy. It was not large, but could it possibly be a devil fruit? However, the immediate priority was to find a place to take refuge. After all, this was a pirate world, and even a single wild beast could easily consume him whole. "System, is there a system? Are you there?" Carl called out anxiously, believing that a transmigrator should naturally possess some sort of advantage. As his voice echoed through the air, he felt a faint energy surge within him, as if responding to his plea. Suddenly, a shimmering light appeared before him, gradually coalescing into a humanoid blue phantom. Hello, Kal. I am the National Manhwa System, and my task is to assist you in surviving in this unfamiliar world. The voice of the National Manhwa System carried a hint of coldness, reminiscent of a pre-programmed response. Fortunately, this golden finger was somewhat comprehensible. The term National Manhwa System implied a connection with national manhwa characters and, to some extent, the realm of anime. Thankfully, he had a penchant for watching anime, and while he might not be intimately familiar with every character, he certainly recognized most of them. Despite his suspicion that this could be an elaborate prank orchestrated by powerful figures, perhaps with many watching him a whim of the author, he found himself lacking the capacity to resist. And he was Fano. Now he was Carl. Now that Carl had established the existence of a golden finger, he had no time to access the system panel. He quickly scanned his surroundings, seeking a shelter from the elements. Yet being on a deserted island, the likelihood of finding a dwelling was slim. He hurriedly surveyed the area as the daylight began to fade. Spotting a sturdy tree, he quickly climbed up. The trees in the pirate world were undeniably tall. This one he had chosen was no exception, appearing to be at least as thick as 5 grown men could encircle. Thankfully, this tree was robust enough. Carl swiftly ascended, stopping about 10 meters above the ground. Perched on the trunk, he gripped a thick branch tightly with his right hand, his body trembling slightly as he gazed at the now darkened sky, with moonlight filtering down. To be honest, he had a slight fear of heights. System, what functions do you possess? Carl's body quivered from the chill, yet his eyes sparkled with curiosity and desire for the system, eager to discover what it could offer him. He watched the ethereal figure intently, anticipating its reply, while cautiously scanning the surroundings. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise before utilizing his golden finger. Greetings, host. I am the National Manhwa System. The system includes templates for various characters from National Manhwa and games you are familiar with. The National Manhwa System's voice remained as cold as ever. Upon hearing this response, Carl's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew that National Manhwa encompassed many fantastical and immortal characters. If he could acquire them, he would soar to new heights. After all, it was incredibly challenging for an ordinary person with no abilities to survive in the pirate world. He was, at heart, an enthusiast of national manhwa, and the prospect of possessing templates of such characters in the pirate realm filled him with boundless exhilaration. It also includes various national manhwa skills, talents, and equipment. The National Manhwa System continued its explanation, its words brimming with endless possibilities. Carl's eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought that the character templates alone were impressive, but to learn that he could also obtain various skills, talents, and equipment was exhilarating. Could it be that he could wield skills such as the 9-Yang Divine Art, Chi Body Source Flow, or the 6 Library Immortal Thief? Due to the immense energy expenditure required for the host's transportation to the pirate world, only the lottery function remains available. You may participate in a regular lottery once a month and in a regular lottery once a year. The National Manhwa System subsequently stated, a hint of regret apparent in its tone. To unlock additional lottery opportunities and system functions, the host must disrupt the main timeline of the pirate world as soon as possible. Carl immediately made up his mind. He would indeed disrupt the timeline of the pirate world to obtain more system rewards. This would enable him to survive better in this realm. At the same time, a slight frown creased his brow. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment at the limited functionality of the lottery, he understood that he had acquired a powerful system, which was already sufficient for him to establish a foothold in the pirate world. Carl leaned back against the tree trunk, his entire being suddenly relaxing as his keen eyes fixated on the ethereal images before him. His heart was tumultuous, for he understood that the tranquil days he had known were soon to fade away. Moreover, this national animation system could bestow upon him templates, skills, talents, and equipment of illustrious characters from domestic animations. Consequently, his chances of survival in the world of pirates had significantly increased, offering him the potential to carve out a remarkable existence. Suppressing his excitement, Carl inquired, Might you enlighten me on the templates available for selection? Certainly, came the reply. There are numerous templates, such as Yuan Tiangang from Huajianghu, Gai Nye from Qin Shimingyu, and Wang Quan Fu Gui from Yao Shaohongyang, among others. Each template possesses unique skills and talents, and should the host draw an appropriate template, they will be able to exhibit formidable prowess in the pirate realm. Templates merely grant the host the abilities of animated characters. However, various techniques and skills necessitate the host's own practice to enhance their strength. They will not directly inherit the peak powers of these animated figures. Excitement flickered in Carl's eyes. Though the abilities required personal training, it was certainly preferable to being devoid of any skills. Can I utilize multiple templates simultaneously? If he were limited to a single template, he would need to select with utmost care. Otherwise, it would be a regrettable waste of this splendid opportunity. The host can indeed apply multiple panels concurrently, without any adverse effects. That was quite satisfactory. The various animated abilities could be synergistically employed. By the way, dear system, do you possess a beginner's gift package? Carl's curiosity was piqued, and he wore a look of inquiry. After all, without a beginner's gift package, surviving on a deserted island as an ordinary person would be an exceedingly arduous task. Indeed, although the transition expended considerable energy to ensure the host can establish a foothold in the pirate world swiftly, the system has specially prepared a new player gift package. Then, please open the beginner's gift package. Carl spoke with eager anticipation. As night descended, the chilling wind howled past, rendering Carl's lips a shade of purple. He pressed tightly against the tree trunk, his body trembling as he sought even the slightest warmth. The roars of ferocious beasts echoed throughout the island, instilling fear within him as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. He understood that if he did not swiftly acquire the means to protect his life, this night could very well mark the end of his existence. Congratulations, host! You have opened the beginner's gift package, which includes 1 talent lottery, 1 skill lottery, and 1 non-specific lottery. System, conduct all 3 draws for me. There is no time to dither. Carl's voice was tinged with urgency, for he had heard what seemed to be a ferocious beast rapidly approaching from the depths of the forest. He realized that the lottery might be his sole opportunity. Before him, a colossal golden wheel materialized, its radiant glow pulsating as various reward sections became vividly discernible. Carl fixed his gaze upon the wheel, ready to draw his talent reward. The wheel was marked with an array of talent options, ranging from iron balloon to titan power and the frail and feeble, encompassing a spectrum from excellent to poor. Carl silently prayed, hoping he would not draw the frail and feeble talent. Congratulations, host! You have drawn titan power! The system's voice resonated, and Carl exhaled in relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Fortunately, he had not drawn the frail and feeble talent. He had a vague recollection of the name Titan Power, though the specifics of its abilities eluded him. System, please display the introduction for Titan Power. He was eager to understand the formidable strength that this recently acquired talent could bestow upon him. After all, Titan Power sounded immensely powerful, and he could hardly fathom its effects. Titan Power, originating from a domestic fantasy animation universe, allows a fully grown Titan to reach heights of 10,000 meters. However, in the pirate world, Titan Power is diminished by the world's rules. Nevertheless, it still grants the bearer the might of 10,000 warriors. As one endowed with Titan Power, you will possess boundless stamina as long as you remain grounded, and you can harness the Earth's strength to swiftly heal all bodily injuries. The system's explanation left Carl astounded, yet he harbored some doubts. Was this ability perhaps a tad overpowered? System, what is the upper limit of this ability in the pirate world? The system seemed to discern Carl's thoughts. Please, host, be aware that the reason you drew Titan Power is entirely due to the beginner's benefits. This lottery is considered non-specific talent draw. Isa. Is that so? Oh my heavens! This implies that by integrating this talent, I will possess limitless stamina and formidable healing capabilities. Not quite due to the overwhelming nature of Titan Power, it will only fuse in stages, and the development progress can be monitored on the system panel. Understood. Carl felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that the system's capacity to temper his enthusiasm was not to be underestimated. However, conversely, the Titan's power filled him with immense excitement and anticipation, and he could not help but envision the formidable strength he would exhibit in the world of pirates. System, merge the talent. Carl was already somewhat impatient, eager to experience it as soon as possible. After all, the roars from within the island grew ever closer, and he feared that a fierce beast might suddenly approach, leaving him defenseless and placing him in a perilous situation. As soon as his words fell, the national comic system promptly initiated the talent implantation. In that instant, Carl's body experienced an excruciating pain, as if it were being torn apart. The implantation of the Titan's power talent immediately disassembled and reconfigured his flesh, blood, and bones. Although the ordeal lasted only a brief minute, Carl felt as if time had stretched into a year. He could distinctly sense his blood boiling, his bones creaking, as though he were undergoing a trial of life and death. Why is the system causing such pain? Can it not suppress the sensation? Carl gritted his teeth against the agony. Pain suppression function is currently unavailable. He longed for the torment to end, for the tearing pain was indeed unbearable. Yet, since he could not disable the pain function, he had to remain silent, clenching his jaw tightly to withstand the torment coursing through his body. He could feel the blood pooling and flowing down the tree trunk, the faint scent of iron saturating the air. This aroma attracted more beasts from the depths of the forest, drawn to Carl's vicinity by the scent of blood. Carl's forehead was drenched in sweat. Yet he resolutely endured the excruciating pain, fully aware that it was a necessary sacrifice for gaining immense power. In that brief minute of suffering, he continuously reminded himself to persevere, to not surrender. He understood that only by enduring this trial could he survive in the brutal world of pirates. Finally, the minute elapsed, the tearing pain dissipating, replaced by a surge of overwhelming strength. Carl felt waves of warmth coursing through his body, invigorating him, even as his teeth fell out, only to be replaced by 40 new ones, an emblem of saintliness in the blue planet. His physique expanded from approximately 1.8 meters to an impressive 2.5 meters, resembling a small giant from a distance. He now harbored the sensation that he could puncture the sky with a single punch or shatter the earth with a single kick. Yet, he knew this was merely a result of his newfound power, and he did not genuinely possess such might. Carl acutely felt the explosive growth of his strength. The swelling of his muscles filled him with confidence and vigor. Suddenly, from the woods emerged a colossal white tiger, nearly 10 meters in length, adopting a hunting stance as it cautiously approached Carl's tree. Clearly drawn by the scent of blood, Carl's gaze was fixed on the striped creature below. He stood on the tree trunk, his body slightly crouched, ready to confront the impending battle. The tiger's immense form shimmered faintly in the moonlight, exuding an aura of primal authority. Its fierce eyes glinted with lethal intent, as if it sought to rend Carl to shreds. Taking a deep breath, Carl's body tensed, and he felt a powerful energy surging beneath his feet. The tree trunk trembled slightly, leaves cascading down as if responding to his resolve. The Titan's power instilled in him a sense of unwavering solidity, leaving him unafraid. The tiger advanced slowly, each step imbued with an unparalleled pressure. It exhibited great patience toward its prey. Carl clenched his fists, eyes locked on the white beast, fully aware that vanquishing it was crucial for his survival that night. Otherwise, he might be devoured on the spot. Yet, he tightened his fists, realizing that the roles of hunter and prey had now reversed. Crack. Suddenly, the tiger inadvertently stepped on a branch, producing a sharp crack. Carl's expression hardened, his eyes instantly honing in on the tiger. His reactions were swift and precise, utilizing the tree trunk for leverage. He propelled himself forward, launching like a cannonball toward the tiger. His fist struck like a mighty hammer, crashing down upon the tiger's skull with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment, the giant tiger scarcely had time to react. A dull thud echoed as it was sent flying, colliding with a nearby tree. The trunk shook violently, shedding a shower of leaves, and the air was filled with a verdant essence. The white tiger lay on the ground, struggling futilely to rise, evidently injured by Carl's devastating blow. From a distance, blood began to seep from its battered head. The tiger let out a mournful howl, desperately attempting to control its limbs and stand. The surrounding beasts, witnessing the forest sovereign being felled by Carl's single strike, recognized the threat posed by this bipedal creature and swiftly retreated, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Carl did not pursue them. The darkness posed its own dangers, and he had to tread carefully. Approaching the injured tiger, he gazed into its pleading eyes, acutely sensing its despair and fear. The events had unfolded so rapidly. Although Carl had yet to fully master his newfound strength, he was aware that his physical prowess had surpassed that of an ordinary human. The surge of power rendered his every punch and kick immensely potent, He felt the energy surging within him. He realized he was no longer merely an ordinary person but one endowed with the Titan's power talent. Ha 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 ha. Carl laughed joyously, experiencing the exhilarating sensation of such formidable strength for the first time. Taking a deep breath, he redirected his gaze toward the injured tiger, recognizing that it now posed no threat to him. Carl looked around, aware that the forest remained fraught with unknown dangers, while the Titan's power granted him a robust physique. The perils of the wilderness extended far beyond this. He needed to locate a safe place to rest. Come here, you are the first beast I have encountered in this world, and you have the right to choose your path moving forward. After contemplating, Carl decided against killing it. Perhaps his mindset from the blue planet had yet to fully shift. Upon hearing his words, the white tiger ceased its howling, momentarily stunned, its enormous head appearing rather endearing. However, it soon limped after Carl. Having made its choice, cognizant of its lack of ability to resist, it chose to submit. Carl found a clearing and instructed the tiger to lie down, leaning against its back. He still had a lottery to complete. Although the talent lottery had improved under the system's influence, that did not diminish the value of an ordinary lottery. Leaning against the tiger, an idea flickered in Carl's mind. He recalled his Titan's power, a formidable force surging within him. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on this energy, feeling his body tremble slightly. After a brief surge of excitement, he discovered that his physical condition had indeed improved. "System, open my personal panel," he said cheerfully to the system. Ding. Carl's personal panel materialized on the screen, and he focused intently on the information displayed, eager for an enhancement of his physical attributes. Host, Lux D. Carl Armament Haki, none observation Haki, none conquerors Haki, none skills, none talent, Titan's power, fusion degree, 10, money, none items, none evaluation, barely capable of self-defense at sea. Overall strength equivalent to a rear admiral. Carl was elated upon seeing the evaluation, astonished that merely by merging with the Titan's power, his strength had reached the level of a rear admiral. He felt confident that he was not mistaken. His power had indeed increased. With one skill and one non-specific lottery remaining, his anticipation for these opportunities intensified, and he wondered how far his strength would ascend after the next draw. System, commence the non-specific lottery. Carl proceeded with the lottery, brimming with excitement. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the character template of Gainye from the national comic Qin Shi Mingyu. Surprisingly, it is indeed Gainye from Qin Shi Mingyu. His origins remain a mystery. He hails from the Ghost Valley and possesses extraordinary swordsmanship. His ultimate technique, the 100 Steps Flying Sword, is a lethal combination that traverses all directions. Renowned as the world's foremost swordsman, he enjoys the title of Sword Saint in the martial world. In his youth, he served as the swordsmanship instructor to King Yingzheng of Qin, playing a pivotal role in the unification of the 6 states, earning him the reputation of the empire's strongest swordsman and the king's most trusted bodyguard. However, unexpectedly, he later defected from the Qin state, embarking on a treacherous journey with the son of an old friend, Jing Tianming, to evading Zheng's relentless pursuit. Ha ha ha, Gainye's swordsmanship can indeed be considered top tier. He mused. It was the perfect opportunity for the world of pirates to witness the prowess of my Eastern swordplay. He then contemplated the possibility of bestowing the hero template upon others. After all, what if he were to draw a template he did not desire? Given that he would encounter numerous hero templates in the future, it would be a waste if some were not to his liking. System, can I assign the hero template to someone else? Carl could not help but inquire. Host, the hero template can be given to anyone, and you can also reclaim it at any time. Upon hearing the system's response, Carl felt a wave of relief wash over him. With this assurance, he decided to retain the hero template, waiting for the opportune moment to utilize it. After all, he could fully unleash the Titan's power through combat first. For one cannot bite off more than one can chew. System, commence the skill lottery. 8 Extremities Boxing, Tai Chi Swordplay, Yi Jin Jing, Bagua Palm. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill 8 Extremities Boxing. Well, although I did not draw Tai Chi Swordplay or Yi Jin Jing, 8 Extremities Boxing is still acceptable. Isn't it often said that Tai Chi practitioners do not leave their homes for 10 years, while 8 Extremities practitioners can kill within a year? Let me experience what 8 Extremities Boxing truly is. The system activates 8 Extremities Boxing. Instantly, a cascade of text appeared on the spinning wheel before him, each fragment flying into Carl's mind, allowing him to comprehend the entirety of 8 Extremities Boxing's techniques and power application in an instant. Various techniques continuously emerged in his mind, and he swiftly learned and memorized every detail. Through the initiation of 8 Extremities Boxing, he felt an unprecedented clarity and controlling every inch of his body. Even the growth of his hair and nails. Could this be the realm of a master? In his understanding of the national comic, a master of transformation could not be touched by a feather or disturbed by a fly. Carl immediately began to experiment with various techniques on the spot. He moved his body swiftly, pivoted gracefully, and executed a series of precise attacks. Each movement was fluid and accurate. He resembled a dancer wielding an invisible sword. The surrounding trees became his practice targets as he pummeled one after another to the ground. The sound of trees crashing down echoed through the forest, as if proclaiming his strength to the world. In Carl's eyes, a confident glimmer shone forth. He had now fully grasped the essence of eight extremities boxing, its 6 major openings, though his execution of the techniques was still somewhat unrefined. This powerful skill bestowed upon him an unparalleled sense of achievement and fulfillment. "Would you look at that?" Carl murmured to himself, his face brimming with excitement and pride. He realized that not only had knowledge entered his mind, but these techniques were also etched in his body. He felt that every inch of his skin harbored immense strength and agility. Carl chuckled. Filled with anticipation for the future, he understood that he had finally gained the strength for self-preservation. While a rear admiral's power might not be formidable in the pirate world, his possession of Titan's strength rendered him virtually unbeatable in the short term. Which of the Navy's 6 styles is the most crucial? Carl pondered. It must be the swift movement of shave, accompanied by the stylish technique of stormfoot. What exactly is shave? 36 ground contacts in 0.36 seconds, correct? Bang! The first time Carl exerted his full strength upon the ground, he created a large crater. Tumbling into it. Undeterred, he continued to experiment. Boom! After multiple attempts, he finally mastered shave, albeit his sense of direction remained unclear, causing nearby trees to be recklessly toppled by his sheer physicality. Pa! After knocking over a tree, he quickly crawled up, spitting out leaves that had lodged in his mouth. The sun is setting. I'll tackle it tomorrow. After some contemplation, he hastily began to tidy the fallen branches. He needed a temporary sanctuary from the elements, for he did not wish to sleep under the open sky. He drove branches into the ground to form walls and used vines to simply bind some branches together as a rudimentary door. In just an hour, with his rudimentary skills, a humble 50-square-meter wooden hut had taken shape before him. Gazing at this simple yet cozy refuge, Carl felt a surge of satisfaction and joy. It was a house he had built with his own hands. In front of the little house, he constructed a makeshift shelter for the white tiger to rest and shield itself from the wind and rain. After completing these tasks, he sensed a pang of hunger. He turned his gaze towards the white tiger. No, it had become a companion and could not be fed to him. At that moment, Carl observed the white tiger closely, noting its snow-white fur, reminiscent of Baihu, one of the 4 divine beasts from ancient Chinese mythology. This evoked memories of the beautiful landscapes of his homeland and his family and friends, but he knew he could never return. Thus, he decided to name the tiger Baihu, representing his connection to his homeland and signifying his true integration into the pirate world. From this day forth, you shall be called Baihu. Carl affectionately reached out to stroke the tiger's head. Baihu nodded in acknowledgement, clearly accepting the name. Now that they were partners, sending it to hunt for food should be reasonable. Baihu, go catch some prey for us. After a brief rest, the tiger's injuries had healed significantly, and the wound on its head was completely mended, allowing it to move freely. Upon hearing Carl's command, it immediately sprang into action, swiftly darting into the depths of the forest in search of prey. Carl watched as Baihu vanished into the dense woods, marveling at the resilience of the pirate world. Such severe injuries had nearly healed in no time. Returning to the wooden hut, he began gathering branches and leaves to start a fire for warmth. However, he suddenly realized he lacked a fire source. Wait, how does one create fire? He hesitated momentarily before recalling the primitive method of friction to create fire. He remembered watching a video about it. The specific steps should be like this and that. Without further ado, he grabbed a stick, carved a small hole with a stone, placed some dry leaves inside, and took another small branch, rapidly rubbing it back and forth to make the stick spin. After several seconds, sparks flew, igniting the dry leaves. Carl discovered the tiny flame and hurriedly added more dried leaves on top, carefully blowing on it to ensure it did not extinguish. With Carl's assistance, the flame grew, and in no time, a fire was roaring. Carl gazed at his creation with satisfaction, feeling a swell of pride. He had unexpectedly experienced the art of friction firemaking. Oh, just then, Baihu returned, carrying a wild boar the size of a small truck. Carl's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Baihu and the boar, saliva pooling in his mouth, having merged with Titan's strength. His body had undergone a second maturation, and after expending considerable energy earlier, he now felt an overwhelming sense of hunger. Baihu gently placed the prey on the ground and swiftly tore open the boar's belly with its claws. The entrails spilled out, and the blood-soaked innards exuded a foul stench, causing Carl to wrinkle his nose in disgust as he waved away the noxious odor. "Oh, seeing Baihu gesture for him to eat. He replied with a look of distaste, "I won't eat that. You have it." He swiftly procured a branch, dragging the wild boar to the other side to skewer it. The white tiger, observing Carl's lack of appetite, promptly lowered its head to voraciously chew on the entrails. Meanwhile, Carl erected a substantial framework, placing the skewered wild boar atop it before igniting a campfire, ensuring it burned brightly. The flames danced upward, gradually roasting the boar to a golden, tantalizing hue. The delightful aroma soon wafted across the island, attracting the surrounding creatures. Awoo! Upon hearing this cry, the animals of the forest retreated, aware that it was a warning from the forest's sovereign, the white tiger. Before long, the wild boar was thoroughly cooked. Carl first yanked off a hind leg and tossed it to the white tiger. The white tiger caught the leg, lowering its head to devour it hungrily, its eyes shimmering with satisfaction. After all, it had never tasted cooked food before, and the flavor was unexpectedly delightful. Carl then tore off the other hind leg and began to gnaw on it, his teeth in excellent condition, capable of crunching through bone. The meat was succulent and tender, a true delicacy, and he quickened his pace in enjoying it. Although devoid of any seasoning, it possessed a natural fragrance, perhaps a gift from nature itself to this island. In no time, the white tiger had polished off the wild boar's hind leg, developing a fondness for the taste, and promptly trotted over to Carl, gazing at him eagerly. "All right, you can have this half," Carl said, recognizing that the tiger was still hungry or perhaps had developed a taste for cooked food. After all, it couldn't start a fire on the island. With a firm grip, Carl tore the roasted boar in half, tossing one portion to the white tiger. Soon, both Carl and the white tiger had devoured the entirety of the 6-meter-long wild boar. They feasted with delight, juices staining the corners of their mouths, smiles illuminating their faces. Carl patted his belly, feeling utterly content as he relaxed his body. He picked up a mysterious bone shard, carefully cleaning the remnants between his teeth, and with a satisfied pat on his stomach, let out a hearty belch. After a fulfilling meal, Carl instructed the white tiger to guard the entrance of the shelter while he retreated into the small wooden cabin to lie down on the bed he had fashioned himself. The bed was lined with dried leaves. Although rather rudimentary, it sufficed for his needs. He closed his eyes, allowing his weary body to unwind. Gradually, he sank into a deep slumber, while Carl was enveloped in profound sleep. A large man was rowing a small boat toward the unnamed island. The newcomer was Edward Newgate. This time, Edward Newgate had already joined the Rock's pirates, and that night, his ship encountered an underwater current. By the time he realized it, it was too late, and he was subsequently caught in a whirlwind, swept onto the surface of the sea, a case of misfortune compounding upon misfortune. He could only hastily board a small boat, and as the waves calmed, he found himself near this island. Fortunately, his pirate ship should not be far from here. Before long, Newgate reached the shore. His approach to the island was on the opposite side from Carl, so he did not notice the wooden cabin Carl had built. Wielding a cutlass, he felled a few trees and hastily constructed a simple bed and shelter, just enough to shield him from the wind and rain. Like Carl, he had endured a long night and yearned for a good night's sleep. The following morning, Carl was startled awake by the white tiger's call. Groggily, he climbed out of bed and fumbled toward the door. Upon opening it, he beheld a muscular man wearing a white beret and wielding a long blade resembling a Qinglong Yanhua knife. "Hey, I mean no harm," the burly man said with a hearty laugh, his voice resonant. Carl instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated encountering another person on this desolate island, having assumed he was the only inhabitant. "Who are you?" Carl inquired with curiosity. In his recollection, this island was supposed to be uninhabited, though he did not entirely dismiss the possibility of indigenous inhabitants, considering the rampant piracy in this world, which might lead to refugees as well. "I am Edward Newgate." "And you?" Edward Newgate replied with a broad smile. "You are Whitebeard," Carl exclaimed, taken aback, yet he did not immediately recognize the man before him as Whitebeard, although he felt a resemblance due to the blade. He had not expected Newgate to be so young, indicating that there was still a considerable time before the plot commenced. The Whitebeard of this era was not entirely the same as the one decades later. He appeared much younger. Thus, it was reasonable that Carl did not recognize him at first. Despite arriving as an ordinary person, Carl's innate Titan strength had caused his height to grow to an impressive 2 meters 5. Though this was far from his limit, it still seemed diminutive next to Newgate, who stood at a towering 6 meters 6. "Please, take a seat, Newgate," Carl retrieved a stool from within the cabin and then turned to the White Tiger. White Tiger. Go hunt for some prey. Hearing its name called, the White Tiger glanced at Newgate before sprinting into the depths of the forest, having developed a fondness for the roasted flavor from yesterday. It was eager to experience cooked food again. Though it had feasted well the previous day, it could easily go for 3 or 4 days without needing to hunt again. Who would ever turn down an abundance of food? Whitebeard. Are you referring to me? Newgate asked, puzzled, as he sat on the diminutive stool. With his golden hair, he felt there was no comparison to the title. Carl smiled as he explained, haha. No, you merely resemble a friend of mine. Newgate nodded, acknowledging that perhaps he had been mistaken. Meanwhile, he sensed Carl's life force, piquing his curiosity. As strong individuals often resonate with one another to him, it seemed unlikely that someone of Carl's caliber would be a mere native. And the newness of the wooden cabin suggested otherwise. Who are you? Newgate inquired, voicing his curiosity. Carl smiled faintly. I was blown here by the tempestuous seas. Newgate was surprised to find that Carl's experience mirrored his own. Haha. What a coincidence. I am as well. Oh, truly, how fortuitous. Ha ha ha. Carl had not expected Newgate to also be defeated by the waves. You must be from a rare lineage, right? Newgate speculated, noting the strength of Carl's life force, as well as the golden glow emanating from his skin. Indeed, I possess the bloodline of Titans. Carl fabricated an identity for himself. Titan? Gulalala. I have never heard of such a race before. Thus, Carl and Newgate engaged in conversation. While they chatted, the White Tiger returned, triumphantly dragging a Titan boa constrictor. It exuded an air of victory as it approached, its body radiating triumph. Ahoo! The White Tiger let out an authoritative roar, carrying a boa that measured over 20 meters in length. The massive wound near the 7-inch mark indicated that the White Tiger had not exerted much effort. Gulalala, today we are in for a feast. Newgate's laughter echoed across the island, and after a lengthy chat, he found himself feeling somewhat hungry. Carl expertly set up the framework, preparing to cut the giant snake into 4 segments. Newgate, wielding a 4-meter-long blade, effortlessly assisted him in slicing through the serpent's body. It is a pity that such a scene lacks fine wine. Edward Newgate was particularly fond of alcohol. He enjoyed savoring good food alongside fine beverages, yet unfortunately, there was none on this isolated island. Our meeting must surely be a delightful occasion. Carl responded nonchalantly. He had little interest in the pirate world's alcohol, as he hailed from China, where the local spirits held more significance. He never anticipated that he would later find himself ensnared by the allure of such trivial beverages. By the way, since you were blown here, what are your plans moving forward? Will we be trapped on this island? Carl inquired curiously, considering the absence of ships and the desolation of the island, which rarely saw visitors. Newgate chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed that a powerhouse like himself had been bested by the elements. After a moment of contemplation, he reassured, fear not. My crew will locate this place shortly, and there is no need to worry about travel. Oh, that's good to hear, Carl mused, recalling the pirate world and the existence of the life paper. By the way, what year is it now? Carl inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. He was particularly eager to ascertain the current time frame and whether the Rocks pirates had indeed formed. Moreover, he sought clarity on the maritime region in which he currently found himself. It is the year 1480 of the Sea Circle calendar. 1480. That meant Whitebeard Newgate had already joined the Rocks pirates. Carl hastily rummaged through his memories, recalling that the God Valley incident occurred in 1484. That was fortunate. There was still time. Given that the Rocks pirates still existed, he felt compelled to participate in the God Valley incident. After all, his primary mission was to disrupt the timeline of the pirate world. Furthermore, since he had traversed to this time, why not seize the opportunity? By the way, are you a pirate? Carl asked, despite already knowing the answer, seeking to dispel any lingering doubts. Newgate nodded with a smile. I am a member of the Rocks pirates, serving as the 2nd Division Commander. As expected, Newgate had indeed joined the Rocks pirates during this period, which was likely their zenith of power. The Grand Line was rife with chaos, teeming with various pirate crews. Carl yearned to set sail with Newgate, aspiring to become a division commander aboard the Rocks ship. However, he needed to demonstrate his strength to convince Newgate to take him to Hachinosu Island. What do you think of me? Carl asked earnestly. Do you wish to set sail? Newgate responded, somewhat surprised, but quickly discerned Carl's intentions from his expression. Without further ado, Carl unleashed a swift kick with his right leg. Newgate raised his left hand to block the incoming kick. Smack. Newgate felt the force behind Carl's blow, causing him to shift slightly backward, his expression momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such immense power from the young man. Seizing the opportunity created by Newgate's retreat, Carl sprang into the air, utilizing the momentum to dive downward, his right fist aimed at Newgate's head. Newgate stood up, raising his right fist to absorb the impact. Yet, Carl's punch was remarkably swift, generating a gust of wind. The instant Newgate lifted his fist, Carl's blow struck forcefully against his chest. Boom! The resounding impact echoed across the island. Newgate was propelled backward, the sand swirling as he traced a lengthy arc through the air. Carl executed a mid-air turn, landing gracefully on the beach. His gaze radiated determination and confidence, showcasing his command over his own strength. Newgate shook his head and stood upright, his chest tingling slightly, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Haha, well done. That power is truly impressive. Newgate laughed heartily, filled with admiration for Carl. After all, for a young man to command such respect through sheer strength was no small feat. Carl smiled in return, both of them sensing each other's power and deepening their understanding of one another's capabilities. Newgate, my strength is sufficient for us to set sail together, is it not? Carl suddenly declared, his eyes exuding unwavering resolve. Newgate, taken aback, soon adopted a serious demeanor. If you wish to set sail, I must assess whether your strength is adequate. Carl responded confidently with a smile. Then let us test it. Very well, since you are so confident, let us see, Newgate replied with a grin, as he had not yet exerted his full strength and was curious to gauge Carl's abilities. Thus, Carl and Newgate approached the shore. Preparing for a genuine sparring match, they stood facing each other, the palpable tension thickening the air as they anticipated the forthcoming clash. In an instant, Carl's fist surged forward, the air rippling with the force of his movement, creating an astonishing shockwave that swept through the surroundings like a tempest. In the blink of an eye, Newgate reacted, leaping into the air and swinging his right arm. The two exchanged blows, each strike resonating with raw power. The ground beneath them cracked like a spider's web, stones scattering as deep craters were formed. Carl, despite his lack of combat experience and still mastering his bodily control, was fueled by the Titan's power he had absorbed. However, as long as he stood on solid ground, his stamina would replenish ceaselessly. Having recently grasped the Eight Extremes fist, he executed each move with perfect precision, although Carl poured all his strength into each punch. He was up against Edward Newgate, a formidable opponent in his youth, rendering their strengths incomparable. Thus, he found himself at a disadvantage. Had Newgate not held back, he would have already been defeated. In the blink of an eye. They had exchanged dozens of blows, leaving Newgate somewhat incredulous. Despite not yet utilizing the tremor fruit, his sheer strength was beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to withstand. Newgate was astonished, unable to fathom that such power could reside within an 18-year-old. Carl's extraordinary talent was apparent, and he wondered if the young man's lineage was equally remarkable, stirring within him a desire to recruit Carl. Yet, even with those thoughts, Newgate showed no mercy, unleashing a barrage of powerful punches that left Carl wide-eyed and unprepared, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing into the trees, where he smashed through 3 trunks before coming to a halt. As Carl rose, his face contorted in pain, he could not suppress a mouthful of blood. He felt an intense ache coursing through him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Yet, as his body lay close to the earth, he soon sensed a warm energy rising from the depths of the ground, coursing through him and gradually healing his wounds. Newgate approached Carl, who was spitting blood, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Newgate asked with genuine worry, knowing Carl had put up a commendable fight. But he had unleashed his full might and feared he might have harmed him severely. He noticed a sizable imprint of a fist on Carl's chest, but to Newgate's astonishment, it vanished almost instantly. Haha, Newgate, I forgot to mention, my recovery ability is quite extraordinary. Let us go again, Carl declared, disregarding decorum as he lunged at Newgate once more, engaging him in a fray. Garara, youth indeed possesses remarkable resilience. Meanwhile, the White Tiger, observing from the sidelines, grew bored and succumbed to slumber. Thus, their battle raged from day into night. During this time, Carl gleaned numerous offensive techniques and gradually honed his mastery of the 6 styles, shave. Realizing that although the system had granted him instant comprehension, actual application felt somewhat rigid. Newgate, meanwhile, was astonished by Carl's rapid growth, transitioning from a state of franticness to one of fluidity, where he could match Newgate's prowess. Although Newgate might have been feeding him opportunities, Carl's talent was undeniable. Newgate marveled at the remarkable transformation Carl had undergone in such a brief period, exceeding his expectations. Tremor wave. Newgate exerted force from his waist, swinging his arm with such vigor that the very fabric of space shattered like glass, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Tremor fruit. This is bad. I cannot withstand it, though Carl has merged with the power of the Titans. The tremor fruit is renowned as the mightiest of the Paramecia type, largely due to Whitebeard. If given to an ordinary person, he may not be able to unleash its full potential. He did not withstand Whitebeard's strike. His body crashed to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. All right, we shall conclude here for today. I acknowledge your strength, Whitebeard remarked, already admiring Carl. Him. Possessing such formidable power at such a young age was indeed remarkable. Subsequently, the same routine followed, though it proved somewhat taxing for the White Tiger. After a hearty meal, the cabin echoed with the sounds of snoring, a night devoid of conversation. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the dense trees of the island, illuminating Carl's room. He had just risen from his bed, stifling a yawn while savoring a breath of fresh air, his expression one of contentment as he inhaled deeply. Just as he stepped outside, Whitebeard approached him suddenly. "Carl, try this. Tremor fist," Whitebeard declared, his right hand clenched into a fist, launching a powerful blow forward. Crack. A deafening sound shattered the air, and the space ahead erupted like glass shattering. Bring it on. However, Carl did not cower. He swung his fist and charged at Whitebeard. Although their attacks had yet to physically collide, an immense sound reverberated. The ground beneath them instantly cracked like a spider's web, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Towering trees in the vicinity were uprooted and swept away by the forceful gust. The clash of Carl and Whitebeard's powers unleashed a tempest of unparalleled might. Their confrontation resembled a dance of lightning, brimming with boundless energy and sparks. Each collision of fists and feet generated intense vibrations, as if the entire island trembled in response. Once their duel subsided, Carl wiped the sweat from his brow, panting as he remarked, "After a bout of fighting, I feel remarkably invigorated. You're not too shabby either. You recovered overnight," Edward Newgate expressed, a hint of envy for Carl's resilience evident in his tone. Unaware that Carl had restored his strength within just an hour post-battle, not an entire night. Just as they paused, the sea began to stir. Both Carl and Newgate gazed toward the horizon, where a large ship was approaching from the vast ocean. Upon closer inspection, Newgate realized it was his crew that had come looking for him. His crew, equipped with Edward Newgate's life paper, had swiftly noticed their captain's absence after the previous night's storm and immediately set sail in pursuit of him. "Look, it's Captain Newgate," cried a pirate aboard the ship, brandishing a telescope to alert the others. "Make haste to shore." Newgate's crew rejoiced, for he had always treated them well. "All right, lads, let us commence the feast." Gururara. As the pirate ship drew near to the shore, Newgate joyfully shouted, "Awo." The pirates on board responded eagerly. "The feast is underway," Newgate proclaimed with exuberance. As the pirate crew disembarked, some greeted Newgate while others excitedly unloaded tables, benches, and sumptuous delicacies from the ship. Barrels of fine wine were arranged upon the beach. "Let us celebrate our safe reunion here, and also toast to Carl's impending joining of our ranks. Cheers." Newgate toasted with Carl, both indulging in hearty drinks. "Cheers," the pirates echoed, raising their cups in unison. The sea breeze carried the aroma of wine and laughter through the air. As the sun ascended, it illuminated Newgate and his companions, igniting their fighting spirit. The pirates gathered, a blend of former slaves, forsaken criminals, and adventurous souls in pursuit of power and riches. They chased the freedom of the ocean, daring to challenge the world's shackles regardless of life and death. Wine flowed amid their laughter, and a joyous atmosphere enveloped them, focused solely on the present moment of happiness and camaraderie. Observing this scene, Carl couldn't help but smile. He gazed at Newgate and his comrades, a sense of anticipation for the future swelling within him. The sunlight cast a warm glow on Carl's face, illuminating his resolute gaze. Now that he had entered the world of pirates, he intended to relish life to the fullest. To expedite this goal, he needed to swiftly alter the timeline of the pirate world to gain sufficient strength to live unfettered. At the banquet, Carl pulled over an empty wine barrel and relaxed upon it, inquiring of Newgate what forces currently inhabit the seas. They had briefly discussed the present time and events surrounding Newgate's joining of the Rock's crew yesterday, yet he had not inquired about the prevailing pirate factions. His understanding of the pirate crews of this era was limited, with only the knowledge that the Rock's pirates were the strongest. If he wished to join the Rock's pirates, he must first ascertain whether any crews could rival them. Newgate turned and replied with a smile. Currently, there are 2 pirate crews capable of contending with the Rock's pirates: the Giant Warrior Pirates, composed entirely of giants, and the X-Pirates, led by Captain X, who carries a trace of the bloodline of the legendary Oars. In recent years, only these 2 crews have been able to be deemed true rivals to the Rock's pirates, while other smaller crews have aligned themselves beneath their banners. Upon hearing this, excitement surged within Carl. It appeared the seas were not as lonely as he had feared. He should soon find rivals once he set sail. After all, Following yesterday's battle, the power of the Titans had fused even more profoundly. Enhancing his strength further, he lifted his goblet and took a hearty swig of the fine wine, laughing as he said, "What I crave most is the thrill of life and death battles. If these two crews can contend with the Rocks pirates, they must undoubtedly possess numerous formidable warriors." Newgate nodded in agreement. "You're correct. There are indeed many skilled fighters within those two crews. However, individually, no single crew poses a significant threat to us, the Rocks pirates." Newgate interjected, "It was only recently that these two crews allied, resulting in the current triangular stalemate. But before the might of the Rocks pirates, they hold no advantage." Confidence radiated from Newgate's expression, for they were undeniably the strongest. Carl nodded in affirmation, aware that he might still fall short of the top-tier warriors. Yet he would not shy away from challenges. He believed that in future confrontations, he could stand toe-to-toe with these powerful adversaries. Perhaps it was the augmentation of the Titan's power that stirred within him an insatiable thirst for battle and exhilaration. The banquet continued for an entire day, making it evident that departure was impossible today. A night devoid of conversation. The following morning, Carl, accompanied by the White Tiger, boarded the ship with Newgate, setting sail for Hachinosu. Throughout the voyage, Carl's thoughts remained in a whirl. His joining the Rocks pirates was not solely for wealth and devil fruits, it was more crucial for seeking his own future. He understood that the reign of the Rocks pirates could not endure indefinitely. He must prepare for his future in advance, whether it be establishing his own pirate crew, becoming a solitary wanderer, or forming a family akin to Charlotte Lean's. He needed to commence planning. He realized that relying solely on his own power and some templates was insufficient. After all, the system had long clarified that the power obtained would not exceed the strength cap of the pirate world. Thus, to overthrow the world government's dominion would be an impossible feat for him alone. Such thoughts seemed naive and unrealistic upon reflection. After all, the world government has ruled the pirate world for 8 centuries. He dared not assert that he could undoubtedly overthrow their dominion. And given the abundance of advanced technology within the pirate realm, a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he could only do his utmost to first disrupt the timeline and await the protagonist's emergence. After all, he had no desire to meet an untimely demise. He resolved to start small, testing the limits of his own abilities. Should he succeed, it would mark a monumental breakthrough. If he failed, he would still have this fallback to rely upon. After all, one must not place all their eggs in a single basket. He needed to be prepared, ensuring that his future could unfold smoothly. The crew aboard the ship was taken aback by the arrival of the White Tiger, never expecting that such a formidable creature would become their companion on this voyage. Yet, Carl was acutely aware of White Tiger's strength and loyalty. He regarded the beast as both his protector and a reminder of his homeland. As the vessel sailed across the ocean, Carl's heart swelled with excitement. He understood that boundless adventures and challenges lay ahead of him. Unbeknownst to him, the dominance of the Rocks pirates was far from favorable for the Navy. The Navy had been informed internally that Whitebeard had set sail alone, and they wished to prevent the Rocks pirates from growing any stronger. Thus, they dispatched Admiral Steelbone Kong to lead a fleet in an attempt to besiege Whitebeard, seeking to thwart the expansion of the Rocks pirates. Carl remained oblivious to these developments, brimming with anticipation and exhilaration for the adventures that awaited him. After all, he had never experienced such freedom. Back on Blue Star, he was a mere cog in the wheel, laboring tirelessly day in and day out. He had long been deprived of such liberating vistas. Gripping the ship's railing, he felt the sea breeze caress his face, filling his heart with dreams of freedom. As the ship advanced, the ocean gradually revealed its vastness, an endless expanse of blue stretching before him. Carl knew that his journey into adventure was officially beginning. With courage and determination, he would take his first step into the unknown waters. The path ahead would not be devoid of obstacles. He understood that he would encounter various challenges and dangers. Yet, he felt no fear, for he believed that with the system's aid, he could ascend to greatness. Gazing at the distant horizon, a resolute determination ignited within him. He believed he could forge a legend of his own. Days earlier, at the Navy headquarters, the conference room was enveloped in a heavy silence. Admiral Hill sat at the head of the table, his expression grim, his eyes betraying his apprehension and discontent towards the Rocks pirates. The operation to capture Whitebeard was being led by Steelbone Kong. Admiral Hill's voice resonated with authority. "We can no longer allow the Rocks pirates to grow. We must take action." The high-ranking Navy officials nodded in agreement, fully aware that Whitebeard was the core strength of the Rocks pirates. Only by eliminating Whitebeard could they truly weaken the pirates' power. Steelbone Kong stood up, saluted, and spoke with unwavering conviction. "I hope this operation will conclude successfully, making the Rocks pirates feel the justice of our Navy." Admiral Hill nodded. Set sail, complete the mission without fail. Upon receiving the command, Steel Bone Kong immediately led the Navy fleet into the open sea. Accompanying him were his trusted allies, Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, all elite members of the Navy, each possessing the strength and combat experience of a Vice Admiral. The Navy fleet swiftly navigated the ocean, their target an uncharted, deserted island. This island was a temporary haven for Whitebeard, and the Navy, having acquired this intelligence, chose to ambush him on his return route. However, the Navy was unaware that this operation would instill even greater fear within them. They could not have anticipated the formidable resistance posed by Carl, which would deliver a devastating blow to their plans against Rocks. They believed this mission would leave Whitebeard utterly defeated, yet they were oblivious to the unprecedented battle that awaited them. Standing on the bridge, Steel Bone Kong gazed out at the ocean, filled with confidence and resolve. He believed he and his Navy could successfully complete the mission, annihilating Whitebeard once and for all. Yet, they did not know that on this vast sea, Whitebeard was also drawing near. The two forces were on the brink of collision, and an earth-shattering battle was about to unfold. On the ocean, Whitebeard and his crew were advancing toward Hive Island. During the voyage, Carl's thoughts were a whirlwind. He envisioned battles against the giant soldier pirates and the ex-pirates, contemplating how to overcome their advantages and discover ways to triumph over them. After all, both the giant soldier pirates and the ex-pirates were comprised of giant beings, and he had yet to encounter giants in person. The sea breeze gently brushed against his face, carrying the briny essence of the ocean. He felt the ship sway, reveling in the freedom of sailing. He understood that his pirate legend began at that very moment. Sitting at the prow of the ship, Carl held a fishing rod, deeply focused on his task. He realized he had developed a fondness for fishing. The moment a fish bit the hook filled him with exhilaration. Sunlight bathed him, illuminating his determined visage. The sea breeze tousled his hair, imbued with a hint of saltiness, granting him a sense of tranquility and freedom. Suddenly, the Titan's power bestowed upon him an exceptional perception, reminiscent of the observation Haki. Upon sensing the presence of the Navy ahead, he stood abruptly, inadvertently toppling the nearby bucket filled with fish, which flopped and splashed about eagerly. Water droplets fell upon him, soaking his pant legs. Yet, he paid it no mind, as his attention was drawn elsewhere. "What's going on, Carl?" Whitebeard inquired, seated at the center of the deck, raising his gourd and taking a hearty swig of liquor. Observing Carl's sudden rise, he looked on with curiosity. "I think I sensed the Navy," Carl replied, somewhat astonished. After all, the latter half of the Grand Line could be considered a graveyard for the Navy. Any naval forces lacking adequate strength that ventured here would face certain doom. It was not as easy for the Navy to navigate these waters as it had been at the outset of the original tale. In this era, the three sovereigns had no fear of the Navy. Perhaps it was a gift from the Titan's power. His perception abilities were extraordinary, akin to observation Haki, and in some aspects, even superior. "The Navy?" Whitebeard exclaimed incredulously, setting down his drink. Yet, knowing Carl's words were not unfounded, he immediately rose, unleashing his formidable observation Haki. Which direction? He focused intently on the horizon, sensing an imminent encounter. It had been a while since he had faced the Navy, and he felt somewhat out of practice. "Oh, it seems an old friend is coming." A smile crept across Whitebeard's face. With his observation Haki activated, he immediately sensed the approaching Admiral Steel Bone Kong, along with Garp and Sengoku. "Men, prepare for battle," Whitebeard shouted, his voice brimming with excitement, for it had been quite some time since he had clashed with the Navy. "We have guests." His voice echoed across the ship, instantly igniting a sense of urgency among the crew as they readied themselves for the impending confrontation. The atmosphere aboard the vessel grew tense. This was not their first encounter with a Navy ambush, and the prospect of engaging in battle with the Navy only fueled their enthusiasm. After all, on the high seas, pirates and the Navy were inherently at odds, were they not? Carl clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with fierce determination. He understood that this would mark his inaugural clash with the Navy since arriving in this world. "All hands, prepare for battle." Whitebeard's resounding voice reverberated throughout the ship, and the crew immediately rolled up their sleeves, gearing up for combat. The flames of their fighting spirit ignited, their eyes gleaming with fierce intensity. Enemies on the horizon, ready yourselves. A lookout stationed in the crow's nest had spotted the distant Navy fleet advancing towards them. "Artillery, quickly, bring out the cannons." The captain-level pirate commanded the rest of his crew. Suddenly, amidst the tranquil sea, the members of Whitebeard's crew worked in perfect harmony, each swiftly fulfilling their designated tasks. Meanwhile, at the bow of the ship, Carl and Whitebeard stood at the forefront of the deck, gazing intently at the approaching Navy. "What do you think? We'll be clashing with the Navy shortly," Whitebeard realized this was likely Carl's first encounter with Admiral Steelbone Kong. Haha, I've been looking forward to this day, Carl replied, his heart brimming with anticipation. Since arriving in this world, he had longed for the opportunity to battle formidable foes, and that moment had finally arrived. He would not let it slip away. Moreover, his mission was to disrupt the timeline, which inevitably entailed confronting the Navy. With Whitebeard present, there was little danger. His gaze was resolute, his heart ablaze with the desire for combat, and he felt an intensifying thirst for battle. How about I take on Steelbone Kong? I want to give it a try. Carl had caught sight of Steelbone Kong's youthful visage, surprised by his apparent age. I have no objections, as long as you can handle it, Whitebeard readily agreed. Confident in Carl's abilities, he had clashed with Carl before, and while Carl's raw power was slightly inferior, his stamina and endurance were significantly superior. For Whitebeard, it mattered little whom he fought, but for Carl, this would be his first true encounter with a top-tier powerhouse. Steelbone Kong's strength was undoubtedly at the admiral level, and Carl knew he might not withstand many of his blows. Yet, the intertwining feelings of nervousness and excitement surged within him. He recognized this would be a fierce battle and a moment to prove his prowess. He was eager to ascertain how far he was from the world's elite. The winds over the sea grew increasingly fierce, and the specter of battle loomed over the waters. They were on the precipice of a fate-altering confrontation. He was also keen to discern which tier his current strength occupied within this world. For the system merely provided a comprehensive evaluation, he wished to discover if there were aspects that exceeded his limits. I am going in first, Carl shouted exuberantly, leaping into the air from the deck. His right hand charged with power. Whitebeard observed the advancing Navy fleet with a slight frown. He understood that this opponent was no ordinary foe. Admiral Steelbone Kong, accompanied by Captain Garp, had come personally to apprehend him, and their collective strength was formidable. Everyone, be cautious. This is not a typical Navy, Whitebeard declared with unwavering conviction. His words acted as a spur, motivating each crew member. It's Captain Whitebeard. Rest assured, Captain, it's not my first encounter with the Navy. Let the Navy come at us. The atmosphere aboard the ship instantly became charged with tension. As every member sensed the urgency, quake fist, Carl leapt through the air, his expression grave, inhaling deeply as he concentrated all his power into a single punch. During the night, he had simulated some of the tremor powers of the tremor fruit, integrating them into his own striking technique. Although the difference from the tremor fruit was substantial, he had infused a degree of vibrational force into his punch. His fist surged forward with incredible speed, the wind howling in its wake, imbued with a hint of tremor energy. Steelbone Kong, stationed at the bow, furrowed his brow. Sensing the anomaly, he dashed to the forefront and unleashed his charged fist to meet Carl's strike. Boom. The two fists did not make direct contact, yet the clash of their energies created a tremendous shockwave, causing the sea to erupt in tumultuous waves, leaving those on the deck struggling to maintain their footing. Who is this guy? How does he possess a hint of the tremor fruit's essence? Could he be a lower-tier fruit user of the tremor fruit? Steelbone Kong found no mention of Carl in his intelligence reports. Who was this unexpectedly powerful pirate? As a strategist, although only a vice admiral, his strength was nearing that of an admiral. This individual is likely Whitebeard's target, Sengoku remarked gravely, convinced that Whitebeard would not engage in trivial pursuits. Indeed, Whitebeard wouldn't come to this island without reason, Garp added, still somewhat carefree, unaware of the Navy's true darkness at that time. Unbeknownst to them, Whitebeard had stumbled upon this small island by chance. Though that detail had become inconsequential, Carl had swiftly taken to the air, landing directly in front of the Navy ship. Steelbone Kong understood that this was not the time for contemplation. The enemy had arrived. Fallen fist, shatter. Steelbone Kong had to counter Carl's attack, and any inquiries about his origins could wait. Clenching his fist, he unleashed his armament Haki. Fist met fist in a spectacular display of black and golden energies intertwining, unleashing extraordinary destructive power. In the midst of battle, Carl felt the weight of Steelbone Kong's punch, as if he were facing a mountain, overwhelming his expectations of strength, while simultaneously beginning to grasp the essence of armament Haki. However, encounters with top-tier foes were rare, and he could not afford to squander this opportunity. Instinctively adjusting his stance, he poured every ounce of his power into meeting Steelbone Kong's blow. The two fists collided once more, radiating blinding light. A colossal shockwave erupted from the point of impact, shattering the surrounding air as if it were glass. Pirates and Navy personnel alike were swept off their feet by the force of the blast. While those able to fly engaged in fierce combat, the sea roiling beneath them, the Navy fleet rapidly closed in, and as the two factions braced for large-scale confrontation, the pirates aboard had readied themselves. awaiting Whitebeard's command. Charge! Whitebeard bellowed, and the crew surged towards the Navy's deck, igniting the flames of battle. Pirates and Navy soldiers clashed in a chaotic melee. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield transformed into a cacophony of flashing blades and roaring flames. Cannon fire mingling with cries of battle. Garp, Sengoku, it's been a while. Whitebeard chuckled heartily, feeling a surge of excitement. Having not had his fill on the small island, he was delighted to encounter two old friends, this time. Whitebeard, you won't escape. Sengoku replied, his expression composed and resolute, swiftly transforming into his Zoan-type, mythical beast, human fruit, Buddha's great national form. There existed a unique synergy between Sengoku and Whitebeard. Their battles had become a habitual dance. A tacit understanding devoid of words. Moreover, after the dissolution of rocks, Sengoku had been relentlessly pursuing Whitebeard. Swirling his weapon, Whitebeard unleashed a crescent blade of air, slicing through the atmosphere. Sengoku and Garp immediately retaliated, coordinating their strikes with utmost speed to counter Whitebeard's assault. The three figures intertwined in a whirlwind of steel and flesh, the intensity of their combat reaching fever pitch. The clash between Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Garp intensified, with Whitebeard's might overwhelming Garp's defenses. Yet Garp remained undeterred, countering with his own martial prowess. After a protracted exchange, Whitebeard suddenly unleashed the full extent of his tremor fruit abilities, with a thunderous roar. A surge of Haki erupted from his being. Great quake. Whitebeard's fist descended upon Garp, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that obliterated everything in its vicinity. Garp was sent hurtling away, crashing into the distant sea. Sengoku, filled with concern, swiftly swung his golden palm towards Whitebeard to interrupt his subsequent assault. Shockwave. Whitebeard responded with a sweeping arc of his blade, sending a torrent of azure energy towards Sengoku. Cough. Garp spat out seawater. Scrambling back to the surface and heading straight for Whitebeard, the melee had escalated into a fierce struggle, each combatant exerting their utmost resolve for their respective objectives. Yet, amidst the chaos, the most captivating spectacle remained a fierce exchange between Garl and Steelbone Kong. Their fists collided repeatedly, sending shockwaves through the air, the sounds of explosions ringing out. Steelbone Kong's expression grew serious, a sense of vigilance flooding his mind. The power of this young man had far exceeded his expectations. Although he had yet to master the art of Haki, he discerned that the young man seemed to be using him as a practice dummy. With unwavering focus, Garl immersed himself in the battle, feeling the potency of each punch he threw intensifying. However, he was acutely aware that he was nearing his limit. The might of Steelbone Kong was formidable beyond measure, and at present, he could merely fend off the onslaught, unable to launch a counterattack. Yet, Steelbone Kong could not hope to defeat him in a short span of time. Garl seized this opportunity to hastily grasp the principles of armament Haki. The two combatants danced through the air, weaving a tapestry of beauty and brutality in their struggle. Their fists streaked through the sky like meteors, leaving onlookers in awe. Yet, the confrontation was far from over. Both sides exerted themselves to the utmost, showing no signs of retreat. Each strike was infused with determination and resolve, a testament to their unwillingness to surrender. In this fiery clash, both Garl and Steelbone Kong could sense each other's strength and conviction. As time progressed, the tension on the battlefield thickened, capturing the attention of all present. Breath held, the spectators fixated on the movements of these titans, anticipating the eventual victor. This was a pinnacle duel upon the sea, a contest between warriors where only the strongest could remain unvanquished. In this moment, both Garl and Steelbone Kong silently vowed that regardless of the cost, they would emerge victorious from this clash. The battlefield erupted into chaos, the scent of blood permeating the air. The pirates aboard the ship fought with all their might, risking their lives for the sake of freedom. Garl, be careful, Newgate's voice suddenly rang out. Garl swiftly turned, only to find a flash of steel slicing through the air. He narrowly evaded the attack, yet the tip of the sword still grazed his shoulder, blood instantly staining his sleeve. It was a naval swordsman who had taken advantage of his momentary distraction. Gritting his teeth, Garl, despite being battered and bruised, felt an exhilarating fire ignite within his gaze. In this moment, retreat was not an option. He had to give his all. Already struggling against Steelbone Kong, he now faced the additional burden of injury. He understood that he could not endure for much longer, although he still possessed stamina. His physical condition was faltering under the relentless onslaught of Steelbone Kong's techniques, his body crying out in agony. After all, he was not grounded on solid earth and could not rely on its strength to recuperate. He could only employ his Navy's 6 styles, Suru, to engage in a fierce aerial confrontation, the clash of martial arts resonating in the air as their figures darted like the wind. Garl's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, his assaults more incisive, and Steel Bone Kong began to feel the pressure. Sensing the young man's escalating power, a flicker of unease stirred within him. After all, he was an admiral, yet he felt the young warrior's strength climbing steadily. Fearing unforeseen complications, Carl's offensive became more relentless, the techniques of the Navy 6 styles crashing upon Steel Bone Kong like a tempest. Steel Bone Kong held nothing back, and a thunderous roar erupted in the air. On the naval deck, slashes of blade energy streaked across the sky like lightning, the atmosphere seemingly frozen in time. The battles between Garp, Sengoku, and Garp raged on, the taste of gunpowder and flames pervading the battlefield. This was a life-and-death struggle, with everyone exerting themselves fully, leaving no room for error. Steel Bone Kong sensed a looming disaster. Glancing at the battlefield, he realized this mission was likely doomed to failure. He had not anticipated such a powerful adversary as Carl aboard Newgate's ship. Although Carl's strength was not overwhelming, his indomitable spirit resembled that of a cockroach, refusing to be extinguished. Indeed, he was not an opponent to be dispatched easily. Carl's strength was sufficient to restrain him, while Newgate's power had yet to be fully revealed. Sengoku and Garp could only contend with Newgate, unable to defeat him, while the Navy suffered losses with each passing moment. He recognized that there was no retreat left. He had to find a way to conclude this swiftly to minimize the Navy's casualties. Taking a deep breath, Steel Bone Kong resolved to subdue Carl first. Without hesitation, he unleashed his mastery of the 6 styles, Stardust. He soared into the air like a tempest, his fist enveloped in armament Haki descending upon Carl like a shooting star. A colossal force, imbued with the essence of destruction, hurtled toward Carl, the wind of his punch preceding its arrival. The energy fluctuations in the air intensified, the very clouds seeming to be torn asunder by this overwhelming power. Faced with Steel Bone Kong's ferocious assault, Carl's expression turned grave. He knew he could not withstand it directly. Should he attempt to do so, the consequences would be dire, as he was not anchored to the ground. And his recovery was not as swift as he had hoped. He could feel his stamina rapidly depleting. Aware that Steel Bone Kong was unleashing his full strength, he understood that if struck, the aftermath would be catastrophic. Carl swiftly maneuvered, transforming into a fleeting shadow, nimbly evading Steel Bone Kong's assault while inching closer. As he approached, he retaliated without hesitation, employing the Navy 6 styles to unleash a blue glow akin to a tempest. Illuminating the sky, the battlefield erupted into further chaos, the clash of blades and fists igniting sparks in the air, their forms intertwined, each burst of energy leaving the onlookers breathless. Meanwhile, Steel Bone Kong beheld the growing disparity of his naval forces against Newgate's might. A pang of sorrow gripping him. These were the elite of the Navy. He understood that continuing this engagement would lead to devastating consequences, ones the Navy wished to avoid. They needed to withdraw from this battlefield. With Carl's interference, their plan to capture Newgate had already faltered. As he rapidly made his decision, he leaped high into the air, his right foot poised to strike downward. His foot descended like a meteor, unstoppable in its momentum. "Come at me," Carl called out, his expression serious. This strike could not be underestimated. He concentrated all his strength into his fist, channeling an astonishing force. With a mighty roar, he declared, "Mountain Crusher." Drawing upon the experience of demolishing numerous mountains on the island, he unleashed a deafening blow. As their fists collided, a thunderous boom resonated through the sky. This strike compressed the sea level by several meters. While Carl was violently propelled by Steel Bone Kong's overwhelming force, plunging into the depths of the ocean, water erupted in a spray, waves roiling as Carl sank swiftly into the abyss. That moment, he realized his fists had turned an inky black. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly mastered armament Haki. Just as he opened his mouth to laugh heartily, the briny taste of seawater reminded him of his perilous situation. His consciousness clearly warned him that if he did not surface soon, he might perish in the depths. Thus, he hastily swam upward. Yet at that instant, he was struck by excruciating pain. Glancing at his exposed skin, which was marred with bruises and contusions, it became evident that he had sustained grievous injuries without even realizing it. Were it not for his extraordinary physique, he might have perished on the battlefield. Carl clenched his teeth tightly, striving to swim upward towards the luminous surface of the sea. He understood well that only by returning to the surface could he hope to rejoin the fray. He yearned for another opportunity to engage Steel Bone Kong. Eager to ascertain how much his strength had improved after mastering Haki. He was determined not to squander this chance, for encounters with such formidable adversaries were exceedingly rare. Steel Bone Kong, sensing that Carl was about to resurface, disengaged from battle and swiftly advanced towards Whitebeard. He was acutely aware that to conclude this conflict, he must promptly repel Whitebeard. Carl had merely been knocked into the sea, and his observation Haki allowed him to clearly perceive Carl's rapid ascent. Steel Bone Kong made his move, soaring behind Whitebeard, intending to launch a surprise attack before he could turn around. although the events unfolded swiftly. They transpired in mere seconds. With a thunderous punch, he struck towards Whitebeard, the speed and force tearing through the air and nearly distorting the very fabric of space, followed by a violent explosion. Such was the might of his blow that it scattered the clouds gathered in the sky. Indeed, due to the abrupt conclusion of Steelbone Kong's battle, Whitebeard was caught off guard, absorbing the full impact of the devastating punch on his back, which sent him crashing onto the deck of his ship. Retreat. He commanded his crew without hesitation. The abrupt nature of their departure from battle was unsettling, yet Steelbone Kong knew all too well that in this perilous new world, the pirates generally outmatched the Navy in strength. He was reluctant to witness further casualties among his men, especially now that their mission had already failed. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would become. As the Rock's pirates could arrive at any moment to provide support, he could not wager the lives of his sailors on such a gamble. The Navy fleet swiftly vacated the battleground, leaving Whitebeard and his crew amidst the ocean. Whitebeard refrained from pursuing. He recognized that this confrontation had reached its conclusion. He rubbed his chest, marred by a deep crimson imprint from the punch, gazing at the receding Navy ships with a hint of satisfaction. Steelbone Kong, let us fight again next time, he bellowed, his voice resonating across the sea. The Navy personnel also retreated to their vessels, and soon the entire fleet hastily departed. Although Whitebeard still harbored a desire for further combat, he was disinclined to continue against Steelbone Kong, for the latter's reinforcements were elite Navy personnel, and his own pirates had suffered considerable losses. Upon observing Steelbone Kong retreating, Whitebeard chose not to pursue, merely unleashing a shockwave as a farewell. A colossal wave surged towards Steelbone Kong as the ocean roiled beneath him. He sensed that Carl was nearing the surface, prompting him to order his crew to hastily vacate the area, while he unleashed a series of powerful punches to quell the encroaching waves. This time, I miscalculated. I did not anticipate such a formidable individual aboard Whitebeard's ship. Why was there no prior intelligence? Steelbone Kong lamented. Disappointment etched across his face. He recognized that the primary reason for his failure lay in the presence of a strong young man on Whitebeard's vessel. As the atmosphere of the battlefield gradually calmed, only the sound of crashing waves and the howling wind remained. Carl continued to swim desperately, relying on his willpower and determination, and ultimately broke through the water's surface. Gulping in the fresh sea air, he trembled with exhilaration. This time, I shall ensure they pay the price, he vowed resolutely, preparing to rejoin the battle. With fury and determination coursing through him, he surged towards the battlefield to confront Steelbone Kong once more. However, Carl was unprepared for the realization that by the time he sought to re-enter the fray, Steelbone Kong's fleet had already departed. He gazed at the vanishing ships, shaking his head in resignation as he returned to the deck. Fear not, there will be another opportunity, Whitebeard consoled him. Then let us settle the score next time, Carl replied, leaning against the back of the White Tiger. Ouch, he exclaimed, as the pain coursed through his body. Reflecting the toll of his injuries. Victory. Gather round, everyone. Let us celebrate, Whitebeard declared upon seeing Steelbone Kong's retreat. Aware that this battle had culminated in their triumph, he commanded his pirates to organize a feast in celebration of their victory. Meanwhile, at the desk of Admiral Hill at Navy headquarters, a din-din mushy suddenly rang. Hello, is this Admiral Hill? Steelbone Kong inquired immediately after disengaging from combat. Hello, is this Steelbone Kong? What is the situation? Admiral Hill had been anticipating Steelbone Kong's call, and upon recognizing his voice, he wasted no time in answering. Were there many casualties? The first question from Admiral Hill was about the situation and losses, as he understood that, regardless of circumstances, they were confronting Whitebeard, the second in command of the Rock's pirates, who possessed the Tremor fruit. Some losses were expected, and he hoped they would not be severe. Admiral Hill, the operation has failed, Steelbone Kong replied, his brow furrowed in disappointment as he sat in the ship's office. The room was silent, save for the weighty sound of his breathing. He felt disheartened that Whitebeard had managed to escape, and he felt powerless. Although it was due to unforeseen circumstances, he could not forgive himself, for this was a rare opportunity. During the attempt to capture Whitebeard, there was a remarkably strong individual aboard his ship. He reported to Admiral Hill, hoping to glean useful information. While I could have swiftly dealt with him, the other members of his crew would have faced dire consequences, particularly with Whitebeard still present. Steelbone Kong's tone conveyed his respect for the young man. Carl's strength, far exceeding his expectations and leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Oh, do you have any information on him? Admiral Hill inquired, somewhat surprised, for according to the intelligence provided by Navy informants, the Rock's pirates did not possess such an individual. The sudden appearance of this person suggested a lapse in their intelligence. Steelbone Kong scratched his head. searching the room for the most recent bounty notices, yet he found no mention of Carl. For now, he could only regard him as an untested newcomer. However, for a newcomer to possess such strength, it was plausible that Whitebeard had come to recruit him. He mistakenly believed that Whitebeard had come for that purpose, unaware that Whitebeard had inadvertently been blown onto the island by the storm, leading to their acquaintance. I have no information on this individual, but I will send you a photo of him via Din Mushi, Steelbone Kong stated, promptly transmitting the image of the mysterious Carl he had captured during the battle to Admiral Hill. Very well, let us proceed this way for now. You should return quickly, as the new world is exceedingly dangerous. Admiral Hill expressed his concern. Understood, Admiral Hill. With a click, Admiral Hill hung up the phone, recognizing that Steelbone Kong and his crew could not linger in the new world for long. He then scrutinized the faxed image closely. Summon all Navy captains and above for a meeting. He commanded the messenger at the door. Yes, Admiral Hill. The messenger standing at the entrance heard the command and immediately saluted Marshal Hill before turning to exit. Swiftly running to summon the naval commanders still present at the naval headquarters, Marshal Hill cast his gaze upon the bounty notice of rocks displayed on the table. Rocks, he said with a face full of fury, slamming his fist down heavily on the bounty notice adorned with rocks mocking laughter. In the naval headquarters conference room, Marshal Hill approached the front of the room holding a photograph of Carl. While dozens of naval commanders were already seated, he affixed the photograph to the blackboard, surveying the assembly with a sweeping glance, clearing his throat. This individual is named Carl. Today, Steelbone Kong reported the discovery of his presence aboard Newgate's ship, indicating he may even join Rock's crew. Marshal Hill's authoritative voice resonated throughout the conference room, and all present sat upright in solemnity. He continued, elaborating on the purpose of their gathering, to assess the risks posed by this individual and determine the bounty amount. The commanders exchanged looks, astonished by the newcomer's prowess. For someone so formidable, why did he not join the Navy? One commander inquired curiously. What's so appealing about being a pirate? They roam about, committing atrocities and spreading chaos, lamented another commander with a tinge of regret. Regrettably, we lack the power to maintain balance in the latter half of the Grand Line. Now, as Rock's pirate crew grows stronger, the naval branches in that region have been nearly eradicated. Marshal Hill sighed, a flicker of helplessness crossing his face. Silence enveloped the conference room as the commanders fell into contemplation. Indeed, since the Rock's pirate crew began to dominate the latter half of the Grand Line, the Navy found it increasingly difficult to intervene, often arriving too late to address major incidents. They knew well that upholding justice at sea was the Navy's responsibility, yet they felt utterly powerless. The presence of this newcomer underscored the continuing expansion of the Rock's pirate crew. Since he has chosen the path of piracy, we shall not be held accountable, Marshal Hill declared with righteous indignation. For he understood that Carl had already aligned himself with the pirates, rendering any attempts at recruitment futile. Indeed, now that he has joined the pirates, there is nothing further to discuss. It is merely unfortunate that such a capable individual did not enlist in the Navy. Marshal Hill attentively engaged with the discussions among the commanders. After all, the Navy must not become stagnant. If his orders were met with mere compliance devoid of adaptability, it would be futile. All right, let us cease our idle chatter. Marshal Hill rapped his knuckles on the table, restoring order to the now quiet conference room. A preliminary bounty of 500 million berries. His voice echoed in the stillness. However, just as he announced Carl's bounty, Vice Admiral Jeremy stood up. Isn't that a bit excessive for a newcomer? He voiced his concerns, casting doubt on the newcomer's capabilities, particularly given the significant value that 500 million berries represented in this period, far exceeding the initial bounty in the original narrative. It is not excessive, considering he has held his own against Steelbone Kong for a considerable duration, Marshal Hill replied with unwavering conviction. As soon as his words left his lips, a hush fell over the conference room. True, this newcomer possesses remarkable strength. Do we have any further information on him? Unfortunately, there is no record. The only known fact is that he first appeared on this deserted island. The assembly buzzed with discussion, their astonishment at the newcomer's strength growing by the moment. Very well, let us set his bounty at 500 million berries and expedite its announcement across the seas. Marshal Hill decisively concluded, determining that this newcomer's bounty would be declared throughout the vast ocean. Subsequently, the sentry at the door, upon noticing Marshal Hill's beckonings, promptly approached to deliver Carl's photograph to the communications room, preparing to disseminate the latest bounty to all naval branches. Next, we must deliberate on strategies against the Rock's pirate crew. We cannot allow them to continue their unchecked expansion. Marshal Hill regarded the assembly, eager for their insights and suggestions. That is indeed a pressing matter. Let us proceed accordingly. The discussions in the conference room resumed as the commanders began to brainstorm. diligently seeking ways to counter the Rock's pirate crew. In the office of the Marshal, Hill, General Wonhu, and General Shuesher stood in the spacious command room, enveloped in swirling smoke. Each with furrowed brows, the atmosphere in the command room was oppressive and tense. Seemingly foreshadowing a looming crisis, Hill inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely fixed on the map before him. At present, only the 4 seas in the first half of the Grand Line remained under their control. The latter half of the Grand Line had become a veritable haven for pirates, with only a few naval branches barely holding on. He was acutely aware that the strength of the Rock's pirate crew had reached a critical juncture. Their power was burgeoning, causing immense distress to both the Navy and the world government. General Wonhu furrowed his brow, his heart heavy with unease. If left unchecked, the influence of the Rock's pirate crew would continue to swell, posing a grave threat to the entire world and severely undermining the Navy's ability to enforce justice. General Shuesher stood quietly to the side, his gaze deep and indifferent. He understood that decisive action was imperative at this juncture. The second-in-command of the Rock's pirate crew, Edward Newgate, was formidable in his own right. The fact that this young man had garnered Newgate's personal attention indicated a high likelihood of his joining the Rock's pirate crew. "I need to know everything about this young man. Immediately arrange for intelligence personnel to conduct an investigation." Hill's voice was calm yet resolute, fully cognizant that time was of the essence. Wonhu nodded, his mind rife with questions. Although he was uncertain why this young man had allied with the Rock's pirate crew, he understood that if their strength continued to grow unchecked, the world would face unimaginable calamities. The Rock's pirate crew's unchecked expansion could no longer be tolerated. Hill's voice carried a note of anger and determination. The failure to bring justice to the latter half of the Grand Line was a dereliction of duty on the part of the Navy. Wonhu and Shuesher exchanged knowing glances, both acutely aware that they had reached a critical juncture. With the Rock's pirate crew's increasing might, a life-and-death confrontation was inevitable. They needed to take action, both to halt the proliferation of the Rock's pirate crew and to weaken its influence. Navy Marshal Hill, General Wonhu, and General Shuesher would lead the entire Navy into an exhilarating confrontation with the Rock's pirate crew. On Hive Island. During this period, Morgans had yet to establish a news agency. Bounty notices were issued by the Navy and then transmitted via fax to various naval branches. Where did Newgate find such a formidable newcomer? The Golden Lion, upon seeing the bounty notice on Hive Island, felt a pang of jealousy, contemplating how advantageous it would be if he could recruit someone like Carl into his ranks. Thus, the Golden Lion promptly summoned his crew, resolving to set sail in search of even more powerful members. On Kuro Island, within the giant soldier pirate crew, the strength of Rocks has increased once more. "Where do we go from here?" fretted Vice Captain Fred, filled with anxiety. After all, he was the strategist of the giant soldier pirate crew. Yet he knew that the captain would not heed his concerns. The captain had become increasingly arrogant since allying with the ex-crew. He could only discreetly dispatch individuals to investigate all available information on Carl. Linden Island has arrived. Just as Carl was awakening from his drunken stupor, he heard the shouts of pirates from outside. He hurriedly leapt from his bed. "Carl, you're awake." As Carl stepped outside, he was greeted by Whitebeard approaching him. "This island is a necessary stop on the way to Hive Island. It is the perfect place to rest for a while, as our supplies of food and drink are nearly depleted." Gulalala. Newgate's hearty laughter resonated through the air. Due to the insufficient supply of food and drink from yesterday's banquet, they were compelled to pause on this island. "How about it, Carl? Shall we take a stroll down?" Newgate invited, eager to showcase the splendor of the pirate world. "Let us go and take a look," he replied with a hint of anticipation. After all, he hadn't witnessed a market in years, and he was curious about the bustling pirate city and the intriguing occurrences that might unfold. "Ha ha. Let us go. I hear there is an auction today. It's the perfect opportunity for us to participate." Newgate clapped his large hand on Carl's shoulder and led the way. "An auction sounds splendid. I've never attended one before," Carl mused. His curiosity piqued as he envisioned the vibrant scene of the auction, eager to discover what rare treasures might be on offer. Following Newgate, they arrived at the heart of the city, where a lively atmosphere enveloped them. The streets were lined with an array of goods, while various types of pirates and merchants engaged in trade and haggling. Carl was taken aback to see several individuals openly selling slaves. The bustling sights captivated him. Everything before him was unlike anything he had ever encountered on Blue Star. Navigating through the throngs of people, they reached a grand auction house. Teeming with attendees, a conspicuous sign announced the commencement of the auction. Excitedly, Carl stepped inside, his senses overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices. The auctioneer's voice rang out, vibrant and impassioned, as precious items were raised high. Inciting waves of chatter and bidding. He closely observed the eclectic array of rare artifacts on display, glistening gemstones, exquisite noble garments, and legendary ancient weapons, alongside exotic creatures. Carl marveled at the allure and mystery surrounding this captivating auction. Lord Newgate, after you. The auction house staff recognized Newgate's prominence in the New World, as he was the second in command of the Rocks Pirates, and promptly ushered him inside. As they entered, Carl's gaze was drawn to a striking poster. To his astonishment, it bore his own likeness, emblazoned with the words, Carl. Bounty of 500 million berries. He stared in disbelief at his wanted poster. I never imagined I would one day be a target of such notoriety, he exclaimed. Newgate, did you know? You become a wanted pirate with a staggering bounty of 500,000 berries. Newgate expressed his delight for Carl, recognizing that the size of a bounty often reflects a person's strength. I see it now. Carl replied, exhilaration coursing through him. He had anticipated being wanted, but not so soon. And certainly not with a bounty surpassing Luffy's initial 30 million berries. The current 500 million berries held far greater significance than what Luffy had faced at the outset of his journey. This way. Lord Newgate, here's a private room. If you require anything, simply press this button, the attendant said, leading them into a secluded chamber. After briefly explaining the room's amenities, he left a maid to attend to them. The view is quite expansive, Carl remarked. Gazing out at the bustling hall, Newgate, however, had settled onto the sofa, uncorking a bottle of fine liquor and indulging in a drink. Take a look around and see if anything catches your fancy. Your brother has the means, Newgate shrugged off, for his wealth amassed over the years within the Rocks Pirates was substantial. Purchasing a few items was hardly a concern, especially since he had yet to return the plundered riches to his homeland. It was only after departing from the Crocus Pirates and witnessing the poverty of his hometown that he began to allocate most of his acquired wealth back home. Unbeknownst to him, this would instill a sense of entitlement among the townsfolk, who would come to expect handouts without the necessity of labor, leading to a growing lethargy that persisted even after his passing. Some even lamented why he ceased sending them money. Next up is the third-to-last item on the auction block. Presenting, from Fishman Island, the fishman, Clay. At this moment, the auctioneer introduced the next item. Clay bore a striking resemblance to Jinbei, yet stood over 3 meters tall, with explosive collars affixed to his limbs and neck, an effective means of controlling slaves. Should he step outside a certain radius from his captor, the collars would detonate instantly. Even those with formidable Haki would sustain injuries, if not death, compounded by the collar's incorporation of sea stone, specifically designed to counter devil fruit users. Thus, even those with such powers would face considerable harm or worse. Clay belonged to the powerful tiger shark fishman species. His fierce gaze swept across the audience, filled with rage, as he glared at the auctioneer, silently vowing that anyone who dared to purchase him would meet a grim fate. Starting bid, 50 million berries. The crowd buzzed with excitement as Clay clenched his fists, yearning to break free from his chains. I bid 70 million berries. I bid 75 million berries. I bid 80 million berries. Observers were captivated by Clay's vibrant energy and rarity, driving the price up swiftly to 80 million berries. Carl could sense Clay's fury and noted his impressive physique. He realized that even if he joined the Rocks Pirates, he would not serve under Whitebeard. Rather, he intended to establish his own crew. Necessitating formidable subordinates, Clay seemed a promising candidate, and acquiring him would allow for a powerful ally, especially as a fishman who could thrive underwater. Then let us make Newgate dig deep today. 200 million berries. Newgate, unfazed by the amount, continued to sip his drink, unaware that he would soon feel the sting of his generosity, for Carl had no intention of stopping at just one purchase. Carl pressed the button, announcing his bid. The gentleman in the VIP room bids 200 million berries. Is there anyone willing to go higher? Given the exclusivity of the room, onlookers couldn't discern the identities of those inside. But they understood that anyone privileged enough to occupy such a space must be a renowned pirate. A hush fell over the crowd, as no one dared to counter, fearful of provoking the occupants of the private chamber. With the silence enveloping the room, the auctioneer quickly called out 3 times, "Congratulations to our esteemed guest for acquiring the fishman for 200 million berries." The auctioneer exclaimed, eager to enliven the atmosphere once more. Now that the third-to-last item has been claimed, let us proceed to the second-to-last item on the block. The auctioneer, brimming with enthusiasm, announced, presenting a supreme grade sword, the Longquan sword. This sword is one of the 12 supreme grade blades. The attendees were well aware of its immense value. With a starting bid of 100 million berries, what? Today, a supreme grade blade is up for auction. I'm glad I came today. The bidding escalated rapidly, reaching 500 million berries in no time. The value of a supreme grade blade far surpassed that of ordinary items. It was a treasure worthy of being passed down through generations. In contrast, the worth of devil fruits varied considerably. some fetching tens of billions of berries, while others barely reaching a few million. Yet every supreme-grade blade was unique, ensuring their prices remained elevated. Although Carl currently wielded no weapon, that did not deter him from competing for it. What if it is needed in the future? And besides, this time he won't have to spend a dime. Who would ever despise such a treasure? 800 million berries. Immediately, he called out an exorbitant price. Newgate felt a pang in his heart. Together, that amounted to a staggering 1 billion berries, not a trifling sum. Nevertheless, having uttered those words, he refrained from halting Carl. At this juncture, some individuals had already retreated, while others had their eyes fixated on the people in the room. They understood that although this gathering was comprised of notorious pirates, they would not hesitate to seize an opportunity if the potential profit was substantial enough. Very well, the second item has been claimed by this esteemed guest. Let us eagerly anticipate the final offering. Such affairs were of no concern to the auction house. As long as items were sold, it was invariably advantageous for them. Thus, they quickly summoned the final item. A maid appeared, carrying a tray draped with a crimson cloth. Judging by its shape, it was likely a devil fruit. I truly made the right choice by coming today. Indeed, I never expected there to be so many fine items today. It's a pity that 2 of them fell into one person's hands. The pirates present exchanged glances, all setting their sights on Carl. Unbeknownst to them, the individual they had targeted was someone they could never hope to contend with. This is a devil fruit entrusted to us for auction by a mysterious benefactor. This devil fruit is exceedingly rare, and our auction house is unaware of its abilities. Hence, we are presenting this devil fruit for auction today. Since we do not know the specific capabilities of this devil fruit, the starting bid is set at a mere 100 million berries. This is indeed a remarkable item. Just as Carl contemplated whether to purchase it, a faint voice resonated in his mind from the system. After all, without knowledge of the fruit's true powers, spending 100 million berries on a worthless fruit would be a waste. He did not possess an abundance of berries, and he already owned a devil fruit, albeit unaware of its abilities. Yet, the system's sudden remark instantly solidified Carl's resolve to acquire it. 200 million berries. Upon hearing Carl's voice once more, many in the hall lost their desire to bid. From their perspective, it was far more convenient to simply kill and seize the items once they exited than to spend money. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for securing the final item. Please proceed to the back to pay the requisite amount. The auction concludes here today. We thank you all for your participation. Thank you. The auctioneer bowed politely before making his way backstage. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks reverberated, prompting Carl to rise and open the door, only to find 3 maids bearing the devil fruit, the dragon sword, and Kray's remote key. After Carl retrieved the full amount from his bag, the maid accepted the payment and exited the room. When Carl bid on the first item, he thought it was not much. However, as he participated in the second auction, he hesitated. Yet, having already spoken, he found it difficult to refuse, ultimately spending a total of 12 billion berries. Consequently, Newgate felt a pang of regret and urged the pirates to produce their funds. As Newgate instructed the crew to gather the money, Carl sensed the presence of numerous malicious intentions directed at him. He understood that today could not end peacefully, and he was keen to experience the thrill of a black market encounter, curious to see if there would be any unexpected gains. He placed the items into his system's bag, and upon witnessing their instantaneous disappearance, Newgate refrained from questioning further, knowing it was likely a manifestation of Carl's abilities. Brother Newgate, you all should return first. I will follow shortly. Each person is entitled to their privacy. And thus Newgate did not pry further, merely rising to speak. Then I shall take my leave. To be careful on your way. Crew, let us depart. Newgate led the pirates toward the ship's bow, having surmised that Carl might be inclined to engage in a black market deal. He allowed Newgate to return to the ship first while he leisurely made his way toward the pirate vessel, accompanied by Kray, the fishman. How were you captured? Carl inquired, somewhat puzzled, for the tiger-shark variety of fishmen should not be weak. Simultaneously, he removed Kray's restraints. Given the current chaotic state of the New World, the notorious pirates likely overlooked the benefits of Fishman Island, and the lesser pirates should not have been capable of subduing him. Thus, he voiced his curiosity. Upon seeing the explosive cuffs removed, Kray sincerely replied, I was envied by the captain. Kray recounted his story. He had served as the vice captain of a pirate crew, but as his strength grew over the years, the captain perceived him as a threat. A banquet. The captain drugged him and sold him to a slave auction house. Had it not been for this betrayal, his strength would have made him a target few pirate crews would dare to confront. Carl nodded, beginning to trust Kray's words. Just then, he found himself in a dimly lit alley. This alley was a necessary path leading to the coastline, and Newgate and the others had long since passed through it. He had deliberately lagged behind, waiting for this moment. As he entered the alley, he sensed a rising tide of hostility, a slight smirk playing on his lips. All right, enough talk. Our guests have arrived. Carl interrupted Cray, having detected the approach of unfamiliar adversaries. Is anyone there? Cray's face turned pale with fear, startled by the sudden inquiry in such a dark setting. He had yet to master observation Haki, rendering him oblivious to the enemies lurking nearby. Come out. Since you've come, there's no need to hide. Carl spoke nonchalantly, for within his perception, none of these individuals posed a significant threat, and he felt no desire to engage. Instead, he wanted Cray to handle the situation and observe his combat prowess. After all, he was a fishman, specifically a stronger shark variety, so his strength should not be lacking. Come out, you lot. Since you've been discovered, we have no choice but to relieve you of the items you've acquired at the auction. Today, we might spare your life. Otherwise, the leader, a scar-faced pirate, licked the blade of his knife. Suddenly, 4 to 5 dozen men emerged from the shadows of the alley, revealing the malicious intent that Carl had sensed. Faced with this band of pirates, Carl felt a twinge of exasperation. He simply could not muster the motivation to engage with such weaklings. Cray, you handle this. They're yours to deal with. Cray showed no signs of fear. He was eager to unleash the pin-up rage within him, clenching his fists tightly, ready to fend off any oncoming assault. Go. With the scar-faced pirate's command, the pirates surged toward Cray. In response to their assault, Cray employed his agility to weave through the crowd, delivering precise strikes that consistently found their marks on the pirates' vital points. The alley soon echoed with the sounds of battle cries and anguished screams. Standing aside, Carl observed Cray's combat. He realized that Cray's strength far exceeded his expectations. Not only was he adept at countering the pirates' attacks with ease, but he also skillfully exploited their weaknesses to deliver devastating blows. Truly, he was one of the top breeds among fishmen, with a keen sense of combat awareness. Before long, the pirates were thoroughly routed, littering the ground with their fallen forms. Some even discarded their weapons in fear. Fleeing for their lives, the scar-faced pirate, witnessing his crew's utter defeat, was filled with astonishment and dread. He had never anticipated that such an unassuming fishman could possess such formidable power. Who are you? The scar-faced pirate stammered. Me. I'm just a passerby. Carl's expression was pale as he spoke. Upon hearing Carl's words, the scarred pirate felt an increasing sense of dread, his face contorting in fear that he realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle today. Remaining here would only lead to his demise. Spare me. Noble sir, I am but a fool who failed to recognize your greatness. Please, grant me mercy. The scarred pirate suddenly knelt on the ground, his face a mask of desperation. Cray, finish this swiftly, Carl remarked impatiently from the side. In his view, once one embraced the life of a pirate, one must possess the resolve to wager everything, rather than engage in such feeble theatrics. Hearing this, Cray turned to glance at him before delivering a punch that sent the scarred pirate crashing into the alley wall, ending the pirate's life. Carl nodded, noting that Cray was indeed obedient. He then prepared to lead Cray out of the alley. Suddenly, with a clatter, a metal box fell from the fallen pirate. What is this? Cray asked, perplexed. Bring it here for me to see, Carl responded, having surmised its contents, if he was correct. It was likely a devil fruit. He was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected find, considering it a small stroke of fortune. After collecting the metal box, Carl turned to Cray and said, Your abilities are commendable. Let us proceed. Carl led Cray towards the pirate ship anchored at the shore. Thank you for rescuing me, esteemed sir. Please allow me to join you, Cray said, turning and kneeling on one knee, hands clasped in a gesture of respect. Cray understood that since Carl was unconcerned about his explosive wristband, either Carl was significantly more powerful, or he simply had no fear of Cray escaping. Regardless of the reason, Cray was filled with gratitude towards Carl. Very well, I currently have no crew, so you may join my ranks for now, Carl replied, helping him to his feet. In Carl's mind, he had intended to recruit Cray into his team all along. Although he could not yet form a pirate crew, the battle at God Valley was on the horizon, and he needed to secure capable subordinates to avoid being left with none when the time came. They soon emerged from the alley, light appearing ahead. Carl has returned, Carl thought. As he reached the shoreline, Newgate spotted him. Indeed, just a few petty thieves. I expected far greater foes, yet they proved so feeble, Carl remarked with resignation. Nonetheless, there was an unexpected gain, he added, retrieving the metal box. Golala, truly an unforeseen acquisition, Newgate declared. All right, come aboard, lads, we set sail. Utilizing his observation Haki, Newgate discerned that the box contained a fruit once Carl boarded the ship. Newgate ordered the crew to navigate towards Hive Island. Upon boarding, Carl immediately sought out Newgate. Do you recognize these devil fruits, Brother Newgate? Carl inquired eagerly in the ship's cabin, anxious to learn the names of the fruits he had gathered. He laid out the devil fruits he had found, the one stranded on the deserted island, the one auctioned, and the one obtained from the scarred pirate, before Newgate. I do recognize a few, though this one eludes me. We can return to the island and consult the devil fruit encyclopedia, Newgate replied, his expression revealing envy. He had not anticipated Carl's extraordinary luck in acquiring so many devil fruits in such a short span. This one is the Paramecia-type rain fruit, and this one is the Zoan-type golden bull fruit. Newgate pointed to the two fruits, identifying the one from the deserted island and the one obtained from the scarred pirate. As for the fruit from the auction, Newgate was unfamiliar with it. Since Newgate did not recognize it, Carl could only place his hopes in the system. All right, thank you, he said, relieved to have identified two of them. After a simple dinner, Carl returned to his quarters, while Cray was assigned to the room next door. What kind of fruit is this? Carl pondered, recalling the system's prior alerts. Ding, congratulations, host, your luck is remarkable. This fruit appears to have been influenced by the energy released upon my arrival in this world. It is an energy fruit, capable of absorbing all forms of energy in the world, converting or releasing it. It possesses an exceptionally high ceiling, the system explained. Carl's expression shifted in astonishment. The ability to absorb all forms of energy, not only to convert but also to release, was a formidable power. Unlike the inhabitants of the pirate world, who had never experienced the technological age, Carl contemplated whether this included water, wind, kinetic, light, dark, thermal energies, and even some negative energies. If harnessed, this could undoubtedly be a top-tier devil fruit. However, Carl was not inclined to utilize the devil fruit just yet. He believed that using a devil fruit would inevitably leave certain drawbacks, such as an aversion to seawater, until his current strength reached its zenith. He would refrain from employing a devil fruit to enhance his power. After washing up and tidying his space, Carl retired for the night. After all, should they arrive at Hive Island tomorrow, he might face a fierce battle. He had expressed his desire to become captain to Newgate, not merely to join his crew. To become captain, he must endure combat. Therefore, he needed to conserve his energy. Hive Island, an island situated in the New World, resembled a colossal beehive, hence its name. The island's environment was exceedingly harsh, perpetually shrouded in dense fog, inhabited solely by pirates, devoid of any civilians. This was the stronghold of the Rocks pirates. On that morning, a pirate ship slowly docked at Hive Island's port. Carl stood at the bow, gazing at the enigmatic island before him, his heart brimming with anticipation. As a newcomer, he aspired to become captain directly. Knowing that such an ambition would not come without challenges, he pondered carefully who among the Rocks pirates might be relatively weaker at this time. After some contemplation, he concluded that only John and Wang Ji were likely the least formidable. After all, at this point, Kaido was merely an intern, and defeating him would not suffice to claim the title of captain. How do you feel? Nervous? Newgate inquired, standing beside him. During their journey, Carl had shared his thoughts about wanting to become captain directly, which prompted Newgate's concern. While Carl had improved his overall strength to the level of a vice admiral through a few battles, the inhabitants of the island were no pushovers. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Especially with the ruthless members of the Rocks pirates. He was merely strong and had a rapid recovery rate, which made him a tenacious opponent. However, this did not imply that no one could defeat him. Carl had to be mentally prepared, particularly against skilled swordsmen like Shiki and Charlotte Lin within the pirate crew. Rest assured, I am fully prepared, Carl responded confidently, regardless of the circumstances. He believed that with his current recovery capabilities, as long as it wasn't Rocks himself attacking, he would not perish. As long as he avoided immediate death, he still had a chance, and if necessary, he could start from being a crew member. He hoped to confront either John or Wang Ji, as the likelihood of success would greatly increase. Unbeknownst to them, Shiki had already set sail, thus was not present on the island at that moment. Otherwise, Carl would have faced a perilous situation. Since you are resolved, let us proceed, Newgate said as they conversed. The ship had already docked, and the pirates aboard began unloading their belongings on a Hive Island. Hive Island served as a second home for pirates, where many items seized from external raids were first deposited and subsequently distributed by Rocks. However, the wealth that is allocated subsequently belongs entirely to oneself. Rocks governs his pirate crew through sheer force, compelling them to coalesce. Although this crew lacks cohesion, their combat prowess is formidable, for those of lesser strength have likely perished long ago. Newgate, look who you've brought back. Mama. Newgate and Carl turned to see Charlotte Lin approaching them. Charlotte Linlin had already spotted the bounty notice and approached with the intent of recruiting Carl into her crew. What do you say? How about joining my crew? I assure you, if you join, you'll be the vice-captain. As soon as Charlotte Linlin drew near, she extended the invitation to Carl. No, I aspire to be the captain. Carl replied with a wry smile, politely declining, as he did not wish to be anyone's subordinate. Little did he expect that Charlotte Linlin would be the first to entice him. She seemed to have anticipated such a response. After all, strong individuals tend to shy away from being underlings. Especially since he was brought back by Newgate. With her tall stature and a slight smile, she addressed Carl. You can take your time to consider. My offer remains open, and it's never too late to seek me out. With that, Charlotte Linlin turned and departed, leaving Carl and Newgate standing in place. Newgate smiled at Carl, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "Keep striving. I hope you realize your dreams soon." Carl nodded solemnly, stepping forth into the depths of Hive Island. He understood that to distinguish himself within the Rock's pirates, he must exert greater effort. Who dares to speak so audaciously? A voice boomed from the distance. John approached, wielding a large sword. If you wish to be captain, you must first pass my test. Initially, John had merely observed, but he was taken aback by Carl's boldness. A bounty of 500 million berries on Hive Island is not particularly substantial, and hearing Carl's brash words prompted John to test his mettle. Taste my blade. Sword chi slash, John declared, forcefully stomping his left foot into the ground, creating a deep crater as he leaped into the air, raising his right-hand sword to strike at Carl. The sword instantly turned jet black, clearly enveloped in Haki, as a wave of blue sword energy surged towards Carl. Yet Carl did not falter. John had initiated the challenge, although unexpected. He found himself eagerly anticipating the ensuing battle. With his knees bent, he propelled himself like a cannonball towards John. His right hand also gathered Haki, colliding directly with John's great sword. Though Carl's mastery of Haki was still nascent, it was sufficient for the task. Under Newgate's guidance aboard the ship, Carl had grasped a deeper understanding of Haki, albeit not yet with full proficiency, given that his physical condition had already reached the threshold for wielding Haki. Clang! As their fists met the sword, a sharp metallic sound echoed. At the moment of impact, a circular shockwave radiated outward, sending pirates along the shore tumbling. Oh no, a fight between captains has erupted. We must retreat. Quickly, leave this place before you're caught in the crossfire. Hurry, hurry. The pirates nearby understood that when captains engaged in even a mere skirmish, the aftermath was beyond their endurance. If they failed to evade, their lives could be forfeit. Thus, upon witnessing John and Carl's clash, they hastily distanced themselves from the scene. John, having missed his strike, took a step back and remarked, "The kid has some skill, but at this level, he is not fit to be captain. Take another hit from me." John slightly bent his knees, gripping his sword with both hands, veins bulging as he summoned all his strength to deliver a fierce slash at Carl. A crescent-shaped energy attack hurtled towards Carl. Aware that to become captain, he could not ignore John's challenge, Carl resolved to overcome him. Sarah. Carl executed the Marine 6 styles, Sarah, rapidly dashing towards John. He effortlessly evaded the sword energy attack, which swept backward, leaving chaos in its wake. Get further away. Hurry. The nearby pirates watching the spectacle narrowly avoided being caught in John's sword energy, Galefoot. Carl swiftly employed the Marine 6 styles, Galefoot, kicking towards John's legs. John, however, would not remain stationary. He leapt, sword in hand, aiming to slash at Carl. Sarah, rapid. Carl swiftly dodged, his feet dancing upon the ground in a blur, evading John's sword energy attack before leaping gracefully to John's rear. 8 trigrams fist, collapse. John, not having been struck by Carl's gale foot, quickly spun around, using the back of his sword to block Carl's assault. Kid, your close-quarters combat skills are still lacking, John scoffed, confident in his martial prowess, believing Carl to be an arrogant youth. Even without his great sword, he was certain he could defeat him. Little did he know, Carl was not exerting his full strength. He was merely gauging John's capabilities, exercising caution. Overlord fist, John sneered, driving his sword into the ground, then raising his fist to strike at Carl that he intended to demonstrate that his hand-to-hand combat was no less formidable. Carl's eyes narrowed. He recognized this as John's signature technique. The Overlord fist. He quickly raised both arms, using them as a shield to absorb John's punch. With a resounding crash, Carl was pushed back several steps, his arms tingling slightly. However, he discerned that John's martial skills were not overwhelmingly powerful, and he could handle it, especially grateful for John's arrogance, which had provided him with an opportunity to prevail. Without hesitation, Carl charged towards John once more, this time channeling even more Haki into his right hand. His body enveloped in a faint golden glow. John's expression shifted. He sensed the impending threat, realizing he had underestimated Carl. Yet it was too late to draw his sword from the ground, so he clenched his fists and retaliated, his punches striking towards Carl like lightning. Their fists collided instantaneously, unleashing a formidable shockwave that rippled outward. Boom! The waters along the shore surged, forming colossal columns of water. Carl concentrated all his strength into his fist, emitting a beastly roar as his body erupted with an overwhelming golden light, akin to a volcanic eruption. Meanwhile, John felt his own strength waning under the pressure. His gaze hardened as he gritted his teeth, refusing to back down, continuing to retaliate with all his might. Their fists clashed once more with a deafening sound. This time, Carl's fist prevailed, overpowering John. John was forced back several steps, his face a mixture of surprise and fury, as he had believed his strength was unmatched. But now he realized his error, with no time left for regret. Carl, refusing to grant John a moment's respite, launched another assault, his fist striking like a whirlwind against John. John exerted every effort to evade, yet was still struck multiple times by Carl's blows, each collision bringing intense pain. This is bad. 8 trigrams fist. Iron Mountain lean. Observing John's fatigue, Carl seized the opportunity to press his advantage. Groundbreaking cannon. The flurry of relentless strikes left John with no time to defend himself. However, he soon acclimated to Carl's offensive rhythm, and the battle between the two became increasingly intense. After several hours of combat, John sensed that Carl's strength was steadily rising. Gradually, he found himself struggling to keep up. Realizing he had underestimated Carl, yet Carl's speed of attack accelerated, leaving John with no opportunity to counter. Ultimately, after a stalemate lasting several minutes, John's arms hung weakly at his sides as he slumped to the ground, his body unable to endure any longer. He knew he had lost. He never anticipated being bested by Carl. "I have lost," John muttered, bitterness lacing his twisted expression. After all, it was a matter of skill, not matching up. But John was not one to concede easily. He recognized he had fallen into Carl's trap. Were it not for Carl's relentless use of physical techniques to exhaust him, the battle would not have concluded so swiftly. John was inherently not a master of physical prowess. He was a formidable swordsman. Standing beside John, Carl's chest heaved with exertion, a surge of unprecedented pride and power coursing through him. He knew that had it not been for his cunning, he would never have triumphed over John. Despite feeling that he could continue battling for days with his current stamina, it was only after the confrontation ceased that he began to feel the aches radiating through his body. Carl actually defeated John. Came the astonished whispers. Gulalala. John truly had poor luck. Allowing himself to be outwitted by Carl. Nearby, Newgate perceived the unfolding events with clarity. Captain John has lost. How is that possible? Captain John would lose to this newcomer. Upon overhearing his crew's murmurs, Captain John swiftly turned, casting a fierce glare in their direction. Instantly, the pirates who had been whispering turned pale, hastily bowing and retreating. This matter is far from over. Regaining some strength, John slowly rose from the ground. Carl understood that his aspirations to become captain were now within reach. The entire island was likely under Captain Rock's observation, and their battle had certainly caught his attention. Carl was certain he had qualified to vie for the captaincy. The remaining pirates watched with awe. Their eyes filled with reverence. Carl's victory over John had proven his strength was on par with that of the captain. They sensed that they might soon welcome a new captain. On one hand, the Rock's pirate crew would grow stronger, and on the other, many pirates yet to align with the captain began to contemplate joining this new leader. From now on, Carl shall be the captain of our Rock's pirate crew's 6th division. Just as the pirates were considering how to join Carl's ranks, a heavy voice resonated from deep within the island. Carl turned to look inward, and in the distance, a towering figure over 3 meters tall, clad in a crimson cloak and an ancient captain's hat, with golden hair and a long sword at his side, approached. It was none other than Rox D. Jebek, the captain of the Rock's pirate crew, notorious for his ferocity. "Welcome to the Rock's pirate crew." "Ha!" Rox, ever eager to fulfill his ambitions, had been recruiting powerful individuals into his crew. Thus, the arrival of someone capable of rivaling a captain's strength filled him with delight, bringing him one step closer to his grand design. "Lads, let the feast commence. To celebrate your new 6th division captain, Carl." Rox approached Carl, giving him a cursory glance before commanding the pirates. "Oh, a feast." A tremendous cheer erupted among the gathered pirates. Feasting was an indispensable tradition on Hive Island, especially with the addition of a new 6th division captain. While Carl and his comrades reveled in the festivities, an informant within the Rock's pirate crew had already relayed the details of their confrontation with John to Admiral Steele. Upon receiving this news, Admiral Steele recognized that Carl's strength had increased significantly. This young man was not to be underestimated. His rapid rise in power prompted him to issue a series of orders targeting Carl. Admiral Steele commanded the Naval Intelligence Agency to intensify surveillance on Carl, gathering comprehensive information about him, including his abilities, techniques, and personality traits. This intelligence would aid the Navy in better countering Carl in future engagements. Additionally, Admiral Steele instructed the Naval Scientific Division to enhance their research into Carl's capabilities, necessitating an understanding of his techniques to ensure they could secure an advantage in any future confrontations. Following the feast, Carl recruited some relatively amiable pirates as his subordinates. While their strength was generally modest, they constituted his first cohort. Assisting him with various tasks, he designated a location on Hive Island for the pirates to begin constructing their quarters, establishing it as the future base for his 6th Division. Meanwhile, upon learning of Carl's Titan lineage, Charlotte Linlin repeatedly expressed her desire to bear children with him during the banquet, yet Carl consistently rebuffed her advances. However, Charlotte Linlin soon discerned that Carl was not particularly resilient to alcohol, prompting her to devise a scheme to get closer to him. As Charlotte Linlin contemplated her approach, Rox fell into deep thought. Plagued by suspicions, after all, the impending battle against God Valley was not far off. Although no one was privy to his plans, the sudden addition of such a formidable individual was undoubtedly advantageous. Yet, what if he were an infiltrator? Thus, Rox devised a strategy to test Carl's loyalty by sending him to assault a relatively weak nation allied with the world government. He had even embedded a spy among the pirates Carl had recently recruited for this purpose. Boss Carl, Captain Rox is calling for you. The following morning, just as Carl rose from his slumber, before he could even enjoy breakfast, a pirate approached to inform him that Captain Rox wished to see him. Captain Rox, what could he want with me? Though perplexed, he made his way to the conference hall. Upon entering Rox's chamber, he found all the division captains already present. Seated on either side were the Golden Lion, Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and John Wang Ji, with Kaido standing at the rear. Although Kaido was still an intern, his strength was not far from that of the captains, qualifying him to enter the Pirate Council. At this juncture, Kaido was on the cusp of captaincy, yet unfortunately held no official title, serving instead as a member of Charlotte Linlin's crew, standing beside her. Rox wore a grave expression before erupting in laughter. With a mysterious smile, he addressed Carl. Carl, we have gained a considerable understanding of your strength. However, we must further ascertain your loyalty that I have a task for you. Carl's face immediately reflected confusion as he inquired, what task? Rox waved his hand dismissively, saying, this mission involves attacking a nation allied with the world government. The nation is not particularly strong, so there is no need for concern. It will not be overly perilous. Rox was merely testing Carl's mettle. After all, should Carl not be an infiltrator, sending him against a formidable nation would be a senseless waste of talent. Soon as Rox finished speaking, Carl noticed Kaido glaring at him with indignation, evidently venting his frustration. After all, Kaido had been part of the Rox pirate crew for quite some time without attaining captaincy, while a newcomer had immediately risen to such a position. This rankled him, leading him to believe Carl's abilities were not particularly impressive. Among the captains, John was the weakest, and both he and Wang Ji had only been appointed captains due to being among the first to join the Rox pirate crew. Thus, defeating them did not necessarily demonstrate that Carl possessed the strength of a captain. Your task is to create chaos in the Phil Kingdom. Uncertain of the task's danger, Carl knew he could not fully trust Rox's words. Nevertheless, he understood that he had no choice but to comply, as it was a direct order from Rox, and sensed an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from him. He suspected that failing to acquiesce could result in his demise on the spot. Are there any specific requirements? Carl inquired about the purpose behind Rox's decision to bring him to this kingdom. Was it merely for plunder, or did it harbor ulterior motives? He surmised that being tasked to assault a member nation right upon his arrival might be a test of his loyalty. However, these considerations mattered little to him, for he had no intention of remaining with Captain Rox of the Rox Pirates, a crew he believed would not endure for long. I shall create a grand uproar, he declared. Upon hearing his response, Rox's expression softened slightly. He did not assign Carl any further tasks, merely instructing him to wreak havoc in the kingdom of Phil. Leave it to me, Carl replied without hesitation. Perceiving the danger as relatively manageable, observing Carl's unwavering acceptance of the mission, Rock's doubts began to dissipate. He approached Carl, clapping him on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. Excellent, Carl. I hope you accomplish your task with flying colors. All the spoils of this endeavor shall belong solely to you. Ha! With that, Rox departed the conference room, laughing boisterously. Ha ha ha. Carl, why not join my crew? Shiki the Golden Lion, who had just returned to the island the previous night, exclaimed with mirth, regretting that he had not sought Carl's allegiance sooner. He had long contemplated defecting from the Rox pirates, yet had lacked the opportunity. If Carl were to join him, he would have a formidable ally. Apologies, Captain Shiki, but I am not considering joining any other crew at this time, Carl responded firmly. Shiki, recognizing Carl's clear intent to lead, did not press further, for he understood the strength Carl possessed. He merely sought to probe. Feeling a twinge of regret for not having discovered such a powerful ally sooner, Carl, let us bear a child together, Charlotte Linlin said with a radiant smile, rushing towards him. No thank you, Carl quickly declined. Not wishing to engage with Charlotte Linlin, who was known for her numerous husbands and her subsequent weight gain, the thought alone made him shudder, and he promptly shook his head and retreated. Ha ha ha, old hag, it seems Carl isn't particularly keen, Wang Ji mocked from the side, as Linlin had previously sought out Shiki and Newgate, but had not approached anyone else. He felt a pang of jealousy. Suspecting that Linlin looked down upon his abilities, TCH, as if I would ever consider you, she retorted. Kaido, let us go. With that, Charlotte Linlin called for Kaido and exited. How about I accompany you? Newgate called after them. He understood that Carl had been brought back by him, and Rox had immediately sent him to assault a member nation, clearly indicating a lack of trust in Carl's identity. Yet, there was little more he could do to assist. As no one possessed the power to oppose Rox's decisions, Newgate held a favorable view of Carl. No worries, it's just a member nation. Await my good news, Carl replied nonchalantly. Given that the member nations in the latter half of the Grand Line received scant support from the Navy, he believed the risks were manageable. All right, go forth, but be wary of Navy ambushes, Newgate chuckled, as the Navy's presence in the New World had been relatively sparse. Cray. Upon returning to the base, Carl immediately summoned Cray, who had become the second strongest member of his team. Lord Carl, Cray greeted. Did Captain Rox summon you for something? He asked, perplexed, since they had only just joined the Rox pirates and assumed no tasks would be assigned to them. Perhaps he harbors doubts about our allegiance, which is why we need to head to the Kingdom of Phil. When shall we set sail, my lord? To avoid prolonged delays, gather our crew. We shall depart immediately. Carl was keen to act swiftly, aware that there were traitors within the ranks of the Rox pirates. Delaying could mean encountering the Navy sent by the world government lying in wait. At that point, the outcome of any confrontation would be uncertain. Understood, Captain Carl, Cray affirmed, and promptly turned to gather the crew. A few hours later, Carl led his band of pirates toward their target. The Kingdom of Phil. Listen up, everyone. Our objective is the Kingdom of Phil. I shall allocate 50% of the plunder to you all. He recognized that these pirates had only recently joined his ranks, and trust was not yet established among them. Thus, he had to incentivize their combat spirit with substantial rewards to prevent any complications. Long live the Lord. Long live Lord Carl. Cray was the first to shout enthusiastically. Long live the captain. Thank you, Captain. Captain Carl. The decision Carl announced ignited the pirates' fervor, as they usually received only a fraction of the spoils from their previous raids, often having to pay a portion to their captain. The prospect of receiving 50% from this raid, particularly from a government member nation, was exhilarating. Carl suspected that among the pirates were Rox's informants, compelling him to perform well. Indeed, Rox had placed spies on his ship, monitoring Carl's every move from the shadows, hoping he would succeed while guarding against potential betrayal. Knock, knock. While contemplating these matters in his cabin, Carl heard a knock at the door. Enter, Lord Carl, Cray announced excitedly as he opened the door. We have arrived at the Kingdom of Phil. Oh, have we reached already? Then let us set sail. Carl walked towards the deck, with Cray closely following. Carl had just been in communication with the system, inquiring whether his joining the Rox pirates would alter the timeline of the pirate world. However, the system informed him that, given the considerable time until the story's opening, his impact on the timeline was negligible and might even be corrected by the world consciousness. Thus, his entry into the Rox pirates would not significantly alter the overall timeline. Realizing that to disrupt the timeline, he would need to partake in historically significant events, Carl was undeterred. After all, even the Battle of God Valley had faded into obscurity. rendering his joining the Rocks pirates trivial in comparison, that he understood that by involving himself in more monumental events, he could gradually influence the timeline. All right, everyone, let us charge straight for the capital of the Kingdom of Phil. A faint smirk grazed Carl's lips as he stood at the bow, addressing his crew. Fire the cannons. The gunners swiftly adjusted their cannon barrels, unleashing a barrage upon the port of the Kingdom of Phil. Charge, for gold. The remaining pirates leapt ashore, rushing towards the heart of the Kingdom of Phil. Alert the Royal Guard. Pirates are attacking. Just as the cannons roared, the shore's guards recognized the impending assault. Typically, the Kingdom of Phil had seen its share of merchant vessels. So when the pirates approached, they had not immediately notified the Royal Guard, assuming it to be another routine occurrence. Come and take your lives. Huh? All of it belongs to me. However, by this time, it was already too late. The majority of the pirates had disembarked upon the port, unleashing a wave of arson, murder, and pillage. The sounds of cannon fire and the clash of combat echoed through the air, as the waters became stained crimson with blood. Carl strolled leisurely towards the heart of the Phil Kingdom. Since he was already causing a ruckus, he deemed it his responsibility to eliminate the strongest adversaries, leaving the rest for his subordinates to wreak havoc, which he considered a satisfactory resolution. After all, he had yet to cast aside the remnants of his moral integrity. He did not desire to inflict harm upon the innocent, although slaughtering in the Phil Kingdom was not Carl's original intention. Now that he had embraced the life of a pirate, it was an inevitable phase he must endure. Fire. Raise your guns. From afar, a multitude of individuals brandished their rifles, and even further away, more guards of the kingdom rushed towards the scene. The royal guards had finally arrived. Fire. Bang. 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 In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire. Fishman karate, overhead throw. Cray stood at the port, executing a fishman karate maneuver that sent a torrent of seawater crashing towards the guards, toppling over 100 of them in an instant. Well done, Lord Cray. Follow Lord Cray's lead. Charge. At that moment, the pirates erupted in ecstatic laughter, charging recklessly towards the guards. Within a brief span, the fallen guards were mercilessly dispatched. These damn pirates dare to invade our Phil Kingdom. A voice emerged from Carl's right side. Turning his head, he beheld a burly middle-aged man clad in golden armor sprinting towards them. I am General Klein. Pirates, your demise is at hand. Wave cutter. Upon witnessing the guards' heavy casualties, General Klein swiftly unsheathed his sword, directing a strike towards Carl. That a blue energy sword wave materialized out of thin air at a swordsman. How intriguing. Carl had not anticipated the presence of a swordsman in the Phil Kingdom. Conqueror's fist. Carl enveloped his right hand in armament Haki, demonstrating his remarkable mastery as the Haki extended to his arm. He met Klein's sword wave with a punch, resulting in a tremendous explosion of energy that shattered nearby structures. The surrounding pirates quickly vacated the area, wary of the combat's residual effects, seeing his sword wave neutralized by Carl. General Klein felt a surge of astonishment, though his expression remained unchanged. He recognized that Carl was no ordinary foe. Thus, he summoned all his focus to engage fully. Wielding his sword, General Klein unleashed a series of intricate sword techniques. His sword waves surged forth like relentless tides, attacking Carl from all directions. Undeterred, Carl fortified his arm with armament Haki, skillfully deflecting Klein's attacks while steadily closing the distance between them. The blades and fists soon collided. In a flurry of exchanges, the two battled for dozens of rounds, with Carl's formidable physique allowing him to gain the upper hand. General Klein gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The warm-up is over. It was time for the real battle to commence. Carl's aura shifted dramatically, radiating a dazzling light as his muscles tensed, emanating a palpable sense of danger. In an instant, he vanished from sight, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Accompanied by an overwhelming presence, his powerful physique materialized beside General Klein, delivering a punch that embodied sheer destructive force. Klein's eyes widened, his mind struggling to process the reality before him. He had not anticipated Carl's overwhelming strength. Had he merely been toying with him moments ago? Yet, instinctively, his body reacted, raising his sword in defense. In the next heartbeat, the blade shattered into countless fragments, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He had failed to withstand Carl's blow. Acutely aware of the life ebbing from him, he knew his time was fleeting. This farce ends here. Carl did not glance back at Klein, but continued onward towards the palace. Fully aware that General Klein's life was slipping away, his vital essence dwindling. In his perception, he was the strongest life force on this island. What is your name? General Klein clutched his chest, wiping the blood from his mouth. His voice trembling as he spoke, he had never imagined that in Carl's eyes, this was merely a farce. He realized his life was rapidly fading, yet he felt a deep sense of regret for failing to protect his kingdom. When you report below, remember to mention my name, Carl. Carl replied nonchalantly, continuing his stride forward. Although he recognized Klein's loyalty, it did not grant him the mercy of leniency. To strike with full force was a mark of respect. Carl, the Phil Kingdom. I truly did my best. General Klein slowly collapsed to the ground, having drawn his last breath. Lord Carl, some rescued slaves wish to join us. Most of them are from the auction house. Just as Carl concluded the battle and strolled leisurely towards the palace, Cray hurried to his side. Oh, this island has an auction house. Carl expressed surprise. Considering the island's sparse population, he had not expected the existence of such a facility. Could it be that the king was secretly engaged in human trafficking? These are slaves rescued from the Phil Kingdom's auction house. Most wish to join us. Cray led a group of gaunt individuals before Carl. Their faces filled with hope as they sought his acceptance. Having once been a slave himself, he felt a tinge of sympathy for these people. Follow me, and your fates will no longer belong solely to yourselves. Carl regarded the emaciated group before him, understanding that their status as slaves was not their original desire. Yet, he was powerless to alter their plight. Thank you for rescuing us, Lord. We are willing to serve you faithfully. The gathered individuals clasped their fists in reverence towards Carl, aware that even if they escaped, they would still be recaptured by human traffickers and sold back into slavery. Thus, they had no choice but to join the pirates, as it offered them a chance to escape their dark and oppressive existence. Mine, do not touch. Carl overheard the commotion from within. It's mine. I say it's mine. You shout. Will he agree? Give it back. Get out of my way. A burly pirate kicked a scar-faced pirate to the ground. That if you don't give it to me, you shall perish. The latter scrambled to his feet, drawing a long knife, and they began to brawl fiercely. As Carl dealt with the rescued slaves, he arrived at the palace only to hear the ruckus of pirates quarreling inside, because Carl had declared that 50% of their spoils would be shared. They did not first load the plundered goods onto the ship, but instead began to fight over them on the spot, believing that only what they could seize was truly theirs. Are there any devil fruits? Carl noticed Cray waiting nearby. He did not intervene to break up the chaos, as he had witnessed such happenings far too often during his brief stay on the island. Betrayals among comrades were commonplace within the Rock's pirates. He felt no emotional attachment to these pirates. They were merely temporary subordinates to him, and their fates held little significance. My lord, there are only these 3 iron chests in the treasury, placed at the very back. The rest are gold and other precious treasures. Cray swiftly emerged from the side, presenting 3 locked iron chests on a tray, seemingly designed for storing devil fruits. What has become of the royal family? As Carl speculated that the king of this island might be involved in human trafficking, he developed a distinct aversion towards the inhabitants of the island. While human trafficking is not uncommon in the New World, it does not imply that Carl harbors any fondness for such individuals. Rest assured, my Lord Carl, no member of the royal family has been left alive. Very well, I shall return to the ship. You keep an eye on them and ensure they load the goods onto the vessel. I will await your return on board. The moment Carl learned of this nation's involvement in human trafficking, he resolved not to let these people escape. After all, traffickers are despised everywhere. You need not worry, my Lord Carl. The kingdom of Phil is but a small vassal state, and thus the island is diminutive. With a population of fewer than 50,000, Carl returned to the ship with 3 iron chests in hand. Enough of the fighting. Hasten and load the goods onto the ship. Before Carl, Cly presented a demeanor of utmost respect. However, to others, Cly appeared as a fierce embodiment of villainy. Observing 2 pirates still engaged in a scuffle, he rushed in, delivering a punch to each and sending them sprawling. Once he noticed that they had calmed down, he immediately assumed a serious tone, commanding the pirates present to load all items onto the ship, as they were soon to return to Hive Island and could not afford to squander time here. On his way back to the ship, Carl sensed 2 boys huddled together in a narrow alley. Brother, hide well. I know. Little brother, you too, hide well. The siblings were concealed behind a trash bin in the alley. Perhaps due to his Titan heritage, Carl could sense a hidden energy within them that he surmised that this might be a unique trait of the inhabitants of the pirate world, akin to Kaido's Oni lineage, which piqued his interest. Come out, you little rascals. Carl called out to them at the alley's entrance. Have we been discovered, brother? Long Air appeared somewhat terrified, not wishing to be captured again and endure a life of enslaved darkness. Do not speak, little brother. Long E flashed a subtle smile as he reassured his sibling, gradually peeking out from behind the trash bin. The moment Long Yi's eyes emerged, he found Carl smiling at them. Step forward, little ones. These two children were likely orphans, as following the invasion of the island and the plundering of the auction house, many slaves had escaped, and since most of the enslaved had been sold from other islands, a significant number of the children were indeed orphans. Come with me, and from this day forth, you shall be freed. Carl's gaze flickered as he noticed the chains on Long Yi's wrist. They were undoubtedly among the captives. And having spotted them, he resolved to take them along. Is that true, big brother? In Long Yi's memories, he could only recall the oppressive life of a slave, having long forgotten his parents and even his own identity. Of course, you shall call me Carl from now on. I will watch over you. Thank you, Lord Carl. Long Yi promptly pulled Long Air from the trash bin, and the two small figures bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle towards Carl. All right, look at how thin you both are. Follow me. It was evident that these children had been starved to such an extent. Carl led them towards the pirate ship at the port. Do you remember your names? Lord Carl, my name is Long E, and my brother's name is Long Air. We have been captives since childhood. They deemed us too frail, so despite being auctioned multiple times, we were never sold. But that was because they never provided us with food. We made many friends in the auction house, but they all fled amidst the chaos just now. As for my brother and me, we could not run anymore, so we found a place to hide. Long E and Long Air spoke in turns. Carl observed that the two children were nothing but skin and bones, barely weighing anything, but he couldn't help but reflect that if he were back in Blue Star, such occurrences would be nearly non-existent. Any minor news would garner societal aid, preventing such dire circumstances. Though the thought was bittersweet, he did not reveal his emotions. As Carl walked ahead, Long E and Long Air supported each other closely behind. Go fetch some food, but ensure it is not too greasy. Understood, Lord Carl. Upon reaching the ship, Carl instructed the chef to prepare some food. He initially did not require an abundance, merely a modest amount, for consuming too much suddenly could induce nausea in the two long-starved youths. Conversely, if they could absorb the nutrients quickly, that would be acceptable. These two children were so frail that a mere gust of wind could topple them. Thank you, Lord Carl. Thank you, Lord Carl. Long E and Long Air bowed once more at 90 degrees. Enough, you two should go wash up in the bath. Your bodies carry a rather pungent odor. Long E and Long Air promptly sniffed each other. Having grown accustomed to the scent, emerging from the trash bin, they exuded an odor reminiscent of rotting food. However, upon hearing Carl's words, they could only nod in agreement, just as Carl sent them off to the chef. He made his way to his quarters, shutting the door behind him. Creak. Lacking a key, he resorted to forceful entry, prying open the 3 iron boxes with brute strength. Such a pity. After opening the boxes, Carl discovered that 2 of them were empty. The iron chests were surprisingly heavy, so he initially did not realize that only one contained items. Although only one held something, it was indeed a devil fruit, making the endeavor worthwhile. This particular devil fruit resembled a banana, its color leaning towards a deep gray, adorned with mysterious patterns. It should be a zoan-type devil fruit, though I wonder if it will be of any use. System, what kind of devil fruit is this? Upon system inspection, this devil fruit is the zoan-type rhino fruit. Not bad. I suppose it can be considered an unexpected gain, although he had only been in the pirate world for less than a month. He had already collected 4 devil fruits, a substantial harvest. He felt a sense of pride as he surveyed the 4 devil fruits, hoping he had not brought shame to the otherworldly travelers. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Carl, come in. Upon hearing Clyde's knock, Carl hastily concealed the devil fruit. Lord Carl, the haul has been tallied. The treasure amounts to approximately 1.4 billion berries, since you wish to allocate 50%. Your share this time is 700 million berries. Clyde stood at the door, respectfully addressing Carl, though a hint of regret marred his expression. After all, distributing half of the spoils was unprecedented on Hive Island. Carl was the first captain to do so. But who could blame him when Carl was his savior? His experiences on Hive Island taught him that most pirates barely retained even 10% of their actual gains, just as Carl admitted that only one of the 3 iron boxes contained a devil fruit. Cly had finished transporting the valuable items from the island and came to report at AS for the other items. They will require trafficking through the underground world for further appraisal. Understood. We will handle the rest upon our return to Hive Island. Carl replied thoughtfully, as a sudden idea struck him upon seeing Clyde by the way. Select a portion of the fishmen from the slaves to form a rescue team. Disperse the remaining individuals into various squads. This distribution of personnel served a dual purpose. As his crew expanded, many members would likely possess devil fruit abilities. Thus, this rescue team could be tasked with retrieving devil fruit users from the sea. After all, a devil fruit user possesses considerable utility. Under his command, he established 10 small teams, each consisting of approximately 20 to 30 individuals. The recent rescue operation yielded over 500 slaves, necessitating their distribution among the various teams. He was keen to avoid excessive worry over internal discord, as he believed these individuals would not accompany him for long. Hence, he was reluctant to expend that energy. Understood, Lord Carl. Clay immediately grasped his intentions and would swiftly make the necessary arrangements. At this point, Clay effectively served as Carl's steward, handling many of his affairs directly. Although Clay had long since pledged his unwavering loyalty to Carl. By the way, could you check on Long E and Long Air? After assigning the tasks, Carl recalled the two children. Who were Long E and Long Air? Clay momentarily felt puzzled. After all, in his recollection, there were no such individuals aboard the ship. Was there something he was unaware of? I just happened to pick up two children on the way. He recalled the disheveled expressions of Long E and Long Air he had encountered in the alley, finding it somewhat amusing that he had unwittingly become a so-called benevolent person. Very well, my lord. I shall investigate and report back to you. All right, you may leave. Carl waved his hand, having survived in this pirate world for a full month. Just as Clay turned to exit, Carl promptly summoned the National Manhwa system. Upon opening the system's virtual panel, he noticed his lottery draw count had increased from 0 to 1. System. Initiate the lottery. Having not participated in a lottery for quite some time, Carl was eager to see what prizes awaited him. Before his eyes, a golden disc materialized on the virtual screen, displaying various hero characters from National Manhwa. Yuan Tiangang from the Unruly, Huixing from Wushan Wuxing, and the Old Celestial Master from Renji Xia. The black pointer began to spin rapidly upon the golden roulette. The prizes today are quite generous. The Old Celestial Master has appeared in comparison to the other hero templates on the disc. The Old Celestial Master stood out distinctly. He was a practitioner of immortality, claiming to be invincible beneath the immortals and able to exchange blows with them. Moreover, he was a pinnacle figure in Renji Xia, and his strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Carl gazed at the slowly rotating golden disc, closed his eyes tightly, and silently called out the name of the Old Celestial Master. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Old Celestial Master template. Carl instantly felt a surge of excitement, leaping from his seat. This was the best reward he had ever received. The reward is stored in the item inventory. Please check the specifics yourself. Faintly, Carl sensed the system's envious tone. View the introduction of the Old Celestial Master. Hero template. Old Celestial Master from Renji Xia. Background. The Old Celestial Master Zhang Jiwei is the 65th generation Celestial Master of Longhu Mountain. One of the 10 masters, with the Dao title Tiantong, that he is an unparalleled figure among the extraordinary, with immeasurable strength, skills, Jingguan Curse, Yang 5 Thunder, Palm Thunder, Pure Heart Spell, Thunder Techniques, Taoist Martial Arts, and more to as Carl read the character introduction of the Old Celestial Master. His emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster. He realized he had struck gold with this monthly lottery, never expecting to actually draw the template of the Old Celestial Master. Eagerly, he proclaimed, System, fuse with the Old Celestial Master template. Template fusion in progress. As Carl's body began to merge with the Old Celestial Master template, he experienced intense transformations. A scorching energy coursed through him, as if every cell in his body was activated and evolving. His strength multiplying instantaneously. His muscles became more solid and robust, his bones harder, and even his height surged to nearly 2 meters 9. The enhancement of his nervous system sharpened his senses. Simultaneously, his cognition became extraordinarily sharp. With a significant boost in memory, as many deep-seated recollections became vividly clear, Carl discovered he had become more agile, with greatly improved comprehension and analytical skills. A deluge of knowledge flooded his mind, a testament to the skills possessed by the Old Celestial Master. In that instant, it felt as if he had trained for decades. Upon completion of the fusion, he clenched his fists, and with the contraction of his muscles, he could distinctly feel his newfound strength. Carl opened his right hand, and instantly, a thunderous blossom erupted from his palm. Indeed, The Palm Thunder team marveled at the spark in his hand, contemplating that he might even masquerade as a user of the Thunder Fruit in the future. Remarkable. It feels almost instinctual. However, it does consume my stamina and bodily energy, akin to inner strength. Just as he concentrated on conjuring another Palm Thunder, he acutely sensed a slight depletion of his stamina. Approximately 1 unit. Nevertheless, as the bearer of Titan's strength, this minor expenditure was swiftly replenished, alleviating any concerns over stamina depletion. Yet, he was curious about the power of this technique. Glancing at the table before him, a smile crept across his face. Crack, boom, the Palm Thunder struck the table, instantly reducing it to charred remnants, scattering debris everywhere. Captain Carl, are you all right? Clay expressed concern, upon hearing a tremendous noise emanating from Carl's quarters. He rushed over and smashed through the door. However, upon entering, he was met with the sight of the charred table. That I'm fine. I was merely testing my new technique. Crackle. He then directed his gaze towards Carl's hands, which sparked with another thunderous bloom. Captain, have you consumed a devil fruit? Clay was witnessing Carl's newfound electrical abilities for the first time, and his immediate reaction was to assume Carl had indeed consumed a devil fruit. After all, devil fruits were fantastical, each granting a myriad of abilities, and lightning was not particularly rare. Nonetheless, he felt elated that Captain Carl's strength had increased, which was undoubtedly a positive development for him. Sort of. Carl refrained from elaborating, as he wished to keep his current abilities a secret, treating them as a trump card. By the way, how long until we return to Hive Island? Carl shifted the topic. Curious about the duration of their journey back. Captain Carl, due to the rough seas we encountered earlier, the journey may take a bit longer. The unexpected winds and waves caught Clay off guard. Though fortunately, they were not too severe. That's all right. Safety is paramount. There's no rush to return. By the way, have you seen those 2 children? Since they wouldn't be returning to Hive Island soon, he recalled Long E and Long Air. Curious to study their physical constitutions. Captain, are you referring to Long E and Long Air? I saw them. They are 2 rather well-behaved children. They just finished washing up and are currently being examined by the ship's doctor. Clay wore a fond smile, inexplicably taken with the 2 children. They will be your responsibility moving forward. Noticing Clay's smile, Carl thought that since he found the 2 children amusing, he would entrust their care to him. Ah, Captain, but I have no experience looking after children. As expected, upon hearing that Captain Carl intended to assign Long E and Long Air to him, Clay's expression turned to one of dismay. It settled then. Come, let's go see them. Carl rose, chuckling, and patted Clay's shoulder, not allowing him a chance to refuse as he stepped out of the room first. Wait, Captain, let someone else take care of them. I'm not cut out for this. Clay hurriedly followed, desperately attempting to decline that he had no desire to have 2 little sidekicks. While he liked them, it didn't mean he wanted to be responsible for them. However, no matter how much Clay protested, Carl remained unresponsive. What are those 2 like? First, Carl approached the infirmary to consult the ship's doctor. There are no ailments present. They are quite healthy, though slightly malnourished, the ship's doctor stated promptly upon seeing Carl. Recognizing the significance of the children he had personally brought, that it struck him as peculiar that such emaciated children bore no illnesses. However, Carl, sensing the extraordinary energy within their bodies, was well aware that they were far from ordinary. Thus dismissing the doctor's concerns as individuals possessing unique bloodlines, they would swiftly regain their strength with adequate nourishment. Come, you 2, follow me to the dining hall, he instructed. Yes, Master Carl, replied Long E and Long Air joyfully. For today marked their first bath. They exchanged scents, emanating a faint fragrance, a far cry from the foul stench they previously bore. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Carl directed Long E and Long Air, you 2. Fetch the food. Take as much as you can eat. No wastage allowed. Understood, Master Carl. Upon hearing his words, Long E eagerly tugged Long Air towards the kitchen, fully aware that their current way of life was a result of Master Carl's kindness, for which they were immensely grateful. Long E and Long Air returned swiftly with a massive platter adorned with a variety of roasted meats. Eat up. Carl primarily wished to observe whether the nourishment would awaken the latent energy within Long E and Long Air's bodies. As soon as they received the command, the 2 began to devour the food voraciously. Long Air, amidst his meal, suddenly shed tears. Thank you, Master Carl. It has been ages since we enjoyed such a sumptuous feast. Long Air recalled their days in the auction house, where they had endured hunger, tightening ropes around their bellies and comforting one another to forget the pangs of starvation. We are grateful for your refuge, Master Carl. Enough. Eat quickly. Yes, Master Carl. Without further ado, Long E and Long Air continued their lavish banquet. As they feasted rapidly, Carl keenly observed the faint energy within their bodies gradually intensifying. As it surged, the energy began to circulate throughout their frames, their bodies expanding as if inflated, steadily returning to a normal state. He realized his suspicions were correct. Long E and Long Air undoubtedly possessed exceptional bloodlines. Only those with such lineage could digest food at an extraordinary rate, dispersing nourishment throughout their bodies, enabling a swift return to optimal condition. An ordinary person might require 10 days to 2 weeks of rest, but those with unique bloodlines could regain their peak state anywhere, anytime, as long as food was available. This was the allure of special bloodlines. And he couldn't help but think of Charlotte Lingling's relentless quest for individuals with unique bloodlines to bear children, likely for this very reason. Yet, he could not discern the specific type of bloodline, as countless had vanished in the world of pirates, many of which were not even mentioned in the original narrative. System, do you know what bloodlines these 2 children possess? Host, they bear the dragon lineage of the dragon people. Dragon people? Carl had never encountered this term before. In his recollection, there was no mention of such a lineage in the pirate world. This world once had a race of dragon people, but they are remnants of a lost lineage. Upon hearing this, Carl understood. A significant event must have transpired during the blank century of pirate history, resulting in the extinction of many different races. However, numerous collateral bloodlines remained. To his astonishment, he had encountered 2 children of dragon blood. He then scrutinized their heads closely. Upon careful examination, he indeed noticed 2 small horns on either side of their heads, though they were merely small bumps due to malnutrition. Moreover, he sensed that the faint energy within them flowed back to the small horns on their heads as it circulated, leading him to deduce that these horns were indeed symbols of their dragon heritage. Having discerned their bloodlines, Carl turned to leave, as he now had other matters to attend to. Meanwhile, Long E and Long Air continued to gorge themselves, their bodies still craving sustenance. Having finished the food they had fetched, they returned to the kitchen for more. In a distant corner of the deck. Hey, Captain Rocks. However, during their return journey, they encountered a pirate crew, unexpectedly disrupting his subsequent plans. Captain, there's a pirate ship ahead. Crew, steer us closer. Ahaha. As Carl had not raised the flag of the Rocks pirates during his outing, Kulu was unaware of their affiliation. And thus an unwitting battle ensued. Boom. The opposing crew initiated the attack. Quick, retaliate. The crew aboard Carl's ship swiftly aimed their cannons at Kulu's pirate crew, for they were the Rocks pirates, and it seemed no one dared to confront them on the open sea. To their surprise, they encountered a group of inexperienced fools today, merely due to the absence of their pirate flag. Cannonballs exploded upon the water's surface, sending up vast sprays. Crew, charge. We are the Kulu pirates. Surrender your lives. In a mere instant of combat, countless cannonballs were exchanged, and both sides plunged into a fierce skirmish. The Kulu pirates were one of the crews under the giant soldier pirates, comprised of a blend of humans and a few giants. Captain Kulu himself was the 13th son of Yoru, the leader of the giant soldier pirates, though Carl remained oblivious to this fact, thus birthing a delightful misunderstanding. Master Carl. Carl, puzzled, stepped onto the deck, where Clay promptly greeted him. What is happening? Master Carl, the crew opposite claims to be the Kulu pirates. They have declared themselves our enemies and attacked upon first sighting us, as Clay had only recently been rescued from slavery. He was unaware that Kulu was Yoru's 13th son. Thus, amid mutual ignorance of each other's identities, the battle commenced. All right, I understand. With the knowledge of their adversarial stance, there was little left to discuss. Carl, simultaneously deflecting incoming cannonballs with his fists, leaped towards the Kulu pirates, intent on capturing their captain to swiftly conclude the battle. Captain Kulu, someone is approaching. What? Let me see. Captain Kulu, a giant standing 20 meters tall and robust, gazed up to see Carl rapidly closing in on him, his expression filled with dread. After all, flying pirates typically possessed formidable strength. Quick, bring me my weapon. Yes, Captain. 2 giants hurriedly brought his weapon. Kulu seized his great sword, regaining confidence, thinking a mere human would be no match for him. Ha! Witness my might. Wave slash. Kulu swung his great sword, unleashing a blade of energy toward Carl. Carl countered with a powerful punch, shattering the energy blade as if it were nothing. He landed directly on the deck of the Kulu pirates, regardless of your reasons. Having drawn your sword first, you must be prepared to face your doom. Ordinary punch. Carl had no desire to slaughter innocents, but that did not mean he would spare these ruthless pirates. In his perspective, the pirates inhabiting the world of piracy, with the exception of a few factions that might possess noble intentions, are predominantly irredeemable individuals. He showed no mercy in this regard, unleashing his full might as he propelled himself forward. His legs exerting tremendous force while his fists, enveloped in the armor of Haki, surged toward Kuru. Clang! Kuru hastily brandished his longsword, managing to parry Carl's onslaught. The weight of Carl's punch felt akin to a colossal mountain barreling toward him. However, Carl's fists were fortified with Haki, and his strength had notably increased, far surpassing that of a rear admiral. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Kururu's sword shattered into a multitude of fragments, which swiftly hurtled toward the pirate's position behind him. Ugh! Ah! Instantly, the pirates on deck were struck by the flying shards, collapsing in droves. Bang! At that moment, the two ships had drawn perilously close. The Kuru pirate crew. Pfft! We are still the Rock's pirate crew. Men, charge! The leading pirate captain seized his cutlass and charged at the members of the Kururu pirate crew. Kill them. The two vessels had completed their docking in a remarkably brief span. Meanwhile, Cray led a contingent of pirates onto the deck to engage in combat with the Kururu crew. Boom! Simultaneously, Carl's iron fist continued its relentless assault, landing squarely upon Kururu's skull and driving him violently into the deck. Kururu, dazed and disoriented, rose from the deck, rubbing his head as he struggled to regain his senses after the brutal blow. Armored Haki activated. Carl did not allow him a moment to recover. Instead, he pressed his advantage. Continuing to unleash a flurry of ferocious punches, Kuru, still reeling from the previous impact, was utterly unable to evade. One particular punch fragmented Kuru's head into a myriad of pieces. Thud! Kuru's lifeless body crashed heavily against the deck. Carl shook the blood from his hands and surveyed the scene, noting the distinct advantage he held. The captain of the Kuru pirate crew, Kuru, was the 13th son of the giant soldier pirate crew. He had sneaked out, and given his capabilities, he should not have ventured away from the main fleet. His strength was insufficient for self-preservation on the vast ocean, and he had not anticipated encountering Carl. Leading to his demise, Carl exhaled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. After all, should we lose yet another member state from our world government, the Navy would undoubtedly feel a profound sorrow. It is quite likely that Carl might abandon us midway or inform the Navy. In any case, the completion of our plans would not proceed as smoothly as anticipated, now that Carl has unconditionally executed his orders. Any doubts regarding his loyalty have dissipated. Henceforth, Carl shall be regarded as the true captain of the 6th Division. The grand schemes ahead can now include Carl, as an additional powerful ally significantly increases the likelihood of success. A magnificent banquet will be held tonight to celebrate your joining. Do not forget to attend, said the captain. Rest assured, Captain, I shall not be absent, Carl replied, fully aware that this celebration was in his honor. Ha ha! Rox expressed his delight at the addition of a formidable strength. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Captain, Carl remarked, seeing no further matters to discuss with Rox before turning to depart, after a brief moment of sitting in the hall. Rox strode with great authority towards the plaza. Upon exiting, Carl found Newgate and joined him in a drinking session. Newgate! Gulalala! Carl exclaimed. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin was plotting how to win Carl's favor, as she could keenly sense his rapidly advancing strength. If she did not act swiftly, she might lose her chance altogether. She fervently wished to bear a strong child with Carl. The plaza was already bustling with voices. Tables were laden with delectable dishes. The pirates settled down, and at the forefront sat a colossal table where Edward Newgate, the Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, King John, and Carl, among other division captains, took their seats. As Rox approached the front of the plaza. An immediate silence enveloped the crowd. Naturally, Carl was seated among them. Rox's gaze was imposing, and suddenly, his eyes radiated an unwavering determination, exuding an undeniable power. In an instant, an invisible force surged from Rox, sweeping through the area like a colossal tidal wave. The surrounding pirates felt an intense tremor of intimidation, as if they were being scrutinized by an ancient behemoth, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. This was Rox Conqueror's Haki, domineering and compelling submission. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our 6th Division Captain, Carl, to the Rox pirate crew, Rox declared, pointing towards Carl, who stood to greet the assembled crowd. I, Carl, hereby officially join the Rock's pirate crew as the captain of the 6th Division. Let the festivities commence. The banquet begins. With Rock's command, the pirates erupted with excitement, drinking and feasting, creating a lively atmosphere. Oh whoa, the banquet is underway. Don't you dare take that. That meat is mine. Just because you accompanied Captain Carl. You think you can act all high and mighty? Hand it over. It was Grace, a towering figure adorned with tattoos. What? Are you challenging me? Responded Joel, a robust man with dark skin, towering at 2 meters, who often found himself bullied by Grace. Humph. Grace now dared only to huff in response, for he had yet to join any division and lacked protection within the Rock's pirate crew without the shield of a division captain. One's life and death could sometimes hang by a thread, as one could easily be obliterated by a stronger foe. Joel looked at Grace, and upon noticing his silence, wore a smug expression. After all, Joel now had a backing, and Grace dared not provoke him. You might not know, but during our expedition to the Phil Kingdom, Captain Carl generously distributed 50% of the treasure among us. Joel proclaimed, his tone tinged with joy and pride. What? No way. Is that true? Tell us more. Yes, spill the details. I want to join you all. Listen to me carefully. Joel took a leisurely sip of his drink. Next, we are heading to the Tilly Kingdom, rumored to have a substantial treasure prepared for the celestial dragons. We will mobilize the entire crew with the objective of the Tilly Kingdom, and we might encounter the Marine Admirals. Rock spoke nonchalantly, as this was a matter he had been preoccupied with lately, ensuring to keep the giant pirates and the Ikusa pirate crew at bay. Wow, ha ha ha. I love treasure. John was the first to express his excitement, as he was the most treasure-obsessed among them. John, look at you. Someone remarked. Do they have any strong warriors in that kingdom? Newgate was not particularly interested in treasure. He yearned for a worthy battle. After all, Newgate was currently at the pinnacle of his strength. Unlike during the opening scenes of the anime when he appeared aged, he embodied the fervor of youth and craved more combat, as he did not relish the thought of slaughtering innocents. Although, at this stage, Newgate had yet to return the plundered treasures to his homeland. Well, I wonder what delicious pastries the Tilly Kingdom has. Charlotte Linlin was still a striking beauty at this time, although her obsession with food had not yet reached a severe level. It would occasionally flare up, and during such times, she relied on the merits of long bread. Ha! All right, it's settled then. Everyone should return and prepare. A month from now, the Tilly Kingdom will have the items ready for the celestial dragons, and at that time, everyone must set out together, Rox declared. Casting a sweeping gaze over the crowd to emphasize his point, Rox was merely informing them, not seeking opinions, as his authority over his crew was enforced through power. Hee-haw. Watch out. A youthful voice jolted Carl from his slumber. The previous day, he had indulged in drink with Newgate and had perhaps overindulged. He had not anticipated that the alcohol in the pirate world would be so potent. Reflecting on it, the pirate world was filled with various powerful beings, and he had underestimated it. He had lost consciousness, and it was only thanks to Cray that he was brought back. Drinking leads to trouble. I must drink less in the future, Carl thought, rubbing his forehead, feeling somewhat disoriented. Yet, this sensation quickly faded, undoubtedly due to the influence of his Titan heritage. However, in his recollection, it seemed the system had provided him with a notification yesterday, although he had not had the chance to check it. Now, he disregarded it, recognizing that it was likely Long Yi's voice he heard outside, and he hurriedly exited his room. The warm sunlight bathed him, and not far away, Cray was instructing Long E and Long Air in basic physical training. You three, come over here. I will teach you a method for harnessing energy. See if you can learn it. Carl intended to pass on the golden light spell to them, as its defensive properties and power were quite impressive. Additionally, he wished to experiment with whether he could impart certain techniques from the template heroes to individuals in the pirate world. If successful, this would enable him to rapidly elevate the strength of his subordinates. Although he needed to manage their loyalty carefully, while he was not afraid of techniques leaking, it was better to be cautious. Cray, brimming with excitement, hoisted Long E and Long Air, taking quick strides to stand before Carl. As Carl was immensely strong, anything he taught them would surely be a method to grow stronger. Sit tight. I will circulate energy through your bodies, and you should try to comprehend this energy. I will place some energy within you. Attempt to utilize it throughout your bodies. Long E and Long Air, being of dragon blood, alongside Cray, a fishman, were not human, leaving uncertainty about the feasibility of this experiment. Nonetheless, it was worth trying. If they succeeded, it would indicate that this ability could be cultivated normally within the pirate world. The three promptly sat cross-legged before Carl, their eyes filled with anticipation. Surely, the great Carl would not harm them. Lord Carl, we are ready, they declared, their eager gazes prompting Carl to commence his operation, placing his hand on Krea's shoulder. Hiss. Clive felt a gentle energy coursing through him from Lord Carl's palm at his shoulder. This unfamiliar energy, imbued with an indescribable sensation, swiftly traversed his body's meridians, enveloping him in warmth akin to soaking in a hot spring. Within Clive's awareness, his body yearned for this soothing flow, while some of his hidden injuries gradually began to mend. However, during this process, Clive was drenched in sweat, as the forced unblocking of certain congested channels brought him considerable discomfort. As an adult, Clive's physique had largely matured, allowing this energy to also open his run and do meridians. Savor the experience, Carl instructed, letting the energy circulate through Clive before leaving a trace behind and placing his hands upon Long E and Long Air's shoulders. Hiss. The same technique was applied, though the pain for Long E and Long Air was considerably less than for Clive. Given their youth and the incompleteness of their development, the unblocking of their meridians required little effort, and soon enough, the energy had completed its circuit. After this series of actions, Carl stood before the three of them with his hands clasped behind his back. Observing the energy flowing within them, the trio kept their eyes shut, seemingly immersed in the sensation of the energy within. Suddenly, Carl noticed a glimmering golden light emanating from Clive's right hand that a realization dawned upon him. Congratulations, host. The ability of being one beneath another has been transmitted into the pirate world, subtly altering its timeline. The marketplace module has been activated. Upon hearing the system's notification, Clive was the first to rise. His right hand enveloped in golden light. It was, unmistakably, the golden light spell, though it dissipated quickly, indicating Clive's lack of proficiency. I got too excited. What is this power? Clive exclaimed in exhilaration, having lost control of the golden light spell, causing it to vanish. This is an energy method I developed, which I call the golden light spell. It is because I trust you immensely that I bestow it upon you. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. My apologies, old master. I must borrow the name of the Taoist 8 divine spells, golden light spell for the time being. Rest assured, Lord Carl, I shall remain unwaveringly loyal to you and obey your commands unconditionally. Clive declared respectfully, kneeling with fists clasped before him. We will too, Long E and Long Air echoed, following suit in imitation of Clive. All right, I believe in your loyalty. Rise, Carl commanded. Though internally he reveled in the confirmation that the hero template's abilities could manifest in the pirate world in a reasonable manner. This would undoubtedly ease his future endeavors in building a faction. You must diligently practice this energy, Carl advised, encouraging them to cultivate muscle memory in its application. Yes, Lord Carl, I shall not be negligent. Clive replied, his physical prowess having reached its limits. With a new method to enhance his strength, he was eager to begin learning immediately. Thud. Long E collapsed to the ground, while Long Air tugged at a golden whip, the end of which was tied to Long E's ankle. Ha ha ha. Long Air grinned mischievously at Long E, who lay prone. Under Carl's watchful gaze, he retracted the golden whip. You seem quite adept, Clive. Ensure you train these two well. Carl was not angered. He had not anticipated that these two youngsters could grasp the golden light spell's application so swiftly. Fear not, Lord Carl. I will train them rigorously, Clive responded with a sinister grin, causing Long E and Long Air to cling tightly to one another in fright. Furthermore, you must follow the training regimen I have imparted and expedite your physical conditioning. Come, learn from me. First this way, then that. Hours pass swiftly. You must train for no less than 4 hours each day. Surely not, Long Air complained. For being children, their inclination toward playfulness was natural. However, he quickly noticed Carl's furrowed brow directed at him. I will ensure the task is completed, he promptly amended. Moreover, you must master both armament Haki and observation Haki. They are essential paths to becoming a formidable warrior. As for myself, I am still a novice in this regard. I will arrange for someone to teach you. Carl felt somewhat helpless, as he had comprehended armament Haki through his encounters with Whitebeard and Steelbone Kong, a method that could not easily be replicated. Additionally, he himself was uncertain how to train observation Haki in his own ignorance. He could not instruct them on mastering armament and observation Haki. He too needed to learn. You must practice diligently, lest my efforts be in vain. This was his first cohort, and their growth was paramount. He had invested considerable effort, and it would be disheartening for it to be squandered. After delivering this admonition, Carl turned to leave, intent on seeking out Whitebeard. Given that his relationship with the Whitebeard pirates was somewhat amicable, He hoped to persuade Whitebeard to teach him about mastering observation Haki. Observing that dusk was approaching, he decided it would be best to visit Whitebeard the following morning. Bringing along a flask of wine to increase his chances of success, he commanded his subordinates to procure a wine vessel filled with the local specialty from Whitebeard's homeland. Meanwhile, he continued to release armament Haki in his courtyard. Striving to deepen his understanding of the sensations accompanying its manifestation, he sought to grasp the more profound intricacies of armament Haki, which comprised 3 tiers: coverage, external projection, and internal destruction. Coverage involved enveloping one's body with armament Haki to enhance defensive capabilities. External projection entailed applying Haki to weapons and attire to augment offensive strength and defensive resilience. Internal destruction allowed the user to penetrate an opponent's body with Haki, wreaking havoc from within. Currently, he had only managed to cover his fists and arms with armament Haki, and he still had a considerable journey ahead to encompass his entire being. He was fervently eager to amplify his strength. Especially with the imminent threat of the God Valley incident looming ever closer, he needed to acquire self-preservation capabilities swiftly. Moreover, his powers had come to him too easily, although his overall strength could reach the level of a rear admiral. His combat experience was alarmingly scant. Most of his victories stemmed from his sheer brute force and enduring stamina, even defeating John through clever tactics. However, should he encounter a Marine admiral in a life-or-death struggle, he feared he might not endure for long and dreaded the thought of a hasty retreat. Thus, he needed to master observation Haki promptly, as it could indirectly enhance his combat prowess. Meanwhile, Cly and the others had already grasped the fundamentals of the Golden Light spell, so he allowed them to continue their self-directed training. Perhaps it was due to the unique physical attributes of the pirate world, where exceptional talents were commonplace. After all, some individuals were born with the ability to breathe fire, like Inel, while others possessed extraordinary strength, such as Charlotte Lin. Since Cly had already comprehended it, it was hardly surprising that they could swiftly master the Golden Light spell as well. Cly diligently remembered the tasks Carl had entrusted him with, and each day he thoroughly exhausted Long E and Long Air's physical stamina before granting them rest. This gradually instilled a sense of fear in them toward him at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth. Carl approached Whitebeard's quarters, a massive wine vessel in hand. With the gradual manifestation of his Titan bloodline, his height had now reached approximately 3.5 meters. Yet upon arriving at Whitebeard's door, he was taken aback that it was his first encounter with such a grand entrance. After all, Whitebeard stood nearly 7 meters tall, and his enormous blade approached 10 meters in length, resulting in a staggering 12-meter-high door. Just as Carl prepared to knock, the door swung open from within. Garara la la la. Carl, what brings you here? Newgate felt a surge of happiness, for within the Rocks Pirates, his character aligned well with Carl's. He appreciated Carl's demeanor, and the fact that Carl had come to find him so early in the day brought him great joy. After all, he had few friends in the Rocks Pirates with whom he could truly connect. However, he was uncertain about the purpose of Carl's early visit, particularly upon noticing the enormous wine flask in Carl's hand. Whoosh! Newgate deftly caught the wine gourd that Carl threw over. The exquisite wine from my homeland, he remarked, inhaling the faint aroma wafting from the flask. This was a special collection of fine wine from Newgate's hometown. That it seems Carl has something to discuss. As he unscrewed the cap and took a sip, Carl replied, indeed, Newgate. I wish to inquire about the mastery of Kinbunshika Haki. Carl sought Newgate's guidance in learning this ability, for once he grasped it, he would gain a significant advantage in combat, vastly enhancing his fighting prowess. Upon hearing this, Newgate understood that Carl's intention in seeking him was to learn how to awaken Kinbunshika Haki. I don't have any miraculous methods. You'll simply have to endure some hits, Newgate stated as he invited Carl inside and briefly explained the process of awakening Kinbunshika Haki. The fundamental training technique involved blindfolding oneself, while small stones were hurled at him from a distance, allowing his body to gradually adapt to the sensation until it instinctively awakened the Haki. If the stones were thrown too slowly, his body would lack the sense of danger, rendering the awakening ineffective. Please, I beg you for your assistance, Carl implored, recognizing that without help, it might take him a considerable time to awaken Kinbunshika Haki. No problem, even if it were not for this bottle of wine. Your immediate visit alone warrants my assistance, Newgate replied jovially. Gulalala, let us go. He secured the wine gourd at his waist, picked up his Haki-infused sword, and led Carl to a deserted islet adjacent to Honeycomb Island. This small island lay not far from Honeycomb Island, devoid of any strategic value. hints-free from pirates, an ideal location for practice without worrying about damaging the surroundings. I won't hold back, Newgate declared. Clarifying that to assist a formidable individual like Carl in awakening Kinbunchika Haki, he would need to unleash his full power. It was prudent to inform Carl in advance to avoid futile efforts. Not an issue. Come at me with all you've got, Carl replied, undaunted. His sole focus was on awakening Kinbunchika Haki. He was willing to endure hardship for that goal. By the way, do not cover yourself with Busashoka Haki. Newgate reminded him. Without a sense of danger, the effect will be diminished. Understood. Let us begin. Whoosh. No sooner had Carl spoken than Newgate sent a stone hurtling towards his right shoulder. Bang! Carl felt a fierce gust of wind, followed by an intense pain shooting through his shoulder, causing him to stumble backward. Despite his physique being continuously enhanced by Titan's power, the pain radiated throughout his body in an instant. He had been completely relaxed, and his muscles had not been tensed. Gritting his teeth, he rose again. Continue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Noticing Carl's resilience to pain, Newgate launched 3 more stones in quick succession, each traveling faster than the last, targeting Carl's legs and abdomen in a triangular formation. Thud. Although Carl reacted swiftly, stepping to the right to evade, one stone struck his abdomen, sending him crashing onto the beach. Ugh. Hiss. Pain coursed from his abdomen throughout his body. Indeed, Newgate was not holding back. Observing that Carl was still in good condition, Newgate initiated another round of attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without granting Carl a moment to recover, the onslaught resumed. 1 hit, 1 dodge. Thus, the two engaged in this relentless exchange on the island until nightfall. In the subsequent mornings, Carl would arrive early at the small island, seeking a tranquil grove where he could sit cross-legged, facing the sunlight. He focused on his breathing, striving to calm his spirit. In this state, he endeavored to extend his consciousness outward, attempting to perceive his surroundings. Initially, he sensed nothing, but as time passed, he gradually became aware of his environment, albeit vaguely. In the afternoons, he would practice Kinbunchika Haki with Newgate on the island, day after day. Meanwhile, he oversaw Long E and Long Air, monitoring their progress with the Golden Light spell. As expected, they exhibited remarkable talent owing to their dragon bloodline. Within just a few days, they had already mastered the technique to envelop their entire bodies and even project it outward. Cly, on the other hand, lagged slightly behind, managing only to cover his limbs, yet still advancing faster than an ordinary human. Simultaneously, he introduced them to the 5 Elements Fist from Longhu Mountain. This martial art was crafted based on the principles of the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth, in conjunction with the 5 internal organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. Practicing the 5 Elements Fist would regulate the functions of their organs and gradually enhance their constitution. Given their unique bloodlines, the potential of their bodies had yet to be fully realized, making it an opportune foundation for them. Under Cly's guidance, they practiced diligently each day. He even arranged for Cly to acquire over 100 orphans aged around 5 to 10 on the island. Firmly believing that children were the easiest to mold, he began teaching them the 5 Elements Fist from Longhu Mountain, laying the groundwork for future power. These children would eventually become his first batch of subordinates. Little did he expect that among these 100 orphans, a few would eventually possess strength that even he would regard with newfound respect. Honeycomb Island was teeming with slaves, with thousands of orphans alone. Therefore, gathering them took merely half a day. Cly led them in training daily, initially focusing on nutrition, followed by collective practice of the 5 Elements Fist. As for the Golden Light spell, he refrained from teaching anyone except Cly and the other 2. Carl continued to visit the small island each day, training with Newgate to master Kinbunchika Haki as soon as possible. At first, he could only passively endure the impacts of the stones. However, as he delved deeper, he began to perceive the trees, flowers, and other elements around him. As time elapsed, on the 10th day, his perceptive abilities sharpened, enabling him to detect more subtle changes, such as the rustling of leaves, the caress of the wind, and the flight of insects. Upon sensing these nuances, Carl attempted to synthesize the information, predicting events occurrences. He mentally simulated the movements of these entities, striving to anticipate his enemy's actions and intentions, thereby mastering Kinbunchika Haki, a common method for achieving this mastery. On the afternoon of the 13th day, a breakthrough finally arrived in his training. Whoosh! As usual, Newgate hurled stones at Carl's vicinity. This time, Newgate was taken aback to witness Carl deftly twisting his body to evade a stone with remarkable agility. A subtle smile graced Carl's lips. He had succeeded. In the next moment, he removed the blindfold covering his eyes and joyfully exclaimed, "I can feel it. I have mastered Kinbunchika Haki." At that very moment when Newgate flung the stone, Carl distinctly sensed its trajectory towards his shoulder. Though his eyes were veiled by bandages, the presence of observation Haki bestowed upon him an awareness akin to sight, enabling him to evade the projectile with remarkable ease. It resembled a spider's instinctive danger sense. He could perceive the direction of the attack and anticipate the point of impact on his body. It was becoming clearer to him why Fujitora, despite his blindness, could navigate the world with such grace. Indeed, observation Haki functioned like a spy's radar, scanning everything within its vicinity. However, being a novice, his field of vision was limited to a mere 50 meters in diameter. Gololala! Newgate heard the sound of the remaining stones being set aside. Having successfully grasped the technique, there was no need to continue tossing stones. The look of astonishment crossed Newgate's face. It had only been a brief 13 days since Carl had mastered observation Haki. Although he was still a beginner, Newgate himself had spent several months to achieve the same mastery over it. He was not mistaken. Carl was indeed a prodigy. Congratulations, Carl. Thank you for your assistance, Newgate. Carl understood that without Newgate's guidance, his awakening of observation Haki might have been significantly delayed. Shall I test your strength now? Newgate was eager to ascertain the extent of Carl's power after awakening his observation Haki. Very well. Let us begin. Carl was equally inclined to test the limits of his newfound abilities. Carl initiated the assault, his form enveloped in a resplendent aura of black and gold that a formidable presence erupted from him. Akin to an infinite ocean, overwhelming and unstoppable, radiating an aura of dominance that seemed to conquer everything, instantly enveloping the entire island. After enveloping himself in the golden light and armament Haki, he thrust his right foot into the ground, transforming into a streak of golden lightning that surged towards Newgate. Striking with a fist wrapped in armament Haki, Newgate reacted swiftly, wielding his armament-coated sword to parry Carl's attack. The clash of the golden fist against the black blade unleashed shockwaves that reverberated throughout the island, drawing the attention of the inhabitants of Hive Island nearby. Who was over there? Quick, let us take a look. Given that the duel unfolded adjacent to Hive Island, it was sure to attract the attention of the pirates within. Ha ha ha, it's Carl and Newgate. The Golden Lion Shiki led the charge towards the small island, having sensed through his observation Haki that Newgate and Carl were locked in combat. Charlotte Lin and John also advanced swiftly towards the island, while some pirates immediately set sail, eager to witness the confrontation between the two captains, curious to see who among them was stronger. Returning to the island, Carl noted that Newgate had successfully repelled his attack. Newgate then showcased his exceptional swordsmanship, his blade moving with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing a flurry of sword energy towards Carl. Leveraging his newly acquired observation Haki, Carl perceived each strike with clarity, deftly sidestepping and evading the onslaught of sword energy, thus engaging in a formal duel with Newgate. The combat intensified, with both parties exchanging blows in a fierce contest. In mere moments, they had clashed hundreds of times. Yet Carl found himself gradually at a disadvantage. Despite mastering observation Haki, his proficiency in armament Haki was still in its infancy, and he was unable to match Newgate's overall strength. His ability to trade blows with Newgate was partly due to Newgate holding back, and partly due to his robust physique, which constantly replenished his stamina, allowing him to maintain consistent striking power. The surrounding environment bore witness to their fierce battle, the ground marred with countless craters, trees uprooted. Carl was adorned with numerous lacerations, blood streaming from his wounds. Yet upon closer inspection, one could observe that his injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. At that moment, the Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin and others arrived on the scene, standing at a distance to observe the clash. Newgate is going all out. How rare is this? The Golden Lion knew that Newgate was an exceptionally powerful opponent. There were few who could compel him to fight with full force, and he seized I want to have a strong child with Carl. Charlotte Lin, noticing the speed at which Carl's wounds healed, became even more intrigued by his lineage, for according to her knowledge, the Titan bloodline had never before graced this world, and its power far exceeded her expectations. Go, Captain Newgate. Go, Captain Carl. Captain Carl's strength has increased again. Kureha marveled at Carl's evolving prowess. Turning, he noticed another group of pirates cheering for Newgate, and promptly rallied his crew to support Carl. As time progressed, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Finally, with a thunderous crash, their attacks collided once more, generating a powerful shockwave that sent nearby trees and rocks flying. Both Carl and Newgate were forced to retreat. Clang. Newgate planted his sword firmly in the ground. Now, let us get serious. Gulalala, brace yourself. Crack. In that instant, Newgate crouched low and unleashed a fierce punch, causing the very fabric of space before him to shatter like glass. Carl immediately sensed an overwhelming force surging towards him. An unyielding pressure that locked his surroundings, accompanied by a profound sense of impending danger. He knew hesitation was no longer an option. In an instant, he unleashed his lightning technique, charging towards Newgate like an unstoppable storm. Palm thunder. Carl's palm erupted with a bolt of lightning, racing towards Newgate at breakneck speed. Thunderfruit. Newgate's mind raced with questions. Carl possesses the power of lightning. Is it a devil fruit ability? Alas, I was too late to recruit him. The golden lion lamented in midair, regretting not having encountered Carl sooner to bring him into his crew. I want to have a child with Carl even more now. Charlotte Linlin hastily attributed Carl's electrical prowess to his lineage, for to her knowledge, he had not consumed a devil fruit. As of YETAS, the onlookers gaped in astonishment. The bolt of lightning struck Newgate. Although he swiftly cloaked himself in armament Haki, the tingling sensation coursed through him, an overwhelming force that he struggled to contain. Unbeknownst to him, Carl's lightning was not merely a manifestation of the thunderfruit. It was the raw power of nature itself, a force that could not easily be resisted by ordinary beings. Wow! Newgate could not suppress a spurt of blood. Impressive, indeed, Carl. Newgate wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. However, such minor injuries were inconsequential to him, as his body possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities. He swiftly adjusted his physical state and launched a counterattack, with both feet firmly planted on the ground. He brandished his formidable sword, charging rapidly towards Carl. The battle between Newgate and Carl intensified, their movements as swift as lightning, leaving spectators in awe, with afterimages trailing in their wake, a clear indication of the astonishing speed at which they engaged. Newgate roared like a fierce beast, each punch imbued with the titanic power of the Gura Gura no Mi, causing the very air around them to tremble. Carl, undeterred, retaliated with a thunder fist, infusing his punch with electrifying energy to counter Newgate's assault. In the midst of their clash, both fighters displayed exceptional leg techniques. Newgate executed a sweeping kick, while Carl unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast kicks. Their legs intertwined in midair, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Suddenly, Newgate changed tactics, extending his left hand to grasp Carl's shoulder. Quick on his feet, Carl employed a defensive maneuver akin to an iron wall, thwarting Newgate's advance. In response, Carl delivered an uppercut that struck Newgate's jaw, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Newgate erupted into laughter, seemingly exhilarated by his own misstep, for he seldom faltered, and this rare moment ignited a spark of thrill within him. He charged at Carl once more, his arms enveloped in a dark aura of Haki, ready to strike. Unfazed, Carl's fist radiated a brilliant golden light as they collided with Newgate's. The impact of their fists generated a colossal shockwave that reverberated throughout the island, sending clouds of dust swirling. Nearby vessels rocked violently with the swell, while weaker pirates found blood streaming from their ears. Yet, none wished to miss this epic confrontation between commanders, as the allure of spectacle captivated all. "Kekeki," exclaimed the golden lion Shiki mockingly. "John, your hopes of revenge have been dashed." He was well aware of John's clandestine desire for retribution against Carl. John wore a grim expression, remaining silent, as he recognized that with Carl's current prowess, his vendetta was all but abandoned. "The final blow," declared Newgate, unleashing his conqueror's Haki. An overwhelming aura erupted forth, sending ripples across the island, creating a destructive force akin to a mountain pressing down on the pirates aboard the vessels, causing many to collapse in an instant. Such a potent Haki, rare among millions, was plentiful within the Rock's pirates. "Very well, come forth," Carl responded, sensing the oppressive force within him stirring. He immediately released his own Haki. Albeit weaker, yet it seemed capable of overshadowing all, instilling awe in those who felt its presence. As their Haki clashed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An invisible pressure permeated the air, sending shivers down spines. Surrounding objects trembled under the immense force. Leaves cascaded down, waves roared, and the sky appeared to tear as ominous clouds gathered, with lightning crackling in the distance. "Oh, Conqueror's Haki," Shiki remarked, astonished. He had not anticipated that Carl possessed such power. Mama. Charlotte Linlin gazed at Carl with starry eyes. "Damn it. John cursed, recalling his foolish plans, internally sentencing himself to failure. Carl, is it? In the central hall of Hive Island, Rox murmured softly, quite capable, indeed. The Conqueror's Haki was a hallmark of top-tier fighters. Lacking it did not preclude one from greatness, but possessing it assured a place among the elite. With this, our overall strength has increased once more. My plans should come to fruition. The Newgate's gaze turned imposing, disallowing direct contact, as he intensified his Conqueror's Haki, pressing it towards Carl. He had not anticipated that Carl would also wield such power, and he sought to see if he could assist Carl in mastering it further. Feeling Newgate's augmented Haki, Carl reciprocated by releasing more of his own, emanating concentric circles of dark light that exuded a terrifying aura. Under the shadow of their combined Haki, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Carl understood that his Conqueror's Haki would not withstand for long. He must take the initiative to shatter this stalemate. With that, he infused his fist with all of his abilities, shimmering with purple, gold, and black light. He launched the first attack, swiftly swinging his fist forward, creating sonic booms in the air. The speed was such that onlookers could only perceive fleeting afterimages. Carl's fist struck with such force that the air behind Newgate exploded, producing a staggering shockwave that swept through everything in its path. Nice move. Newgate had not anticipated Carl's aggressive advance, yet this indicated that Carl's Conqueror's Haki had reached its current limit. Skyquake. He swiftly unleashed his right hand, cloaked in armament Haki, thrusting it forward. In an instant, their fists collided. The resultant shockwave shattered vessels in the distance, cracked the ground beneath them, and uprooted trees in the vicinity. The island itself, unable to bear the force, erupted violently, sinking into the depths of the sea. Although neither had fully exhausted themselves in the battle, the circumstances compelled them to retreat temporarily, both leaping onto the boats awaiting them. What a thrill! We must do this again, Carl exclaimed, reveling in the adrenaline of such a spirited fight for the first time. Absolutely. Newgate replied nonchalantly, seldom having the opportunity to unleash his full power. Let us return. Carl commanded, instructing Gray to steer the ship back to Hive Island. The battle had concluded, and remaining there held little significance. He needed time to contemplate the nuances of observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Having only grasped the basics, he aspired to further master the latter through his recent experiences. In the ensuing period, the island remained undisturbed. As time progressed, the date of Rock's impending assault on the allied nation drew near. The pirates on the island busied themselves preparing for the invasion of the Tyr Kingdom, a nation far from insignificant. Meanwhile, Gray had fully mastered the Golden Light spell, although it appeared somewhat diluted. Each day, he continued to train alongside the orphans and Long E and Long Air in the adjacent woods. Under Gray's guidance, hundreds of orphans and the two brothers practiced the 5 elements fist with impressive proficiency. With ample nutrition on the island, the orphans' physiques gradually aligned with those of normal children, mastering the 5 elements fist, albeit lacking practical combat experience. Initially, Long E and Long Air should not have accompanied the expedition to the Tyr Kingdom. Given their insufficient strength, however, their persistent pleas, believing their training had prepared them for the outside world, swayed Carl. Unbeknownst to them, this was the new world, where those of lesser strength lacked even the qualifications to set sail. Just let us go. Carl, moved by their earnestness, decided not to refuse. After all, their strengths had neared the rank of lieutenant, largely due to Gray's oversight, mitigating potential issues. However, you must heed Gray's instructions. Otherwise, there shall be no second chance. Although Carl asserted this, his gaze shifted towards Gray. In his view, the abilities of these two little rascals were insufficient for them to stand on their own in the outside world. They must be under the constant watch of Cly. Otherwise, should an unforeseen incident occur, all his painstaking efforts would be in vain. We must obey. At this moment, Long E and Long Air appeared particularly obedient. Yet, only Cly was aware of their mischievousness when not in training. They were, in fact, the little troublemakers within the 6th Division. Although assurances had been given, Carl failed to notice the cunning glimmer in their eyes when they bowed their heads. Undoubtedly, they were contemplating how to escape Cly's control at the opportune moment. After assigning the tasks, Carl commanded his crew of pirates to prepare for departure. The shores were instantly bustling with activity, as pirates hurriedly loaded supplies onto the ships. After all, launching an assault on the Kingdom of Teal required a considerable amount of firepower. Just a few days prior, on Kuro Island, the headquarters of the giant soldier pirate crew, the captain, Yururu, was in a frenzy upon hearing the news, wreaking havoc within his quarters and reducing the room to ruins. The information dissemination was sluggish, as Morgan's had yet to establish a news agency. It had taken nearly a month for him to receive such news. The messenger before him trembled, intimidated by Yururu's imposing presence. Have you found out who did this? According to our informants, it was Carl, the new captain of the 6th Division of the Rock's pirate crew. Young Master 13 merely went out for a bit and encountered Carl at sea. Somehow, he was killed by him. No further details have been relayed. The messenger knew that Kuro would often sneak out. Typically, he was regarded as the 13th son of the giant soldier pirate crew, and thus, no one would be too harsh with him. However, Carl was oblivious to this. Even if he were aware, he would not have been intimidated. This is a provocation. Rox is challenging us. Summon the captains of all divisions. Yururu promptly called for the leaders of the various divisions. Soon, all the division leaders arrived. Captain, is there something urgent? The captain is here. The first mate, Fred, who had already been informed of the news, urged the assembled captains to quiet down. I have just received word that my 13th son, Kuro, was killed a month ago by Carl, the captain of the 6th Division of the Rock's pirate crew. What? Just after making peace? How dare they initiate hostilities? The captain of the 4th Division, Angelo, was incensed, believing that since their alliance with the ex-pirate crew, the Rock's pirate crew had refrained from direct confrontation with them. If that is the case, then let us fight. The captain of the 2nd Division, Eloy, was not one to shy away from conflict. To him, a battle with the Rock's pirate crew was inevitable. It made little difference whether it happened sooner or later. Should we notify X? Fred expressed his concerns, realizing that they, as a single pirate crew, stood no chance against the Rock's pirate crew. Had it not been for their alliance, the latter might have already dominated the latter half of the New World, leaving them with no say and no need. We are merely going to discuss matters and demand the surrender of their 6th Division captain. Moreover, I have received word that Rox is not currently on the island. Captain Yururu had grown somewhat arrogant. Ever since their alliance, the Rock's pirate crew had not dared to provoke them, leading him to believe they had instilled fear in them. Furthermore, with Rox absent from the island, he felt emboldened. Little did he know, this was merely a ruse devised by Rox to ensnare them. Upon learning of Kuro's death at Carl's hands, Rox had immediately disseminated this false information. He never anticipated that Yururu would fall for it. One could argue that the giants were not particularly adept at schemes, and their intelligence was generally lacking. He approached the situation with a mere experimental mindset. Their arrival would allow them to easily dispatch Yururu. And if they chose not to come, there would be no loss on Rox's part. Additionally, the Rock's pirate crew was preparing to assault the Kingdom of Teal, a significant power in the New World, boasting a population exceeding 2 million, with around 500,000 capable fighters, including numerous high-ranking generals. Therefore, Rox was not neglecting them out of fear. Rather, he had more pressing matters at hand. Order the subordinate pirate crews to gather. I intend to seek justice from Rox. Yururu was growing impatient, believing that Rox's behavior indicated fear. After all, their alliance with the ex-pirate crew had given him ample confidence, even bordering on arrogance. Should we leave some men behind? Fred understood that Rox had been waiting for an opportunity, and now, if they ventured alone to confront the Rock's pirate crew, it would be akin to presenting themselves as lambs to the slaughter. If this information turned out to be false, they would be in dire straits. After all, Rox had long sought to unify the latter half of the Grand Line, but their alliance had temporarily thwarted his ambitions. However, that did not mean they could meet with Rox alone. Yururu, overly self-assured, believed he was merely seeking an explanation, intending to compel Rox to hand over Carl. His original intention was not to instigate a grand conflict. However, events would not unfold as he envisioned, and no need to leave anyone behind. Everyone come with me. Perhaps due to the innate straightforwardness of the giants, they lacked a thorough understanding of schemes, and they often harbored a sense of superiority. Seeing that he could not dissuade Yururu, Fred reluctantly made arrangements. Quickly, board the ship. Bring this aboard. The crew of the Yururu pirate crew hurriedly prepared their supplies for departure. While a battle was not guaranteed, minor skirmishes between pirates were inevitable, but it was prudent to be thoroughly prepared in case of any disagreements. Soon, dozens of large ships were ready along the shore, standing on the deck of the pirate ship. Yururu, towering at 30 meters, was already considered of considerable height among the giants. Simply standing on the deck, the aura he exuded was enough to leave his crew breathless. Yururu spoke, his voice defiant and commanding. As if imbued with an enchanting power. My son Kuro has died. This is a provocation from the Rock's pirate crew. We must avenge this. Set sail for Hive Island. As Yururu issued the command for attack, the pirates erupted in excitement. for such grand spectacles were rare. This expedition included not only the captain but also the leaders of various divisions. Captain Yuru, First Mate Fred, 1st Division Captain Herman, 2nd Division Captain Eloy, 3rd Division Captain Bacula, and 4th Division Captain Angelo. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented assembly for a voyage, the last time being during a grand battle against the Nox pirate crew at sea. Meanwhile, only a handful of pirates remained on Kuro Island to guard it. Roar. Set sail for Hive Island. What a grand spectacle. Indeed, it has been ages since we witnessed such a scene. Two pirates, Pirate A and Pirate B, conversed quietly nearby. The crew gazed at the division leaders, instilling confidence in those present. As the shouts of anger subsided, dozens of ships hoisted their sails, embarking on a grand voyage towards Hive Island. Hive Island. This morning, Carl had been instructing Long E and Long Air in the art of thunder techniques. Their golden light spell had nearly reached its final stages, as for the ordinary orphans they had taken in. They were still practicing the 5-element fist, as their physical condition required substantial time for improvement. The 5-element fist served as a solid foundation for them. After all, the disparity in physicality was a hurdle they could not overcome. Fortunately, they were still young, and Carl did not require them to undertake any missions at present. Long E, Long Air, you must diligently master the thunder techniques from here on. Indeed, the physical prowess of the Dragon Clan is not to be underestimated. Their bloodline confers an inherent advantage. After mastering the operation of the Golden Light spell, Carl swiftly imparted the workings of the thunder technique to them, and they quickly comprehended its essence, albeit lacking in proficiency. In the world of the One Beneath, these two children would undoubtedly be recognized as extraordinary geniuses. Captain Carl, Rox has summoned you for a meeting. Has anything been specified? No, Captain Carl, replied the messenger. The messenger merely stated that the division leaders are to assemble without detailing the matter. The pirate delivering the message was equally unaware of the specifics, especially with the impending assault on the Kingdom of Tyr. Very well, Long E, Long Air, practice diligently while I step out for a moment. After entrusting Long E and Long Air to Cly, Carl briskly made his way to the conference hall, speculating that the meeting pertained to the attack on the Kingdom of Tyr. You two certainly have captured Captain Carl's favor, Cly remarked, already aware that Carl's mastery of lightning was a self-cultivating ability rather than one derived from a devil fruit. Though he felt envy, he recognized that he still had much to learn, having yet to fully grasp the Golden Light spell, let alone the thunder technique. Hee. Long E and Long Air exchanged smiles but remained silent, not wishing to bruise Cly's pride. Despite their youth, they possessed a keen understanding of social dynamics. Having survived to this point, inside the conference hall, John was the first to glance at Rox. Knowing that Rox typically summoned them only for significant matters, there's something urgent, he queried, recalling that they had planned to commence their assault on the Kingdom of Tyr today. Who knows, replied Shiki, lighting a cigar, his demeanor hinting at impatience as he dealt with some affairs in the underworld. Having long prepared for a division of assets, suddenly notified, he was left to ponder the potential losses he might incur. Rox, remaining silent, cast a casual glance at Shiki, exuding a subtle aura of authority that he understood that none of them particularly wished to join his crew, given the weight of his fist. However, he chose to disregard their sentiments, believing that as long as they remained part of his crew, he could command them, for in his view, strength equated to power. Noticing Rox's gaze, Shiki tempered his previously arrogant expression, for he still held a healthy fear of Rox. Hey, Shiki, you're ruining my cake, Charlotte Lingling exclaimed, clutching a massive cake and taking large bites. Startled by Rox's imposing aura, she promptly issued a warning, not wanting to be caught in a brawl mid-bite. John and Wang Ji sat attentively, as the most loyal subordinates of Rox, deducing that he was likely waiting for everyone to assemble before speaking. Just then, Carl entered, quickly taking a nearby seat upon noticing that all were present. Carl, you've arrived. Newgate greeted him with a warm smile. Carl resided a bit farther from the island, preferring solitude, which made him the last to arrive. There's something to discuss. Not yet. Just as Carl and Newgate exchanged hushed words. Rox roared with laughter upon seeing that all the division leaders had gathered, then addressed the assembly. It turned out that Carl had slain Kuru over a week ago, prompting Yoru to seek revenge for his son. Consequently, the entire crew mobilized, making their way towards Hive Island. Rox received intelligence that this time, the entire crew was indeed on the move, with very few remaining on the island, and notably, the giant soldier pirate crew had come alone without the assistance of the ex-pirates. Sitting in his central position, Rox laughed heartily, It was evident that he was in high spirits, for this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps he could seize this chance to unify the latter half of the Grand Line, becoming the true king without a crown. Rox had not anticipated that a seemingly casual strategy would ensnare the giant soldier pirate crew, feeling fortunate that he had made that seemingly trivial move. Otherwise, he might have missed this opportunity. Though poised to attack the kingdom of Tyr today, he considered first dealing with the giant soldier pirate crew. The giant soldier pirate crew. If it weren't for our eagerness to assault the kingdom of Tyr, what would it matter? The Golden Lion's ire swiftly redirected towards the giant soldier pirate crew that he believed that had they not attacked, he might have already resolved matters with his subordinates, avoiding unnecessary losses. The assembly quickly grasped Captain Rock's intention in summoning them, to seize this opportunity to unify the Grand Line. This is splendid news. Wang Ji's rotund face lit up with excitement, as Rock's most loyal subordinate. He had long yearned to eradicate both the giant soldier pirate crew and the Atesh pirate crew, never expecting such an opportunity to arise so suddenly. Captain Rox, the members of the giant soldier pirate crew have reached the island ahead. Surrounding Hive Island were numerous islands of varying sizes, and the messenger was part of the crew stationed on the foremost island, relaying the information via Din Din Mushi. Our guests have finally arrived. We cannot keep them waiting. Let us set sail. With that, Rox, brimming with enthusiasm, strode toward the port. Prepare the cannons. Upon receiving the news, Rox had already instructed the pirates on the island to prepare for a decisive strike against the giant soldier pirate crew. By the time they reached the port, the surrounding defenses were already in place. Cly, with Long E and Long Air in tow, halted 1,000 meters from the port, standing atop a structure to observe the unfolding scene at sea. Rather than leaving them unattended, he deemed it prudent to keep them close, cognizant of their audacity. Should they inadvertently wander into battle and sustain injuries, he could not bear to face Carl's expectations of him. They were coming. Just then, Long E leaned over the building, peering through a small telescope at the depths of the sea, where he spotted a massive fleet racing towards them. Really? Let me see, brother. Long Air immediately began to wrestle for the telescope with Long E. Enough. Stop fooling around. I must remind you both. When the fighting begins, do not stray from my sight. Understood? Understood, brother Cly. They replied obediently. The more compliant they appeared, the more cautious Cly became, knowing all too well how unruly these two could be in Carl's absence. Captain, Hive Island has arrived. The lookout pirate promptly relayed the information to Yoru. I have sensed them. Yoru stood on the deck, his observation Haki allowing him to detect the presence of the Golden Lion and several captains waiting at the port for their arrival. As the two forces drew closer, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and tumultuous winds roared across the sea, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. Yoru, towering at an impressive 30 meters, emanated a terrifying aura that instilled dread in those around him. Did my son perish by your hand? As the giant soldier pirate crew approached the shore, Yoru bellowed towards Carl, his voice booming like thunder. Having seen Carl's photograph, he immediately recognized the figure standing at the port. Who is your son? Carl inquired, perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, on his return journey from the kingdom of Phil, the individual he casually dispatched was none other than the son of Yoru. Yoru, how dare you provoke me on my territory? Today, I shall demonstrate who the true powerhouse is, proclaimed Rox, radiating an overwhelming aura of conqueror's Haki, his gaze fixed intently on Yoru, igniting within him a fervent spirit of battle. Rox, what brings you here? Yoru exclaimed, his soul questioning the situation, for he had received word that Rox was not present on this island. Could it be false information? His mind raced with thoughts that it was I who disseminated that information. I never imagined you, a muscle-bound brute, would actually fall for it. Ha 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 ha. Now that you're here, there's no need for you to leave. Rox had long anticipated their separation from the Ikusa pirates, and this presented a perfect opportunity. Thus, he took his time in attacking the Tyr kingdom. Without further ado, Rox surged toward Yoru, his speed astonishing, as his petite frame conjured a tempestuous wind. His fists and feet, enveloped in armed Haki, struck at Yoru like a gale. Although aware he had been deceived, Yoru, as a warrior of the giant race, had no habit of retreating in the face of battle. He immediately countered, recognizing that this was not the time to withdraw. Meanwhile, as they engaged, the likes of the Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard joined the fray, each confronting the commanders of the giant soldier pirates. Shiki faced the Vice Captain Fred, while Whitebeard clashed with the 1st Division Captain Herman. John and the Prince collaborated to barely withstand the onslaught of the 2nd Division Captain Eloy, and the 3rd Division Captain Bakura was left to Charlotte Linlin. While the 4th Division Captain Angelo naturally confronted Carl. Simultaneously, the ships of the giant soldier pirates docked, facilitating close encounters with the pirates onshore. The battle erupted in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. The combat between Yorlu and Rox was exceptionally fierce. Each collision of fists and feet produced deafening sounds that reverberated through the air, their speed and power escalating exponentially, as if the entire battlefield had succumbed to a relentless storm. Surrounding pirates hastily vacated the area to avoid being caught in the crossfire, resulting in 6 designated zones of emptiness on the battlefield, where the aftermath of the captain-level confrontations was potent enough to shred ordinary pirates. Boom. You must be Carl. Quite impressive, I must say. And you are not lacking either. Angelo'd in one corner of the battlefield. Carl was engaged with the 4th Division Captain Angelo of the giant soldier pirates. Angelo, a giant, commanded a formidable presence with his towering physique. Each strike he delivered exuded immense pressure. Do not presume that being of the giant race renders them slow. Rather, Carl found their movements surprisingly swift. Each of these captain-level giants had mastered the dual-color Haki, momentarily giving Angelo the upper hand in strength. However, Carl infused each of his techniques with lightning magic, gradually numbing Angelo's body. At that moment, Long E and Long Air stealthily maneuvered around the battlefield, seizing the distraction caused by the ongoing clashes. They swiftly extricated themselves from Kree's control. Soon, the duo faced off against the junior captain of the giant soldier pirates. Little ones, piracy is no child's play. Despite his words, the pirate wielded a large blade with no hesitation, swinging it toward Long E and Long Air. Humph, we're not afraid. Ha ha ha. Bring it on. The pirate captain wasted no time, raising his long sword and striking fiercely at the two, although Long E and Long Air were unarmed. Their fists were enveloped in a shimmering golden light, engaging in a fierce battle with the captain. Huh, where did they go? Although Kree was initially captivated by the ongoing battle, it was only a fleeting moment before he turned to find Long E and Long Air missing. He quickly scanned the battlefield, and, upon noticing 2 inconspicuous glimmers of golden light on the left side, recognized them immediately and rushed over. Golden light spell, as Long Air entangled with the pirate captain. He swiftly employed his golden light spell to ensnare the pirate's left leg. The pirate instantly felt the constriction, turning to glare at Long Air. 5 Elements Fist. Fire. Long E seized the opportunity to strike the pirate's chest. In an instant, the pirate's torso was pierced through. Ugh, the junior captain had never envisioned his demise at the hands of children he deemed insignificant. Let me go. However, at that moment, Kree rushed over, grabbing each of them and extracting them from the battlefield. You too. I can't keep an eye on you for a moment, can I? Hee hee, big brother Kree. Long Air beamed, knowing Kree appreciated flattery. Forget it. I'll deal with you when we return. Kree's expression was grave. Yet he understood that reprimanding them now was futile. Thankfully, no serious incident had occurred. He could only wait for an opportunity to address them later, casting a vigilant glance around before hastily retreating from the battlefield. Meanwhile, a turning point emerged on the battlefield. In a corner, an exhilarating confrontation unfolded between the great swordsman Golden Lion Shiki and the vice captain of the giant soldier pirates, Fred. Both Shiki and Fred showcased astonishing prowess. Shiki swung his dual swords with a ferocity akin to a tempest. Fred, being a giant, possessed immense strength, wielding a colossal hammer that produced thunderous sounds with each strike, as if the very sky trembled. Despite Fred's formidable power, Shiki's skillful technique consistently uncovered opportunities for attack. The battle escalated into a fevered climax. Fred, under Shiki's relentless assault, gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. His massive frame was already riddled with wounds of varying severity, blood soaking his body, and in the sunlight. His bloodied visage was truly terrifying. After all, Shiki was currently at the pinnacle of his power, his blades perpetually shrouded in Conqueror's Haki. It is worth noting that Shiki had once nearly slain Roger. Had it not been for that colossal tempest, which saved Roger, the identity of the true Pirate King might still remain unknown. Ha ha ha. Two-sword style. Lion's 1,000 cuts. Shiki quickly discerned Fred's waning stamina. His evasions were becoming increasingly labored. Seizing the moment, he struck. For in the realm of top-tier combatants, a single exposed flaw could determine victory or defeat in an instant. The speed and power of this technique reached unprecedented heights, even tearing the very sky asunder. Shiki, suspended in midair, wielded his swords with unabashed confidence, unleashing a torrent of armed Haki that enveloped not only his blades but also his entire being and the surrounding air in a swirling darkness. In an instant, 2 arcs of golden sword energy erupted from his swords, intertwining in the air with a roar reminiscent of a lion. The terrifying sword energy surged forth with an overwhelming momentum capable of obliterating all in its path. A lethal sharpness only a great swordsman could wield. Fred, in a state of panic, desperately attempted to withstand the onslaught of the Golden Lion. However, his body could no longer withstand such ferocious assaults. Despite his frantic attempts to wield the iron hammer in defense, the sword energy of the Golden Lion shattered the hammer, piercing through his form. His massive frame gradually collapsed to the ground, and his life slowly ebbed away. In his final moments, he cast a glance towards Captain Yorilu's direction, perhaps regretting his failure to stop him. Yet, it was all in vain. He could even foresee the fate awaiting their pirate crew. He slowly closed his pained eyes. In the last moments before death, he pondered whether, if Dongli and Bragi had been present, such a tragedy would have transpired. Alas, these two captains were still unaccounted for. Gagagagaga, you're not too shabby yourself, Carl. Has anyone ever told you that your laughter resembles that of a duck? Only villains would utter such nonsense. Yes, Carl provoked Angelo. He also sought an opportunity. Carl, you've pushed me too far. Indeed. Upon hearing Carl mock his laughter, Angelo's embarrassment turned to rage. In the next instant, he unleashed a furious strike, inadvertently granting Carl an exquisite opportunity to counterattack. Thunder Fist, Carl leapt, positioning himself to Angelo's left. In midair, he adjusted his posture with moonwalk, launching a blow towards Angelo's left flank. Oh no. Angelo swiftly recognized the impending threat, but he had no time to reposition himself. Boom, with a thunderous sound, Angelo was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing down onto the ground, which instantly caved in, sending nearby pirates tumbling through the air for dozens of meters. Wow. Angelo sat up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet Carl showed no signs of relenting. Like a bolt of lightning, Carl surged forward, delivering a powerful punch imbued with armament Haki towards Angelo's head. Angelo hurriedly raised his right hand to defend. Bang. But it was futile. The force of this attack was overwhelming, shattering his entire arm into a mist of blood. Carl did not afford him a moment's respite, following up with another punch. At that moment, Angelo was desperately pressing his left hand against the wound on his right arm. When his head exploded like a snowball, the battle concluded abruptly. Angelo, Fred, it is I who have brought ruin upon you. Yorilu spoke with a heavy heart. Retreat, everyone. Though Yorilu was valiantly resisting the onslaught of rocks, he caught sight of Fred and Angelo's demise in his peripheral vision. Most of his crew had already suffered casualties. He realized that his arrogance had led to such dire consequences, and he couldn't help but feel regret. Had he heeded Fred's counsel from the start, this calamity might have been averted. His orders were merely intended to facilitate the escape of more crew members from this conflict. After all, retreating was no longer an option. Rocks was simply too formidable for him to withstand. Withdraw, quickly. Yorilu's order came far too late. The members of the giant pirate crew, under the Golden Lion's leadership, had mostly perished. Now, only Herman, Aloy, and Bakura remained alive on the battlefield. But given the circumstances, the end of the conflict was not far off. What brings you two here? Although Carl had concluded his battle, he refrained from intervening in others' fights. From his perspective, victory seemed to be on their side. Nonetheless, he kept a vigilant eye on the battlefield to preempt any unexpected developments. At that moment, he suddenly spotted Long E and Long Air at the edge of the battlefield. Carl swiftly approached Cly's side. Lord Carl, I apologize. It was my oversight. Cly felt a pang of shame, believing that failing to keep an eye on Long E and Long Air was a dereliction of duty towards Lord Carl. After all, given his strength, it was unlikely that the two could slip away from his watchful gaze. He had merely been distracted by the ongoing fight. It's nothing serious. See, nothing happened. Carl dismissed the concern, reasoning that as long as Long E and Long Air were unharmed, allowing them a taste of combat experience was of little consequence. However, he resolved to keep a closer watch on them in the future, as the dragon people were a rare bloodline, and he envisioned them becoming his capable assistants. He did not want to incur any losses at this juncture. Yes, Lord Carl, Cly replied respectfully, casting a stern glare at Long E and Long Air. We will certainly obey next time. Their rapid admission of fault was commendable. Yet, Carl realized that since no significant losses had occurred, the matter could be put to rest, and he turned his attention back to the center of the battlefield. He was well aware that Rox possessed strength far beyond what was currently apparent. He couldn't fathom why Rox was prolonging the battle. Did he have ulterior motives? Carl remained uncertain of Rox's intentions. However, as he gazed towards the battlefield's center, he sensed that the confrontation was nearing its conclusion. The captains of the giant tribe were gradually succumbing to the onslaught of Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin. After all, They had only allied with the Ikusu pirates to stand against the Rocks pirates when facing top-tier powers. Individually, they faced inevitable annihilation. The Rock's devil fruit abilities seemed to be well concealed, Carl mused inwardly. It appeared that Rock's powers had only been showcased during the God Valley incident. In other conflicts, there had been no reports of Captain Rock's demonstrating any devil fruit abilities. Nevertheless, even without showcasing his devil fruit powers, Rock's mastery of all three types of Haki was undoubtedly on par with the greatest of warriors. Soon, the battles in the other three locations reached a conclusion, leaving only the clash between Rocks and Yorulu. The captains quickly gathered to observe the confrontation between Rocks and Yorulu. Kikikik. Has Captain Rock's strength diminished? The Golden Lion remarked with a hint of glee, convinced that Rocks should not have allowed the battle to drag on for so long. If Rocks were indeed weaker, would that not bring him closer to his goal of leaving the pirate crew? Golden Lion, take a closer look. Whitebeard held a differing opinion. He believed that Rocks was honing his Conqueror's Haki. Each time Rocks attacked, his long blade shimmered with the aura of Conqueror's Haki. Yet, the onlookers were uncertain whether Rock's strength had reached its peak or if he was capable of further refinement. Well, I'm craving cake, Charlotte Linlin admitted, feeling a touch peckish after such an extended battle. Though it hadn't involved significant exertion, she still felt a twinge of hunger. Just as the discussion grew animated, Rocks sought to experience the might of the Giant's Kingdom. He had long desired to test the formidable technique of the Giant Kingdom, Conqueror's Might. After all, currently, only Captain Yorulu among the giant pirate crew possessed the ability to wield it, and he had no intention of challenging the Giant Kingdom. Despite being one of the world's top powers, venturing to confront the Giant Kingdom might prove perilous. After all, even a mere village of a few hundred giants could be deemed the strongest nation in the world. The Giant Kingdom, with its hundreds of thousands of giants, could easily claim the title of the world's mightiest. He had no desire to provoke such a force, as it could jeopardize his plans and yield detrimental consequences. Kekekek. Yorulu, where are the ultimate techniques of your giant tribe? Show them to me. Rocks incessantly provoked him, while simultaneously, his blade, cloaked in Conqueror's Haki, clashed against Yorulu's massive sword. The two weapons met, sparking with black and purple lightning, causing the air around them to explode. Meanwhile, a tempest swirled around the two figures, the sky cracking open as immense shockwaves swept through the surroundings relentlessly. Upon hearing Rock's words, Yorulu understood that Rocks was intentionally holding back during their confrontation. As he surveyed the battlefield, he realized that the giant soldier pirates had been utterly annihilated, leaving him as the sole survivor. A pang of regret washed over him. After all, the giant soldier pirates had initially boasted 4 captains. Yet, upon inheriting the crew, he had not only failed to protect its pinnacle but had instead led them to ruin. He recognized that he would not escape today. Then let it be as you wish. Rocks, since you desire to witness it, allow me to present the might of the giant race. Instantly, Yorulu's aura transformed, his colossal form radiating a dazzling blue light. Every muscle taut. Within Rock's perception, an intense sense of impending doom surged, filling him with exhilaration. This was the first time he had felt such formidable danger. Yorulu swiftly positioned his weapon horizontally before him, launching a fierce strike towards Rocks, unleashing an astonishing shockwave imperceptible to the naked eye. An overwhelming display of dominance that threatened to tear through the fabric of space itself, accompanied by a deafening roar. A long wave of energy erupted, not an illusion, but a palpable force composed entirely of raw energy. Come at me. Rocks, feeling the overwhelming shockwave, did not flinch. Instead, he unleashed his full might in retaliation. Just like that. Divine might. Rocks unleashed one of his signature moves, wielding a long blade wrapped in the aura of Conqueror's Haki. Clashing with the energy wave. Boom! At the moment of contact, a torrent of wild energy erupted, obliterating everything in its path. Trees and earth alike were shattered, fissures spreading across the ground as the land of Hive Island 15 crumbled and sank into the depths of the sea. The residual force of their confrontation cleaved the sky, leaving a gaping rift that would not heal for ages. This my life. The scene soon fell silent, with Rocks standing resolute, blade in hand. While Yorulu lay prostrate on the ground, there remains a flicker of reluctance. I have disappointed everyone's expectations. I am sorry. Yorulu's eyes gradually dimmed, and he breathed his last. The reign of the great pirate who had traversed the latter half of the Grand Line came to a close today, falling beneath Rock's hand, yet not dimming the legacy of his race. Quickly, clear the battlefield. We have grander endeavors ahead. This battle had not significantly impacted Rock's crew. In fact, the victory had come easily, however, due to their effortless triumph. Rocks immediately turned his gaze towards the ex-pirates. Given the sluggish pace of news on the ocean, if they departed promptly, they could eliminate the ex-pirates before they received word of the encounter. For the upcoming battle, you two shall refrain from joining, Carl stated firmly, recognizing that the ex-pirates were indeed stronger than the giant soldier pirates, that a single misstep could cost Long One and Long Two dearly. Very well. Although they were somewhat unwilling, they acquiesced. Garara la la la, Carl, your strength has notably increased. Newgate had been observing Carl throughout the battle, noting his power steadily rising with each fierce encounter. Newgate felt a twinge of envy towards Carl's fortitude. The Titan bloodline proved to be remarkably potent. Haha, all thanks to your guidance, Brother Newgate. Carl expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that had he not washed ashore on that deserted island, he would never have had the opportunity to join Rock's crew and partake in numerous battles. Experiencing tremendous growth in strength, had he relied solely on solitary training, he might have become stagnant long ago. Each day, he felt his power burgeoning, aware that eventually he would reach his limit, yet confident that by then, he would possess sufficient strength to traverse the Grand Line unimpeded. Ha! Rock stood at the helm, clutching a nautical chart, his face alight with excitement. His commanding voice echoed across the ship. Our next target is the ex-pirates. They no longer pose a threat. The pirates aboard the ship erupted in fervor, understanding that once they dealt with the ex-pirates, the latter half of the Grand Line would belong solely to Rox and his crew. The Golden Lion stood beside Rox, nodding in silent agreement. Rox towered over the ship's railing, his long black hair billowing in the wind, embodying his unwavering conviction. Edward Newgate pondered for a moment before declaring, "We must seize the opportunity while they remain uninformed and strike them down. This way, we can unify the latter half of the Grand Line." Rox nodded, unfurling the nautical chart before him, his finger resting on a red mark. "This is URU Island, the stronghold of the ex-pirates. We shall launch our assault here." The Golden Lion, Newgate, and others focused intently on the chart, committing the target to memory. They understood that this confrontation would culminate in a decisive victory for Rox. "Prepare to set sail." Rock's voice resounded throughout the port, prompting the pirates to spring into action. They checked their weapons, adjusted the sails, and readied themselves for the impending battle. The fleet of pirate ships gradually departed the harbor, heading towards URU Island. Rox had awaited this day for far too long. He stood high on the gibbeck, surveying the vast expanse of the sea. Once, the seas were teeming with top-tier pirate crews, fierce rivals battling fiercely for territory and riches. However, over time, only 3 factions remained, locked in a stalemate. Now, Rox was on the cusp of realizing his first grand design. If his crew could unify the latter half of the Grand Line, they would attract more pirates, bolstering the strength needed to fulfill his grand aspirations. Rox turned to face his crew, his eyes radiating arrogance and determination. He ordered John, Wang Ji, and Kaido to proceed to the stronghold of the giant soldier pirates, Kuro Island, to clean up the aftermath and gather the treasures from the island. Meanwhile, the others would accompany Rox to URU Island. This was a pivotal moment. Rox understood that once his plan succeeded, his crew would gain even more support and resources to propel his grand objective forward. A fervent desire ignited within him. He had waited far too long for this day. Fortune favors me indeed. I never anticipated the plan would unfold so smoothly. Rox marveled at how a mere scheme could facilitate his ambitions for the latter half of the Grand Line. With 6 or 7 hours remaining until URU Island, Rox returned to the cabin first. Mama. Shiki, I need a favor. Charlotte Linlin spoke softly, a glint of cunning in her eyes. I wish to have a child with Carl. You may stipulate any condition. Charlotte Linlin pressed her lips together, her gaze unwavering as she fixed her eyes on Shiki. When the others dispersed, Charlotte Linlin approached the Golden Lion Shiki privately. After all, she believed that Carl's strength was rapidly ascending. If he surpassed them, it would be more challenging to employ force. It would be wiser to take advantage of the present, while Carl had not yet reached his peak, and potentially intoxicate him, thus increasing her chances of success. She had long since noted Carl's susceptibility to alcohol. The two exchanged silent glances, time seeming to stand still for a moment. Kekekek. The Golden Lion was taken aback by Charlotte Linlin's intention to employ a scheme against Carl. However, it also reveals the intense desire of Charlotte Linlin to bear a child with Carl. In truth, Shiki harbors a degree of envy, as he has learned of Carl's Titan bloodline and has observed the remarkable growth of his physical prowess. Seemingly without limits, I never expected that this old hag would one day come seeking my assistance. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. After careful consideration, The Golden Lion resolved to agree to Charlotte Linlin's request. After all, if he wished to extricate himself from the Rock's pirates, he would require sufficient allies to aid him, though he remained unaware that this favor would remain unutilized before the Rock's pirates fell apart. Remember that you owe me a debt of gratitude. This was a significant consideration for the Golden Lion, as he perceived it would serve as a formidable asset in his endeavor to escape the Rock's pirates. Yet, Charlotte Linlin was indifferent to this debt. In her eyes, only direct blood ties among pirates could be trusted. Thus, the stronger the bloodline ability, the more potent her influence would be, making Carl's Titan bloodline an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Ultimately, Charlotte Linlin indeed established the Charlotte Pirates relying on her bloodline, and she was particularly prolific. Curie, meanwhile, remained by Carl's side as they approached Whitebeard's quarters, for Carl sought to ascertain whether there were any particularly noteworthy devil fruit users within the ex-pirates. After all, the pirate world is rife with formidable devil fruit abilities, and he feared potential pitfalls. Whitebeard, are there any individuals in the ex-pirates that we should be especially wary of, given that Carl had only recently joined the Rock's pirates? His understanding of the various factions on the seas was quite limited, and his time had been consumed with battles, leaving little opportunity to familiarize himself with the powers at play. Indeed, there is one. After a moment of contemplation, Whitebeard replied, "The captain of the 3rd Division, Baroque, he is the possessor of the poison fruit. He is considered a rather troublesome adversary at this point." Whitebeard's brow furrowed slightly, indicating that he had suffered significant setbacks against this foe. After finishing his statement, he took a hearty swig from his flask, allowing his brow to relax. The poison fruit, if memory serves, was not this the devil fruit ability of the warden of the underwater prison at the story's outset? Though he had not paid much attention, he had forgotten the name. Nevertheless, the techniques associated with the poison fruit remained etched in his mind. Beyond that, there is nothing else of note. Whitebeard pondered, concluding that Baroque was likely the only one in the ex-pirates with special abilities. He held no fear for the others. With his trimmer fruit, he could easily sweep them aside. Upon hearing this, Carl understood that there were likely no pressing concerns, and after sharing a drink with Whitebeard for a while, he returned to the ship's cabin. Curie, how is their current training progressing? It was evident that Carl was concerned about Long E and Long Air. Reporting to Lord Carl, Long E and Long Air have mastered the Golden Light spell proficiently. As for the lightning technique, I am yet to ascertain the progress since I have not practiced it, but they have made considerable strides in the 5-element fist. That's splendid. Do ensure to practice diligently. Once you have fully mastered the Golden Light spell, I shall teach you the lightning technique. Thank you, Lord Carl. That by the time they reached Uru Island, night had already fallen, due to the fact that the ex-pirates' lookout had already been eliminated. No one noticed their arrival on the island. Rox led them directly to the lair of the ex-pirates, intending to catch them off guard. Damn. I trust you collected a substantial sum today? Ha ha ha, not much. From within the island, they discerned that it was indeed a significant day for the ex-pirates, as various smaller islands within their sphere of influence had offered tribute in the form of protection fees and abundant treasures. Coinciding with their annual grand feast, all the key members of the ex-pirates were present. When Rox sensed that the primary members were gathered, he immediately began allocating tasks. Leave X to me. The rest you can distribute among yourselves. Ha ha ha. Trimmer slash. Without allowing them a moment to deliberate, Rox unsheathed his imposing sword, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped wave of sword energy towards the center of the gathering. Who goes there? Enemies. This is bad. Who dares to intrude? The gathering of pirates was abruptly awakened from their revelry, hastily arming themselves to confront the Rox pirates. Rox? X, seated at the head of the table, stood in shock. What is the Rox pirates doing here? Why was there no prior warning? As the members of the ex-pirates were astonished by the unexpected arrival of the Rox pirates. X had never anticipated their sudden appearance on this island. After all, several years had elapsed since their last confrontation, and they had maintained a peaceful coexistence since then. However, upon witnessing Rox's presence, it was clear that he had no intention of attending the feast. Ha ha ha. Yura has perished. You are next. Rox, standing high above, pointed his sword at X. Just as X pondered the circumstances surrounding Yura's demise. Was it a ruse? He looked up to see Rox charging toward him. He realized that now was not the time for contemplation. Since Rox had arrived on the island, all that remained was to engage in battle. Boys, prepare for combat. Roar. Charge. Let them witness our might. Soon, waves of pirates surged toward the Rox pirates. Ha ha. H8 and my old friend Durant. Lions 1000 cuts. The Golden Lion was the first to greet his old rival, Durant. Two streams of golden sword energy erupted from his dual blades, intertwining in the air and emitting a roar akin to a lion. The terrifying cross-shaped sword energy swept forth with a destructive force. Such sharpness and unstoppable momentum could only be wielded by a master swordsman. Meteor Slash. Durant swiftly stepped forward, unleashing his signature move to counter the Golden Lion, instantly splitting the battlefield in two. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin sought out the respective captains of their divisions. At this moment, Carl realized that the 3rd Division Captain Baroque was absent, leaving him without an equally matched opponent. However, he soon deduced that Baroque must have retreated with the wealth of the ex-pirates. Consequently, he hastily activated his observation Haki and indeed sensed a presence rapidly approaching the rear of the island. He swiftly dispatched a trimmer slash to clear the minor foes before pursuing closely behind. I never expected Yora to be so weak. Falling silently to rocks. We must escape. The speaker was none other than Baroque, the captain of the 3rd Division, who upon seeing Rock's arrival, immediately fled toward the treasure trove in the back mountain. In his view, now that Rox had arrived, the situation was beyond redemption. His only option was to save himself. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy swept across the entire island in an instant. Ha ha ha. You have grown complacent. Rock's voice echoed throughout the island, causing weaker pirates to collapse to the ground, clearly under the influence of his overwhelming conqueror's Haki. Clang! The colossal sound gradually receded. Baroque had arrived at the entrance of a cave, which bore no visible means of entry. He carefully twisted a stone at the cave's mouth. Click, click, click. The door suddenly emitted a sharp clicking sound before opening wide before him. Carl followed closely behind, cautiously masking his presence to avoid detection by Baroque. There's no time. I must take the most important items first. As the door swung wide open, Baroque dashed inside at the first opportunity. Within the chamber, he discovered 15 iron boxes, with the most precious of treasures evidently being the devil fruits. Selecting a bag, he carefully placed 5 of the iron boxes inside, securing it upon his back. It appeared that the worth of these 5 fruits was significantly higher. After all, if he were to abscond with all the devil fruits, the Rock's pirates would surely be alerted to his escape. Thus, he could not risk being pursued. He had to choose only the most potent ones. Just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly halted. Come forth. The cave fell into an eerie silence. You are indeed cautious, yet your aura has betrayed you. For top-tier warriors, discerning the presence of others in their vicinity transcends mere observation. The sounds of breath, faint heartbeats, and the absence of insects and vermin can all indicate hidden presences. Baroque immediately sensed a faint heartbeat. Someone was lurking at the entrance, awaiting his exit. So you discovered me. Carl emerged sheepishly from behind the door, scratching his head. How did you find me? To Carl. It seemed he had concealed himself quite effectively, leaving no apparent flaws. It is impossible for a heart to cease its beating. Fortunately, my hearing is exceptional. I can distinctly perceive a heartbeat within 100 meters. To Baroque's estimation, Carl's ability to follow him unnoticed until now is quite impressive. I see. I never expected you to be so abnormal. Carl reflected on the rarity of someone with such extraordinary hearing. Enough small talk. Let us commence. Baroque placed the bag at his feet, adopting an offensive stance. All right. I had hoped for a more extended conversation. Venomous dragon. Baroque had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. With a swift motion of his right hand, a dragon composed of deadly poison surged towards Carl. It seems he is not to be underestimated. Carl instantly noticed a droplet of liquid fall to the ground as the poisonous dragon materialized, swiftly corroding a small pit. He understood that should the toxic dragon make contact with him, he would not last long. Shave, Tempest Slash. He first utilized the Marine 6 styles to evade to the side, then brandished his sword, unleashing a golden sword aura aimed squarely at Baroque's legs. From what he understood, the poison fruit was of the Paramecia type, which meant Baroque could not completely elementalize his body, especially since he mixed in some armament Haki. Toxic pathway. Baroque promptly corroded the ground into a smooth slide with his venom, then swiftly utilized the slide to evade. What a pity. Carl observed that as Baroque corroded the ground, portions of gold were also destroyed. After all, that gold had been part of his spoils, and he felt a twinge of regret at its loss. You should be more concerned about yourself. Toxic gas expansion. In an instant, Baroque filled the entire cave with a mist of potent venom, the noxious fumes spreading rapidly until the chamber was engulfed. With only one exit, they had no chance to escape. This is bad. Carl quickly covered his nose with his arm, holding his breath. Yet it was too late. In that fleeting moment, he caught a whiff of the toxic gas. Although he managed to hold his breath, a wave of weakness washed over him, and his head began to spin. He had not anticipated that merely inhaling a trace of poison could be so debilitating. He could distinctly feel the toxin wreaking havoc on his senses. His strength was already formidable, nearing that of a pseudo-admiral, yet he still could not evade the effects. Clearly, Baroque's mastery of his devil fruit was far superior to that of the warden in the original narrative. He realized he had underestimated the prowess of the pirates in this world. After all, any pirate active in the New World for decades had surely honed their devil fruit abilities to perfection. The warden in the original story had not had the luxury of time to develop his powers, rendering comparisons futile. However, his titan physique soon restored his clarity. Evidently, the feeble toxin posed no significant threat to his constitution. A warm current surged within him, swiftly neutralizing the trace of poison. He knew he was not yet a paramecia. He could not hold his breath indefinitely. Thus, he needed to conclude the battle swiftly or extricate himself from the stalemate, lest he face defeat. Carl darted forward, the ground beneath him crumbling as he propelled himself with incredible speed, appearing beside Baroque in the blink of an eye. He swung his fist, enveloped in armament Haki, striking forcefully at Baroque's head. Carl's strength surpassed Baroque's. All of Baroque's abilities revolved around his poison fruit, leaving his physicality comparatively weak. Ugh! Baroque's head was struck by Carl's fist, sending him crashing against the wall, his body embedding itself into the rock, causing the cave to tremble. Wow, kid, do you think you're strong? Baroque extricated himself from the wall, wiping the blood from his lips, sensing the internal damage to his organs. He realized that this young adversary was no ordinary foe. Though seemingly youthful, his strength was substantial. Toxic Colossus. Baroque's body became enveloped in venom, taking on the appearance of armor as he grew nearly 10 meters tall. Resembling a small mountain from a distance, once prepared, he charged at Carl, the surrounding environment succumbing to the corrosive fumes. Thunderous fist. Carl understood that in close quarters, the toxic gas was unavoidable. Thus, he enveloped himself in the golden spell. His fists crackling with electricity. He stepped forward, unleashing his attack with lightning speed. A thunderous boom echoed, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, as the air was filled with the scent of singed matter due to the overwhelming power of the lightning. Given the massive size of Baroque's toxic colossus, every punch struck true, the violet lightning coursing through the colossal form, electrifying it entirely. Baroque had not anticipated the intensity of Carl's lightning. He felt his strength waning, as if he could no longer control his limbs, and even the capabilities of the poison fruit began to dissipate. He reflected that had it not been for Luffy's protagonist aura, he might not have been able to overcome Enel, the wielder of the rumble fruit, back when he had not yet awakened as the sun god Nika. Indeed, the protagonist's aura held great significance. Though he mused on this, mere seconds passed as he observed Baroque. As expected, before the toxic colossus could reach Carl, it disintegrated, the toxic gas in the air dissipating entirely. Clearly, Baroque was finished. Baroque knelt several meters away from Carl, his body crackling with electricity. He could distinctly feel that his insides had been charred by the lightning. His earlier perceptions were not mistaken. He could no longer continue the fight. The rumble fruit, is it? I never anticipated I would meet my demise in this obscure cave. In that moment, Baroque reflected on his tragic life, the massacre of his village by pirates in his youth, leaving him the sole survivor, followed by his enlistment in the ex-pirates. After a decade, he finally tracked down the pirates responsible for his village's destruction, and in one night, he annihilated their entire crew. Though he avenged his village, he had become a pirate himself, knowing he could never return to his past. The ensuing decades were fraught with violence on the seas, yet he had never found solace for his soul. All would come to a halt today. Young man, if given a choice, would you choose to be a pirate? Although Baroque was aware of his impending demise, it might truly be a consequence of aging. As one approaches death, their words often turn benevolent. He yearned to understand whether Carl's fate mirrored his own. Of course, I do not desire it. Is it not preferable to live in peace and contentment? Upon uttering this statement, Baroque realized that he and Carl belonged to the same ilk. Yet, it was a pity that fate had dealt them a cruel hand, compelling each individual to tread paths they would rather avoid. Perhaps this is what is meant by the so-called dragon-slaying youth ultimately succumbing to the evil dragon. Baroque's final words stirred a wave of nostalgia within Carl. Indeed, if given a choice, who would choose to become a pirate? Baroque spoke these words with a dim gaze, clearly already departing. Carl, however, found himself spiritually awakened by Baroque's last utterance. He recalled a great general from the era of the Blue Star Wars who once said, "Those souls that have been tempered by the fires of war are intertwined with the fate of the people. All that we do today is of unparalleled glory. Instantly, Karl's fighting spirit ignited. Previously devoid of ambition or zeal, Baroque's words served to rouse him, having arrived in the pirate world. Although he still lacked clarity regarding the specific purpose of his presence, he now aspired to forge a world devoid of conflict and slavery, dedicating himself wholly to this cause. Everything ultimately boiled down to the celestial dragons. Bang! Karl dug a pit outside the cave and interred Baroque's remains. In his eyes, Baroque's awakening before death warranted him this final act of respect. Thank you for your reminder. I now know what I must do in the future. After laying Baroque to rest, he swiftly concealed the bag containing the devil fruit. Next comes the time for harvest. With that, Karl completed his task and ventured into the cave, meticulously searching for any remaining precious treasures. After all, the first to discover the treasure held the privilege of selection. This necklace is quite exquisite. Oh, and there are 2 fine blades. What are they called? As Karl discovered several valuable items in the treasury, he began to collect them into his system space while scrutinizing their details. This is the ancient moon blade, and this one is the silver harmony blade. In addition, Karl amassed approximately 3 billion berries worth of wealth. After securing a small portion for himself, he exited the cave. That it was impossible for him to carry away all this wealth alone, as it would surely incite Rox's ire. The remainder would be subject to Rox's distribution. His mission was effectively accomplished. He stepped out of the cave and made his way toward the battlefield's center, where he spotted a devil fruit adorned with purple patterns at the roadside. Poison fruit. He felt a surge of excitement. Although he knew that upon the death of a devil fruit user, their fruit would randomly appear elsewhere, he had not anticipated that he would be the one to acquire it. Did this mean he had indirectly altered the timeline? Indeed, just as Karl secured the poison fruit in his system pack, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for altering the Pirate World line for the 2nd time. This marked the 2nd alteration of the Pirate World line. He recalled that the first reward had been access to the system market. However, at that time, he had been unable to afford any items due to a lack of points, leaving him curious about this new reward. Reward: 1,000 system mall points. Character template: the Fox Demon Matchmaker, Wang Quan Fugue. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Karl was overwhelmed with joy. With 1,000 system mall points, he was still unaware of what he could purchase. Yet, Wang Quan Fugue was renowned as the greatest swordsman throughout history. Were it not for certain special circumstances, he would likely be the first to confront one of the 3 young masters of Ally Nation in the realm of the Fox Demon Matchmaker. Karl promptly opened his character template. Host: Luke's D. Karl has fused template. 1 below Heaven's Old Celestial Master. Sword Saint Guy Nye of the Qin Moon. Not yet fused. Fox Demon Matchmaker Wang Quan Fugue. Not yet fused. Skills: Armament Haki, Intermediate Observation Haki, Beginner Conqueror S Haki, Navy 6 Styles, Golden Light Spell, Palm Thunder, Yang 5 Thunder, Taiji Fist. Talent: Titan Strength. Wealth: 3.7 billion berries. Items: Energy Fruit, Rain Fruit, Zoan Type Golden Bull Fruit, Zoan Type Rhinoceros Fruit. Poison Fruit, Ancient Moon Blade, Silver Harmony Blade, Supreme Great Blade, Longquan Sword, Unknown Devil Fruit X5. Evaluation: a top-tier powerhouse on the seas, with comprehensive strength equivalent to a pseudo-Vice Admiral. Open the System Mall. Karl had yet to explore what could be acquired from the System Mall. Fire Eye and Golden Eye, 100. 000 points each. Weakened version. Chi Source Flow, 100,000 points. Rainbow Stone, 100,000 points each. Recovery Pill, 10,000 points each. Ordinary Long Sword, 10 points each. It seems there is no immediate need for purchases. In the next moment, Karl closed the System Mall. As he currently lacked a pressing need for items, he perceived the Recovery Pill as a valuable option. Yet at 10,000 points each, it was rather steep. Well, this was perfect. He would not dwell on the System Mall for now. Karl felt immensely satisfied with his current strength and possessions. Lord Karl. The battle had long since concluded, and after its end, Cray had been tirelessly searching for Lord Karl. Upon spotting him emerging from the woods, he rushed over without delay. I discovered their treasure trove in the back mountain. Moreover, their 3rd squad captain, Baroque, also fell by my hand. Karl gestured to Cray, then addressed the crowd present. Keka. I told you. Where's their treasure? So far away. I'll take the lead. The golden lion swiftly soared toward the direction Karl indicated. Whoosh. John, unwilling to be outdone, darted past Karl like lightning. After all, John's greatest love was gold and jewels. So his reaction was hardly surprising. Well done, Carl. Let us see how much wealth they have accumulated. Rox took the lead, guiding everyone toward the back mountain. So much gold. Soon, Rox led the group to the cave entrance, where a dazzling golden light shimmered from within. Rox was the first to notice the 10 devil fruits on the pedestal and quickly turned to Carl. He was astonished that Carl had not coveted the devil fruits. It was known that, according to his inside sources, the ex-pirates possessed only 10 devil fruits in total. However, he was unaware that at this banquet, they had collected 5 additional devil fruits. Rox then stepped forward. This cave was discovered by Carl first. So he shall be the first to claim 2 devil fruits. Subsequently, each squad captain will receive one. Rox proclaimed to the gathered crowd as he stood before the 10 devil fruits. By the way, let me introduce everyone. This is Silver Axe. Meanwhile, to his right stood a towering man over 3 meters tall, wielding 2 massive axes. Silver Axe is an undercover agent who joined the ex-pirates in earlier years. It was his information that allowed us to learn that the ex-pirates had yet to receive news of the giant soldier pirates being eradicated by us. This provided us with a significant opportunity to eliminate the ex-pirates. So he may also choose 1 devil fruit. He will take on the role of captain of our 7th squad in the Rocks Pirates. Roar. The 7th squad is officially established. The most exhilarated individuals in the crowd were those without their own squad captains. Instantly, many rushed to Silver Axe, eager to join his 7th squad. Carl, you go first. Rox gestured for Carl to come forward and select first. Carl immediately stepped up. He lacked a comprehensive guide to the devil fruits and was unaware of the specific abilities each one represented. He only knew that the Zoan types resembled apples, the Paramecia types came in various shapes, and the Logia types exhibited distinct patterns. That it was evident that no Logia fruits were present, only 5 Zoan and 5 Paramecia types. Carl was not particularly fond of the Zoan fruits, as most were rather lackluster. He preferred the Paramecia types, whose abilities were predominantly rule-based. If fully realized, no devil fruit could be deemed weak. Carl picked 2 Paramecia fruits and then retreated to the sidelines. Following him, the Golden Lion selected a Paramecia fruit, soon followed by Whitebeard, Charlotte, and others, with Silver Axe being the last to choose something. As for the remaining devil fruits, Rox claimed them for himself. All right, let's tidy up swiftly. We must return to Hive Island to see what John and Wangji have gathered, Rox declared, his laughter echoing as he exited the cave. The Golden Lion and Whitebeard soon followed suit. While the pirates inside busied themselves transporting the gold and jewels onto the ship, these pirates would not hoard the treasures, as the observation Haki of the group was perpetually activated, and everyone understood this unspoken rule. They quickly returned to the ship and dispersed to their quarters. Golden Lion, do not forget our agreement, Charlotte Linlin remarked, walking behind the Golden Lion. Rest assured, he replied with a hearty laugh. Are you not concerned that Carl might cause you trouble later? The Golden Lion, curious, inquired how Charlotte Linlin intended to handle any subsequent complications. That is not your concern, Golden Lion, she admonished without elaborating, cautioning him to refrain from meddling in matters that did not involve him. Mother, you are back. Perispero greeted Charlotte Linlin at the door at 10 years old. He was her eldest son, tasked with looking after his 11 brothers and 9 sisters. Mother, Katakuri, now 8, was in the playful stage of childhood, frolicking around the house with his younger brother Daifuku and 4th brother Oven, while the youngest siblings remained in their cribs. Well, Perispero, soon you will be welcoming your 12th brother, Charlotte Linlin announced. Who is it this time that you are having a child with? Perispero knew of his mother's penchant for bearing children with individuals of various races. He was now considerably more mature than Katakuri. Although only 10, he was among the few individuals Charlotte Linlin trusted. It is Carl, the captain of the 6th division of the pirate crew, that I have long coveted. The Titan bloodline of Carl, Perispero mused. The power of bloodlines was indeed formidable. He wondered whether his mother would achieve her desires this time. Then let us congratulate Mother on her successful endeavor, Perispero thought, realizing that regardless of the outcome, his mother's intentions were set, making further discussion futile. Upon our return, there will be a grand banquet. Do not cause me any trouble. She warned that of course, Mother, Perispero replied, his expression one of compliance. We will not cause any trouble, Mother, declared Charlotte Compote, the 9-year-old eldest daughter, her serious demeanor reflecting her thoughts on her younger siblings and father, whom she had only heard of but never truly met. She pondered whether Captain Carl's formidable strength might make him a genuine father figure for them, understanding that they had no power to alter their mother's decisions, only the ability to acquiesce. Well, I too am looking forward to it, Charlotte Linlin mused, lost in thought. On the deck, Whitebeard observed as everyone returned to their quarters, pondering when he might find a true family to rely on. Had he not been forcibly recruited into Rock's crew, he might have already had a genuine family. The Golden Lion, on the other hand, felt disgruntled. He believed he would have fared better joining John and Wang Ji at the headquarters of the giant soldier pirates, where he might have acquired superior devil fruits instead of settling for leftovers. Inside Rock's cabin, he remarked, "You did well this time. Welcome back. From now on, the intelligence for the Rock's pirates will be entrusted to you. You will report solely to me. If anyone else inquires, you need not divulge anything." Rox addressed Shaki. "Rest assured, Captain Rox, I will handle all matters of intelligence from now on." Shaki replied respectfully, "I trust you with this responsibility." "Now, you may leave," Rox instructed. "Yes, Captain." At this time, Shaki had only recently joined the Rox pirates. Her initiation was through the intelligence gathered from the Axis pirates. Otherwise, Rox would not have known that now was the optimal moment to launch an offensive against the Axis pirates. Similarly, from now on, Shaki would report solely to Rox. On the same day, Pekin had also just joined the Rox pirates. Upon returning to his quarters, Carl promptly locked the door. He laid out the collected devil fruits on the table. And as he gazed at them, a mischievous smile crept across his face. From left to right, there were known fruits: the energy fruit, the rain fruit, the Zoan-type golden bull fruit, the Zoan-type rhino fruit, and the poison fruit. In the center were 2 paramecia fruits, while the 5 boxes at the edges remained unopened, their contents unknown. He forcefully opened the 5 boxes, revealing 5 devil fruits of varying shapes. "System, please identify these 2 paramecia and the 5 unfamiliar devil fruits. Identification costs 10 points per fruit. 10 points. I recall it was free before. What is going on? Why have you started charging?" Carl exclaimed, sensing a hint of mischief from the system. "Previously, you had no funds. Now that you do, it is natural to deduct points," the system replied. "The previous assessments were extended to you without charge. You have not compensated for those. How about you settle that debt now?" Carl faintly perceived a tone of glee in the system's voice. "Forget it. Let us just move on as if I never mentioned it." He shook his head in refusal, contemplating the system's unexpected shift to charging fees. "All right, just identify these 7 devil fruits for me, deducting 70 points. Remaining points: 930. Identifying: 2 paramecia, the paint fruit, the transform fruit, 2 mythical zoan, the fish fruit in the form of a flood dragon, the bird fruit in the form of a golden winged rock, 1 logia, the earth fruit, and 2 zoan, the triceratops fruit, the saber-toothed tiger fruit. As the system concluded its report, Carl sprang from his seat. My goodness, this is incredible. This is a monumental leap forward. I've acquired such powerful devil fruits. System, open my personal panel. Host, Lux D. Carl, template fused, master of heaven and earth. 1 under heaven, sword Saint Gain Ye Qin Shi Mingwei, not yet fused. Demon Fox Matchmaker, Wang Quan Fu Gue, not yet fused. Skills, armament Haki coverage, intermediate observation Haki, beginner conquerors Haki, Navy 6 styles, golden light charm, palm thunder, sun 5 thunder, Tai Chi fist, talent, Titan's power, money, 3.7 billion berries, items, energy fruit, rain fruit, Zoan-type golden bull fruit, Zoan-type rhino fruit, poison fruit, paint fruit, transform fruit, fish fruit, mythical zoan, flood dragon form, bird fruit, mythical zoan, golden winged rock form, logia earth fruit, Zoan-type triceratops fruit, Zoan-type saber-toothed tiger fruit, supreme great sword, Longquan sword, the great blade, the ancient moon blade, and the silver combined blade of the great blade. Evaluation, a first-class powerhouse upon the vast ocean, with an overall strength akin to that of a false general. I could easily establish a supermarket for devil fruits. However, it pains me to part with such formidable devil fruits so casually. Should I consider merging character templates? Yet, I feel my current strength has yet to reach its zenith. Merging now might drain my vitality. Perhaps it is wiser to heed philosophy. Rather than spreading oneself too thin, it is better to specialize in one endeavor. Once I have sufficiently developed my Titan bloodline, I shall contemplate the matter of merging templates. Let us explore the introductions of the drawing fruit and the transformation fruit. As for the other devil fruits, Carl could glean their general functions merely from their names. But these 2 remained shrouded in mystery to him. Drawing fruit. It can transform depicted objects into reality, though they lack souls. Upon awakening, it can bestow souls upon objects and seal certain lifeless items within the artwork. Transformation fruit. It allows one to morph into various animals and plants previously encountered, yet does not inherit their characteristics or powers upon awakening. However, it can perfectly inherit the strength of the transformed state. If I understand the drawing fruit correctly, it can store items, much like the magical brush of Maoyang. The transformation fruit should enable transformation into various creatures, even flowers and plants. Perhaps it can even allow transformation into an elephant. Unfortunately, true power can only be harnessed upon complete awakening. But wait, I can consider this. If a user of the transformation fruit were to infiltrate the Valley of the Gods alongside a user of the drawing fruit, would they do so without a sound? The value of these two devil fruits would soar. I must ensure they are well preserved. Subsequently, Carl stored the devil fruits into the system's backpack. The journey back to Hive Island was swift, devoid of any troubles. After all, no foolish pirate would dare provoke the Rocks pirates. Upon their return to the island, John, Wang Ji, and others had also returned with their spoils, after handing over 70% of the berries. Carl's system balance reached 5.9 billion berries. However, there was no distribution of the devil fruits from the giant soldier pirates this time. It was only logical, as the giant soldier pirates did not participate. The remainder likely remained with Rocks. Meanwhile, Rocks decided to host a grand banquet that very night. Oh well, Lord Carl, you have returned. As soon as Carl arrived at the base, he was greeted by the white tiger rushing towards him, followed closely by Long E and Long Air. Carl first patted the fluffy head of the white tiger, then looked down at the two. How have you fared? Have you practiced diligently? We have indeed studied hard. Lord Carl, look. Long Air eagerly extended his right hand, where flickers of lightning danced, clearly indicating his mastery of lightning magic. He had already made a breakthrough. You two are progressing quite swiftly. By the way, Lord Carl, today we did something rather mischievous. Long E said awkwardly. What might that be? Do share. Carl seated himself on a large rock. It turned out that after their departure today, Long E, Long Air, and the pirate station on the island had a verbal altercation. However, they were wise enough to avoid physical confrontation, knowing their own limitations. Instead, they resorted to a gambling match, as Hive Island possessed a dueling arena. After all, pirates had little in the way of entertainment. The stakes involved purchasing a slave, who would then fight to the death in the arena, with the loser required to kneel and bow to the victor. Predictably, they fell into the trap. After purchasing a slave, they discovered that the pirate they were betting against had chosen a giant as his slave. Naturally, they lost the duel. However, they resorted to trickery and directly confronted the pirate, only to find him surprisingly weak, succumbing to their attacks in mere moments. Fearing exposure, they returned to the base with the giant slave and refrained from venturing out again. Upon hearing their tale, Carl chuckled. Do not worry, within the Rocks pirates, there is no need to show courtesy to other pirates. We are not of the same ilk. Moreover, the slaughtering captains within the Rocks pirates will not intervene, so you need not fret. Carl carefully explained the situation of the Rocks pirates to ease their concerns. Upon hearing this, they immediately relaxed. The day's events had frightened them to the point they dared not leave their quarters, fearing they might bring trouble upon Carl. A giant. Let me see him. Carl expressed his anticipation. Though he was not particularly inclined towards collecting, having a giant aboard his ship would certainly add to his prestige. Lord Carl is here. Long E led the way. Behind their base was a vast cave, where Joseph the giant resided. Due to the giant's immense size, there had been no time to construct a dwelling, so he was forced to make do within the cave. What is your name? Carl approached the cave entrance and beheld the giant seated within. The dimness of the space did not hinder Carl's vision. Joseph, that a deep echo resonated from within the cave. Do you wish to join the Rocks pirates? As long as I am not a slave, I will accept anything. Joseph was weary of his life as a slave. Very well, come forth. Thud, thud, thud. With each heavy footfall, Joseph emerged from the cave. You are quite tall. As Joseph stepped out, Carl estimated his height to be at least 20 meters. Joseph sported a long beard and wore a massive collar around his neck, appearing particularly despondent. Join my crew. I will protect you. With the name of Carl, you shall sail the seas, and no one will ever treat you as a slave again. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Carl. Tears streamed down Joseph's face as he spoke. Giants are known for their straightforward nature. They remember only those who treat them well or poorly. To Joseph. Carl now represented a savior from a life of misery. All right, bow your head and remain still. I shall remove your collar today. As Joseph lowered his head, Carl approached with his arm enveloped in Haki, swiftly breaking the collar and casting it into the depths of the sea. Boom! A massive wave erupted as Joseph touched his neck, feeling the absence of the collar. It's gone. It's gone. How wonderful, it's truly gone. Joseph gazed at Carl with teary eyes, finally liberated from the symbol of his enslavement. Ha! I am free. Joseph rose and laughed heartily. Carl felt a sense of satisfaction. He had not anticipated that one day a giant would join his ranks. From now on, you shall follow Cly. Cly, I entrust him to you. Carl turned to Cly, who now served as Carl's personal steward. Primarily responsible for handling matters Carl preferred to avoid. Rest assured, Lord Carl. Cly understood Carl's intentions. Though their time together had been brief, he had grasped the essence of Carl's thoughts, since Lord Carl had suggested it. It was clear he intended for Cly to impart the 5-element fist to Joseph. Now that our tasks are complete, you shall accompany me to the banquet tonight. After all, this is a monumental moment for the Rocks Pirates as we embark on the latter half of the Grand Line. As you command, Lord Carl.A.'s night descended, countless stars twinkled in the sky. The pirates of the Rocks Pirates gathered in the square, for tonight's banquet would be the most significant in the history of the Rocks Pirates. After all, they had vanquished both the giant soldier pirates and the ex-pirates. The latter half of the Grand Line rightfully belonged to the Rocks Pirates, the Rocks Pirates. Cheers! Cheers! Ha ha! What a splendid day it is. The banquet commenced promptly without any delays, opening immediately as the time arrived. Devoid of any introductory phrases or ceremonies, the central round table. Rocks was the first to raise his glass to Carl. Carl, your contributions have been unparalleled this time. Cheers! A faint blush adorned Rock's cheeks, revealing his immense joy. He had never consumed so much alcohol before. This was due to Carl being the first to locate the treasure trove. Captain Rocks, you flatter me, Carl replied modestly. This achievement belongs to all of us. Had you not held them off, I would not have found the treasure so swiftly. Regardless of Rock's compliments, Carl humbly acknowledged the collective effort without exaggeration. Ha ha ha. The Golden Lion's expression radiated excitement, his laughter boisterous and exuberant. Come, come, let us drink. The Golden Lion, unfazed by the discourse, remembered his pact with Charlotte Lingling to ensure Carl would be thoroughly intoxicated that day. Ha ha ha. Without Carl, it was likely that Baroque would have absconded with the most vital treasures, leaving them with far less bounty. Meanwhile, Charlotte Lingling, blushing with embarrassment, spoke to Carl, her heart racing as if a fawn had taken refuge within. She had never experienced such feelings towards any man before. Just recalling the events of the night sent waves of secret delight through her. Carl, however, remained unaware of their schemes. Despite the incessant pouring of drinks by the Golden Lion and Charlotte Lingling, he accepted without refusal. Glug glug. Your strength has certainly improved considerably, Newgate observed with a relaxed demeanor, recognizing that it was indeed their moment to unwind, that he could easily discern that Carl's prowess had significantly advanced since their last encounter. Not by much. Perhaps some latent potential surfaced during the life-and-death battle. Carl replied with a hint of self-deprecation that I still fall far short compared to you all, though it appeared that his strength was on par with the likes of the Golden Lion and Newgate. It was akin to standing on the brink of an unfathomable abyss. His mastery of Haki, armament, and observation was only rudimentary. He was still clueless about utilizing Conqueror's Haki. Armament Haki requires diligent practice. There are no shortcuts to mastery, Newgate advised Carl, emphasizing the arduous journey they all undertook to reach their current levels of strength. I understand, Brother Newgate. The banquet swiftly passed amidst their light-hearted banter. Burp. All right, Brother Newgate. I think I've had enough that I need to rest, having indulged a bit too much. Take care and be safe, Newgate replied. The floor was strewn with pirates sprawled about, intoxicated and inebriated. Carl, with the assistance of Clay, made his way toward his quarters. Ha ha ha. You should get some sleep, the Golden Lion declared, releasing his Conqueror's Haki. An overwhelming aura burst forth, focused solely on Clay, who succumbed instantly. As this Haki targeted only Clay, it went unnoticed by Carl. Thud. Clay's body gently collapsed to the ground. Lingling, the next matters are in your hands. Ha ha ha. With a triumphant laugh, the Golden Lion strode away from the scene. Ha ha ha. Charlotte Lingling wasted no time, swiftly lifting Carl and hoisting him over her shoulder, briskly heading toward her chamber. In the tranquil morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, gently illuminating Charlotte Lingling's bedroom. Outside, birds chirped joyfully as a gentle morning breeze rustled the curtains. As the warmth of the sun gradually enveloped the room, Carl slowly stirred from his slumber. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he stretched languidly, his muscles emitting low, rumbling sounds. In the next moment, he sensed something amiss. There was someone beside him. He quickly turned his head and discovered he was nestled in Charlotte Lingling's embrace. Although Carl now stood nearly 4 meters tall, he appeared somewhat diminutive next to Charlotte Lingling. The two lay bare upon the bed, covered only by a thin blanket. It would indeed be peculiar if nothing had transpired. Wait, what did I do last night? Drinking, Clay brought me back. What happened afterward? Why can't I remember? My heavens. He noticed Charlotte Lingling had awakened. Carl, you're awake. Do not worry, I will take responsibility. Ha ha ha. Charlotte Lingling spoke shyly, her cheeks flushed. After all, Carl's stamina had utterly exhausted her. She had never imagined a man's vitality could be so formidable. This was her first taste of true happiness. Last night. Sigh, Carl stumbled over his words, unable to articulate a coherent thought that he genuinely didn't know what to say. After all, what had happened was undeniable, and anything he might say seemed superfluous. Yet, remaining silent felt equally awkward. Observing Carl's pained smile, Charlotte Lingling felt a mischievous urge to tease him. Well then, since you've taken my body, what more do you desire? Surely, you cannot wish to dismiss me. With her sparkling eyes fixed on Carl, she seemed to await his response. Carl quickly pondered, since the events had unfolded as they did. And given his somewhat traditional views, he could not simply let it slide. He needed to contemplate how to navigate his relationship with Charlotte Lingling. Since it was his predicament, he would strive to make amends while also curbing Charlotte Lingling's future actions. All right, let us establish some ground rules. First, from this day forth, you are to have no other man but me, and no flirting with others. Second, refrain from excessive sweets. We must avoid any weight gain. Third, until the Rock's pirates disband, our relationship must remain concealed. Carl felt a bit awkward, as it appeared he had been the one taken advantage of. Yet, in reality, the burden rested more heavily on the woman. Setting rules was a last resort. If he did not, he would feel as though he were wearing dozens of green hats. Ha ha ha. No problem, I agree. Charlotte Lingling promptly sat up, the thin blanket slipping from her body, revealing her fair skin to Carl's astonished gaze. Causing his nose to bleed. He had never encountered such a sight before. She must have grown up drinking milk and eating papaya. In the next moment, Charlotte Lingling enveloped Carl in her embrace, pressing against him with her softness. But how do you know the Rocks will disband? That question is best left unasked. It is still early. Let us begin anew. I have yet to fully experience it. At that moment, Carl felt his body responding, thinking to himself that since it had already happened, why not embrace the situation now? Charlotte Lingling's words trailed off as Carl suddenly toppled her. The bed creaked under the weight of their movements. It seems we are destined to have a true father. Parasparrow eavesdropped from outside the door, listening intently to their conversation. Isn't that a good thing? Compote replied, feeling a sense of relief. Observing closely, they concluded that while Carl may not be a saint, he certainly was not a malicious individual. Indeed, this means we shall be children with a fathered as Kakuri, who has been responsible for protecting his younger siblings since childhood, reflects upon the arrival of their father. He feels a sense of relief that no one would dare to label them as wild children any longer. Ever since their birth, various pirates within the crew have referred to them as such. Children without a father. It was never their intention to be seen in this light. However, they are powerless to alter the truth and find themselves incapable of contending with those pirates. Thus, they must silently endure the disdainful glances and biting mockery of others. Meanwhile, as Carl and Charlotte Lingling engage in a profound conversation, on the other side, ugh, my head hurts. Groggy, Curie rises from the ground. Where is Lord Carl? He hasn't gone back already, has he? Curie can only recall assisting Lord Carl to this location before his memory fades into oblivion. He shakes his dazed mind and hastens towards the base, believing that failing to personally escort Lord Carl back to his room would be a grave mistake. Bang, bang, bang. Lord Carl, are you there? Boom. Upon hearing no reply, Curie bursts through the door, only to find an empty room with no signs of Lord Carl's return. Have I lost Lord Carl? Curie scratches his head, reassuring himself that even if Lord Carl had indulged too much on the island, there should be no imminent danger to his life. However, since Lord Carl has gone missing under his watch, his foremost duty is to locate him. He quickly rushes to the adjacent room to awaken Long E and Long Air. You too. Did you see Lord Carl return yesterday? Curie inquires, panic etched across his face. Long Air, the first to rise, rubs his eyes. No, I didn't see him. Right? Curie brother, weren't you just back? Longy stands up, looking at Curie with confusion. After all, to them, Curie should have been with Lord Carl. Could it be? Long he furrows his brow, suddenly struck by an ominous thought. Is it possible that Lord Carl is missing? Now somewhat awake, he notices Curie's anxious expression and realizes that Lord Carl's whereabouts are indeed uncertain. There shouldn't be any cause for alarm. With Lord Carl's strength, there should be no threats on this island. Long Yi's face tightens. Indeed, perhaps he has gone to Uncle Newgate's room. After all, they share a close bond. Long Air adds, somewhat lucidly, recognizing that there is likely no one on this island who would dare to harm Lord Carl. Perhaps, but thankfully, Lord Carl is not in any life-threatening danger. Let us wait for him to return. Curie's anxious demeanor eases as he understands that even if Lord Carl is in Newgate's room, he would not dare to intrude. After all, waking Lord Carl and waking Newgate are two entirely different matters. His life paper, which holds Lord Carl's fate, shows no abnormalities, indicating that Lord Carl is safe. Little does he know, Lord Carl is currently engaged in an intense brawl with Charlotte Lin, far too occupied to concern himself with them. The following morning, Lord Carl emerges from Charlotte Lin's chamber. Remember our relationship. You mustn't speak of it to anyone. His expression bears a hint of unease as he steps outside, offering this caution. Rest assured, Carl, I shall keep it a secret, Charlotte Lin replies, feeling overwhelmed by Carl's presence alone, let alone anyone else's. She understands his intentions. Given that the Rocks Pirates will eventually disband, their relationship need not be disclosed, serving instead as a strategic advantage. You little rascal, such stamina, she mutters under her breath, astonished that this young man possesses the endurance akin to that of a bull, having not stopped for an entire day and night. Paraspero, bring in the food.no desserts. While instructing Paraspero to serve the meal, Charlotte Lin, feeling a twinge of hunger after a day and night without sustenance, recalls Carl's earlier admonition and refrains from requesting sweets. Understood, Mother. Though Paraspero finds it odd that Mother is foregoing dessert today, he promptly arranges for a meal without it. Carl, having learned during his conversation with Charlotte Lin that the events of the previous night were facilitated by the Golden Lion's assistance, no longer feels concerned. Since what has happened cannot be undone, he must take responsibility. Good morning, Curie. Those in the know understand. After engaging in such activities, one truly feels rejuvenated. Present, Carl feels more invigorated than ever before. Lord Carl, you're back. Lord Carl, where did you go yesterday? I was so worried about you. Curie, eager to discover Lord Carl's whereabouts, also grapples with guilt for failing to ensure his safe return. Yesterday, there was something I needed to handle personally. Don't worry, it was nothing serious. Hearing Curie's inquiries, Carl realizes his absence for a day and night has caused concern among them. Yet, he also reminisces about that wonderful day and night, reluctant to move on. After all, back on Blue Star, he was merely a penniless wretch, having never experienced such intimacy with a woman. The sensation is indeed unparalleled. Take me to see how their training is progressing, no problem. Lord Carl will certainly refresh your perspective. Curie promptly leads Carl to the dense forest at the back of the island. This forest, neither large nor small, resonates with the sounds of many fierce beasts within. Numerous structures have been erected in the forest, one of which stands tall and imposing, resembling a grand fortress nestled amidst the trees. Carl instantly recognizes it as Joseph's room. Lord Carl, you're back. As they approach the entrance, over 100 young boys and girls gather enthusiastically around Carl, expressing their joy. They are acutely aware that, without Carl's intervention, they might have been sold off to who knows where. Thus their gratitude towards him is profound. You all should understand the purpose of my training. That I will establish my own faction, and you will be my first cadre that I hope each of you can endure until the very end. Carl speaks passionately to the group. Yes, the youths respond resolutely. Though still young, they have endured the horrors of war and the bitterness of being enslaved, chosen at random by others. These experiences have instilled in them a deep understanding of the value of freedom. They understand how precious freedom is, and thus they are determined to exert every effort to obtain it. All right, now let us see how well you've mastered your boxing techniques. Yesterday, after evaluating their skills, Carl felt thoroughly satisfied that it seems Curie has dedicated himself wholeheartedly to teaching them, as each child's strength has noticeably improved. Subsequently, Carl imparts a simplified version of the Golden Light spell to them. The reason for its simplification is that he wishes to hold back some knowledge. He must assess each child's character and only consider sharing the complete version once they pass the test. After teaching them the Golden Light spell, Every morning Carl trains alongside them, guiding their practice. These children vary in age, with the eldest around 11 or 12, while the youngest are merely 5 or 6. Fortunately, they learn quickly. Within just 15 days, they have grasped the basics. Once they achieve this initial understanding, the rest depends on their own efforts. After all, as the saying goes, a master can only lead one to the door. The J. Russell, the birds in the forest have all taken flight. After a decisive blow, Carl and Newgate cease their attacks. Gololala, Carl, your strength has improved remarkably. You can now externalize your Haki. Each time Newgate trained with Carl, he was astonished by Carl's rapid progress. In just a matter of days, Carl had mastered the externalization of his armament Haki. Yet, upon reflection, Newgate realized that Carl truly was a prodigy. After all, Carl's physique had been growing at an astonishing rate, nearing 6 meters in height. This is all thanks to your assistance, big brother Newgate. Without your help, my strength could not have surged so swiftly. Ever since Carl entrusted the golden light spell to the group of children, he had sought Newgate out to practice and refine his armament Haki. After each sparring session with Newgate, he could distinctly sense a portion of his bloodline being awakened. Although the increments were slight each time, they cumulatively contributed to his continuous growth. However, he sensed that his physical potential had yet to reach its limit. Well then, since you have mastered the externalization of your armament Haki, we can temporarily conclude this training. You also need to take a proper rest. Remaining in a state of constant tension is not beneficial for you. Newgate believed that the pursuit of Haki mastery required patience. After each breakthrough, one must take the time to deeply appreciate the sensations of that stage. Otherwise, the journey ahead would only become more arduous, much like constructing a building. Without a solid foundation, the structure would merely be a castle in the air. I heard you've been spending time with Charlotte Lin, Newgate inquired with a curious expression, embodying the quintessential gossip-seeker. As the saying goes, at the end of the universe lies gossip, and no one can escape its allure. Big brother Newgate, who told you that? Carl interrupted, his face adorned with confusion. His actions should have been discreet. How could Newgate have found out? Surely, there must have been some mistake. He was certain he had hidden it well each time. That's none of your concern. In truth, Newgate had stumbled upon this information quite by chance. One night, while idly sipping drinks by the seaside, he inadvertently sensed Carl making his way to Charlotte Lin's chamber. Subsequently, he overheard Lin's crew discussing the peculiar sounds emanating from her room in recent days, speculating that she was once again seeking companionship. However, Newgate immediately thought of Carl. Just tell me whether it's true or not. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth from Newgate, Carl reluctantly shared the details of his arrangement with Charlotte Lin, urging Newgate to keep it a secret. Newgate, however, was not one to gossip. I had my suspicions. Newgate felt a surge of delight at Carl's trust in him, while simultaneously growing curious about their relationship. Yet, now was not the time for such discussions. He suddenly remembered there were pressing matters at hand. By the way, we have business to attend to. The assault on the Tier Kingdom is about to commence, so soon. I thought the last operation had been compromised, and we wouldn't go after all. Carl, having donned a spare outfit, prepared himself, for his previous garments had been rendered tattered in the recent skirmish. I've heard that the newly appointed intelligence captain, Haki, is quite capable. If memory serves, Haki was the former partner of the Pirate King. Really? All right, let us go. Yes, let us. With that, the two made their way to Rock's quarters. Kick. Finally, things are taking shape. The Golden Lion laughed exuberantly, for he had a shipment that had been secretly seized by the Tier Kingdom, and he had long sought an opportunity for revenge. Although there had been a chance to strike previously, it had been postponed for various reasons, yet now it seemed the opportunity was ripe once more. Thus, aside from Rocks, he was the most exhilarated among them. This is Haki, who will officially serve as the intelligence captain of our Rocks pirates. Where is Carl? As if summoned by the mention of his name. Carl had just overheard the Golden Lion's boastful remarks. Everyone is here. Gololala. Apologies for the wait. Newgate, unfazed, boldly pushed the door open and declared, before casually finding a seat. Carl followed closely, sitting beside Newgate, only to catch Charlotte Lin casting him a flirtatious glance, prompting him to shoot her a stern look. Their relationship was not yet at the stage for public acknowledgement. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it seemed Rocks had sensed something, casting a discerning gaze upon them. Haki, please provide them with an overview of the Tier Kingdom. With that, Rox seamlessly redirected the conversation to the Tier Kingdom. Greetings, everyone. The Tier Kingdom is one of the foremost powers in the New World. Please observe here, the main port of the Tier Kingdom. As Haki spoke, she unfurled a massive map on the wall behind her. The map of the Tier Kingdom resembled an irregular diamond shape. According to our intelligence personnel, the Tier Kingdom currently boasts an army of 500,000 soldiers, a minority of whom are capable of utilizing armament Haki. The Tier Kingdom? Why have I never heard of it? Such strength. Carl furrowed his brow, pondering whether his arrival in this world had altered the course of events. Additionally, there are 3 individuals of particular note on the island: King Tyr, strategist Kurizumi, and General Gales. Our intelligence suggests that all 3 possess the strength of a Vice Admiral. Keek. Leave King Tyr to me. I've yet to face a king of such prominence. The Golden Lion, seeing a formidable adversary before him, felt an itch to engage and promptly sought Rox's approval. No problem. The king is yours. Rox was more than willing to oblige. Moreover, reliable reports indicate that Admiral Snow Lion arrived at the Tier Kingdom just days ago. As for whether there will be an ambush, that remains uncertain, but it is clear that, although Haki did not elaborate, Rox immediately deduced that there were internal issues at play, as someone had leaked their plans. However, he had not disclosed this strategy to anyone else. It seemed they would have to turn the tables. Subsequently, Newgate indicated that he would handle strategist Kurizumi while Gales would be left to Charlotte Linlin. The others were instructed to find their respective opponents on the battlefield without special assignments. Rox chose to remain at the rear, awaiting the so-called schemes of the Navy, for he believed that as long as one possessed sufficient strength, there would be no need for underhanded tactics. As for Yuru, his downfall was solely due to his lack of power. Had he been stronger, the outcome would have been far less certain. It is crucial to note that Admiral Snow Lion is an animal-type mythical Zoan user of the Snow Lion fruit. Haki began to leisurely elaborate on the capabilities of Admiral Snow Lion's devil fruit. After all, intelligence personnel were tasked with gathering comprehensive information. The devil fruit grants him a robust physique while enabling him to unleash icy breath to assault his foes. Therefore, Admiral Snow Lion's martial prowess is formidable. According to our records, during combat with Admiral Snow Lion, he tends to infuse his icy breath into his enemies' bodies, causing paralysis. Many have found themselves gradually subdued in physical confrontations against Admiral Snow Lion, ultimately becoming completely rigid. After concluding her report, Haki collected the documents and positioned herself behind Rox. In summary, that is the situation. John, Wang Ji, the 2 of you will remain stationed at Hive Island. The rest will accompany me to the Tier Kingdom. Let us see what schemes the Navy has in store. Cray, for this battle, I wish to bring Long E and Long Air along. Ensure you keep a close watch on them at all times. Rest assured, Lord Carl. After the meeting concluded, Carl promptly returned to the base to report to Cly. Cly, do you wish to consume a devil fruit? Cly's growth and strength has been somewhat sluggish, and he still falls far short of being a top-tier powerhouse. If he were to rely solely on his own training, it would be uncertain how long it would take for him to become a truly capable aide. Lord Carl, for the time being, I do not desire a devil fruit. After all, I am a fishman. Should any trouble arise, I can always retreat to the sea. Upon hearing this, Carl agreed, realizing that the majority of the fishman tribe's strength lies within the ocean. Consuming a devil fruit could potentially diminish his overall power and create a significant vulnerability. Besides, he has already begun training in the 5 Elements Fist, and if he extends the timeline a bit longer, he is certain to experience a substantial leap in strength. By the way, Cly, after we conquer the Tier Kingdom, you may return to Fishman Island to see if there are any fishmen who wish to venture out to sea with you. I intend to form a fishman fishing crew. This was not the first time Carl had entertained this notion. He had simply struggled to find an opportune moment until now, following the annihilation of the Tier Kingdom. According to his intelligence, there should be no formidable forces in the latter half of the New World capable of contending with the Rock's pirates, with some spare time on his hands. He could confidently establish his own underground influence. Rest assured, Lord Carl, I will bring my compatriots along. Cly spoke with a hint of melancholy. After all, at this moment, the Fishman tribe is a primary target in the slave trade at sea. Due to the lack of strong individuals among the fishmen, this unfortunate reality has come to pass, and the excessive number of fishmen has resulted in most of them being unable to live under the sun. Consequently, many fishmen venture to the surface each year, seeking to join various factions, yet the majority end up captured and enslaved. Cly wishes to alter this situation, but he holds little sway in the New World and cannot aid his homeland. Now, however, things are different. As long as Lord Carl speaks, the number of fishmen sold into slavery in the latter half of the New World will significantly diminish. After all, no one desires to provoke the maritime overlords. And those small pirate crews from the original story that frequently challenge the four emperors are indeed few and far between. On behalf of my fisherman brothers, I extend my gratitude to you. Lord Carl. Cly promptly knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in salute towards Carl, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of his eyes onto the ground. Enough. Rise. What are you doing? Carl noticed immediately, but understood the gravity of the situation. With his current strength, he could only assist a portion of them. He was merely surprised by Cly's emotional nature. Very well, Lord Carl. Upon hearing Carl's words, Cly quickly stood and wiped away his tears. By the way, what shall we do about the more than 100 children? They are not yet ready to venture out to sea. Carl's words decisively concluded the matter. In his view, those 100 children lacked the strength to embark on such a journey. Moreover, they constituted his first foundational group, which he must safeguard carefully. Let Long E and Long Air accompany them, just to show them the world. Cly, you stay at home. This time, you need to take good care of those 100 children. The giant tribe is also your responsibility. If anything seems amiss, you shouldn't need me to instruct you. Although Carl's sentence trailed off, Cly understood immediately. He recognized that Lord Carl was concerned about the well-being of those 100 children while simultaneously remaining vigilant regarding the giant tribe. Rest assured. Lord Carl, by the way, there is one more task for you on the island. Construct a ship that belongs to us.do and not concern yourself with the cost. It must be crafted from the finest materials. Understood. Lord Carl. After Carl had finished relaying all his instructions, he set off towards the port alongside Long E, Long Air, and most of his crew, ready to board their large ship and set sail for the Tier Kingdom. Each division has its own designated large vessel, and there are currently 3 spare ships on the island. According to Rock's intentions, he should have 10 division leaders. Unfortunately, he never managed to assemble all 10. When Carl and the others arrived at the port, most of the pirates had already boarded, preparing for departure. All hands, aboard. Amwell. With Carl's command, his pirates swiftly boarded the large ship of the 6th Division. Ha ha ha. Rox unleashed his conqueror's Haki. Instantly emanating a domineering aura that radiated outward from him, it was as if a violent wind had descended, leaving those present gasping for breath. Before Rox retracted his Haki, we are setting out. Lads, our target is the Tier Kingdom, and we shall create a tremendous uproar. Set sail. With Rox's declaration, the pirate fleet gradually departed from the port. Standing at the bow, Rox contemplated, no matter what schemes the Navy concocted. He feared nothing. Meanwhile, one of the pirates from the Rox crew was in a corner, dialing a den mushy. Hello, Admiral Hill. Yes, the Rox pirates have set sail. Click. Hello, Admiral. The den mushy belonging to Shweshur rang. Shweshur. If things turn dire, retreat immediately. Reports indicate that the Rox pirates have mobilized en masse. If something truly goes awry. Admiral Hill did not finish his thought, but Shweshur instantly grasped the implication. Understood. Admiral. Shweshur was uncertain if he would survive to return to the Navy headquarters. After all, he could not abandon the Tier Kingdom, which was preparing to supply the world government with devil fruits, including a crucial Logia-type lava fruit, a significant asset that could introduce a new admiral to the Navy. Click. Upon learning that Rox and his crew had set sail, General Shweshur realized that his plan to escort the devil fruits back to the Navy headquarters was unlikely to succeed. Such a conspicuous target would undoubtedly be the first to be targeted, compelling him to devise an alternative strategy. Vice Admiral Nuasi. The task of escorting the devil fruits back to the Navy headquarters will fall to you. After hanging up the call, Shweshur promptly sought out his trusted subordinate, Vice Admiral Nuasi, intending to execute a clever ruse. After all, the Vice Admiral's strength was negligible on the battlefield, making him less likely to attract attention. General Shweshur. This, Vice Admiral Nuasi, faced with such a daunting task, immediately understood the weight of his responsibility. My ambitions are too grand. This arduous mission can only be entrusted to you. Understood, General Shweshur. I will do my utmost to fulfill this task. Nuasi recognized that being assigned this mission indicated the situation had reached a critical juncture. He did not decline but expressed his concerns. And you? If fortune smiles upon us, we shall meet at the Navy headquarters. Yes. Nuasi saluted with a formal Navy gesture, his voice tinged with emotion as he acknowledged the risks General Shweshur would face. The Rock's pirates were notorious for their ferocity, and few would have confidence in surviving a confrontation with them. Very well, once the Tier Kingdom's people have sorted the devil fruits, you must take them at the earliest opportunity. Board a small ship, and head for the Navy headquarters. Remember, do not wear Navy uniforms. Disguise yourself as a pirate. This will increase your chances of success. Understood, General Schwescher. Please take care of yourself. Nuasi offered another salute before turning to leave. As he exited, he clenched his fists, acutely aware that the Navy's strength remained insufficient. Otherwise, they would not allow the Rock's pirates to rampage so freely in the latter half of the New World. In the New World's latter half, a ship flew a flag adorned with a black skull, topped with an ancient captain's hat, the brim crossed with 2 white bones on either side. The skull's eyes shone a vivid red cross, evoking a sense of bloodshed and terror. This flag has stirred countless storms in the pirate world, emanating an aura of brutality and dread that it symbolizes power, terror, and ambition, and represents the pirate crew that all others yearn to join. The Rock's pirates. At the forefront, naturally, stands Rock's formidable vessel, the Dark Flag. Following closely behind are 7 smaller pirate ships, each belonging to the various captains of the crews. In their wake follows an endless swarm of smaller boats that a soldier observer, spotting the distant fleet, promptly shouted down to his comrades below. The Rock's pirates are approaching. Quickly, alert the Royal Guard. What? Are you certain it is the Rock's pirates? A soldier below exclaimed in a panic. Indeed, it is the very members of the Rock's pirates who will be reporting this. The soldier observer atop the lookout tower urged the soldiers below with a visage of terror to swiftly convey the gravity of the situation. Ah, I understand. You keep watching. I shall report immediately. The soldier below scrambled hastily towards the town's interior. They had previously received news that the Rock's pirates were set to attack them. For days, they had been living in constant fear, now secretly praying that the Rock's pirates would not arrive. Yet, their prayers proved futile, for the Rock's pirates had indeed come. Woo! A deep, ominous alarm echoed, reverberating throughout the entire island. The Rock's pirates have arrived. Upon hearing this alarm in the royal hall, King Tyr immediately addressed his military advisors, Kulus and Gales. Gentlemen, it is time for us to depart. The king promptly exited the hall, standing resolutely in the square. Soldiers, the Rock's pirates seek to invade our territory. What shall we do? Fight to the last drop of blood. Very well, soldiers, follow me into battle. King Tyr led the charge, racing towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, a multitude of reporters had gathered around the port. After all, the news of the Rock's pirates attacking the kingdom of Tyr had long since spread, but the members of the Rock's pirates were quicker still. Men, storm into the kingdom of Tyr. Yoshi, let us go. Charge. Treasures, here I come. Countless pirates aboard the Rock's fleet leapt from their ships as they docked, racing towards the port. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of gunfire. As more and more individuals clashed in close quarters, the port was swiftly drenched in blood, and a murky crimson hue began to blanket the surface of the sea. Kick. I'll take the lead. The Golden Lion, sensing his adversary racing towards him, swiftly floated away. Newgate and Charlotte Linlin also hurried to the center of the battlefield. Once they joined the fray, countless soldiers were mercilessly slain. Even those who managed to evade death were crushed by the aftermath of the battle. Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. The Golden Lion was the first to charge into the throngs of soldiers, unleashing a brutal massacre under the watchful eyes of the masses. Get back. It's Golden Lion Shiki. Ah, my hand. After a series of slashing strikes from the Golden Lion, he cackled. Kekekek. I found you. Lion's might. Imperial earthquake. Roar. Under the power of the float fruit, countless debris shot up from the ground, forming a gigantic stone lion that roared towards King Tyr, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Upon witnessing the Golden Lion's assault, Tyr clenched his fists tightly, enveloping himself in armament Haki as he charged towards the lion's head. Boom, in that instant. As the two clashed, the very heavens trembled, creating a massive circular void around them. However, the Golden Lion was currently at the peak of his strength. Tyr was instantly forced back, retreating hundreds of meters. Landing on the ground with a flushed face, desperately suppressing the urge to cough up blood. He understood that he was the representative of the entire nation. He could not show signs of weakness. On the other hand, while the Golden Lion was also pushed back by the residual force, he had sustained little damage. Golden Lion, coming to the kingdom of Tyr is the most regrettable decision of your life. After a brief moment to compose himself, Tyr transformed into a bolt of black lightning, appearing instantaneously before Shiki, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Kekekek. Then let me see if you possess the ability. Shiki cackled wildly. Slash wave. With a swift motion of his twin swords, he unleashed a cross-shaped golden slash, radiating brilliance and immense force, directly countering Tyr's attack and forcing him back. Meanwhile, the towering stone lion clashed repeatedly with Tyr's form. On another front, Newgate and Kulu's, along with Charlotte Linlin and Gales, were also engaged in fierce combat. The battlefield had transformed into several distinct battlegrounds, with the air filled with the sounds of roaring chaos. Rox stood atop the bow of his dark flag ship, not yet disembarking, pondering what kind of cunning schemes the Navy would employ to achieve their objectives. However, at that moment, none noticed that on the opposite side of the island, North had already set sail in a small boat, carrying a devil fruit. Subsequently, Tyr joined the fray, but he did so while covertly observing the position of General Snow Lion. The moment he stepped onto the battlefield, he felt an ominous sense of threat, especially when he gazed at Long E and Long Air. Newgate was currently embroiled in a heated battle with military advisor Kulu's. The confrontation quickly escalated into a fierce struggle. However, it was evident that Kulu's was no match for Newgate. Fire, shoot. The booming of cannon fire resonated continuously, with bullets raining down like a torrential downpour. Clang, clang, clang. Unfortunately for them, it was futile. Newgate was not an old man. His vitality had not waned, and he could withstand the onslaught of ordinary bullets with his bare flesh. Gulalala. You lot are rather bothersome. Buzz. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped blue light streaked past, causing countless soldiers to feel their vision blur before losing consciousness. Unable to open their eyes again. 18 Newgate's level, it was not so simple to injure or kill him with mere firearms. His formidable physique, speed, and defense rendered him immune to such basic attacks. Quake shock. Realizing that he couldn't secure a quick victory, Newgate, brimming with excitement, decided to unleash the power of the Quake fruit. After all, Kulu's was a worthy opponent, and the best way to respect an adversary was to give it your all. Kulu's was instantly sent flying, but he quickly regained his footing. His body began to swell, limbs growing larger, his previous form vanishing as he transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant ape. It turned out that Kulu's possessed the powers of the Zoan-type giant ape fruit. Newgate. Boom. In an instant, Kulu stomped down, creating a massive crater, appearing before Newgate, and raising his fist, the size of a sandbag, to strike swiftly at Newgate. Clang. Gulalala. Now this feels like a proper fight. Newgate countered with his right hand, enveloped in armament Haki, while his other hand swung towards Kulu's head. Kulu's, quick to react, leaned back to evade the blow. Swish. Take this. Kulu's remained unfazed by Newgate's taunts. Instead, he clenched his fists and swung them down like a hammer towards Newgate. Bang! Despite Newgate's massive size, his speed and evasion was impressive. He swiftly dashed to the right side of Kulu's. Simultaneously, with the combined power of armament Haki and the Quake fruit, he delivered a powerful punch to Kulu's head. Although Kulu's quickly raised his arm to defend, he was still sent flying, causing several buildings to crumble in the process. Newgate surged forward, and the second battle commenced once more. Wedwo, meanwhile, at another battlefield, Charlotte Linlin unleashed one of her ultimate techniques first. Sensing the impending danger, Gales knew he could not evade the strike. He swung his longsword, which shimmered with a white light, and struck down fiercely at Charlotte Linlin. Twin slash, boom, the two waves of energy collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward. However, Gale's twin slash merely caused Wei Guo to pause for a moment. Subsequently, he was sent flying by the fierce energy shockwave. Bang, bang, bang. Charlotte Linlin came rushing forward with heavy footsteps, wielding her enormous sword and striking fiercely at Gales. Boom. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had occurred. The distant pirate crew and the soldiers of the Tyr Kingdom, engaged in battle, felt the earth shake beneath them, struggling to maintain their footing. It was evident that Charlotte Linglin's sword was met with Gale's defense, yet the sheer force pushed Gales back several dozen meters. Cough, cough. Impressive, isn't it? Gales rose, wiping the blood from his face, and glared menacingly at Charlotte Lingling. However, even so, I cannot allow you to tread recklessly upon this land beneath my feet. Gales was aware that his endurance was waning, yet the determination reflected in his gaze commanded attention. As the battle raged on, Carl sensed the stirring presence of the Snow Lion General at the edge of the battlefield. Found you, Snow Lion General. The Snow Lion General was taken aback by Carl's keen perception. Having believed he was well hidden, his initial intention was to ambush Charlotte Lingling, for her prowess appeared to be slightly inferior among those present. His foremost task now was to delay the members of the Rocks Pirates. especially since he had already facilitated the departure of North with the devil fruit. If he could stall long enough, North's success would be assured. However, he had not anticipated being discovered before he could make his move. Thunder Fist. Without wasting a moment, Carl surged towards the Snow Lion General upon realizing his presence. Lion Claw. The Snow Lion General roared. Understanding that concealment was no longer an option, he reluctantly prepared to engage, deliberately amplifying his roar to resonate across the entire island. He unleashed his armament-hardened claws, partially transforming into a beastly form. Boom. Despite being in close quarters, the collision between the two generated shockwaves that rivaled the chaos surrounding them. So you were hiding here, Rox remarked with a smile. Whispering aboard the ship. He had not expected the Snow Lion General's camouflage to be so effective that even he had overlooked it. However, under Rox's perception, there were no formidable presences on the island. Could it be that the Navy had no sinister plot this time? In truth, Rox had grown somewhat arrogant, as his observation Haki only detected the top-tier combatants on the field, dismissing those of lesser strength entirely, which allowed North to slip away unnoticed beneath his very eyes. Snow Lion General, you must hold on. From a distance, North, having set sail, immediately since the Snow Lion General's roared, he understood that the Snow Lion General was buying him time, and he needed to distance himself from the battlefield as swiftly as possible. I will ensure that the items reach the Navy headquarters safely. North glanced down at the package before him, aware that if these items did not arrive securely at the Navy headquarters, then the Snow Lion General's efforts would be in vain. He thus hastened his rowing. Kid, what makes you think you can join the pirates? At this moment, as the Snow Lion General and Carl clashed, the former took a few steps back and voiced his lingering doubts. Initially, it may have been merely to grasp the essence of the pinnacle. But now, it might be solely for the people to attain the freedom they rightfully deserve. The Snow Lion General's pupils constricted. He understood precisely what Carl was alluding to, yet executing such a vision would prove exceedingly difficult. I never anticipated you to possess such ideals. I suppose I underestimated you. Clang. The two continued to converse mid-battle. Carl was acutely aware that the Snow Lion General would likely not survive this island. In his perception, Rock's gaze was fixed intently upon them. In fact, his guess was entirely correct. Rock's ultimate scheme was to create chaos at God Valley. And naturally, any strong presence affiliated with the Navy would be weakened as much as possible. He would ensure that the Snow Lion General did not escape this island today. After all, there were only a handful of admiral-level powerhouses at sea during this period. The Navy could not replenish their ranks in just a few short years. While your ideals are noble, they are ultimately unattainable. The Snow Lion General admired Carl, yet he was well aware of the underlying truths. Someone of Carl's caliber could not possibly incite any significant ripples. Then let us wait and see. He understood that words were futile at this juncture. The only way forward was to act on his convictions. Solidifying his resolve, I truly hope you live to witness that day. Carl shared the sentiment, wishing for the Snow Lion General to survive long enough to see it.to him. Those of admiral rank, aside from figures like Akainu, were predominantly symbols of justice and kindness for the common folk. Indeed, to live. If only I could truly witness that day. The Snow Lion General, acutely aware that he might not escape this island, felt a pang of nostalgia. He knew that Rox would not allow him to leave alive. He could only hope that the items entrusted to North were worth the sacrifice. As Rox discerned the absence of other strong presences on the island, he leisurely settled at the bow of the ship, allowing himself to relax. He pondered why the Navy had not laid traps for him. In truth, he was correct. The Navy had contemplated setting traps, but they lacked the strength to eliminate him in one fell swoop. After all, the Rox pirates had reached their zenith, and a mere 3 or 4 admirals could not hope to extinguish them. At least 10 or more admiral-level powerhouses would be needed to eradicate the Rox pirates entirely. The Navy had yet to find the perfect opportunity and thus would not squander their manpower unnecessarily. As for the Snow Lion General, once discovered by Rox, there was no chance of him leaving the New World. During this time, the Rox pirates were not idle. They had systematically cleared out all Navy branches, large and small, throughout the New World. Now, the only remaining Navy branch in the New World was near the entrance at Fishman Island. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield, Tyr was rapidly unleashing punches amidst the colossal lions. Ha! The twisted visage of the golden lion cackled maniacally from midair. With your feeble strength, even encountering me is a luxury you cannot afford. Commanding a multitude of stone lions to charge at Tyr, each possessed an unfathomable strength. Huff, huff. This won't do. I'll exhaust my stamina. Tyr, visibly fatigued, gasped for breath in midair. Reflecting on the formidable strength of the Golden Lion, I have no choice but to give it my all. Explosive punch. Tyr gritted his teeth, his expression fierce, as he stomped down hard, spinning mid-air like a rapidly rotating top, shattering several stone lions before arriving before the Golden Lion. Shiki, prepare to receive my strike. The Golden Lion, unperturbed by Tyr's approach, charged forward to meet his attack. I am the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion swung his twin swords at Tyr, cross/wave. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated, causing those weaker pirates present to bleed from their ears. The sky fractured, the ground quaked, and the crowd on the surface was thrown into disarray. Some, caught too close, were torn apart by the shockwave, reduced to a mist of blood, while others were blasted away hundreds of meters. The tumultuous battlefield, once chaotic, fell into an eerie silence. Soldiers and pirates alike stared, wide-eyed, at the epicenter of the clash. As the brilliant sunlight streamed in, the onlookers gradually beheld the scene. The Golden Lion stood firm, while Tyr lay in a deep pit, his fate uncertain. Puff. A faint sound echoed as Tyr slowly rose to his feet. I never imagined I would fail to protect my kingdom. Why must there be pirates in this world? Teal, battered and bloodied, spoke with a head full of crimson. Who knows? The Golden Lion rummaged through his blood-stained garments, producing a broken cigar which he placed between his lips. He raised his sword, gently resting it on the cigar to ignite it, inhaling deeply and exhaling a smoke ring, revealing a satisfied smile. After battle, a cigar felt as invigorating as a divine elixir. This was the result of their fierce clash, which had left the blade glowing red-hot. You should inquire with the celestial dragons about that. With a cigar clenched in his mouth, the Golden Lion strode towards Teal. Farewell. The Golden Lion swung his long sword towards Teal's neck. No, stop. After the Golden Lion's sword sliced past Teal's throat, a voice filled with fury echoed from behind. The Golden Lion turned to see gales rushing towards them. You truly underestimate me. You dare to lose focus during battle? Wegwo. Charlotte Lingling, witnessing Gales abandon their fight to rush towards Teal, felt a surge of irritation. Riot. Gales could not evade the attack. A powerful wave of energy ripped his body in two. His upper half was flung beside Teal. I never imagined our dreams would end like this. Speaking of building Teal, kingdom together. Ugh. Gales extended his remaining left hand, inching towards Teal. Just one more step. Just as his hand was about to touch Teal, his light dimmed. Snap. With a soft sound, his right hand gently fell to the ground. Golalala. Since you all have finished fighting, I must quicken my pace. Kongjin. Newgate immediately accelerated his offensive. Damn it. Rock's pirates. Why did you come to our land? Kulu's eyes were filled with tears as he roared. Bang. Newgate said nothing, merely intensifying his assault. Knowing he could not answer that question, the soldiers present suddenly awakened, immediately re-engaging in battle with the pirates. To them, as long as their strategist Kulu's was still alive, they had the faith to continue fighting. At that moment, Carl was sent flying by the Snow Lion General, crashing into several mountain peaks. Puffed. Carl quickly rose, spitting out the blood that had pooled in his chest. He looked up at the Snow Lion General, who had fully beastified, transforming into a colossal white lion dozens of meters tall. Then I shall try my newly mastered skills. During the battle, Carl's bloodline power further intensified, allowing him to transform into a true titan. The sound of a gigantic heartbeat reverberated. Carl swung his fists, pounding the ground repeatedly, his body slowly expanding into a 30-meter tall titan giant. His shoulders resembled undulating mountains, his waist comparable to a small runway, with skin glowing golden as if bathed in sunlight, imparting an aura of mystery and solemnity. Power surges forth. This is the power of the Titans. A deep voice resonated from the giant's mouth. Gaga gaga. Carl clenched his fists and turned his gaze toward the Snow Lion. You are fortunate. You are the first to experience my Titan form. Woo. Carl swung his enormous fist, the air resonating with a train-like whistle. Is that really Carl? Is this the power of the Titans? Charlotte Lingling had finished her battle and witnessed Carl's transformation, leaving her astonished. My. How splendid. Such a powerful bloodline. As she spoke, Charlotte gently caressed her abdomen, feeling 3 lives developing within her. Each tiny life radiated an aura far beyond that of an ordinary child, despite being mere embryos. Truly remarkable. Bang. Newgate blocked Kulu's side kick with his right hand. Newgate, where are you looking? Are you distracted while fighting me? Do you look down upon me? Gulalala. Let's do this again. Is it Joy Boy? It merely bears a slight resemblance. When will we finally meet Joy Boy? Far across the new world, the Elephant Lord let out a deep roar. In the Elephant Lord's perception, while this heartbeat was powerful, it was not Joy Boy. The time has not yet come. The appointed time has not arrived. In the calm belt, deep in the ocean, massive sea kings, some thousands of meters long, were visible everywhere. One colossal yellow head, measuring a staggering 100,000 meters, spoke in a low tone. The Sea King has not yet reached the time for emergence. The three other similarly gigantic Sea Kings beside it nodded in agreement. Is there some unforeseen change? Sun God, Joy Boy, I have awaited you for so long. In Mariewa, a voice emerged from M's sleeping chamber, plunging the entire room into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Carl remained oblivious that during his transformation into Titan form, the immense sound of his heartbeat had drawn the attention of numerous top-tier powerhouses worldwide. Wah wah wah. Is that Lord Carl? On the edge of the battlefield, Long E and Long Air gazed at the massive giant, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Is this truly Carl's true form? Haha. This has become even more interesting. Shiki laughed maniacally in midair, feeling that the stronger Carl grew, the greater his chances of escaping the Rock's pirates. Ha ha ha. Carl, do you still have more secrets? Rock sensed Carl's life energy continuously rising, still far from its limit, yet significantly weaker compared to his own. Bang. Crash. Although the Snow Lion General withstood Carl's punch, his entire body left a deep trench hundreds of meters long in the ground. He then exclaimed in astonishment, "What immense power! It's not over yet." Wind God Leg. Carl, brimming with exhilaration, had yet to experience such formidable strength. Despite his enlarged form, his movements remained remarkably agile. He leaped from the ground, fiercely kicking towards the Snow Lion General. Frost Claw. The Snow Lion General tightened his expression. He was not without the ability to resist. He enveloped his claws in the cold energy from within. Zzz. Both sides were enveloped in armament Haki. Yet the Snow Lion General still managed to inject his cold energy into Carl's right leg. Having learned from their previous clash, the Snow Lion General knew that relying solely on strength would not suffice against Carl. However, his goal was merely to infuse Carl with cold energy. Hiss. Carl's massive face twitched. He distinctly felt a chill radiating from his right leg, spreading throughout his body, causing his entire right leg to stiffen. Golden Light Spell. Carl, puzzled by the lethality of this wind and snow power, immediately activated the Golden Light Spell throughout his body, gradually dispelling the chill within him. The Snow Lion General, witnessing the frost on Carl's leg quickly dissipating, hurriedly launched a rapid assault. Frost Claw. Before Carl could catch his breath, the Snow Lion General charged in, attacking Carl's Titan form fiercely, despite Carl continuously defending and fervently operating the Golden Light Spell within him. He gradually felt his body becoming stiffer, his form slowly becoming encased in ice and snow. Newgate and Kuluz's battle had also concluded. Sensing Kuluz's life nearing its end, Newgate thought, "I never expected to be the last one standing." With his body marred by countless wounds, Crusoe lifted his gaze to the figures of Tyr and Gales before him. A bitter smile etched across his face. His eyes then wandered to the distant corners of the room, where the frightened populace cowered, their expressions rife with terror. He understood the horrors that were likely to unfold, yet he felt utterly powerless to alter their course. "I am sorry." The sky seemed to dim considerably, as if mourning their impending fate. Leaves drifted past Crusoe's feet, symbolizing the decay of their lives. Though Crusoe had fallen in battle, he still stood resolute upon the soil of the Tyr Kingdom. "General Crusoe has perished. We must flee. Run. Retreat." In the wake of Crusoe's demise, the soldiers present wavered, and soon began to scatter in frantic flight. Initially, it was one person who dashed away, followed by 10, then 100, until every soul on the battlefield was in a mad scramble for survival. Unwilling to face death, with the kingdom lost, they could only seek their own paths. As the pirates observed the soldiers fleeing in disarray, roar. "Charge, lads." On the opposite side of the island, a dock was already brimming with vessels of various sizes. Most of the citizens of the Tyr Kingdom had begun packing their belongings for a hasty escape upon learning of the impending attack by the Rock's pirates. They were acutely aware that if they were to be defeated, the Rock's pirates would spare none among the island's inhabitants. Thus, Tyr had strewn gold along the route of their evacuation, hoping to divert the pirates' attention. But it must be said that although Tyr failed to protect his kingdom, he at least ensured that the majority of his people were able to flee the island. Gold. "Aha, this is mine." The first pirate to reach the scattered gold wore a lascivious grin, eagerly scooping up handfuls to stash away. More pirates soon joined in, halting their pursuit to revel in the sight of the golden bounty, their savage smiles betraying their greed. This distraction bought the residents of the Tear Kingdom precious time for their escape. The gaze of those present gradually shifted towards Carl and the Snow Lion General, who were engaged in a life-or-death struggle, disregarding all defenses in a furious clash. Both had entered a state of unbridled rage. Clang! Clang! A golden light and a snow-white beam collided in the air at blinding speed, separating only to collide again, each impact creating fierce sparks and the deafening sound of metal striking metal. The air was filled with a cacophony of noise. In this brief span, the two had exchanged blows hundreds of times. Carl, with his robust physique and overwhelming strength, unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. Meanwhile, the Snow Lion General utilized his incredible speed and razor-sharp claws to inflict wounds upon Carl, each strike embedding the frost power deep within him. While Carl continued his onslaught, he sensed the surging energy within him, a force so potent that it threatened to spiral out of control. Yet, he gradually realized that this burgeoning strength was insufficient to counter the Snow Lion General's frost power. After all, the Snow Lion General was a formidable commander, and Carl's bloodline power had not yet been fully unlocked. He understood that if this stalemate persisted, he would be the first to fall. The warm-up is over. I didn't intend to reveal myself so soon. But it seems there's no choice now. After forcing the Snow Lion General back with a powerful punch, Carl spoke earnestly. His body began to crackle with electricity, soon enveloped in a vibrant purple aura. Thunder Titan. In the perception of the Snow Lion General, Carl's power surged to new heights, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. A wave of danger washing over him. The Snow Lion General could not possibly witness the culmination of Carl's attack. Just as he prepared to intervene, he noticed a multitude of lightning bolts descending from the sky. You possess the power of thunder as well. The Snow Lion General was taken aback, astonished that Carl harbored such formidable abilities. I had no knowledge of your devil fruit. As he dodged the falling bolts, the Snow Lion General sought to pry into Carl's capabilities. However, Carl's face contorted in focus, utterly absorbed in harnessing the chaotic energy surging within him, leaving no room to respond to the Snow Lion General's inquiries. Thunderous strike. At last, Carl directed the tempestuous lightning energy into his right hand. Akin to hurling a stone, he unleashed the formidable force upon the Snow Lion General. A violet path formed in the wake of the lightning's passage, the air growing oppressively hot. The attack sped toward the Snow Lion General, who sensed himself ensnared by its lethal intent. Ice and snowstorm. Realizing the gravity of the incoming assault, the Snow Lion General's expression shifted to one of solemnity, transforming into a colossal lion. He opened his maw wide, unleashing a wave of icy energy to counter the thunderous strike. Where the ice and snowstorm swept through, the ground was blanketed with layers of frost several meters thick. At the moment of collision, silence enveloped the world. A mushroom cloud erupted, shattering the dim sky, and radiant sunlight poured down upon the earth. This was Carl's ultimate strike. He had already exhausted his stamina to maintain the Titan form, his body gradually reverting to its original state. The Snow Lion General was violently propelled backward into the mountains by the force of the shockwave. Carl approached slowly, arriving at the edge of the deep crater, where the surrounding flora had been incinerated by the violent heat of the lightning. The Snow Lion General's hands were nowhere to be seen, blood streaming from his orifices, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Why did you not flee? Carl asked, bewildered. This question had lingered in his mind. From the moment he sensed the Snow Lion General, he had wondered why such a powerful commander had not escaped before their arrival, why he would risk his life here. You do not understand. At that moment, the Snow Lion General appeared surprisingly at ease. Every individual comes into this world in search of their purpose. My purpose is to protect the weak and uphold justice upon the seas. Our ideals differ. What a pity. The Snow Lion General expressed regret, seemingly lamenting why someone as powerful as Carl had not joined the Navy. Carl grasped the meaning Beihai Qin Shiming Yu Sword Saint. Gai Nya, not yet fused, and the Demon Fox Zaihong Niang, Wang Quan Fugue, not yet fused. Skills: Armament Haki Release, Advanced Observation Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki, Navy 6 Styles, Golden Light Spell, Palm Thunder, Yang 5 Thunder, Tai Chi Fist. Talents: Titan's Might, Wealth, 3.7 billion berries. Items: Energy Fruit, Rain Fruit, Zoan-type Golden Bull Fruit, Zoan-type Rhinoceros Fruit, Poison Fruit, Drawing Fruit, Transformation Fruit, Fish Fruit, Mythical Beast Type, Dragon Form, Bird Fruit, Mythical Beast Type. Golden Winged Rock Form, Natural Type Earth Fruit, Zoan-type Triceratops Fruit, Zoan-type, saber-toothed tiger fruit, great blade, ancient moon blade, great blade, silver alloy blade. This is the last time I will display so much, to avoid being accused of spamming. Evaluation, a top-tier powerhouse on the high seas. Overall strength comparable to a general. Upon seeing this evaluation, Carl realized he had finally reached the level of a general, and the next rank should be the 4 emperors and sovereigns. However, he did not feel particularly at ease, for after joining the Rocks Pirates, the frequency of battles had become exceedingly high. He was either out fighting or incessantly training on the island, leaving him with no moment of respite, which had resulted in both physical and mental exhaustion. Subsequently, a trace of regret and loss flickered in his gaze, reflecting a deep sadness. Unbeknownst to him, the number of lives taken by his hand had accumulated significantly, encompassing both virtuous and vile individuals. Killing the wicked bore little psychological burden for him. Those who committed evil deserved their fate. Yet, General Schwescher was undeniably a true good person. During their battle, through their conversations, he learned that General Schwescher was genuinely upholding justice upon the seas, and he should not have met his end here. When did he transform into this kind of person? Was the pursuit of strength worth such reckless abandon? Had he lost the ability to discern right from wrong? When had he become this way? At this moment, Carl found himself engulfed in profound internal conflict. However, amid his turmoil, he noticed 2 small golden lights rushing toward him, and he recognized that the 2 little ones were approaching. Long E and Long Air, upon seeing Carl's battle conclude, hurriedly ran toward him. This instant reignited his resolve to prevent similar tragedies from occurring in the future. He could only exert his utmost efforts to hasten the world's liberation. By that time, with no pirates, everyone would live in peace and harmony, and such troubles should cease to exist. His conviction once again solidified that to change the world, it must begin with them. He turned his gaze toward Long E and Long Air, knowing they would be the first steps toward realizing his ideals. Lord Carl. How is Lord Carl? Are you gravely injured? Long Air, with a pained expression, looked at Carl, covered in blood. He had never seen Lord Carl in such a state and feared he had sustained severe injuries. I am well enough. It is not serious. Carl's tone was slightly relaxed, though his wounds had indeed been quite severe. However, he was gradually recovering and could now move normally. Really, Lord Carl? A hint of disbelief and confusion shone in Long Yi's eyes. To him, the injuries on Lord Carl did not appear trivial. You both performed admirably. I have taken note of it. Now, let us proceed. It is time to reap our rewards. Carl took the lead, guiding the 2 toward the palace of the Teal Kingdom. Although the 2 were puzzled, they followed behind upon seeing Lord Carl moving without issue. The 2 whispered quietly to each other, wondering if Lord Carl was merely putting on a brave face. Carl paid no mind to their hushed murmurs. In his view, the Rocks Pirates should only face the Teal Kingdom as a formidable opponent in the latter half of the Grand Line. Thereafter, there should be no significant battles, allowing for ample time to recuperate. He intended to take advantage of this time to plan thoroughly and initiate certain matters. Thus, following God Valley, he could promptly implement his plans. He was growing increasingly impatient. Upon entering the town, they were met with a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the ground, as pirates ran amok, looting everything of value within sight. Though somewhat accustomed to such sights, he still felt a wave of discomfort and quickened his pace toward the king's palace. Gulalala, Carl, you've arrived. Newgate, having concluded his battle more slowly, stood at the entrance, just outside. Upon spotting Carl with the 2 children, he approached swiftly. Brother Newgate. Carl hastened toward him, scrutinizing Newgate's form, noting the absence of visible injuries. Clearly, his opponent had not inflicted any harm upon him. Are you all right? Newgate only then noticed Carl's numerous wounds, some even oozing blood. It's nothing serious. I'm nearly recovered. Indeed, Carl could sense that many of his minor injuries had completely healed, with only a few lingering due to the frost power of General Schwescher still at play. However, he could distinctly feel those wounds healing slowly, as they no longer possessed any residual potency. What about the devil fruits? Just then, a deep and furious roar echoed from within the palace. The 2 exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave, and hastened inside. Carl instructed Long E and Long Air to wait at the entrance and not to enter, for the roar had emanated from rocks. They proceeded through the corridor. Torches flickered at intervals along the walls. Ahead, a brilliant light illuminated the room, revealing a treasury filled with scattered gold. However, several chests at the top had been opened, and the devil fruits within had vanished without a trace. What is happening? Newgate rushed in. Spotting the golden lion standing in the corner, he immediately addressed him. Carl, sensing the tense atmosphere, observed Silver Axe standing beneath a high platform, while above him, Rox wore an expression of sheer rage. Carl merely cast a glance at Charlotte Linlin, who subtly shook her head without speaking. Understanding that the situation was far from simple, Carl stood solemnly to the side, silent. Kekekek. The Golden Lion's laughter shattered the heavy atmosphere. What else could it be? Right under our noses, and they made off with the goods. The moment the Golden Lion's words fell, the air grew palpably tense as Rox unleashed a fierce wave of Conqueror's Haki, causing those present to feel their breaths quicken. The pressure far exceeded that of the recent battlefield confrontation, causing cracks to form in the surrounding structures. For the first time, Carl experienced the true might of Rox Conqueror's Haki. It was evident why he was a sovereign, as the overwhelming force left him feeling utterly uncomfortable, even presenting a palpable sense of fatal threat. Clearly, Rox Conqueror's Haki was potent enough to obliterate physical objects. Reflecting just how furious he was to exert such formidable pressure, Rox suddenly turned his darkened gaze toward the Golden Lion, evidently displeased. Go search. They shouldn't have gone far. There's another port on the opposite side of the island, and many have set sail from there. While the Golden Lion's words were tinged with mockery, he did not wish to face Rox's cold killing intent and quickly fell silent, sensing the shift in Rox's demeanor. Rox, visibly angered, realized he had been careless, never expecting that the Navy General Schwescher would pull such a trick. His focus so intent on locating top-tier powerhouses that he had overlooked the many civilians fleeing by sea on the other side. However, he had not anticipated that those escorting the devil fruits would be such weak individuals. Though he acknowledged his fault, his proud nature would never allow him to admit it. Rox strode directly outside. In his view, the treasury, now devoid of devil fruits, held no further value. His assault on the Teal Kingdom had been solely to acquire those precious natural-type devil fruits, yet he had ultimately failed to seize them. Once Rox exited, the atmosphere lightened as the others felt their breath stabilize. Ma. Golden Lion. You are quite bold. Charlotte Linlin regarded the Golden Lion with the admiration one might reserve for a valiant warrior. After all, in her perception, the Golden Lion had just been targeted by Rox. Ha! That is indeed somewhat frightening. The Golden Lion was drenched in cold sweat, for he had genuinely felt Rox's murderous intent directed at him without reservation. In that fleeting moment, he believed Rox would make a move against him. All right, hasten to send your subordinates to execute Lord Rox's orders. Silver Axe, standing beneath the platform, was the first to speak. He was a veteran of the Rox pirate crew. Having spent years undercover, his presence at this moment was most fitting. Ha! The Golden Lion first erupted in laughter. Then his body floated outward, eager to carry out Rox's command, as he had no desire to face another death threat. Let us proceed. Each of you send your subordinates to pursue. Newgate did not even glance at the gold on the ground. He was aware that the situation was urgent, and he had yet to ascertain what Rox might do next. Thus, they all exited the treasure vault, commanding their subordinates to chase after the fleeing individuals. At the back, Carl exchanged furtive glances with Charlotte Linlin. Soon, a portion of the pirates began transferring the wealth of the Tear Kingdom onto their ships. As for the larger contingent of pirates, upon receiving their orders, they set off in pursuit of the distant civilians. Since the civilians were using various small boats, their speed was outmatched by that of the pirates' vessels. Before long, the pirates' ships caught up with them, and chaos erupted upon the sea as a massacre ensued. However, it was already too late. Nortz, possessing the devil fruit, had fled a considerable distance upon exiting the Tear Kingdom. He immediately altered his course, wary of the Rox pirates potentially reacting and sending pursuers after him. After changing his route, he sailed directly towards the Navy headquarters. The sky darkened, and after several hours of pursuit, the sea lay in ruins, ablaze in various spots. Yet, reports from returning pirates revealed they had only managed to seize a few gold and silver treasures. Many civilians, in their flight, had also taken some gold along the way. Strangely, there was no sign of the devil fruit. It seemed to have escaped far beyond their reach. On board the ship, Rox commanded more pirates to broaden their search. Subsequently, the crew of the Rox pirate ship expanded their search area until nightfall. As darkness enveloped the sea, visibility diminished, leaving them with no choice but to return to the Tear Kingdom to report back. Upon hearing this news, Rox, though furious, felt powerless and had to retreat back to Hive Island. Rox realized the Navy had outmaneuvered him this time. However, this did not mean Rox would swallow this bitter pill. From that day forth, the most nefarious reputation of the Rox pirate crew was born. Hive Island, since the Navy has played me this time, I shall exact my revenge. In the pirate conference hall, Rox presided, flanked by the Golden Lion and Newgate on either side. with Charlotte Linlin and John below them, followed by Carl and Wang Ji and Silver Axe at the back. Notably, Kaido was absent from this meeting. Clearly, this was a gathering for the unit leaders. Now, the new world belongs solely to our Rock's pirate crew, Rox declared, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He knew his plan had succeeded halfway. Next, he aimed to gather all the ferocious pirates of the New World to contribute to his ultimate scheme. Next, I require you to launch attacks on all affiliated nations in the New World. One by one. Not a single one shall be spared. In Rock's mind, this endeavor served two purposes: revenge against the Navy, and the opportunity to entice more individuals to take to the seas as pirates, thereby expanding his ranks. It is worth noting that the New World comprises several hundred islands, including 34 affiliated nations, while the rest are various smaller islands with sparse populations. Thus, from that day forward, the pirates under the Rock's crew began to fan out with their unit leaders, fervently plundering every visible island. This led to a surge of pirates flooding into various parts of the New World, sparking widespread warfare. Although he had been outmaneuvered by the Navy, he intended to make them feel pain. Ensuring his name, Rox, would not go unavenged, each unit leader was assigned a varying number of targets. Carl had the least, with just 3, which meant he would be attacking 3 affiliated nations. Fortunately, the nations assigned to him were nearby, sparing him from a lengthy journey, while the Golden Lion faced the farthest targets. Thanks to his float fruit, his speed would significantly surpass that of the others. Once Rox concluded his speech, the attendees nodded gravely in agreement, and each departed to undertake their assigned tasks. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Marine Fort, I finally arrived. Nortz piloted a dilapidated little boat, his body marred with bloodstains. He had recklessly raced from the New World in an effort to reach this place, encountering numerous pirates along the way. His stamina and spirit had reached their limits. Who goes there? Looks like one of our own. Hurry, let us go check it out. 2 soldiers stationed at the Marineford port observed a small boat wobbling towards them. Upon hearing their calls, Nortz managed to utter, "I am Navy Major Nortz." Subsequently, his demeanor relaxed as if a significant matter had found resolution, and he contentedly closed his eyes. It's Major Nortz. Quickly, due to the dark red stains of blood on Nortz's once white justice cloak. The Navy personnel did not recognize him at first. However, upon drawing closer, they identified him as Major Nortz and swiftly assisted him towards the Navy headquarters, immediately notifying Fleet Admiral Hill. "Ugh, where am I?" Upon opening his eyes, Major Nortz beheld the pale ceiling and surveyed his surroundings, a sigh of relief escaping him. He realized he had returned to the Navy headquarters, for he recognized the scene as that of the medical wing, a place he had frequented during his youthful training. He reminisced. A wave of nostalgia washed over him for the days spent training in the Navy, where he had poured out his youthful vigor. Turning to the window, he saw the sun shining brightly, rays of light streaming in, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of little birds. He knew he was safe now. Creak. Nortz swiftly directed his gaze towards the entrance. A tall, beautiful young woman clad in a nurse's uniform entered, her rosy cheeks glowing as she smiled, reminiscent of an angel descending to earth. Upon noticing that Major Nortz had awakened, she hurriedly called out to the corridor. "Major Nortz, you're awake. Come quickly, Major Nortz has awakened." The nurse's voice was soft and soothing. Soon, a doctor arrived to examine Nortz's condition, nodding to the leading Navy personnel before the medical staff retreated. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, footsteps echoed from the door. Following this, Fleet Admiral Hill entered, accompanied by Admiral Steelbone Kong, Admiral Wenhorn, as well as Vice Admiral Garp and Sengoku. "How are you feeling, Nortz?" Fleet Admiral Hill's first inquiry was not about the specifics of the situation, but rather concerning Nortz's health. This clearly demonstrated that Admiral Hill was a caring leader. "Rest assured, Admiral Hill, I am currently in good health," Nortz replied earnestly, placing his right hand on his chest. However, the involuntary twitch of his lips betrayed that his condition was not as he claimed. "All right, I understand. Make sure to rest well. Feel free to ask for anything you need." Admiral Hill was already aware of the events that had transpired. However, it must be acknowledged that Nortz has indeed brought back the lava fruit, along with several extraordinary paramecia-type devil fruits, a testament to the commendable efforts of Rear Admiral Nortz. Furthermore, through the charred remnants of Admiral Snow Lion's life paper, they learned of his demise in the New World. Though a wave of sorrow washed over them, they understood that this was not the appropriate moment for lamentation. They could only bury their grief deep within, particularly as intelligence from their infiltrators indicated that the Rock's pirates were poised to unleash a significant conflict. Thus, they had no time to wallow in sadness. After a brief exchange with Norse, they exited the infirmary and proceeded to issue their orders, dispatching a contingent of Navy personnel to the New World front lines to establish several naval outposts. Led by Garp and Sengoku, who would set sail for the New World ahead of the others. Meanwhile, on Hive Island, various pirates were also setting out to sea, with the first to depart being the 1st Division captain. The Golden Lion, his fleet soared through the sky, heading towards the horizon. Following closely in his wake were John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe, each taking to the seas in succession. The only ones remaining ashore that day were Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard, and Carl. Later that evening in Charlotte Linlin's chamber, the two, having just engaged in an intense bout of activity, began to share whispers. "Carl, I am with child," announced Charlotte Linlin, her expression radiant as she gently caressed her slightly rounded belly with her right hand. "What? So soon?" Carl was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Charlotte Linlin would conceive so quickly. After all, he was of Titan blood, a rare lineage, and one would assume that the probability of pregnancy would be significantly lower than that of an ordinary individual. Yet, he soon recalled that this was a gift bestowed upon him by the system, suggesting that it was not an inherent trait of his. He pondered whether their child would inherit such a bloodline power. "Let me listen." Carl's thoughts raced through his mind, and he quickly leaned his ear against Charlotte Linlin's belly. Seeing him in such a position, Charlotte Linlin tenderly ruffled Carl's hair, feeling a sense of comfort. With his extraordinary perception, he instantly detected 3 faint heartbeats resonating from within her womb. Ha ha. "Who would have thought I would see this day?" Carl remarked, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had never experienced the joys of fatherhood before. "Have you considered what names to give them?" Charlotte Linlin inquired softly, her brow furrowing. After all, her previous children had all borne her surname. However, now that she had chosen to be with Carl, would their children's names differ from those of her past offspring? Would this create a rift among them? "Rest assured, let them take my surname. Tomorrow, I will summon your children and ask if they are willing to adopt my name," Carl declared with a hint of possessiveness, his traditional masculinity refusing to allow his sons to carry any surname other than his own. "I will defer to your wishes," Charlotte Linlin replied, gazing at Carl's commanding demeanor, which she found exceedingly charming at that moment. "One more time," Charlotte Linlin exclaimed as she embraced Carl. Thanks to Carl's relentless training, his Titan powers had matured, and he now stood at an impressive height of 7.5 meters. Although still slightly shorter than Charlotte Linlin, they were nearly the same height. He felt fortunate to be with her, for given his future stature, finding a beautiful and strong woman would be quite the challenge. In his memory, there were scarcely any women of such height in the pirate world. He certainly did not wish to endure a life of solitary tears. "You are pregnant. Perhaps we should refrain from continuing?" "Not a problem. Come on." Before Carl could finish his sentence, Charlotte Linlin swiftly covered them both with the blanket, and the room soon echoed with soft sounds of their intimacy. "They certainly have remarkable stamina. Indeed, it has been ages since I enjoyed a good night's sleep." While they reveled in their happiness, the ones suffering were Charlotte Perispero and the others outside, who resided in the adjacent quarters. Carl's nightly visits had caused quite a ruckus, depriving them of their slumber. Tonight was particularly outrageous. Even in the dead of night, the sounds had resumed. Some of the sleepless individuals gathered in Perispero's room, engaging in idle chatter. Such occurrences had become frequent, disrupting their biological clocks, leading them to sleep during the day and remain wide awake at night. "That I wonder how long this will continue." One of the younger siblings voiced their frustrations. "Perhaps not until we gain the strength to protect ourselves," another replied. "Maybe we could reinforce Mom's room to enhance its soundproofing," Katakuri suggested. "That could work. Tomorrow, while Mom is out, let us renovate her room to improve the sound insulation." "Excellent idea." "Then it's settled," Perispero concluded, determining that they would undertake renovations on their mother's room the following day to ensure a more restful night's sleep. As time passed amid their playful banter, the first rays of sunlight began to grace the horizon. In Charlotte Linlin's chamber, the two beheld the sun rising in the distance. "All right, I won't be coming by this morning," Carl stated, as he intended to announce his name to everyone and request that Charlotte Linlin's children adopt his surname. Truth be told, he had yet to reveal his true name to anyone. "Okay, I'm up." Though Charlotte Linlin felt a twinge of reluctance, she recognized the importance of the day's events and the impending voyage. So she refrained from any further hesitation and promptly rose. Carl, taking the lead, resolved to venture to the sea to hunt a sea king for their gathering. "After you get up, gather the children in the dining room, while I procure a sea king to nourish you." "Understood," Carl, Charlotte Linlin blushed slightly, aware that she was dressing before him, which elicited an immediate physical response from Carl. However, he understood the day's significance and mentally admonished himself to maintain control. Carl hastily exited the room, fearful that he might succumb to his primal instincts that ha ha ha. Charlotte Linlin chuckled at Carl's hasty retreat, her face alight with joy. Hunting a sea king was not an arduous task for Carl at this point. He dove into the sea, quickly locating a sea king of several hundred meters in size. With merely the intimidation of his conqueror's Haki, the creature fainted, its body surfacing. Carl then dragged it back to Charlotte Linlin's kitchen. "Chef, please prepare a sumptuous feast today using this ingredient," Carl instructed as he brought the sea king into the kitchen. "Thank you, Lord Carl. Get to work." The chef expressed gratitude to Carl while directing the other cooks to begin dissecting the sea king. Seeing the chef bustling about, Carl turned and made his way to the family gathering hall. Upon entering, he noticed a massive round table at the center, with Charlotte Linlin seated at the head. A seat was clearly reserved for Carl on her left side. The other positions around the table were filled with children, some in small carriages attended by maids that ha ha ha. Carl, upon spotting him, Charlotte Linlin rose and pulled him to sit beside her. "Today, I have an announcement to make. Carl, from now on, you will be their father." With a smile, Charlotte Linlin settled Carl into his designated seat. Surveying the gathered crowd, "Father," Perispero was the first to rise and call out to Carl. Subsequently, the other children who were capable of speech stood up and shouted at Carl. All right, everyone sit down." Carl beamed with a motherly smile, gently pressing his hands down to encourage them to take their seats. "Regardless of who your fathers were before, from this day forth, your father shall be me, Lux D. Carl." Charlotte Linlin was taken aback, astonished that Carl was indeed of the D family. Her surprise stemmed from her knowledge of the D family's significance. Yet, in the next moment, she smiled with pride, for Carl was now her husband. Moreover, she was a pirate, and such matters did not concern her. The children present were unaware of the true implications of being part of the D family. They were simply overjoyed to have a genuine father. From today onward, your name shall be changed to Lux. Of course, you must not reveal the D in your names to anyone. Although Carl disclosed his name to those present and allowed them to adopt his surname, it was not yet the time to reveal the D. It needed to be concealed for a considerable duration, potentially spanning decades. "Then I shall henceforth be known as Lux Perispero." Perispero immediately grasped Carl's intention. Being the future strategist of the Big Mom Pirates, his intellect was indeed remarkable. The other siblings also began to think of their new names. Soon, the atmosphere became lively with their introductions. Lux Kakuri, Lux Daifuku, Lux Comfort, and so forth. As they conversed, the kitchen began to serve up delectable dishes. "Let us commence our meal." As the dishes arrived in succession, Carl smiled at the gathering. "All right, I shall begin." Katakuri was the first to dive into the food, prompting the others to follow suit. Observing their youthful, innocent faces, Carl pondered how they had not appeared particularly handsome at the onset of the narrative. After some contemplation, he decided to impart the 5 elements fist to them, ensuring they had a solid foundation while also preventing them from growing into the grotesque figures depicted in the original story. The meal passed swiftly, a fleeting moment. After dining, Carl summoned Clay. "Lord Carl, what is it that you require of me?" Upon arriving at Charlotte Linlin's residence, Clay immediately sought to understand the purpose of his summons. "I am currently in a romantic relationship with Charlotte Linlin. Therefore, her children are my children as well. You are to secretly teach them the 5 elements fist." Upon hearing the first part of Carl's statement, Clay was momentarily stunned. He was taken aback, unable to fathom that Lord Carl was involved with Charlotte Linlin. After the initial shock, a sense of joy surfaced within him. After all, Lord Carl being with Charlotte Linlin was indeed a formidable alliance. He thought to himself that this was an exceedingly fortuitous development. However, do not disclose our relationship to anyone. It must remain confidential for now. Although Clay was unaware of Carl's reasons for wanting to keep this romance under wraps, he chose to maintain discretion. "Rest assured, Lord Carl, I shall not speak of this to a third party." Clay understood that since Lord Carl had made such a request, there must be matters he could not disclose. He did not dwell on it further. "Good. I'm glad you comprehend my intentions." Carl felt a wave of relief, realizing that Clay was the only person by his side capable of genuinely assisting him in fulfilling his objectives. "Now, I leave the rest in your capable hands. I shall be setting sail shortly. I trust you with matters at home." Carl looked at Clay, appreciating his unwavering loyalty. and resolved to bring back something for him from his voyage. Shortly thereafter, Carl arrived at the port, where Charlotte, Linlin, and Newgate were already prepared. Brother Newgate, do take care on your journey. Grah. Rest assured. Carl, you should be the one to exercise caution. Newgate was unfazed. With his strength, he could choose to leave the battlefield at any moment unless confronted by 2 or more admirals simultaneously. Newgate's ship departed the harbor first. Stay safe. You too. Carl shared an affectionate embrace with Charlotte Linlin at the port. Gazing at one another with concern, perhaps they were not contemplating the dangers that lay ahead but lamenting the brief separation they would endure. The folly of infatuation indeed held its perils. The group set sail towards their respective destinations as the ships gradually distanced themselves from the port. Carl reflected on whether he had been overly hasty since joining the Rocks Pirates. Why did he always feel as though he had no time to pause and rest? Or was it that the original Rocks Pirates were indeed in a phase of rapid expansion at this juncture? Watching the port fade into the distance, he shook off his thoughts and stepped into the ship's cabin. Sook Kingdom. This was Carl's third target destination. It had been over a month since their last parting. Due to the unpredictable weather of the New World, much time had been squandered on the journey. However, he took solace in the fact that once he conquered Sook Kingdom, his objective would be accomplished, allowing him to return to Hive Island for a well-deserved respite. Life at sea offered little in terms of entertainment. And aimlessly sailing across the vast ocean led to the crew growing somewhat irritable and restless. Thus, Carl introduced games such as poker, mahjong, chess, and Monopoly to enliven their otherwise mundane maritime existence during his leisure time. He also engaged in physical training in the ship's lower deck. He had enlisted a technically skilled member of the Rocks Pirates to assist him in creating specialized weighted equipment, fashioned as wrist and ankle bands, which he wore to provide constant resistance. The effect was quite remarkable. Wearing them allowed him to feel as though he was bearing hundreds of tons of weight at all times. Initially, they proved to be somewhat bothersome. But he gradually acclimated and began to increase the number of bands he wore. Bang! 13 tiles. Pay up, pay up, pay up. The interior of the pirate ship had been deliberately modified to connect the second and third floors, transforming it into a spacious lounge. Whenever Carl found himself bored, he would sit in the lounge, observing his fellow pirates engaged in card games. After all, if he were to participate, he would win every round, which would lose its charm. The crew was not foolish. If their captain were to suffer a significant defeat, they would surely face misfortune as well. Hence, after a few rounds, Carl decided to refrain from playing again. Creak. Captain Carl, we have arrived at Sook Kingdom, just as he watched the crew enjoying their games. The door swung open, and a slender pirate rushed in. It was Sewer, the lookout of the pirate crew. Oh, we have finally arrived. These tedious days have nearly driven me to madness. What are you all waiting for? Let us go. Carl first glanced at Sewer, then turned his gaze to the others present. The pirates were well aware of Carl's character. He was known for his cool exterior but warm heart. They could see his kindness towards them, which led them to occasionally jest with him. Coming right up, Captain. Hurry up and pay. I won. 13 tiles. The victorious pirate, with a toothy grin, laughed heartily. Get lost, get lost. Captain Carl has given the order. Let us hurry and leave. The pirate who had lost money immediately overturned the card table and, drawing his sword, dashed out. You better come back. The winner, seeing everyone rush out, followed suit, planning to settle scores later. Honestly, there is never a moment of idleness. This is our final target. Once we complete this, we can return home. Cal stood on the deck, his gaze somewhat distant as he looked towards the distant Sook Kingdom and remarked, let's hurry up and finish this, so we can return swiftly. Indeed, I wish to showcase some novel curiosities to them. Another pirate chimed in. Then let us proceed. I shall lead the way. Splash. One pirate, unable to contain his eagerness, leaped overboard even before the ship had docked, swiftly followed by others who dashed towards the Sook Kingdom. Clearly, the prolonged time spent adrift at sea had rendered most pirates restless, had it not been for the calming influence of board games. One could only speculate what chaos might have ensued. Ding ding ding. The Rocks Pirates have launched their attack. The Sook Kingdom was already aware of the Rocks Pirates' recent vengeful spree against the allied nations of the New World. The more formidable allied nations would patiently await their fate, while the majority of the populace on islands like theirs, lacking strength, had largely fled. Those who remained were either unwilling to leave or were the frail and infirm. As the pirates stormed ashore, they were greeted by a scene of individuals kneeling en masse. Esteemed pirates, we implore you to refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. You may take whatever you desire from the island. An elderly man, roughly 5 feet tall, emerged from the crowd. I am the mayor of Town. Most of the island's residents have fled, leaving only us, the weak and ailing. We beseech you, noble pirates, to show us mercy. For a moment, the pirates were at a loss, uncertain whether to advance or hold back. They had never encountered such a situation before. Typically, they would charge into a kingdom and commence their slaughter without hesitation. The unexpected sight of kneeling citizens made them hesitate. Old man, please rise, Cal said as he approached from behind. Gather the wealth of the island and bring it here. We shall depart if there is no resistance. Upon hearing Captain Cal's command, the pirates refrained from harming the frail and instead rushed towards the royal palace of the Sook Kingdom. Upon their arrival, they found the palace utterly deserted. Fortunately, the treasury still held a significant amount of riches. As for the king and his entourage, they had likely fled long ago. After all, they had been at sea for nearly a month, and news of the Rock's pirates' approach had sent many factions scurrying away. It could be said without hesitation that the entire New World had become a domain ruled by pirates. Cal utilized his observation Haki and discerned that there were indeed no formidable opponents on the island. However, after spending nearly half a month at sea, his body felt somewhat rusty, prompting him to consider stepping onto the island for a brief exploration. The pirates, upon realizing the absence of resistance, eagerly infiltrated the various residences. Beginning their plunder, they scurried about like ants transporting treasures onto their ship. As Cal wandered through the town, he beheld the unique splendor characteristic of the pirate world. While meandering, he stumbled upon an auction house. But to his disappointment, he found it completely emptied. The denizens of the dark world certainly act with remarkable swiftness, Cal mused, brushing off the dust to estimate that the evacuation had occurred approximately a month prior. This meant that shortly after they set sail, those in the dark world had received word and hastily vacated their strongholds along the corresponding routes to avoid unnecessary losses, awaiting a more opportune moment to re-establish themselves. At that moment, he recalled that another month had passed, allowing him to partake in another lottery, though he wondered what treasures awaited him this time. You have a task awaiting your acceptance. Cal opened the system he had not interacted with for nearly a month, and promptly received a system notification. Therefore, he chose to check the task module before engaging in the lottery. Side Quest 1. Please remain in the Sook Kingdom for 3 days. Task reward: 10,000 shop points, and 1 ordinary lottery draw. Cal was somewhat taken aback. When had the system evolved to issue tasks? And why did it require him to remain for 3 days? Moreover, why was it an ordinary lottery? What about skill draws or talent templates? Due to the host's interference with the timeline of the pirate world, an upgrade and modification has been implemented. Now, the system features main and side quests. As for the lottery, it is now consolidated. What you draw entirely depends on your luck. It was as if the system was addressing Cal's unvoiced questions, while also providing a brief introduction to the upgraded features. Regardless, Cal felt a sense of clarity after hearing this. He understood that the system likely deemed his pace too sluggish. Yet, he was powerless to act against rocks. Very well, I shall use 1 lottery draw first. Initiating lottery for the host. Please hold on. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 1 recovery pill. What is this nonsense? You drew a recovery pill for me. In truth, Cal had hoped for skills or talent templates instead. Oh well, it could be worse, yet. With the outcome already determined, there was little more to say. Recovery pill, a commonly used restorative pill in the realm of domestic animation. Consuming 1 can restore physical strength to optimal levels within seconds and remove all negative effects. Its functionality is indeed quite formidable. Wait. Something feels amiss. Typically, the system would not provide useless items. 3 days. Recovery pill. I believe I can deduce what is to come. After a brief moment of contemplation, Cal approached the shore and called out to the pirates aboard the ship. We shall rest on this island for 3 days. Then return to Hive Island. Though the pirates were eager to return to Hive Island, they accepted Cal's words, believing he had personal matters to attend to. No worries, Cal-sama. Right, since we've decided to stay for 3 days. Let us bring some things down from the ship. Yes, let us not forget about the 13 cards. At this, the pirate who had won money swiftly sought out the others from the previous game, calling out to them. Soon, the sounds of card games and mahjong echoed along the portside. As night fell, the pirates occupied the houses of Roguetown. After all, they were to stay for 3 days. It would be impractical to let empty houses go to waste while exerting effort to build their own. The remaining residents of Higher Town were driven deeper into the town. Blub blub. In a spacious house, Cal's din din mushy rang out. Snap. Hello, Charlotte Linlin. Upon seeing the shape of the din din mushy, Cal immediately thought of Charlotte Linlin, having been apart for a month. Truth be told, he missed her. Ma. Cal, you must be finished with your business by now, right? On the other end, Charlotte Linlin stood within a blood-stained kingdom, calling Cal. Clearly, she had completed her task, allowing her a moment of respite. The Sook Kingdom lacked strong opponents. And I have concluded my mission that I shall rest for a few more days before returning to Hive Island. We shall meet then. A sly smile crept across Cal's face, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. Ma. I too eagerly anticipate our reunion. With that, the call ended. Having been with Cal for some time, Charlotte Linlin could easily discern the underlying meaning in his words. However, perhaps due to her previous husband never having provided her with such sensations, she now felt them deeply with Cal. After a month apart, she found herself constantly yearning for Cal's robust physique, her cheeks flushing with warmth at the thought. Captain Linlin, shall we head directly back to Hive Island? Just as Charlotte Linlin was lost in her reverie, a pirate barged in, interrupting her thoughts. Ma. Ah, no, please don't. Captain Lingling of the Bell Brigade, Charlotte Lingling, had her eyes glowing red, her entire form magnifying in the gaze of the pirates. As a wave of excruciating pain coursed through her, her body became emaciated. Charlotte Lingling despised interruptions at such moments, and thus, without a trace of mercy, she unceremoniously stripped this pirate of his entire lifespan. The pirates outside, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear, lowering their heads in silence. They had just seen Charlotte Lingling with a flushed face, clearly engaged in a conversation with someone, only for that individual to intrude, causing them to feel the repercussions. After all, Charlotte Lingling's soul attack was extensive. Although she did not target them, many present felt their souls tremble in response. Ma. Set sail, returned to Hive Island immediately. Charlotte Lingling, once again adopting a demure demeanor, strode purposefully towards the pirate ship, eager to reunite with Carl. Yes, Lady Lingling. The terrified pirates, upon hearing the command, hurriedly scrambled towards the pirate ship. The wealth of this kingdom had long been harvested. Charlotte Lingling was the first to complete her task, followed closely by Newgate, Gold Lion, and others who also finished their missions and began their journey back to Hive Island. Meanwhile, Carl and his subordinates had been in the Sook Kingdom for a full 2 days. On the third morning, Carl, having gone without sleep the previous night, awaited developments, keen to discern what might unfold that day. In fact, he had sensed a looming crisis the night before, perceiving that each moment spent on the island heightened his peril. Thus, before dawn on the third day, he swiftly summoned his crew to gather their belongings onto the ship, steering it towards the opposite side of the island. He also commanded that should a significant situation arise, they could return to Hive Island first, for their presence was a potential burden to him. The pirates grasped the gravity of the situation, efficiently preparing their belongings and navigating the ship to the island's other side within mere minutes. As noon approached, Carl had been seated at the harbor for a full 6 hours, their coming, with his heightened sense of crisis reaching its zenith and remaining steady for the last 10 minutes. He knew the enemy had arrived. Indeed, a fleet of flags emerged on the horizon, revealing 3 Navy ships heading towards the Sook Kingdom. Leading the charge were the Navy heroes, Garp and Sengoku. Garp had come to the Sook Kingdom primarily because he had soldiers hailing from there. And upon learning that Carl was currently in the Sook Kingdom, he immediately set sail with his fleet. This plan had been previously discussed with Admiral Steelbone Kong, who had granted his approval, prompting Garp to lead the fleet here. Given the recent threats posed by Carl, particularly as he was considered the weakest among the 7 division captains, the opportunity to eliminate him was too enticing to pass up. However, given that Admiral Snow Lion had also fallen at Carl's hands, Steelbone Kong ordered Sengoku to accompany him. The sense of crisis stemming from you. How exaggerated. Carl had not anticipated being pursued by both Garp and Sengoku. Such an honor had likely never been bestowed upon even the Pirate King. Roger. Brew. You may return to Hive Island. You are not suited for the upcoming battle. Understood, Captain Carl. Upon receiving Carl's orders, the pirate captain on the other side immediately commanded his crew to set sail in the opposite direction. Since Captain Carl preferred not to join them, they would not become an encumbrance. They had recognized the presence of Sengoku and Garp and understood that their involvement would be futile. Instead, They aimed to relay the news to Rox as swiftly as possible, hoping it might save Captain Carl's life. Unbeknownst to them, the reason Captain Carl chose not to leave was that the system had imposed a strict directive mandating he remain for a full 3 days. Moreover, lacking contact with Charlotte Lingling or Captain Rox, they could only resort to the most rudimentary method of sailing to Hive Island to relay the message. System, you truly know how to present me with challenges. Then let it come. Whoosh, from a distance offshore, Garp began launching cannonballs at Carl. As the projectiles flew, they generated massive shockwaves, displacing the surrounding seawater. A long sword is indeed more useful. Carl drew the Longquan sword he had acquired at the auction and began to deflect Garp's assault, slicing the incoming cannonballs in half as they detonated behind him, engulfing the small town in chaos. While Carl lacked the ability to cut through iron, he had mastered the Tai Chi sword through the inheritance of the Celestial Master. Thus, he executed the simple moves with ease, realizing that his cannonball attacks were ineffective and only served to destroy civilian structures. Garp, finding himself alone on the shore, discarded the projectiles and, alongside Sengoku, flew towards Carl. They refrained from advancing the Navy ships further, knowing that numbers were inconsequential in the face of powerful adversaries. Carl, surrender. Garp, standing on the harbor deck with arms crossed, addressed Carl with a serious demeanor. There's no need for such talk. If you could defeat me. A faint smile graced Carl's lips, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. He understood that to earn the system's rewards, he needed to stay on the island for another day, thus making confrontation with them inevitable. Iron Fist, Garp recognized that his words were futile, remaining undeterred as he rapidly charged towards Carl. Bang! Though their initial clash was merely a test, the impact deformed the ground, both combatants staggering backward. Indeed, close combat favors fists. Carl realized that he was unaccustomed to wielding the longsword against physical combat, feeling somewhat out of place. Fistbone, meteor. Garp had no time for idle chatter as he swiftly approached Carl. Observing Garp's advance, Carl sheathed the Longquan sword into the system's backpack and began to chant an incantation. Are you in such a hurry? Heaven and earth, the primordial source of myriad energies, cultivated over countless eons. Manifest my divine power. Within the 3 realms, the way reigns supreme, with golden light enveloping my form. Instantly, golden light enveloped Carl, manifesting a resplendent golden figure. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, shockwave, just as Carl and Garp passed each other. Sengoku, now in his great Buddha form, arrived from the left. Thunder Fist. Carl quickly covered his right hand with lightning magic to counter the shockwave. However, due to the hasty defense, he was immediately slammed into the ground. Bang! The next moment, Carl erupted from the earth. That was rather unsporting, Sengoku. After all, you are a Navy Vice Admiral. Is it appropriate to employ such underhanded tactics? Carl dusted himself off nonchalantly. You are a pirate, and I am a Navy officer. Any means to deal with you are permissible. Sengoku, embodying a golden Buddha, maintained a serious expression. Shockwave, Iron Fist, shock. In the next moment, their attacks surged towards Carl, Titan true form. In the astonished gazes of Garp and Sengoku, Carl transformed into a 30-meter-tall Titan, swinging his massive right hand to shatter the 2 shockwaves. Garp and Sengoku had no inkling that Carl possessed such a form. What kind of devil fruit is this? Garp paused, scratching his head in confusion. Mountain Titan, Sengoku, more knowledgeable, recognized the Titan, though he noted that this form diverged significantly from the documented Mountain Titan, particularly in size. This is the second time I've utilized Titan true form. The first was against Admiral Snow Lion. A somber voice reverberated, akin to the distant rumble of thunder. Damn it. Iron Fist, falling. His words incited Kapu's fury, enveloping him in a shroud of armament Haki as he charged towards Carl in a fit of rage. Thunderous wrath. Carl's Titan form crackled with lightning, and with a pointed finger skyward, he summoned dark clouds that swiftly gathered above, unleashing a tempest of violent lightning. Without hesitation, Carl recognized the formidable alliance of Kapu and Sengoku, realizing he might struggle against their combined might. Yet, he was not one to yield easily, especially with a revitalizing pill in his possession that could grant him a second chance if need be. Buddha's palm. Sengoku immediately settled into a lotus position, his body expanding to several meters as he thrust his right hand towards the heavens. A distinctly powerful golden shockwave collided with Carl's thunderous wrath. Bang! As their energies clashed, a blinding radiance erupted in the air, silencing the world around them. At the epicenter of the energy collision, a vast spherical vacuum formed, creating a perfectly shaped semicircular crater in the ground. Boom! Carl's titan form was forcefully slammed against the mountainside by the shockwave. Sengoku fared little better, his golden Buddha form showing signs of cracking. Iron Fist, shatter. Though Sengoku could not immediately unleash a second attack, they were 2 against 1. Seizing the opportunity, Kapu acted swiftly. Bang! Carl's right hand met Kapu's iron fist, producing a series of sizzling sounds upon impact. Carl, surrender. Not even close. In the midst of their exchange, Sengoku regained his composure and swiftly rejoined the fray. Following their clash, Carl rose to his feet. The battle has only just begun. Buzz. Carl unleashed his conqueror's Haki. A palpable aura of oppression emanating from him, directed towards Kapu and Sengoku. You possess conqueror's Haki as well? You must not be allowed to live. Sengoku expressed his astonishment, never expecting Carl to wield such power. They could no longer afford to let him grow stronger. Otherwise, he might become an even greater threat than Rocks. It was known that, at merely 19 years of age, Carl already possessed the strength of an admiral, rendering him far more dangerous than Rocks ever was. If they failed to eliminate Carl now, future opportunities to do so would become exceedingly scarce. Kapu. Sengoku glanced at Kapu, who immediately understood the unspoken command. Understood. The duo hastened their assault. The longer they lingered in the new world, the quicker the Rocks pirates' reinforcements would arrive. They had to subdue Carl with utmost urgency. Carl's conqueror's Haki did indeed impose a degree of restraint upon Kapu and Sengoku. Yet the impact was minimal due to their comparable strength. In fact, Carl was significantly weaker than either of them. However, sensing the unceasing flow of energy beneath his feet, a faint smile crept upon his lips. I can fight all day. Carl casually rubbed his nose with his right hand. Bring it on. Meanwhile, out at sea, Carl's crew listened intently to the resounding explosions echoing from the island of the Suc Kingdom. Aware that their captain was locked in a fierce confrontation with Kapu and Sengoku, their immediate priority was to relay the message back to Hive Island. As they quickened their pace, they fervently hoped that their captain could hold on just a little longer. At that moment, Charlotte Lingling was entirely oblivious to the perilous situation Carl faced. Fortunately, they had a habit of communicating via Den Den Mushai at precisely 10 p.m. Charlotte Lingling placed a call to Carl. However, his Den Den Mushi had been destroyed in the aftermath of the battle. Something's wrong with Carl. Charlotte Lingling immediately sensed danger, as Carl would never ignore her call at night. Zeus? Yes, Mama. A dark cloud swiftly materialized before her. Crafted from the soul fruit by Charlotte Lingling, their telepathic bond allowed the cloud to expand, and she promptly stepped upon it. You all continue back to Hive Island, she instructed her crew, as Zeus soared towards the Suc Kingdom. Captain Lingling, what has transpired? Who knows? Since the captain said so, we must return to report, her crew replied, a touch of trepidation in their voices, aware that Lingling could be ruthless during her bouts of anorexia. Zeus, increase your speed. Right away, Mama. Meanwhile, Charlotte Lingling sensed Zeus lagging, prompting her to urge him to accelerate. Back in the Suc Kingdom, Carl, bloodied and battered, continued to clash with Kapu and Sengoku. Neither Kapu nor Sengoku fared any better, their own injuries matching Carl's. All 3 were masters of hand-to-hand combat, and Carl had lost count of how many times his ribs had been broken. Yet, he gritted his teeth and realigned them. The battle raged on, an unrelenting flurry of attacks exchanged between the trio as they entered a state of furious combat. Disregarding life and death, defenses abandoned as they unleashed their wrath. Kapu and Sengoku, with overwhelming force, drove Carl back to a more human state. Yet he did not retreat an inch, nor did he cease his offensive. Clang, clang. The 3 warriors engaged in rapid exchanges, sparks flying through the air, illuminating the night as if it were day. The piercing sounds of their clashes echoed continuously, and for a staggering 10 hours, they fought without pause, their silhouettes multiplying in the sky. I can't take much more. Carl realized for the first time, feeling the strain on his body during another collision, that it must be nearing its end. Indeed, after another clash, Carl crashed to the ground, while Kapu and Sengoku surveyed him with a newfound respect. After all, given Carl's strength, if he wished to evade them, he could likely have slipped away without much trouble, as they had all experienced the swiftness of his lightning-like speed. Huff, huff, Carl sat up from the ground. Gasping for breath, he then retrieved a green pill from his pocket, the revitalizing pill that as soon as it was drawn forth, it radiated a potent life force, immediately sensed by Garp and Sengoku. This is bad. Stop him, Sengoku shouted as he charged forward. Gulp. Alas, it was too late. Carl had already swallowed the pill the moment it was produced. The revitalizing pill traveled down his throat. He felt its life energy coursing through him, rapidly restoring his stamina. Round 2 begins. In mere seconds, Carl sensed his vitality returning to its peak. Bang! He swiftly rose to his feet, fending off Sengoku's assault. This is bad. Sengoku immediately recalled the substance Carl had consumed. To his perception, Carl's strength appeared to have reverted to its original state. He could even see the scars upon Carl's body fading before his very eyes. Ha ha ha. This is something you never anticipated. Let us do this again, Carl shouted exuberantly from midair, astonished by the potency of the revitalizing pill and its ability to restore his stamina in mere moments. Evil can never triumph over justice. Garp suddenly appeared before him. Boom, the second battle has commenced. This time, their conflict gradually escalated from the fringes of the island to the very heart of the capital, leaving behind a trail of devastation in their wake. The structures they passed were left in ruins, and the populace hastily retreated in the opposite direction of their advance. Those must be the Navy, right? An elderly man with a white beard lamented as he gazed sorrowfully at the heavens, judging by their cloaks. They certainly appear to be Navy, his companion remarked, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. I never anticipated that individual would possess such strength. Many of the townsfolk who had encountered Carl expressed their astonishment. They were taken aback by the formidable prowess of the pirate captain who had previously seemed so reasonable and amiable, leaving them to ponder how they might survive in the aftermath. The thunderous booms echoing from the sky served as a grim reminder of their fortunate choice not to resist. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The island trembled, and the ominous clouds above were dispersed by the chaos. Carl's current points were sufficient to purchase another recovery elixir, prompting him to devise a strategy to exhaust the stamina of his two adversaries before making his escape. Moreover, the system required him to remain on this island for a full 3 days. And time was indeed running short. Buddha, filled with a sense of urgency, resolved that Carl must perish here today. He could not allow Carl to continue his ascent. Currently, he was already formidable enough to contend with the two of them. And if he were allowed to thrive for another decade or two, reaching the pinnacle of power, the new world would truly become a domain for pirates, which was simply intolerable. He exchanged a glance with Garp, who immediately grasped his intent. Garp stepped forward to draw Carl's attention, and soon the two were locked in fierce combat. Lion's mark. Just as Carl focused on Garp, Buddha unleashed a devastating blow from his right hand, enshrouded in Conqueror's Haki, striking Carl squarely in the side. Wow. Upon impact, Carl was sent flying, blood erupting from his mouth like a crimson spray. Conqueror's Haki. Carl was taken aback by Buddha's use of this skill. Within his senses, the force of the Haki churned violently within him, rendering him momentarily incapable of recovery. He understood that his life was now in peril. This should be the end for you, Carl, Buddha declared ominously. Subsequently, Garp withdrew, allowing Buddha to engage Carl with relentless ferocity, each strike imbued with the power of Haki. Gradually, Carl's body succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. Bang! Puff! Yet Buddha did not relent, seizing every opportunity to attack. He had long since recognized Carl's astonishing recovery abilities, and thus denied him a moment's respite. As Carl's form swayed precariously, Buddha realized that Carl was nearing his limits. Indeed, with a ferocious strike, Carl's right hand shattered, bones protruding grotesquely from his flesh. Carl had never experienced such excruciating pain. In a desperate attempt, he hastily shoved the broken bones of his left hand back into place and attempted to reassemble them. Years of suffering had imparted him with a grim understanding of how to mend shattered bones. However, this time, it was futile. Even if he managed to piece it back together, he lacked the strength to endure further. His entire right hand was rendered useless. Buddha showed no inclination to grant him a moment's reprieve, launching a series of relentless assaults that left Carl no opportunity to consume a recovery elixir. Surely, I won't perish here. I have yet to realize my dreams. I even have 3 children yet to be born. Puff. Yet Carl could sense his body deteriorating beyond repair. He was acutely aware that if this continued, his life would soon reach its conclusion. I am Lucius Deed of Carl. My life should not end here. With a mighty roar, Carl awakened the true potential of his Titan abilities. His body surged with newfound vigor, albeit briefly. He could feel the latent injuries still afflicting him, and this state could not endure for long. Come on. Buddha sensed the resurgence of Carl's strength and quickly called for Garp. 2 hours later, the cacophony on the island ceased. 8 meters tall, Carl stood resolute at the center of the battlefield, the blood pooling around him, forming a hollow in the earth. At last, the battle has concluded. Lucius D. Carl. Who would have thought he was connected to rocks? This is something we were unaware of. Buddha regarded Carl at the center of the battlefield, mistakenly believing he had misheard. It was indeed Lucius D. Carl. Indeed. So young. Could he possibly be Rock's illegitimate child? Fortunately, the battle has ended. Let us hope no unfortunate events arise, Garp remarked with a sense of relief. Carl. Just then, a furious roar echoed from the horizon. Charlotte Linlin. You and your ill-fated words. Buddha glared at Garp. Knowing it was not the time to blame him, he merely needed an outlet for his frustration. Garp chuckled wryly, equally surprised that Charlotte Linlin had arrived. Heavenly Daitian. Charlotte Linlin reached the battlefield, believing Carl had perished. She immediately commanded Zeus to unleash a relentless assault on Garp and Buddha, engulfing the island in a tempest of thunder. Garp and Buddha, having endured a grueling battle, were severely fatigued. Facing Charlotte Linlin was a concern. But the real dread lay in the imminent arrival of the Rock's pirates. Thus, they exchanged grave glances, fully aware of the situation's gravity, and hurriedly took to the skies, instructing the Navy to set sail back to headquarters. Charlotte Linlin, observing Garp and Buddha retreat, chose not to pursue them, but instead leaped before Carl, her gaze fixed upon his hollow eyes. You can't be dead, can you? Tears of sorrow streamed down Charlotte Linlin's cheeks. Thump. Huh. Charlotte Linlin, incredulous, discerned the faint sound of Carl's heartbeat. With trembling hands, she disregarded the blood-soaked state of his body and gently cradled him against her chest. You still alive. This is wonderful. In the next moment, her countenance brightened with joy as she realized Carl's heart still beat, albeit faintly. This was, in fact, Carl's body's emergency response. Upon fully awakening his Titan abilities, his physical form struggled to cope. Thus, his body instinctively entered a state of fake death, allowing it to adapt to the modifications made. The blood pooling around him was primarily the residual impurities expelled during the transformation process. Before Garp and Buddha could close in for the final blow, Charlotte Linlin arrived just in time, thus sparing Carl from a grim fate. Zeus. Charlotte Linlin shouted to the heavens, Mother! Zeus had been bombarding the Navy's ships with lightning near the shore. Although Garp and Buddha had sustained considerable fatigue, Zeus alone posed no threat to the Navy vessels. Upon hearing Charlotte Linlin's call, he swiftly returned to Hive Island with utmost haste. Zeus glanced between Charlotte Linlin and Carl. Do not worry, Mother. Zeus transformed into a massive cloud. Charlotte Linlin's heart ached as she gazed upon Carl's battered form. Carefully, she cradled him in her arms and stepped onto the cloud, sitting cross-legged. Hold on tight, Mother. Zeus's expression turned serious, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The cloud soared swiftly through the sky toward Hive Island. Carl must be dead now, right? We haven't even checked, all because of your ill-fated words. Inside the Navy's medical bay, Garp chuckled at Buddha. Huh. This time he survived. It seems he has a remarkable fate. With the battle now concluded, Garp found little reason to dwell on whether Carl was alive or dead. The data collected indicated that Carl had not engaged in the wanton slaughter of civilians. Thus, for Garp, the question of Carl's survival held no significant consequence. Had Carl been a pirate notorious for his brutal treatment of innocents, Garp would have recklessly pursued him, regardless of the personal cost. Yet, he was not that kind of man. If Carl were to perish, it would merely reflect his unfortunate circumstances. How casually you speak. Yet there will be plenty of headaches to come, Sengoku mused, harboring a different perspective. He believed that such a formidable pirate, left unchecked, would inevitably bring them greater troubles in the future. This opportunity to eliminate Carl was a rare one, and they had regrettably let it slip away. Bloop, bloop. Sengoku's phone rang, and he recognized the shape as that of Admiral Steele, inquiring about the outcome of the battle. Go ahead and answer it, Sengoku remarked with a teasing glance at Garp. Haha. No. It's better you handle this. Garp replied hastily, standing up and exiting the infirmary as if someone were chasing him. Humph, look at you, Sengoku said, well aware of Garp's nature from their days in the new recruits camp. He shook his head helplessly and answered the call. Quickly check on his current condition. Charlotte Linlin had flown for several hours and arrived at Hive Island, seeking out the ship's doctor to assess Carl's physical state. Just a moment, I'm on my way. The ship's doctor said, Sensing the urgency in Lin's expression, he promptly gathered his equipment and began examining Carl. After taking a deep breath to focus, he opened Carl's eyes to scrutinize the condition of his pupils. He then placed a stethoscope against Carl's chest, listening intently to his internal organs, while feeling for his pulse with his right hand, deeply concerned. The doctor wore a grave expression. He had never encountered such severe injuries before. Not a single bone remained unbroken, each one marked by fractures. Yet, despite the extent of the internal damage, Carl still exhibited a faint trace of life. Lin, observing the doctor's serious demeanor, felt her face grow pale, fearing that Carl might not survive. What is his condition? Lin asked, her voice trembling as if she were a family member waiting outside the operating room. The doctor, reading the worry in Lin's eyes, quickly reassured her. Rest assured, Lord Carl is not in grave danger. He knew that any hesitation in his response could jeopardize his own safety, recognizing the depth of Lin's concern for Carl. What is his specific condition at this moment? Lin inquired, visibly relieved, a charming smile returning to her face. Report, Lady Lin. Lord Carl's vitality is exceedingly weak and requires substantial nutritional replenishment, the doctor replied, a hint of fear in his voice, anxious not to provoke Lin's displeasure. I will attend to Lord Carl's external injuries. As for the nutritional needs, I will leave that to you, Lady Charlotte Lin, he added, apprehensive. Unbeknownst to them, Carl possessed a secret. He had the Titan's gift, enhanced by the system, granting him the power of Titan blood. Thus, as long as his feet were in contact with the earth, he would gradually heal from even the most severe injuries, provided his heart continued to beat. While standing on that land, his strength was steadily restored. However, Lin had swiftly carried him back to Hive Island, severing his connection to the ground. Although he was healing at a slow pace due to a lack of energy, he was still on the mend. You tend to his wounds. I will procure food, Lin declared. If anything changes, you know what to do. Upon hearing that Carl required energy, Lin wasted no time. She issued a warning to the doctor before hastening out. Determined to quickly catch a sea king, the most potent source of nourishment in the world of pirates, the following morning, after a night of urgent care, Carl's physical condition had returned to normal. With all external wounds healed, his unconsciousness stemmed from a significant energy deficit and exhaustion, leading to a mental collapse. After the rescue efforts concluded, figures like Whitebeard and the Golden Lion had visited Carl's room to offer their condolences. Relieved to learn that he was out of danger, since Carl remained in a coma, they refrained from lingering too long and departed shortly thereafter. That night, Lin personally led a portion of the crew into the depths of the sea, successfully hunting a sea king several hundred meters long, which proved to be quite a feat. Now, she sat by Carl's bedside, contemplating how to retaliate against Garp and Sengoku. Turning to gaze at Carl's pale, lifeless face, she whispered, "Thank goodness you're okay." Her finger gently brushed against his cheek. Feeling his faint breath, the sight of Carl fighting to exhaustion replayed in her mind. She realized she had developed feelings for him. Her emotions now fluctuated with his, an unprecedented experience. Sitting beside Carl, she watched him sleep, an aura of uniqueness emanating from him, making it difficult for Lin to resist. In his presence, her heart softened. You need to recover quickly, she murmured to the unconscious Carl, her voice laden with concern and care, emotions that had been foreign to her until now. Having grown accustomed to solitude and indifference, she never anticipated that Carl would evoke such complexities within her. Meanwhile, ships continued to return to Hive Island, with various division leaders already en route back. It was now clear that the latter half of the Grand Line belonged to the Rocks pirates. Finally back. Quickly, report to Captain Rocks that Lord Carl was ambushed by Garp and Sengoku in the Kingdom of Sook. After 2 days and nights of sailing, members of the 6th Division arrived at Hive Island. And upon disembarking, their first words were to urge the port pirates to inform Captain Rocks to assist Captain Carl. You are behind the times. Lord Carl has already been brought back by Captain Charlotte Lin and is currently in the infirmary. The port pirates replied, their expressions mocking. As pirates, abandoning their captain to flee alone was an act unworthy of their title. After all, even pirates had their own code of ethics, and it was generally unacceptable to abandon a captain or leader. He's back? The disembarking pirates did not engage further with the taunts, but hurriedly made their way to the infirmary after securing their ship. Captain Carl, some loyal pirates rushed toward the infirmary, led by the lookout, Joel. Previously, he had endured much bullying within the Rocks pirates, but since joining Carl's crew, he had never faced such mistreatment again. He was immensely grateful to Carl, for without him, he would still be suffering at the hands of bullies. Lord Carl requires rest. You should return to your quarters for now. Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 stood at the infirmary entrance, blocking their path just as they reached it. How is Lord Carl? Yes, is Lord Carl all right? Joel asked anxiously. Rest assured, he is out of danger. He simply needs to recuperate. Longy spoke to them with an expressionless demeanor, fully aware that Lord Carl had not invested much emotional attachment to the pirates under his command. Very well. Let us return for now, he said. Joel felt a significant sense of relief and chose not to intrude further, although a flicker of concern lingered, knowing that Lord Carl was not in grave danger. He turned to lead some pirates who had accompanied him back to their base. Long Air, have you noted down all the pirates who just arrived? After watching them disappear into the distance, Long-E turned to Long Air, who was diligently scribbling at a table. Rest assured, Brother Long-E, I have accounted for each one, Long Air replied, lifting his head to reveal a bright smile and giving a large thumbs up. Despite Lord Carl's apparent lack of emotional investment in these pirates, those who came to visit him while he was gravely injured held potential for cultivation, trapped within the realm of consciousness. Carl only realized that his body's reaction was a stress response when he called upon the system to understand the situation. After an indeterminate amount of time, he noticed a glimmer of light materializing within the void. With fervor, he sprinted towards that radiant beacon. Just as he crossed the threshold of the light, his eyes fluttered open slightly, feeling a dryness and itch in his throat. Water. I am thirsty. At that moment, a faint sound echoed in the hospital room. Upon awakening, Carl discovered his body to be exceedingly frail. Carl, you are awake. I will fetch you some water immediately, Charlotte Lingling exclaimed, rising swiftly to retrieve a cup of water from beside her. Supporting Carl, she gently tilted the cup towards his lips, allowing the water to flow in. Gulp. Carl consumed the water in one go. Subsequently, he turned to Charlotte Lingling, who wore a worried expression. It's all right. I am much better now, he reassured her, feeling a surge of emotion as he pulled her close. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Carl, are you awake? Just then, Long Air's voice rang out, accompanied by vigorous knocking at the door. Ahem. Come in. Carl coughed lightly, placing his right hand before him, attempting to ease the awkwardness, resembling a child caught sneaking candy by a parent. Giggle. Charlotte Lingling, sitting up, found his demeanor amusing. Creak. Lord Carl, you've finally awakened. This is wonderful. Indeed, Lord Carl. You cannot imagine how worried we were for you. They had received news the previous night and had vigilantly waited outside the hospital for an entire day, their faces beaming with joy upon seeing Lord Carl regain consciousness. I apologize for worrying you, he said, but fret not. The ordeal is over. Such matters shall not arise again. Carl squeezed his left hand tightly, feeling strength surge within him. Clearly, even without sustenance, his constitution would gradually recover, albeit over an extended period. Moreover, if his perceptions were accurate, his body would emerge even stronger upon complete recovery than it had been before. Let us go and have a meal, Carl declared, throwing off the covers and donning his clothes with determination. Striding out of the hospital room, his eagerness palpable as his feet touched the ground. He distinctly felt an unceasing flow of strength surging from the soles of his feet into his body. The Titan's power aiding him in mending his injuries and replenishing his vitality. By the way, Lingling, he said, I nearly forgot to mention something. You won't hold it against me, will you? As they made their way to the dining hall, Carl suddenly seemed to recall something, halting and turning to face Charlotte Lingling. You know I would never blame you for anything, she replied, her demeanor remaining cheerful, indicating she bore no ill will. It concerns my constitution. As you are aware, it is the Titan's power. However, there is one aspect I have not mentioned. He paused, gauging her reaction. Do go on. I am listening. Charlotte Lingling encouraged, her expression unchanged, still adorned with a smile. Clearly unperturbed. It is said that my constitution makes me a child of the earth. As long as my feet touch the ground, my stamina becomes virtually limitless, for my bloodline continuously draws strength from the earth, and I have remained conscious throughout. Thus, Charlotte Lingling's expression shifted slightly as she contemplated. It dawned on her that when Carl was standing on the ground, he must have been recovering his strength, and she had nearly unwittingly caused him distress. What is it? Are you blaming me now? Though such thoughts crossed her mind, Charlotte Lingling's face quickly transformed into a playful scowl directed at Carl. Haha, no. How could I dare? He scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that continuing this topic was ill-timed. Come now. Let us hasten to our meal. I find myself quite famished. Ah. Carl promptly diverted the conversation, quickening his pace towards the kitchen. Look at you. Charlotte Lingling chuckled lightly before following suit. Throughout this exchange, she sensed Carl's aura steadily intensifying, confirming that he spoke the truth. Given his increased stature, his appetite had grown considerably. The unique nature of the Titan's power allowed for stamina restoration, but did nothing to quell his hunger. Consequently, eating remained an unavoidable necessity. Charlotte Lingling had her fair share of experience in this regard. During her early days as a pirate, she often endured hunger for days on end. She had already instructed the kitchen to prepare all the Sea King creatures they had hunted the previous day. Thus, when Carl arrived at the dining hall, there was little waiting. An array of food came pouring in, the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air, tantalizing his senses. For 3 hours, Carl feasted voraciously, devouring an entire fleet of Sea King creatures, leaving nothing behind. Phew. Burp. As he expelled the last bone from his mouth, he patted his round belly, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Come, accompany me to test the newfound powers I have acquired. He was brimming with eagerness. Charlotte Lingling had already finished her meal, having eaten sparingly while watching Carl indulge, and readily agreed to his proposal at 3:00 p.m. on an unnamed island near Hive Island. Carl and Charlotte Lingling stood at the shore. Boom. An overwhelming, nameless pressure enveloped the island instantaneously, causing the animals to flee in terror, even the fish and shrimp at the water's edge darting away. Carl's towering frame, rising from 8 to 10 meters, glimmered with golden light, reminiscent of a small Oscar statuette from afar, embodying the complete form of the Titan giant. All his energy coalesced without waste, each strike harnessing the full force of his being. With excitement coursing through him, Carl was eager to test the powers he had recently mastered. The moment had arrived. Here I come. He aimed to experience the might of the Titan's gifts, neglecting to utilize other auxiliary combat techniques such as Haki or lightning. Mama. Napoleon. Charlotte Lingling, sensing the dangerous aura radiating from Carl, burst into laughter, not hesitating to prepare for combat. She drew a large machete from her hat, assuming a defensive stance. Quake fist. Carl unleashed the 8th-level punch inherited from the old master template, concentrating his power into a singular point, capable of directly penetrating an enemy's body with his force. Elbaf spear. Charlotte Lingling executed a weakened version of her devastating attack. Bang. As their strikes clashed, the ground fractured beneath them, and amidst the tumult of their energies, a perfectly formed, semicircular gap emerged, with seawater gradually seeping in. Incredible. Ha! Let's do it again. Carl could distinctly sense that his current strength surpassed his previous abilities, with excitement and pride clearly evident on his face. Come on. Having resolved to accompany Carl in testing his newfound powers, the battle was merely beginning. Charlotte Lingling did not linger any longer, but immediately engaged Carl in combat. The two soon found themselves in an intense duel high above the island. Since they were only experimenting with their might, neither of them unleashed their full power, resulting in relatively muted sounds of conflict. Who was stronger, Mom or Carl? Katakuri, standing by the ship's edge, turned to his elder brother Perispero with a puzzled expression. Isn't it obvious? Lord Carl is definitely the strongest. Long Tu interjected with an arrogant stride, interrupting Katakuri's inquiry. In a way, Mom is the strongest. Katakuri retorted angrily at Long Tu. Lord Carl is strong. Mom is strong. Instantly, Katakuri and Long Tu began shouting at each other. Perispero, however, did not indulge in their childish antics. Although uncertain of who possessed greater strength, he could ascertain from the residual energy of their clash that even if one was stronger, the difference was negligible. His observations indicated that the aftermath of their battle was no less significant than the commotion created by the captains of various divisions. Ha. Next time I encounter Garp and Sengoku, I shouldn't feel so helpless, right? After several hours of fierce combat, the two halted, surveying the disarray on the island. Well, I shall surely avenge this grievance. Charlotte Lingling harbored a deep-seated resentment, having nearly lost such an exceptional husband. Over the years, she had sought a partner who could accompany her constantly. However, those she encountered were either too timid or too weak, failing to capture her interest. Hence, she chose to marry individuals from different races to bear formidable offspring. In truth, for someone of her stature, finding a suitable partner was quite a challenging endeavor. Standing at a towering height of 8 meters and 8 centimeters, she was the tallest female human ever recorded. The giants typically towered over 10 meters, making her physique incompatible with theirs. Moreover, the incident from her childhood, when she had exhibited such remarkable abilities at the age of 5, caused the giant race to despise her. Leaving no hope of finding acceptance among them, it was no surprise that not a single giant had joined the grand utopia she established. All right, let us head back. We are about to enter a prolonged period of rest. I have some plans to discuss with you. Carl's demeanor softened. His newly acquired power had been validated, marking a small yet significant advancement in his abilities. He contemplated that with the major conflict now concluded, the most crucial task ahead was recovery and strategizing, allowing him to lay the groundwork for future endeavors. All right, let's return now. Charlotte Lingling was also curious about what Carl meant. However, she knew he would explain everything in due course. And the current setting was not conducive for a private discussion. On the deck of the ship, Kakuri and Long Tu continued their playful skirmish. Carl reclined in a grand chair at the highest point, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze. System, activate the task template. Seizing this moment of relaxation, he decided to check the system's updates. Main Quest 1. Establish your own pirate crew. Quest reward. Thunder Dragon Egg. Quest status. Incomplete. Side Quest 1. Remain in the SUC Kingdom for 3 days. Quest reward. 10,000 system points. 1 ordinary draw. Quest status. Completed. Side Quest 2. Serve as the Vice Captain of the Rocks Pirates. Quest reward. Conqueror's Haki of Rocks. Main Quest 2. To be unlocked upon completion of Main Quest 1. Upon seeing the reward for Main Quest 1, Carl found himself puzzled by the Thunder Dragon Egg. Would he really have to incubate an egg? What is a Thunder Dragon Egg? The Thunder Dragon Egg originates from the animal world, measuring 300 meters in length, innately controlling thunder and lightning, and possessing the power of a general. It takes 10 years to hatch and requires 20 years to reach maturity. This has been shortened by the system, otherwise, it would take much longer. How can you even obtain this? Didn't you say you couldn't reward items that exceed the world's limit? Carl's mind was filled with questions, as the Thunder Dragon Egg from the immortal world seemed to surpass the limits of the pirate world. After all, it was a realm of immortality, system, unless. It was clear he wouldn't get any answers this way. He couldn't help but wonder whether the Thunder Dragon from the immortal world was more powerful than the Heavenly King. Unable to glean any information, Carl reluctantly opened the lottery page. Lottery module. Remaining ordinary draws. 2. 1 for quest rewards, 1 for completing a month. Let's use 1. Drawing. Please wait. The virtual golden compass began to spin slowly, displaying various items and equipment belonging to characters from numerous anime. With a few modules containing skills and talents, though none for templates appeared. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Fong Tian Hua Ji, a weapon from the animated version of the Three Kingdoms. Carl gazed at the golden Fong Tian Hua Ji with great fondness. After all, who wouldn't be enamored with something gleaming in gold? He opened the description for the Fong Tian Hua Ji. Fong Tian Hua Ji, crafted entirely from meteorite, measuring 9.9 meters in length. Its sharpness rivals that of the supreme great blade. Quickly, he summoned the weapon, placing his right hand on his chest in a poised manner, as the 9.8-meter-long Fong Tian Hua Ji materialized in his grasp. Well, where did Carl get that from? I've never seen it before. Charlotte Lingling, nearby, was taken aback. She was well aware that Carl had never consumed a devil fruit, so how did this weapon suddenly appear? Yet, she refrained from questioning him, her gaze fixed on the resplendent Fong Tian Hua Ji, eye to eye in her perception. The aura of the weapon was anything but insignificant. Initially, she thought Carl had extended his hand out of boredom. As long voyages at sea could indeed become monotonous, little did she expect such a beautiful weapon to appear. Whose subordinate was it? The Fong Tian Hua Ji was entirely golden, adorned with mysterious runes. Its tip embellished with crimson tassels. That's a secret. Carl was unaware of the risks associated with exposing the system. Nonetheless, for safety's sake, he chose not to disclose it to anyone, not even to the one closest to him. After a brief exchange to deflect Charlotte Lingling's curiosity, Carl placed the weapon on the ground and proceeded to initiate the next draw. Let's make use of the remaining draw as well. The wheel began to spin once more. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a bottle of Shaolin de Huandan, from an obscure domestic animation about Shaolin de Huandan. Carl felt perplexed, recalling that the Shaolin de Huandan was known for enhancing internal energy. Would it be useful in the pirate world? He clicked to view the description of the Shaolin de Huandan. Shaolin de Huandan purifies the body and simultaneously increases the user's internal energy by 60 years, equivalent to a peak Vice Admiral in the pirate world. If that's the case, Then I understand. 1 Dahuan Dan is equivalent to creating a pseudo-admiral. Carl shook the bottle, and the sound indicated there were 10 Dahuan Dan inside. This reward is quite decent. Very satisfactory. 10 Dahuan Dan would be equivalent to nurturing 10 pseudo-admiral experts. Excellent, indeed. Feeling a sense of fulfillment, Carl knew that the next important task was to complete Side Quest 2. The thought of Side Quest 2 made his expression grow solemn. It was essential to recognize that being the vice captain of the Rock's pirates was no easy feat, and once he assumed that role, it would not be easy to extricate himself. However, he also understood that if he succeeded in becoming the vice captain of the Rock's pirates, it would undeniably have a significant impact on the timeline that we've arrived. As Carl's thoughts swirled in a tempest of contemplation, the fleet had already returned to Hive Island. Lingling, there are matters I wish to discuss with you, he exclaimed eagerly, leading Charlotte Lingling towards their abode the moment they disembarked. As they settled opposite each other in the room, he continued, Lingling, I have something to share with you, and I implore you to keep it confidential. He glanced around, acutely aware that the entire island was likely shrouded in Rock's observation Haki. Thus, he subtly unleashed his conqueror's Haki, which would, to some extent, affect the perception of the observation Haki. Noticing Carl's actions, Charlotte Lingling promptly released her own conqueror's Haki. The two wielded their powers with precision, ensuring that their Haki remained confined within the room. The Rock's pirates will undoubtedly disband in the coming years. Our objective is to begin amassing strength now. When the time comes for the disbandment, we must swiftly establish a formidable pirate crew. This way, we can seize vast territories at the earliest opportunity. We must expedite the cultivation of our direct forces. I am eager to hear your thoughts. Carl regarded Charlotte Lingling with a grave expression, understanding the magnitude of this revelation, yet with a strategic layout. They could emerge as the most significant victors. Is it true? Is the news accurate? Upon seeing Carl nod, Charlotte Lingling initially appeared astonished, her expression one of disbelief, but soon, as she regarded Carl's serious demeanor, a dawning realization washed over her. I see now. No wonder you adopted 100 orphans. It was all part of this endeavor. She recalled Carl's previous decision to take in 100 destitute children. Initially perplexed as to why he would nurture those seemingly worthless orphans. To her, it would take at least 5 years for those 5 to 10-year-olds to become truly useful. Now it was clear that Carl had long been preparing for this eventuality. What would you like me to do? Charlotte Lingling had never contemplated the possibility of such an event. Thus, a hint of panic flickered across her features. She had never considered the disbandment of the Rock's pirates. However, looking at Carl's earnest expression, she realized he must have already formulated a plan. My proposal is as follows. We shall discreetly nurture 5 to 10-year-old children while simultaneously amassing wealth and devil fruits to lay the groundwork for our future power. We need not rush. We are to build a strong foundation and gather resources before we claim our dominion. Carl articulated his ambitions with deliberate clarity. I understand. I shall commence preparations immediately. Charlotte Lingling was now aware of her forthcoming actions. The two then engaged in an extensive discussion regarding the potential ramifications of their strategy, deliberating on various details until the midnight hour. Well then, let us pause for now. Carl was the first to retract his conqueror's Haki. To be honest, he felt a sense of growth from the prolonged release of that power. I am somewhat fatigued. Charlotte Lingling, her face showing signs of weariness, stood and stretched. Now, it is my time. She leaned forward, her hands resting on the arms of Carl's chair. What time? Carl, still somewhat bewildered, was unsure of what she meant. Had they not just concluded their discussion? This time. Charlotte Lingling smiled shyly, swiftly picking up Carl and heading towards the bed. As Carl attempted to speak, he found his lips silenced by Charlotte Lingling's kiss, followed by a symphony of sounds resonating within the room. The moon in the sky seemed to blush, hastily summoning a cloud to conceal itself. We have received word. Carl is indeed alive. At Marine Headquarters, Admiral Hill was engaged in a telephone conversation with Sengoku, who was stationed at the New World branch. Understood. Admiral Hill. Snap. Even upon learning that Carl had survived, Sengoku appeared somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Carl's tenacity. That it would be more challenging to eliminate him next time. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Garp, who was leisurely indulging in donuts in his office, and abruptly tossed a file at his face. Crash! The document struck Garp's face, interrupting his donut feast. Displeasure was instantly etched across Garp's countenance. Sengoku, I'm on the verge of surpassing the record of consuming 200 donuts in under an hour. All you do is eat. Look, Carl is still alive. Sengoku's forehead was lined with veins as he shouted angrily at Garp. So what? Next time, I'll find another opportunity. Garp nonchalantly set down his donut, casually digging in his nose with his right hand. Opportunities are not easily come by. Out you go. Noticing Sengoku's rising temper, Garp hastily stood up, grabbing a donut as he made his exit. Put that donut down. It's mine, Sengoku shouted, his fury boiling over at the thought of Garp taking his treat. In no way. Garp dismissed him, hastening out the door. Bang! With a resounding slam, tranquility returned to the room, leaving only the faint sound of a goat chewing. Meanwhile, Hive Island was abuzz with excitement, as a grand feast was set to take place. Well done, everyone. Rox beamed for the first time, his initial goal now seemingly within reach. He surveyed the gathering, noting the presence of figures like Shiki and Newgate, all poised with smiles on their faces. For the time being, you may attend to your own affairs. He met the gaze of each individual present. Await my next command. Satisfied with their expressions, Rox stood and raised his glass to the assembled crowd. Let the banquet commence. Roar, cheers, cheers. Due to the presence of traitors within their ranks, many kingdoms had caught wind of their actions, resulting in the spoils and devil fruits being less abundant than anticipated. However, the entire new world was now devoid of any resistance. Kick. Charlotte Lingling, Shiki, animated, was not one to be merely arrogant and oblivious to strategy. The current situation was clear in the latter half of their endeavors. No one could contend with them. Thus, this period presented an excellent opportunity for him to covertly expand his own influence. If Charlotte Lingling were to assist him, his progress would accelerate. Yet, he was reluctant to owe her a favor. Sitting beside Carl, Charlotte Lingling, upon hearing Shiki's call, instinctively understood his intentions. Especially after learning of the impending disbandment of the Rox pirates, she was eager for every captain to create some commotion, diverting Rox's attention away from them. Shiki's actions aligned perfectly with her desires. Well, Charlotte Lingling offered a slight smile and raised her glass in acknowledgement of Shiki. His intentions were duly noted, and he promptly moved to join his own crew, where he engaged in hearty revelry. Rox, seated at the head of the table, observed his pirate crew thriving. While he did not care for the lives of his crew, every additional member represented more power. He was not inclined to be overly irate with them at present. The banquet soon passed, and that night, Carl did not spend time with Charlotte Lingling but instead returned to the base to find Curii. Upon locating Curii, he immediately issued his command. Curii, I order you to discreetly locate Cake Island. Curii, observing Carl's serious demeanor, understood the urgency of the matter. Sir, do you have specific information? Carl promptly produced a map, pointing to a certain area of sea in the latter half of the New World. Right here. Carl placed the map in Cly's hands and promptly articulated his second plan at the same time. You must vanish for a while. I need you to venture to Fishman Island and enlist more fishmen. Once you have gathered the fishmen, proceed directly to Cake Island to ascertain a secure route. Then return here to report to me. This matter is of utmost importance. Do not let a word slip, understood? Cly was undoubtedly aware of the gravity of the situation. Since the secret was shared with him alone, it was clear that discretion was paramount. Rest assured, Lord Carl. I shall return post-haste. Very well, then make haste to depart. Upon receiving the order, Cly clandestinely set off. Long E as Cly slipped away in secrecy, Carl summoned Long E and Long Air, though still quite young. They were now capable of shouldering certain responsibilities, providing an opportunity for them to engage in tasks to prevent them from spiraling into chaos during Cly's absence. What is the situation with the children? Fear not, Lord Carl. They have now grasped the fundamentals of the 5 elements fist. Under Cly's guidance, they often practice with various fierce beasts in the woods, while they still have some distance to cover compared to ordinary pirates. The gap has significantly narrowed, Longy reported in a serious tone, demonstrating a maturity that surpassed that of Long Air. The workload for you two may become heavier from here on. Carl pondered briefly, considering whether delegating this task to them would avoid attracting undue attention. I require both of you to discreetly procure children aged 5 to 10 on Hive Island. After contemplation, he concluded that time was the most abundant resource at present, as there remained ample years before the narrative commenced. Thus, children under 5 would also suffice, as they would be easier to cultivate trust with. Of course, those under 5 will do as well. The crux of the matter is that this plan must be executed covertly, without arousing suspicion. Carl paused, eager to hear the thoughts of Long E and Long Air. Upon sensing Lord Carl's gaze upon him, Long Yi's eyes darted as he contemplated, soon displaying a glimmer of wisdom. It was essential to excel at this inaugural assignment bestowed upon them, ensuring they delivered a flawless performance. Moreover, Long Yi's intellect surpassed that of Long Heir by a considerable margin. Rest assured, Lord Carl, we will procure the children under the guise of needing playmates, ensuring that no one discovers our intentions. Long Heir, initially taken aback, quickly chimed in upon hearing his brother's words. Yes, Lord Carl, you can be confident that we will keep this a secret. Though Long Heir's understanding was somewhat limited, he wisely refrained from voicing his confusion at that moment, opting instead to discuss it with Long Yi later, reflecting their unspoken bond. While Carl harbored some concerns, it was unlikely that he would need to undertake this task himself. This arrangement was a compromise that would also serve to hone their skills. Very well, I entrust this matter to you both. Carl smiled with satisfaction, ruffling their hair, signaling them to proceed immediately. Understood. The two boys, perceiving that Lord Carl had no further instructions, turned and exited the room, their youthful voices commencing their plans, contemplating how to execute this scheme quietly and without detection. After their departure, Carl remained in contemplation, pondering how to find two loyal subordinates to consume the drawing fruit and the transformation fruit. After all, granting these two devil fruits to Long Yi and Long Heir would squander their innate potential. Orphans? No, they were too young, and time was too short, making unforeseen complications likely. Current subordinates? No, the trust level was insufficient due to their brief acquaintance, and each was primarily motivated by financial gain, rendering them unsuitable. After all, he intended for these two to infiltrate the Valley of Gods, where treasures of gold and numerous devil fruits lay abundant, making it likely they would attempt to abscond with them, resulting in his financial ruin. The inhabitants of Hive Island were unlikely to suffice. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to set sail and recruit genuine subordinates. Charlotte Linlin hastily gathered her sons and daughters together. Naturally, she merely broached the topic of cultivating their influence, as elaborating further would yield little benefit. Have you all taken note of what I said? Parasparrow, with a serious demeanor, closed his notebook. Fear not, Mother, we have recorded everything. Parasparrow diligently noted every word uttered by Charlotte Linlin. Good. Now that you understand, execute it immediately. This marked Katakuri's first time receiving a significant task from his mother. In truth, many on the island mocked his prominent jaw. Although, after Cly taught them the 5 elements fist, their physiques began to approach the golden ratio. However, those mockers dared only to scoff behind his back, for he was the son of Charlotte Linlin. Thus, he was eager to prove himself by completing this assignment for his mother. Rest assured, Mother, I will accomplish this task with flying colors. Katakuri patted his chest, his small face tightening, lending him an unexpectedly endearing quality. Charlotte Linlin was aware that Cly had imparted a unique martial art to them, yet she had not anticipated its significant impact. After all, who wouldn't desire their children to be more aesthetically pleasing? Then I entrust this to you all. Thereafter, a prolonged tranquility enveloped the island. Aside from spending evenings with Charlotte Linlin, Carl devoted the remainder of his time to tirelessly training with the various powers he had acquired from the old master template. The more he practiced, the more he discerned that the system had merely provided him with an introductory foundation. Mastery of the more profound aspects required relentless training. Throughout his practice, he could sense the formidable prowess of the old master. The myriad martial arts alone could occupy him for years, not to mention the various Taoist incantations. He believed that once he had fully assimilated the old master's abilities, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. 10 days later. Fishman Island. A weary Klein navigated a dilapidated small boat to an uninhabited sea area. Directly above Fishman Island, his expression akin to a wayward traveler returning home. At last, I have returned. His face was suffused with a profound sense of longing. After tidying the boat's contents, he leapt into the ocean, swimming towards Fishman Island. Splash. As he descended, sunlight gradually faded, replaced by the murky depths of the sea. Yet, he paid it no mind until a glimmer appeared below, propelling him to swim vigorously towards the light. 10,000 meters beneath the sea, a heavy thudding sound reverberated through the dimly lit streets of Fishman Street. Who goes there? Freeze right there. The voices belonged to Icarus of the Deep Sea Whale clan and Arthur of the Coral Reef Shark clan. During this period, Fishman Street was engulfed in a rain of darkness, as mermaids had banished them here, leading to rampant chaos and lawlessness. The merfolk despised the fishmen for their consumption of fish. Hence their exile to Fishman Street, with strict prohibitions against entering Fishman Island. The perpetual absence of sunlight in Fishman Street ignited a simmering rage within everyone, resulting in daily occurrences of heinous acts. However, today marked a turning point for Fishman Street. As a dark figure approached, a familiar voice caught their attention. "It is I, Cly. Do you not recognize me?" Upon Cly's proximity, the two instantly recognized him as one of their leaders of Fishman Street. "Lord Cly, Brother Cly, you have returned. Brother Cly, where have you been these days?" Indeed, Fishman Street has been in turmoil lately. In the exchange of words between the two, Cly became aware of the current situation. It turned out that chaos had erupted in his territory immediately after he set sail, triggering a larger scale of conflict. Moreover, within the Fishman tribe, there was no one capable of standing alone, leading to a semblance of a tripartite division. This turmoil had persisted until now without resolution. Upon learning of the current scene, a look of sorrow crossed Cly's face. He could not bear to witness his kin continue to harm one another. "Rest assured, I have returned, and I shall resolve all of this. Take me to the one who now holds authority." The two exchanged a glance. "This way, Lord Cly." Inside a dimly lit room filled with flickering candlelight, a multitude of fishmen of various sizes sat in silence. Cly took his place at the largest round table in the center, his arms crossed as he regarded them. "I have spoken my piece." Raig's mouth fell agape in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Cly had joined the Rocks Pirates and now served as a key aide to the captain of the 6th Division, a revelation as jarring as a blow to their heads. It was known that, although they dwelled in the shadowy depths of the sea, news from above could still reach them. They were already aware that the latter half of the Grand Line was now wholly dominated by the Rocks Pirates, and no faction had dared to provoke them openly. "I joined," Quinn remarked, unable to fathom Cly's transformation. In his memory, Cly had originally been with the Ryan Pirates. How had he so swiftly become part of the Rocks Pirates? "Cly, did you not join the Ryan Pirates?" Cly briefly recounted his journey. "I had no idea you had endured such experiences. That is all in the past now. Well then, what do you all think of my proposal?" Cly redirected the conversation. "I think it's viable. Indeed, I believe it is too." Several weary fishmen expressed their thoughts. They yearned for an end to the endless battle. Yet, the current circumstances compelled them to continue fighting. After all, the Rocks Pirates are the most formidable crew on the surface. Joining such a pirate crew should ensure our safety. The majority of the fishmen prioritized security, for their worth in the black market exceeded tens of millions of berries, necessitating thorough consideration. Observing their expressions, Cly realized that a decisive outcome would not manifest immediately. "Those willing to accompany me, prepare your belongings. We shall set sail together tomorrow. I will wait for you at the exit of Fishman Street." "Very well. Let us conclude for today. Ponder over it." Cly, feeling somewhat fatigued, issued his ultimatum and exited the tavern. He believed many would choose to join him. After Cly finished speaking, he rose and made his way home. The small room erupted into lively discussion as soon as he departed, with many contemplating the feasibility of his proposal. Cly, hearing the commotion, allowed a smile to grace his lips before continuing onward. His mind replayed memories of his childhood spent here. Cly was born into a rather tragic household. Perhaps this was the lament of the fishmen, where strength and worth stood in stark contrast. He had never seen his mother since birth, and could only gaze upon her image in the few preserved photographs, hearing from his father that she had been taken by a slave ship. As the human traffickers of the sea grew increasingly rampant, yet, because of him, his father chose not to abandon him in search of his mother, but instead raised him. When Cly was 12, his father, having learned of his mother's whereabouts, rushed to the surface to find her, only to return without a trace, likely also a victim of the traffickers. Left alone, Cly began to survive on Fishman Street at the age of 12. He endured all manner of menial and arduous tasks, experiencing countless hardships without complaint, for he understood that no one would come to his aid. He had witnessed too much indifference, despite the darkness surrounding him. He thrived and grew stronger, gradually gaining a voice in this realm, becoming what one might call the cream of the crop. Perhaps this embodied the idea of rising untainted from the mire. Upon achieving his status, he did not bully the weak. Instead, he nurtured those who had suffered humiliation, providing them with a protective umbrella of support. As Cly gazed at the dilapidated room before him, memories of his father's playful companionship flooded his mind. After practicing the abilities taught to him by Carl, he could feel his strength steadily advancing, confident that one day he would find his parents, even if only their remains, clenching his fists tightly. He vowed, "I will find you. No matter who took you, they shall pay the price." This place, once filled with his childhood memories, echoed with his father's teachings. Alas, he could never return. Cly rolled up the sleeves of his wrist, beginning to dismantle some of the broken structures of the old house. He then retrieved new rocks from a distance, and under his diligent efforts, the house was soon restored to the semblance of his memories. Though sadly, the figures from those memories would not return, Cly understood the weight of his current mission. He had no time to linger. Having repaired the house, his mind was a tempest of thoughts. Yet he quickly succumbed to slumber. However, the restlessness of his body indicated that sleep had evaded him. He was somewhat insomniac this night. In the depths of the sea, there existed a means to measure time. And by the following morning around 8 o'clock, the exit of Fishman Street was teeming with fishmen of various shapes and sizes, some towering at 7 or 8 meters, others barely over a meter. All were eager to set sail and escape. Has he not yet arrived? He should be here soon. The time seems about right. Is it true? We can join the Rocks Pirates. What is there to fear? With so many of us, we need not worry about being deceived. Just then, Zack spotted a figure approaching in the distance, walking steadily towards them. Here he comes. He recognized that it was Cly, having witnessed his return home the previous day. Cly. Over here. Ha. Do you all wish to set sail? Cly unleashed his faint observation Haki, and to his astonishment, the crowd stretched endlessly. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely the tip of the iceberg, as there were already 50,000 fishmen present, with many more en route. Fishman Island boasted a population exceeding 4.5 million, with over 1 million fishmen exiled to Fishman Street. He was unaware of whether such numbers would pose any trouble for Carl. However, looking at the crowd before him, it was evidently not the time to communicate with Lord Carl. Clearing his throat, Cly solemnly addressed those gathered. Those who wish to set sail must be prepared to risk their lives. I hope you understand. If, once at sea, you do not heed my commands, I cannot guarantee what consequences you will face. Zack was the first to respond. Fear not, Lord Cly. Soon, more voices echoed in agreement. We too do not wish to continue living in the darkness of Fishman Street. Indeed, had there been a better life, we would not have chosen to set sail. If that is the case, then let us make our first destination here. Cly summoned the loudest voices among the group. Zack the swordfish, Bryn the giant whale, Cassia the electric eel, and Norman the sea dragon. He then produced the map given to him by Carl and pointed out their location. We must first reach here, after which I will contact Lord Carl via the transponder snail. Is everyone clear on the task? The four nodded in unison. Understood. Cly observed their nods and folded the map. Very well. Let us set forth, he declared. Norman of the Sea Dragon tribe immediately interjected. Wait. There are still some individuals en route. Can we not afford to wait for them? Cly was taken aback. It seemed that significant events had transpired on Fishman Island. More? Cly pondered for a moment, making a decision, and then contacted Carl via the snail phone. For now, this is how we shall proceed. Cly gestured towards the four of them. You four shall serve as team leaders, each guiding your respective groups towards the designated location. He first indicated himself and Zack. Given the pressing time constraints, he could not afford to linger on Fishman Island, nor could he wait for those tribesmen who had yet to arrive. Completing Lord Carl's mission was his priority. Zack and I will depart first. Blinn will follow behind. He then turned to Norman, who had been the first to speak out against him. As for Cassia and Norman, you shall remain here to await the arrival of the other tribesmen. If their numbers are excessive, Cassia will lead a portion of them here. If not, you two may organize those who are ready to set sail together. Finally, Cly expressed his lingering concerns. Do you understand? Rest assured, Lord Cly. We shall meet at Cake Island. The group raised their right hands and waved, a testament to the unity of the Fishman tribe during this period. They had recently been driven to Fishman Street, and many among them knew one another, resulting in less profound conflicts. Onward. Cly charged ahead, followed closely by Zack. Follow us. Tens of thousands swam after Cly towards Cake Island. After Cly's departure, Cassia hesitated before speaking to Norman. Are we really going to? Norman countered Cassia's uncertainty. Do we have any other options? The number of tribesmen is growing. You must know that Fishman Street cannot accommodate them. If there truly is a better place, why should we impede our progress? Norman gazed after the departing figures, sighing softly. His expression aged considerably. He spoke truthfully. If they had choices, they would not find themselves in their current predicament. After all, No one wished to witness their kin living in such dire conditions, with their futures uncertain, just 1 hour after Cly's departure. The scene was once again filled with fishmen. Blinn realized it was his turn. All right, I must be off as well. You two remember to follow. Kasha and Norman repeatedly urged Blinn, the youngest among them, to ensure he wouldn't lose his way, allowing others to guide him if necessary. Safe travels. Be cautious. Kasha patted her chest confidently. Fear not. I shall depart first. Several hours later, no one else had arrived. Kasha and Norman exchanged silent glances, leading the crowd out of Fishman Island. With 3 successive groups, the number had reached a staggering 390,000. At the beginning of the original story, such influence might not have been so profound. Yet, they found themselves at this pivotal moment, having just been driven to Fishman Street, prompting a mass exodus among the fishmen as they sought a better future for their descendants. Cly's group set forth. And after approximately 10 days of travel, they finally arrived at Cake Island, located deep within the latter half of the New World. Their underwater journey was a straight line. The time wasted was due to the need to constantly ascertain the location of the Desert Sea. Cake Island was situated in the Desert Sea, dividing the latter half into 4 sections. Nestled in the upper right corner, the Desert Sea was centered around a massive island, Cake Island, surrounded by 56 smaller islands of various confections, leading one to ponder whether this region had once experienced a fierce battle among those awakened to the powers of corresponding devil fruits, resulting in permanent changes to the landscape. After all, during the original story, Akainu and Akiji transformed a mere island into the Ice and Fire Island, half magma and half snow-capped mountain, while vying for the position of Marine Admiral. At last, we have arrived. Quickly, assess which route is safe. The reason no one had ventured into the Desert Sea previously was due to the treacherous undercurrents. Most pirate ships could not find a way in. However, they were different. They were fishmen, adept at underwater navigation, and swiftly discovered a safe route. Cly, this route is safe. No undercurrents have been detected so far. However, it seems there is only 1 day each month when it is passable. No matter. Continue exploring other routes. Let us document this route for now. Cly commanded the recording of the route, while leading the majority of the fishmen towards Cake Island. Despite the presence of indigenous inhabitants on Cake Island, the overwhelming intimidation from the fishmen caused them to vacate to other smaller islands within just a few hours, some of which were monitored by the fishmen. 1001, 1002. Bloop bloop. All right. We shall pause here for today. Dragon 1, Dragon 2. You shall oversee their training while I attend to other matters. Shifting focus back to Hive Island, Carl had spent his time either training numerous children or nurturing his relationship with Charlotte Linlin. He was growing increasingly vexed by this retirement-like existence, with excessive time devoted to training the children, leaving him little time for his own training. Moreover, since he had not specified how many recruits were to be gathered, over 3,000 children aged 5 to 10 had already filled the woods behind their base. Hearing the phone ring was a welcome relief for him. Hello? Is this Cly? He awaited Cly's response in silence. Since Cly had called first, it indicated that he had accomplished his task. Otherwise, based on his character, he would not have reached out to Carl. Lord Carl, we have located Cake Island and have mapped out a safe route. Cly paused, struggling to convey his next words. However, I must inform you of one matter. The number of fishmen I recruited from Fishman Island may exceed your expectations. Carl detected a hint of awkwardness in Cly's tone. Do not worry. I can accommodate any number. The priority now is to ascertain whether this complete route is indeed safe. Hearing Lord Carl's nonchalant tone eased Cly's anxiety, and he exhaled. Rest assured, Lord Carl, I have arranged for a fishman to document the situation continuously. Should any changes arise, we will record them immediately. Carl knew Cly was quite dependable. That's good to hear. I will be visiting shortly, so await my arrival. Rest assured, Lord Carl, we look forward to your coming. Splash. Next, I must make a trip there before returning with these children. After all, we cannot conceal the increasing numbers for much longer. Carl first sought out Charlotte Linlin. Linlin, I must set sail. I have found Cake Island and need to inspect our future base. It is a pity we cannot travel together. To avoid drawing Rock's attention, Charlotte Linlin expressed her understanding, a tinge of regret for not being able to accompany him. However, it was indeed unwise to reveal their intentions to Rox at this moment. I understand. You may go ahead. Currently, it was a time for recuperation, and the captain's voyage did not require Rock's consent. This time, Carl set sail with the crew of pirates who had first come to comfort him during his serious injury. Yet, he did not divulge the specifics of their destination, merely providing a general direction before their grand vessel began its journey into uncharted waters. After all, he could not ascertain whether there were spies aboard. So as the ship approached the nearby waters, he planned to proceed alone, thus avoiding detection by rocks. What did Lord Carl say? As soon as the phone call with Cly ended, Zack rushed forward. His expression fraught with anxiety, shaking Cly's shoulders. Cly did not respond immediately. Instead, he cast his gaze upon the gathered crowd. Faced with their expectant looks, a smile broke across his face as he slowly spoke. Lord Carl has decided to come in person. We must present our best demeanor to welcome Lord Carl's arrival, Blinn declared with a resonant voice, representing the second batch of the fishman tribe who had recently landed. Splendid. Let us prepare the island in anticipation of Lord Carl's visit. Then let us get to work. With Cly's signal, the assembled individuals began to diligently busy themselves. Rest assured, Lingling, I will inform you as soon as we arrive. He reassured. Once we finish here, we shall return to Hive Island immediately. We can also send some of the family's children over first. This would serve as our substantial rearguard. Carl had been sailing for approximately 5 or 6 days. On this day, he was engaged in a lengthy conversation with Charlotte Lingling. Knock, knock, knock. Captain Carl, we have reached the designated location. The lookout, Jor, who had recently been promoted to a squad leader, hurried to inform Captain Carl of their arrival at Raw Island. Raw Island, located on the outskirts of the Desert Sea, stands in a sharp juxtaposition with Ireland. All right, Lingling, I must end our conversation for now. Carl gently concluded the call and turned to Jor. He was aware that during his unconsciousness, Jor had been the first to rush over to inquire about his condition. While uncertain if Jor was a spy sent by Rox, he recognized that he had very few reliable subordinates left. And bringing them along on this venture involved a certain degree of risk. Ultimately, despite his reservations, Carl considered Jor to be relatively loyal, which was why he had decided to include him in this mission. However, he refrained from revealing his true intentions to them. After all, the tasks at hand left no room for error. All right, you all should rest on this island for the time being. He instructed, I have other matters to attend to. If any emergencies arise, contact me via the phone bugged. He did not wish for anyone with ulterior motives to be aware of his whereabouts. After delegating his instructions, he handed Jor the phone bug's number before stepping out of the cabin and merging into the crowd. Understood, Lord Carl. Jor looked at the phone bug number in his hand and exhaled softly. He knew that he had yet to earn Lord Carl's genuine trust. Yet, what he desired most was precisely that trust. Without it, he feared he might continue to be bullied and perhaps even meet an untimely demise in some obscure corner. Feeling somewhat despondent, he turned to the direction where Carl had vanished and murmured, I hope to gain your trust, Lord Carl. He then returned to the cabin, commanding his comrades to procure supplies on the small island, followed by waiting for Lord Carl's return. Is the place? The Desert Sea. Carl piloted a small boat, seized from a pirate, into the target maritime area. Many were aware of this notoriously perilous zone, and upon inquiry, he had learned its exact location. Yet, as Carl gazed upon the vast ocean before him, he could not help but feel astonished. What met his eyes were whirlpools of various sizes, rendering any path forward virtually non-existent, truly deserving of its reputation as one of the forbidden zones of the latter half. Anyone who inadvertently wanders here would face a dire situation, Carl mused while standing in the small boat, though he did not forget the purpose of his journey. All right, let's venture in. Having never been to the Desert Sea, he found himself uncertain of how to enter without any specific reference points. Fortunately for him, he did not need to navigate the small boat. His stamina was sufficient to carry him to Cake Island. He opted to abandon the small vessel altogether. With a powerful leap, he took to the air, gliding gracefully into the depths of the sea. The abandoned small boat was soon drawn into a whirlpool, vanishing beneath the waves at the very heart of the Desert Sea. Cake Island. Hurry, hurry. Hey, stop eating. If you don't manage to get this done, we all head back to Fishman Island. Cly observed the numerous fishmen bustling about while indulging in food and drink. His mind swirled with frustration. These fishmen were undeniably unruly. However, one must admit, Cake Island lived up to its name. Even the soil was edible, the ground serving as a cake's base, soft and sweet. The trunks of the trees were made of chocolate, the leaves were confections, and even the rivers flowed with delightful beverages. It could be said that there was hardly anything on Cake Island that was not edible. Cly had also prepared a splendid gift for Lord Carl. After they had landed and conducted a cursory search of the surrounding 56 small islands and Cake Island itself, they had discovered 17 devil fruits. The purpose of scouring the nearby islands was twofold: to prevent others from discovering their new refuge in this maritime area and to eliminate any hidden threats. These devil fruits were likely of the paramecia type, related to desserts, which explained why Charlotte Lingling possessed so many food-related devil fruits. The dessert sea had remained undeveloped for years, leading to the proliferation of these fruits. Since the inhabitants of the islands were unable to leave and were not familiar with these fruits, no one had realized their peculiarities, an unexpected boon for Carl. Bang, bang, bang. Carl, floating with elegance, soared into the desert sea, and after flying for several minutes, he beheld the immense Cake Island surrounded by numerous smaller islands. From a distance, it resembled a grand dessert shop. Thud. So, this is Cake Island. Carl had landed on the soft ground of Cake Island. Feeling its yielding texture beneath him, while observing his surroundings, he immediately noted that the land was composed of soft bread, and the air was filled with a medley of enticing aromas. I had thought that Cake Island was a later transformation by Charlotte Lingling. I never anticipated that its original form was like this. What a delightful surprise. The original narrative did not elaborate on the formation of Cake Island, and he had assumed it was the result of Lingling's obsession with desserts, continually collecting food-related devil fruits to craft it piece by piece. He had even contemplated spending years on reconstruction, but now it seemed he could simply move in with his belongings. You there, hurry up, stop eating. Upon closer inspection, Cly's voice echoed from afar. He paused his observations, curiosity getting the better of him, and approached the source of the sound. As he traversed the chocolate forest, he spotted Cly tugging at a massive octopus man, who was blissfully munching on the leaves of a tree, seemingly oblivious to Cly's calls as he greedily devoured the foliage. Yet Cly forcibly pulled him down from the tree, which was now in a perilous state, swaying precariously as if it would collapse at any moment. You're the biggest glutton. Get over there and start moving these supplies. If you don't finish today, you won't get a meal. Cly bore no real anger towards him. The fishman living in the shadows had never experienced such exquisite flavors. He had been tirelessly overseeing such tasks for days. With so many fishmen exhibiting similar behavior, he intended to conduct a training session once the basic infrastructure was completed. Fortunately, the construction of the entire island was progressing steadily without any delays. Lord Carl. Cly was chastising the octopus man when he turned and spotted Lord Carl approaching. He quickly dismissed the octopus man and excitedly rushed towards Carl. Thud, thud, thud. Lord Carl, you have arrived. Why didn't you let me know? I would have come to greet you. It's nothing. I came in a hurry and couldn't make a call en route. Carl gazed at the enormous cake in the distance, beneath which throngs of fishmen were engaged in deeper construction efforts. After all, the cake was solid, and they aimed to transform it into a fortress. Thus, a significant quantity of robust chocolate timber and confections was relocated for fortification. Observing the overall renovation, it appears nearly complete. To my astonishment, their pace of refurbishment has been remarkably swift, considering the considerable expanse of this cake. Wait a moment, Cray, how many individuals have you recruited for me? From Carl's perspective, the throng of fishmen before him was dense and seemingly endless. Although he had anticipated a substantial influx of fishmen from the telephone bug, he had not expected such a multitude. Hastily unleashing his observation Haki, he discerned that the fishmen numbered over 500,000. Lord Carl, rest assured, they will procure their own sustenance from the sea. Many of them are individuals oppressed on Fishman Island. Thus, opportunities to come to the shore openly are rare. Numerous souls have clandestinely made their way here. And while I have dispersed some, many remain. Cray, too, was taken aback by the sheer number of fishmen eager to arrive, indicating that the allure of sunlight far surpasses the peril of life and death. For many fishmen, residing on land is a cherished dream. However, Lord Carl, please be assured that they will be self-sufficient. They will not inhabit this island, but rather dwell in the waters below. If you, Lord Carl, do not require so many individuals, I shall return the surplus to Fishman Island. Cray harbored a modicum of fear that Carl might expel them, watching him with great caution. That is of no concern. I can sustain as many as you bring. You have indeed presented me with a delightful surprise. Huh? Carl had anticipated merely a few thousand fishmen from Cray, never imagining such a vast number. Thus, his initial cadre was formed. Moreover, fishmen are not solely useful for combat. They can engage in underwater fishing, rescue operations, reconnaissance, treasure hunting, and much more. Having more personnel is undoubtedly advantageous, given the conditions of the desert sea. Sustaining hundreds of thousands of fishmen would be effortless, and as they develop the desert sea, an abundance of workers will be beneficial. Now, lead me to witness your accomplishments. This way, Lord Carl. Cray noted that Carl did not exhibit impatience or disdain, and a smile returned to his face as he hurriedly guided the way ahead. Very considerate of you. Carl beamed with understanding, gazing at the grand entrance towering 15 meters at the heart of the cake. Lord Carl, you flatter me. Upon seeing a stranger approach, the fishmen present instinctively turned their attention to Carl. Upon hearing Cray's address, the assembly bowed their heads in unison. Lord Carl, they chorused. Carl straightened slightly, addressing the fishmen before him. Since you have come here, you should be aware of the circumstances you will face. What I can guarantee is that there will be relative fairness under my rule. I shall not impose any demands upon you. You are to obey my orders unconditionally. Your complete loyalty is required. His words resonated. The fishmen were left in shock, astonished that in this era where the strong reigned supreme, someone would speak of relative fairness. And that Carl had no further demands beyond mere obedience. The prospect of relative fairness was a life they had scarcely dared to imagine. As for obedience, they deemed it reasonable. After all, as Carl's subordinates, it was to be expected that they follow their leader's directives. Thank you, Lord Carl. Should anyone dare to harm Lord Carl, I shall lay down my life. Zack stepped forward from the crowd, his expression resolute and grave. I vow my life in service to you, my lord. Very well. From this day forth, I shall assign you several tasks. Cray had previously introduced Carl to the four principal leaders managing the fishmen: Zack of the Swordfish tribe, Bryn of the Whale tribe, Cassia of the Electric Eel tribe, and Norman of the Sea Dragon tribe. After dispersing the crowd, Carl led the group to the central hall of Cake Island, sitting in a chair. Carl's gaze was intense as he spoke in a low voice. First, expedite the construction of Cake Island in all aspects. Second, I want no presence of any other factions within the desert sea. Third, I require you to establish a salvage team responsible for recovering ships that have met with misfortune in the desert sea over the years. Should you encounter any difficulties, contact me immediately. Understood, Lord Carl. We shall resolutely execute your orders. The eldest fishman present, Norman quickly analyzed Carl's three directives and their implications. The first indicated that a portion of individuals would soon arrive on this island, necessitating rapid development of Cake Island, as not everyone could reside there. Moreover, fishmen do not have an urgent need for housing facilities. The second directive suggested that their activities should be kept confidential, eliminating any other factions from the desert sea. Though uncertain if any exist, it is prudent to ensure, to effectively prevent leaks of information. The third directive was straightforward. It likely pertained to gold, as they had previously engaged in similar endeavors near Fishman Island. However, due to intense competition near Fishman Island, there had been few ships available for salvage, necessitating contention with many others during each recovery operation. Cray will accompany me. I trust that by the time I return, the construction here will be well underway. Rest assured, Lord Carl, when you next arrive, we shall present you with a satisfactory report. Norman spoke with unwavering confidence. Recognizing that Carl's visits spanned 7 to 8 days, and the round trip took over 10 days, providing ample time for them to complete a series of preliminary preparations. Good. Let these orders be executed forthwith. You have my assurance, Lord Carl. After saluting Carl, they turned and departed. The leaders, having received their tasks, summoned the fishmen outside, disseminating Carl's plans and promptly initiating their execution. Meanwhile, Cray escorted Carl to the highest tier of Cake Island, which would eventually serve as Carl's bedroom. The castle comprised 5 levels above ground, with 2 subterranean levels developed below. The first level could accommodate over 1,000 ordinary residents, the second approximately 800. The third slightly fewer at 500, and the fourth level allowed for only 100 inhabitants. The top floor, designed for Carl's stature, contained merely 30 rooms, effectively making the entire upper floor a private sanctuary for Carl and Charlotte Lingling. Upon entering the interior, one could observe that the various architectural features were composed of an array of candies and desserts. Naturally, as the desert sea lacked alternative materials, after leading Carl to a spacious chamber, Cray revealed a hint of a mysterious smile before bowing and departing, claiming he would fetch a gift prepared for Lord Carl. Carl's gaze fell upon the pink bed in the room, and upon entering, he discovered it exuded a sweet aroma. The bed was fashioned from cotton candy. As he surveyed the room, he noted its cozy arrangement, likely orchestrated by female fishmen. He sprawled comfortably across the large bed, luxuriating in its softness, and closed his eyes, taking a deep, contented breath. His thoughts turned to the tasks ahead. Once the arrangements were complete, he could indulge in such bliss daily. The anticipation grew within him. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted his reverie. Lord Carl. Hearing Cray's voice, Carl promptly rose to adjust his attire and moved to the bread-shaped sofa. Come in. Upon entering, Cray's eyes immediately fell on the imprint left by Carl on the bed. But he quickly turned his gaze away, approaching Lord Carl. Noticing Cray's fleeting glance, Carl felt a twinge of awkwardness, as he was typically perceived as a serious individual in Cray's eyes. Fortunately, Cray swiftly redirected his focus to the tray before them. Carl's attention was drawn to the dozen or so devil fruits on the tray, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This delightful surprise was entirely unexpected. Where did you acquire these? This surprise is truly delightful. Carl's eyes widened with excitement, utterly astonished that Cly had brought him a dozen devil fruits. It was truly shocking. After all, even the most useless devil fruits could fetch an exorbitant price of 100 million berries, let alone these numerous ones. Lord Carl, these devil fruits were discovered within the cake sea, Cly reported. There may even be hidden devil fruits. I am currently commanding the fishmen to search diligently. In an instant. Carl recalled the children of Charlotte Lin from the original story, most of whom seemed to possess devil fruits related to desserts. So, they had all been here, according to some devil fruit illustrations. Only a handful are known by name, Cly continued. These include the mochi fruit, the yango fruit, and the lick fruit. There remains a significant portion whose names are unknown. A hint of regret flickered across Cly's face. In his view, it was somewhat improper to hastily present these fruits to Lord Carl without identifying them all. However, only Rox possessed a more comprehensive devil fruit catalog, and he was unable to ascertain the names of the remaining fruits. So he had no choice but to present them to Lord Carl for comparison. Ha ha ha. What a delightful surprise, Carl exclaimed, not immediately taking the devil fruits but instead rising to commend Cly with admiration. To him, Cly's decision not to hoard the devil fruits for himself indicated a profound loyalty. After all, these were more than a dozen devil fruits. If Cly had chosen to keep them, he could easily find a secluded spot to live out the rest of his days in comfort. You have done well in this matter, Carl stated. This is your reward. Having recognized Cly's loyalty, Carl felt compelled to offer an appropriate reward, understanding that to motivate a horse to run, one must first provide it with fodder. He produced a Shaolin Great Restoration pill from his previous lottery winnings and handed one to Cly. What is this? Cly asked, bewildered by the seemingly clay-like pill. Carl shook his head in exasperation. After all, this was the Shaolin Great Restoration pill, which could enhance one's power by 60 years with just one consumption. Considering Cly's lack of understanding, he decided not to dwell on it. Consume it. And you shall understand, Carl replied, offering no further explanation, as differing worldviews would render any clarification futile. Is it safe to eat? Cly inquired, eyeing the clay pill, then glancing at Carl, who looked on with eager anticipation. With his eyes tightly shut, he steeled himself and swallowed the pill whole. As the pill slid down his throat into his stomach, a surge of violent energy erupted from within, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. Without taking a moment to glance at Carl, he felt an overwhelming heat engulfing him, compelling him to seek a source of water to cool down. Carl had never witnessed such a scene before. But reasoning that since it was a product of the system, it likely posed no harm to the human body, he found himself uncertain. Relieved that he hadn't consumed it himself, Cly hastily sprinted toward the sea, feeling as if he were engulfed in flames, convinced that the fire would soon escape from his throat, his entire being flushed red, steam rising from his body. Carl followed him through the air, observing dark liquid continuously oozing from Cly. That must be the effect of cleansing the marrow, Carl mused, stroking his chin, recalling the description of the Shaolin Great Restoration pill. With a splash, Cly leapt into the sea, feeling the cool water envelop him, gradually easing the intense heat within. Simultaneously, he sensed a significant enhancement in his strength, even healing previous hidden injuries. Moreover, he felt lighter, devoid of the usual heaviness. Submerged, Cly assumed a horse stance and began executing the 5-element fist. The previously awkward movements now flowed seamlessly. The circulation of his golden light spell felt more robust than ever, greatly increasing his defensive capabilities. All right, cleanse yourself and come back up quickly, Carl instructed, recognizing that Cly had overcome any discomfort. Upon hearing Carl's call, Cly ceased his movements, gazing toward the surface, and propelled himself upward with powerful strokes. Carl hovered above, supported by his golden light spell, arms crossed as he observed Cly. We shall return to Hive Island together. We need a ship that can venture out to sea. Carl stated that it's fortuitous that we can exit through the safe route you detected, having already secured the devil fruits in his room. Carl was eager to personally ascertain the absolute safety of this route, for he would not be arriving by ship next time, that he intended to lay down his plans in the shadows and would not be focusing on Cake Island for an extended period. Rest assured, Lord Carl, the ship has long been prepared, Cly replied, having anticipated Carl's arrival. After all, Lord Carl would undoubtedly want to experience the safety of the route. That is excellent. Let us depart at once. Carl declared, eager to leave Cake Island as he aimed to complete his plans across the four seas swiftly, allowing ample time for the development of Cake Island. Without hesitation, Cly made his way to the port. And Carl descended to the ground. Bruin, ready the ship immediately. We are about to set sail, Carl commanded. Fear not. Everything is already in order, Bruin of the giant whale tribe replied, saluting Lord Carl upon his arrival. This salute is a gesture Carl had taught Cly, and it was the salute adopted by all his followers. You must fulfill Lord Carl's instructions diligently. I will be departing with him for the sea now. And I will leave you with a number for the transponder snail. Contact me promptly should any issues arise, Cly whispered to Bruin. Rest assured, when you return, I will have a surprise in store for you. Bruin replied, thumping his chest. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Cly said, patting Bruin's shoulder before boarding the large ship, accompanied by a dozen fishmen. Set sail and head towards Hive Island with utmost speed. Carl commanded after issuing his orders, retreating to the ship's cabin, preferring to rest rather than gaze at the monotonous ocean scenery. Set sail. Cly ordered the fishmen to navigate towards Hive Island as soon as he saw Carl enter the cabin. Watching the fishmen maneuver along a secure and discreet route, they swiftly navigated out of the Cake Sea. Carl initially stood up with excitement, but soon turned serious as he faced Cly. Is this route consistently safe? Indeed, the fishmen proved their worth, rapidly locating a secure path. Yes, Lord Carl, Cly confirmed. After several days of reports, this route has shown no changes, although we cannot ascertain the exact time frame for potential fluctuations. It may require more prolonged observation. That is reassuring. If any new developments arise, inform me immediately, Carl said, grinning. Since this route had been confirmed safe, he could now proceed to transport children and other sensitive items to Cake Island. Any unauthorized vessels, you should understand, Carl remarked as he reclined in his chair, lazily watching Cly. Rest assured, Lord Carl, Cly replied, his expression firm. He was well aware of Carl's meaning and had already made the necessary arrangements. After all, in these treacherous waters filled with hidden currents and reefs, the fishmen thrived, and without their consent, any ship attempting to traverse this area would find it nearly impossible. This secure route had long been patrolled by the fishmen beneath the sea. If there are unauthorized vessels overhead, inquiries will not be made. They will be pierced through at the first opportunity. After emerging from the sweet desert seas, Carl and his companions promptly arrived at Rhea Island, where they located Yor and others at the port. Following a brief reunion, the two ships set sail together. What followed was a lengthy journey, during which the return leg proved somewhat monotonous. Fortunately, some of the entertainment inventions conceived by Carl had already disseminated throughout the Rocks Pirates, allowing the crew aboard both vessels to engage in various amusements within the cabins during moments of boredom, thereby deepening their mutual acquaintance and avoiding excessive unfamiliarity. Each day, Carl tirelessly practiced the skills imparted by the old master in the ship's training room. With flashes of lightning illuminating the day and the sounds of thunder resonating throughout the night. However, time at sea always seems fleeting, and before long, 7 days had passed. After entrusting matters to Lingling, I ought to venture out. The sooner I complete my arrangements, the sooner I can find peace of mind. Carl's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Hive Island in the distance. He understood that the earlier he embarked on his plans, the more leisure time he would have to prepare for the events surrounding the God Valley battle. After all, the treasures within the God Valley were plentiful, and he would not let them slip away, for they could significantly advance his influence. Cray, please lead them below deck to rest. Rest assured, Lord Carl. After assigning the task to Cray, Carl made his way alone to Charlotte Lingling's residence. Confident in Cray's ability to manage the situation, Cray commanded the crew to secure the vessels and then guided the fishmen and Yor, laden with Hive Island specialties, toward their quarters on Hive Island. As Carl traversed the now familiar terrain of Hive Island, he observed that in just over a fortnight, the port had been transformed with the construction of a new town adjacent to it. Previously, there had been a town, albeit situated some distance from the port. Now, with the establishment of this new settlement, the two towns had been seamlessly interconnected, forming a larger community. The town thrived with prosperity. And Carl's curiosity was piqued as he spotted several pirates of various shapes gathered on the roadside, playing mahjong, with the sounds of card games faintly echoing from further afield. Who would have thought that cultural diffusion in this regard would occur so swiftly? One might consider this an alternative form of cultural invasion. Carl chuckled at the scene before him, then quickened his pace through the streets, making his way deeper into Hive Island. The interior of Hive Island remained unchanged, as it was the residence of various division leaders, and no one dared to undertake construction here. "Daddy." As he approached Charlotte Lingling's quarters, a youthful voice called out to him. Turning to the side, he saw Campert running toward him with several children in tow. Campert's cherubic face radiated joy as she sprinted forward and leaped into his arms, which he eagerly extended to catch her. "It's been so long since we last met. Come here for a hug." He planted a kiss on Campert's rosy cheek. "Daddy's beard is so prickly, it's really annoying." Campert wrinkled her nose in disdain, pushing away Carl's bearded face with her tiny hand and wriggling restlessly, wanting to escape his embrace. Over time, they had grown accustomed to Carl. "Smells delightful. Off you go to play." Carl set Campert down, allowing her and the others to frolic nearby while he watched their antics. The thought of his own child soon to be born filled him with anticipation, offering a glimpse into the joys of fatherhood. "Carl, you've returned," Charlotte Lingling exclaimed with delight as she emerged from within. They had not seen each other in over 10 days. Although they communicated daily via transponder snail, one understands the fervor of a couple in love. Upon seeing Lingling, Carl hurried to greet her. "Yes, let us go inside and talk." He led Charlotte Lingling into the room, carefully detailing the situation on Cake Island and presenting her with 17 devil fruits from the dessert series. "These devil fruits require thorough authentication. I leave their distribution to your capable hands." Carl beamed with pride as he regarded Charlotte Lingling, ensuring fairness in their dealings, considering this a gift for Perispero and the others. "Where did you acquire so many devil fruits?" As anticipated, Charlotte Lingling was left astounded, her face alight with uncontainable joy. The sheer number of devil fruits was unprecedented. She had never encountered such a bounty since setting sail. "These were discovered in the sweet dessert seas, and we have barely scratched the surface. There may be even more waiting to be unearthed." "Oh my, I am rather excited." Charlotte Lingling smiled in satisfaction, having uncovered such a wealth of devil fruits from mere initial exploration, leading her to wonder what further treasures lay in wait. "Lingling, you will need to focus on the development of Cake Island henceforth. I plan to scatter some seeds across the 4 seas." Carl intended to delegate his responsibilities to Charlotte Lingling. "Oh, do not worry, Carl. I am very much looking forward to it." Charlotte Lingling felt a surge of happiness at Carl's rapid conquest of the sweet dessert seas. After all, he was her man, and the more capable he was, the better. "Cray is on this island that I brought him back with me. You can command him directly for any matters that arise." "Do, the fishman, you say? And guess who is overseeing the development of the sweet dessert seas?" Carl paused, intending to tease Charlotte Lingling. Leaning her chin on her hand, Charlotte Lingling fell into thought. She had not considered this question. Given that Cake Island comprises dozens of islands, it was improbable that Carl would undertake the development alone. "It wouldn't be the fishman, would it?" Charlotte Lingling recalled Carl's earlier suggestion to command the fishman Cray. "I did not expect you to see through my ruse." "You guessed correctly." Carl feigned exasperation, surprised that she had discerned his jest so easily. "However, it is a full 500,000 fishmen." His expression shifted dramatically, adopting a somewhat mischievous grin, seemingly attempting to astonish Charlotte Lingling with this revelation. Fortunately, he succeeded. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She had only envisioned fishmen, never anticipating the sheer magnitude of 500,000, especially considering that the members of the Rock's pirates did not number that high. "Oh my, you have quite the knack for this, Carl." Charlotte Lingling erupted into joyous laughter, as her long-held dream of establishing a utopia for all races to coexist peacefully began to materialize before her eyes. Carl had taken the initiative to bring the fishmen to her, which was undoubtedly excellent news. Yet, time slipped away unnoticed. After concluding his conversation with Charlotte Lingling, he promptly sought out Rox to discuss his desire to set sail. If it were for a brief period, it would not matter. But for an extended voyage, he needed Rock's permission. Rock remained silent, recognizing that the latter part of their endeavors was now stable, and therefore did not obstruct Carl's plans to set sail. Understanding the circumstances surrounding him, Galalala, wishing you smooth sailing. After parting ways with Rock, Carl sought out Edward Newgate. Having only mentioned his plans to Lingling and Rock, he found it difficult to warm up to the personality of Shiki the Golden Lion. While John and his allies were staunch admirers of Rock, belonging to the Steadfast Guardianship faction, unlike Newgate and his crew, who joined the Rock pirates out of fear of Rock's military might, John and the others were not of the same ilk. This led to the emergence of two factions within the Rock pirates, the Guardianship faction and the Newcomers faction. After briefly bidding farewell to Edward, he enjoyed a splendid evening with Lingling. In the morning, after briefing Cray, Long E, Long Air, and the others on the upcoming matters, he set sail with White Tiger, embarking on their journey, although he intended to lay groundwork across the four seas. Significant affairs would still be communicated through transponder snail. Here I come, for seas. East Blue. Roguetown. At last, we've arrived. Carl gazed into the distance at Roguetown, stretching languidly. He had been sailing at full speed towards the East China Sea for over 10 days. Employing the golden light spell across the vast ocean, with each day presenting him with a panorama of azure skies, cotton-like clouds, and an endless expanse of sea. Frankly, had it not been for his remarkably composed demeanor, he would have sought refuge on an island to vent his frustrations long ago. Moreover, while traversing the doldrums, he was discovered by a sea king lurking beneath the waves, which surfaced with the intent to attack him. Wishing to avoid any trouble, he unleashed his conqueror's Haki, successfully intimidating the creature, allowing him to pass through the doldrums unscathed. Wow, look at that person, so tall, as he docked his small vessel at the harbor. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. A tiger. One passerby, face pale with fear, pointed at the White Tiger. This drew the attention of many, and the atmosphere fell silent for a brief moment. Whoosh, in the next instant. The crowd at the harbor fled as if a fast-forward button had been pressed. In the blink of an eye, the area was deserted. This was due to the White Tiger in the ship's cabin standing up, stretching and slowly descending towards them. Before arriving, he had been concerned that his appearance might attract the attention of the Navy. Fortunately, thanks to the lottery he won 2 months prior, he had acquired the skills of the Unseen Man, which allowed him to alter his form and suppress his height to just over 3 meters while changing his visage to that of a man in his 30s or 40s. Look what you've done. You've scared everyone away, he remarked with a hint of reproach. Oh, whoa. The White Tiger let out a low growl, surprised that the people fled so quickly at the sight of it. Indeed, in the New World, its size often made it a meal for pirates. All right, I shall first take a look at the execution platform of Roger. In fact, he had also imparted the skill of body compression to the White Tiger. But due to their differing natures, the tiger could only reduce its size to 5 meters, which was its limit. They arrived at the square, where the surrounding crowd kept a distance of several dozen meters. Fearful of being bitten by the tiger, this was the most crowded area in Roguetown, and also the site where Roger would later face execution. I never imagined I would witness a moment of history, he mused. Though that day has yet to arrive, I am eagerly anticipating it. While Carl aspired to alter the world line to fulfill his main quest, the foresight of the original plot was his true treasure. He intended to significantly modify the original trajectory of the pirate world while trying to minimize his impact on the original storyline. This would grant him a broader perspective from which to strategize. He aimed to sow the seeds of hope across the 4 seas as he sought to leverage Luffy's strength to defeat him. However, that did not imply he would ally with Luffy. After all, the world post-time's overthrow would need a suitable direction, or it would inevitably revert to its former state. He first entered a tavern. Leaving the White Tiger lying at the entrance, he wished to gather some information without frightening the patrons inside, thus having to leave the tiger outside for a while. Have you heard the news? What news? It seems the Rock's pirates now dominate the New World. Is that true? Where did you hear that? As Carl entered and ordered a rum at the bar, he overheard the conversation nearby. My uncle's cousin's second son is a lieutenant at the Navy headquarters. That can't be false. Really? Tell us more. The leading middle-aged man took a sip of rum and began to share the tale. Apparently, since Carl's departure from the Rock's pirates, most islands in the New World had succumbed to the pirate flag of the Rock's crew. Even under the intimidation of Rock's, only 2 Navy bases remained at the Fishman Island outpost, guarded by Garp and Sengoku. Carl shook his head slightly. This was not the news he wished to hear. Although he learned that 2 Navy strongholds still existed in the New World, he had no time to concern himself with such matters. "You don't seem to care at all," remarked the tavern owner, observing Carl shaking his head while polishing a glass. "You don't look like someone from the East Blue," he continued, noting Carl's attire, height, and presence, all suggesting he was not from the East Blue, compounded by the sight of the white tiger outside, leading him to some conclusions. "Indeed, I just returned from the Grand Line. Is there anything new happening around here?" Carl refrained from elaborating, as he was intent on building a faction. Selecting a spokesperson would not be a simple task. After all, this plan might span several decades, necessitating a capable and resourceful individual willing to serve him. While also considering potential betrayals and countermeasures, "There is indeed something of interest," said the tavern owner, placing the glass down and leaning forward to converse with Carl. "In the East Blue, there is a man named Johan. A few years ago, he established a pirate hunter guild to hunt pirates and exchange their identification for bounty at the Navy branches. Although many joined initially, their overall strength was lacking, leading to them being hunted by pirates instead, with the roles of hunter and prey seemingly reversed overnight. In recent years, battles between pirates and pirate hunters have frequently erupted on the seas. However, just a couple of days ago, Johan, along with his 10-year-old son Yosha, was betrayed by his subordinates and arrived in Roguetown. Recently, pirates have been landing in Roguetown in search of the 2 of them. If this piques your interest, you might want to look into it," the tavern owner concluded, standing up to resume polishing the glass dough. "You seem to know my intentions," Carl said, puzzled that such an ordinary tavern owner could discern his motives so quickly. The tavern owner, without looking up, quietly replied, "I have seen most of the patrons who frequent this tavern, all sorts of characters, and I have encountered quite a few like you. You remind me of a certain rascal. The only difference is he relishes news from the New World, whereas you seem indifferent to it." Upon hearing this, Carl reflected deeply and immediately recalled an event in the original narrative where Roger appeared in a tavern in Roguetown. Could this be the very place? "Is that person Roger?" Carl inquired, curiosity piqued. "Do you know him?" The tavern owner's surprise was evident. He had not anticipated Carl would be acquainted with Roger. Indeed, it was the Pirate King Roger. How he longed for a day to confront him. "I've heard of him. He is a rising pirate." "Yes. The recent newspapers report that Roger and his crew caused quite a stir at Sabati Archipelago and have now ventured into the New World." Roger had already arrived in the New World. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to meet him. As for bounty hunters, that was also a rather intriguing notion. "Thank you, owner," Carl said, raising his glass in a gesture of gratitude, placing some belly on the bar, and then standing to leave. "I hope your visit bears no ill intent," the tavern owner murmured as Carl exited, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. He had recognized Carl's identity upon seeing the enormous white tiger accompanying him. The tavern owner was also one of Shaki's informants. Despite Carl's disguise, his height and the presence of the white tiger made his identity quite apparent. Such a unique pairing was virtually unheard of, especially given their awareness that Carl was currently not on Hachinosu Island. He maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet inwardly, he was filled with trepidation. After all, this was Carl, the 6th Division captain of the Rocks Pirates, a top-tier pirate in the New World. "Let us go, White Tiger." "Oh, whoa. All right. I know you're hungry." While traversing the path alongside the White Tiger, I have already managed to engage in some rudimentary communication with it. "Oh, it seems you will have to wait for a moment. I have discovered something intriguing. Let us proceed." Carl rode atop the White Tiger, galloping towards the direction perceived through the observation of the color of observation Haki. Passers-by along the way displayed expressions of fear upon witnessing the duo of man and beast, parting to grant them passage to the coastline on the right side of Roguetown. Dozens of pirates had encircled Johan. His verdant robe had long been stained a dark crimson, his body marred with wounds, while his right hand shielded Yosha. "Johan, there's no escape for you. When you established that so-called pirate hunter crew, your fate was sealed." That a pirate captain glared menacingly at Johan. The notion of a pirate hunter was inherently adversarial to pirates, making it impossible for him to operate freely. "That beside you must be your son. Correct? Today shall mark the end of him. Let us see how you can flee. Enough with the idle chatter, come forth." Johan, panting heavily as he regarded the crowd before him, felt the severe depletion of his strength, causing his voice to tremble slightly, yet he articulated clearly, "Yosha, when the time comes, run towards the back. Regardless of any sounds you may hear, do not look back. Do you understand?" he said, lowering his gaze to Yosha, whose face was streaked with tears. Johann had already resolved to carve a path for Yosha to escape, intending to hold off the pirates before allowing her to slip away into the sea. Yosha remained silent, her small face tense, biting her lip to suppress her tears, and solemnly nodded. He won't be able to last much longer. Let us all attack. Today marks the dissolution of the pirate hunters. Charge! At the command, the pirates brandished their cutlasses and surged towards Johann. Run! Johann hurled Yosha towards the shore behind him, while he faced the advancing pirates head-on. Just as several were about to engage in combat. The white tiger leaped several dozen meters high, landing squarely in the midst of the fray. What is happening? A minor pirate leader shouted at Carl atop the white tiger. Kid, I advise you not to meddle. Our captain, Victor, is quite renowned in the East Sea. If you wish to avoid calamity, you should leave immediately. Indeed, smart ones should clear the way at once. The other pirates chimed in, their voices laced with a hint of trepidation. For the white tiger now stretched 10 meters in length, instilling a profound sense of fear. The white tiger only employed its shrinking technique in crowded areas to prevent chaos and the exposure of its true identity. However, in desolate places, it would not restrain itself, disliking the discomfort of its diminished form, and thus had reverted to its full size. You are Johann, are you not? Carl merely cast a cursory glance at them before focusing on the bloodied middle-aged man. My lord, I am Johann. May I inquire what you seek? That simplifies matters. White tiger. Carl patted the beast and leaped down, striding towards Johann. Upon feeling Carl's departure, the white tiger bared its fangs at the surrounding pirates. Whoa! Quick! Fire! Save me! Might I inquire as to what brings you here, esteemed sir? Johann stared in disbelief as the white tiger chased the pirates in a frenzy. He had not anticipated that someone would come to his aid. I seek to accomplish a task, yet I lack a suitable candidate. Carl conjured a golden throne with a flicker of golden light. Having heard your tale, I wish to test you. Carl settled upon the throne. Resting his elbow on the armrest, propping his head with his right hand, tilting it as he scrutinized Johann with piercing eyes. Gulp. Johann swallowed hard, intimidated by Carl's imposing presence. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of his son. Yosha, hiding behind a nearby rock, turning to gaze at Carl. What must I do? Johann's gaze gradually solidified with determination. He realized that his only option for survival and reuniting with his son was to acquiesce. Whoa! At that moment, the white tiger leaped beside Carl's throne. Go wash up. You're filthy. Carl winced at the blood on the tiger's jaws and claws, casting a disdainful glance at it. Whoa! The white tiger, sensing Carl's disapproval, lowered its head and walked towards the shore, casting glances back at Carl like a child who had been wronged. I only have one test for you. Bring me Victor's head. Carl ignored the white tiger's demeanor, keen to observe Johann's reaction. Under his careful scrutiny, Johann's lips twitched slightly, indicating his discomfort, yet in an instant, his expression transformed into one of resolve. Of course. I shall not wait for you here. Here is my snail number. Contact me when the task is complete. Since it was a test, Carl would offer no assistance in terms of force, wishing to ascertain whether Johann could accomplish it on his own. This is for you. Although it is a test, I will not send you to your death without a means of survival. Carl tossed Johann a recovery pill, having determined through experimentation that a mid-ranking individual could swiftly regain their strength with just one. Johann displayed signs of hesitation, glancing between the pill in his hand and Carl, ultimately remaining silent, but nodding in agreement. Do not underestimate this item. It is called a recovery pill, while it is merely a small portion of a larger one I divided. It can restore a weakling like you to peak condition. He offered a brief explanation, as one could never truly grasp its efficacy without first-hand experience. This tiny pill could rejuvenate one's stamina entirely. If you successfully obtain Victor's head, I shall grant you an even more potent pill. Conversely, you are aware of the consequences of failure. Remember my words. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. The repercussions are beyond your imagination. Thus, as Carl spoke, he unleashed a sliver of Conqueror's Haki. An overwhelming aura surged towards Johann. He felt his breath quicken, as if someone had grasped his throat, his limbs pressed against the ground, weighed down by an oppressive force. Let us see how you perform. White tiger, we depart. Upon concluding his statement, Carl dissipated the golden throne and, alongside the white tiger, made his way towards the town. Johann, panting heavily as he observed Carl's retreating figure, felt the cold sweat soaking through his back. Father, are you all right? Yosha rushed out from behind the rocks, helping her father to his feet. She had witnessed everything from her hiding spot, realizing they had survived due to Carl's intervention. Yet she remained oblivious to the nature of their exchange. only noting that her father had suddenly collapsed. However, due to her trepidation, she had not approached immediately, only gathering the courage to do so once Carl had departed. Father is fine, though I cannot discern whether this turn of events is fortuitous or ominous. Johann, a man of considerable experience, had never before encountered an individual whose mere presence could subdue others and command submission. He understood one thing. If he did not succeed in this trial, he would face unspeakable horrors. In that moment, he had sensed a lethal danger in that overwhelming presence, a feeling of being at the mercy of life and death. As if he were on the brink of demise. He realized he had no choice but to comply. Had he dared to refuse, he might well have met his end then and there. A self-deprecating thought crossed his mind that I must succeed. Johann cast a glance at Yodier beside him, his right hand tightly gripping the clay pellet. He was uncertain whether the effects of this pellet were, as the individual had claimed. All he knew was that Wicket was beyond his capabilities to defeat, even if he managed to regain a fragment of his strength. Patience is a virtue, he mused. Come, let me treat you to a splendid meal. Johann contemplated entrusting Yosha to a friend, for he realized that having Yosha by his side would severely hinder his progress. After much deliberation, he decided it would be wiser to leave Yosha with a friend until he could secure a more stable situation. I wonder what surprises this seed will bring me. Let us go and meet the Bardis family. Carl's purpose in arriving at Roguetown was to pay a visit to the Bardis family. After all, the Bardis family was among the ruling mafias of Roguetown, a legacy that could be traced back to the very beginning of the original narrative, although they would later decline. He recalled that in the original story, Bartolomeo would seek the assistance of an elder named Abio, likely a figure from his grandmother's generation, as a backup resource. The Bardis family had endured until the opening of the original tale. He was uncertain how long it would take to execute his plans, but he hoped to expand his influence with their assistance. Who goes there? Kid, you're not allowed in here. You little brat, get lost. As Carl approached the entrance of the Bardis family's stronghold, two imposing figures clad in suits confronted him, towering just above him. Upon seeing the white tiger, they exhibited a hint of fear, yet they did not panic immediately. However, when they noticed Carl attempting to step into the courtyard, they quickly raised their voices to stop him. Is this the Bardis family? Carl inquired, eyeing the two sentinels. Finding individuals of such stature in the East Sea was quite a rarity. What's the matter? Kid, are you looking for trouble? The burly man on the left crossed his arms, regarding Carl with a mocking expression. Upon realizing this was the Bardis family, Carl lost interest in conversing with such individuals. Then I must be in the right place. Hurry up. Get out of here. This isn't a place for you. The man on the right, visibly impatient, hastily descended the stairs, attempting to shove Carl away. Buzz. Ugh. As the man descended, his eyes rolled back, his body stiffened, and he collapsed before Carl. Thud. Hey, what did you do to him? Kid, you're finished. The Bardis family is an entity even the Navy dares not provoke. If you seek death, I shall oblige. The burly man on the left, filled with rage, leaped down the steps, swinging his fist toward Carl. Smack. Do not create a ruckus. You should just take a nap. The muscular man stood in shock, astonished that his punch had been effortlessly caught. Boom. Carl initially grasped his fist with his left hand, then delivered a kick that sent the man crashing through the grand entrance. Bullseye, cool. Carl flashed a bright smile, giving himself a thumbs up outside the door before striding inside. Who goes there? Someone's causing trouble. Quick. Come here. Someone's causing trouble. Thud, thud, thud. As Carl stepped through the doorway, the white tiger lay sprawled at the entrance, its massive form completely blocking the way. The courtyard was now filled with members of the mafia. Who is your esteemed self? What brings you here? A Bardis member emerged from the crowd to scrutinize Carl. His expression was grave. Could he be someone sent by another mafia? Or had the family inadvertently provoked someone? The Bardis family's survival strategy was to avoid trouble at all costs, relying solely on extortion for income, as the more troublesome mafias had been eradicated. The mafia influence in the East Sea was not nearly as substantial as in the West Sea. Since Garp became a rear admiral and witnessed the actions of the Celestial Dragons, he frequently evaded missions under the pretext of returning home. Thus, the numbers of both pirates and mafias in the East Sea were significantly lower than in the other three seas. Are you the leader of the Bardis family? I am. What do you want? Upon hearing his acknowledgement, Carl surveyed the gathering in the hall. What I am about to say may not be suitable for all ears. Would you mind if I clear the room first? What do you mean? Just as the Bardis member finished speaking, he felt a shift in the atmosphere. In his line of sight, Carl's stature seemed to grow. instilling a compelling urge to submit. As he struggled to resist, he witnessed his subordinates falling one after another. What kind of power is this? What have you done to them? The Bardis member's complexion turned pale, fearing that his men had been slain by this stranger's devil fruit powers. Fear not. I merely cleared the room. They are still alive. But how long they remain so is uncertain, with a smile playing on his lips. Carl appeared quite amiable. Yet to the Bardis member, that smile held a perilous undertone. Next, you shall hear my terms. Employing the golden light incantation, Carl conjured a throne of gold and sat upon it. Looking down upon the Bardis member, you must take this seriously. Should you fail, the consequences will be beyond your imagination. At the entrance of the Bardis family, Carl waved his hand dismissively and exited with the white tiger. The Bardis member watched as Carl departed, glancing at the few clay pellets in his right hand, hastily pocketing them and rousing his fallen subordinates one by one. After witnessing his men awaken, he solemnly retreated indoors, realizing he needed to alter his strategy. I hope you won't do anything foolish. This might require me to pay another visit. Carl turned back to glance at the Bardis family from a distance. Now, let us experience the local customs of Roguetown. Since I'm here, I might as well enjoy it. To avoid causing a commotion with the white tiger, he had left it in the forest at the rear of Roguetown. He then spent 2 days exploring the delights of Roguetown. Bloop bloop. Just as Carl was engaged in light-hearted banter with a divorced lady at the amusement park, his transponder snail suddenly rang. I apologize. Beautiful lady. Carl's expression briefly stiffened before relaxing. Ah, sir, please take your time. The lady smiled alluringly, unfurling a folding fan and swaying gracefully into the amusement park. Carl smiled as he watched the alluring lady depart, only to realize that after a brief separation, he was feeling a bit too no, it certainly was not that. Hello, if you are disturbing me without a pressing matter, you will regret it. As Carl observed the lady walking further away, his gaze gradually sharpened. I sincerely apologize for the interruption, Mr. Carl. Johan began with a preamble. He was seated within the stronghold of Wicket's pirate crew on Jishing Island, holding Wicket's bloodied head. Feeling somewhat anxious as he continued to address Carl, I am Johan. I have severed Wicket's head. What must I do to prove it? Hearing Joran's anxious voice, Carl's mood shifted. He had not anticipated such swift action, which caught him off guard. Which island are you on now? Upon receiving the news, Carl's first instinct was to employ special means to assess his surroundings. Unfortunately, he had yet to acquire a skill with that capability. Thus, he had no choice but to go in person at that moment. He was quite eager to obtain a special skill that could monitor another's environment. I am on Jishing Island, not far from Roguetown. The direction is due east of Roguetown. Stay there. I will be there shortly. After Johan completed his address, Carl hung up the phone. Looking once more in the direction where the beautiful young woman had walked, she was already nowhere to be seen. A mischievous grin appeared on Carl's face, contemplating what could have been. Mommy, look at that brother's strange smile. A childish voice piped up, as a little girl pointed at Carl's smirk while speaking to her mother. Don't look. Dear, don't look. Her mother, well aware of such expressions, quickly shielded the child's eyes and hurried away with her. Carl's demeanor was immediately drawn back, his gaze following the departing mother and daughter duo. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head and changed direction, whistling nonchalantly as he strolled towards the white tiger. Jishing Island. Johan did not wait long. An hour after Carl ended the call, he arrived at the island. Activating his observation Haki, he swiftly located Johan. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing footsteps approaching, Johan stepped outside, wielding a machete in his right hand and the severed head of Wicket in his left. Well done, Carl remarked, having spent several days in Roguetown. Carl was already familiar with Wicket's appearance and the traits of his crew. Upon seeing Wicket's head, he applauded in admiration, surprised at how swiftly Johan had accomplished the task. Thank you for your praise. My lord. Upon recognizing the mysterious figure before him as the esteemed Carl and his pet white tiger, Johan promptly set down the machete, kneeling respectfully on one knee as he presented the head to Carl. Enough. You have passed my test. Now, let me outline my requirements. Seated upon his golden throne, Carl looked down at him, not taking the head but instructing Johan to place it aside. He relished the sensation of looking down upon another. My lord. Please go ahead. Johan dared not show a hint of discontent, bowing his head and refraining from making direct eye contact with Carl. I need you to establish a genuine pirate hunter guild. Of course. I will provide you with certain assistance. Your task is to continually expand it. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, simply call me. Carl divided a large recovery pill into 10 portions and then retrieved a complete one. presenting it to Johann on a tray formed by his golden light spell. You will temporarily serve as the president of the Pirate Hunter Guild. Consume this large one, and give the 10 smaller ones to your most trusted subordinates for them to ingest. The large pill will grant you the strength of a rear admiral, while the smaller ones will enable an ordinary person to possess the physical capabilities of a major. Karl observed Johann's face as he lifted his gaze, astonished and incredulous. You may consume the large one first. Johann understood that if this enigmatic figure intended to take his life, there would be no need for such complexities. Gritting his teeth, he tossed the large pill into his mouth. The familiar formula ignited a fiery sensation within him, and without time to apologize to Karl, he hurried toward the sea. Lacking the strength of Cly, he spent a full hour by the shore. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. I will not disappoint your expectations. Emerging from the water, Johann felt his entire being brimming with newfound power, his face alight with joy as he immediately knelt before Karl. Though you have gained strength, I can revoke it at any moment. I hope you do not act foolishly. Otherwise, Karl knew that when someone was in a state of extreme elation, they often needed a reality check to avoid making grave mistakes. Rest assured, my lord, I shall fulfill your commands. Johann was acutely aware of the underlying warning. May I inquire about your name? My lord. Johann's expression was cautious. Oh, right. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Karl, Rux D. Karl, captain of the 6th Division of the Rocks Pirates. You are the captain of the Rocks Pirates. Johann gasped inwardly, never anticipating that this mysterious individual was the captain of such a formidable crew. Fortunately, he harbored no thoughts of betrayal. Otherwise, with Karl's power, locating him would be effortless. Salutations, Lord Karl. Johann's demeanor became even more reverent upon realizing his backing was the captain of the Rocks Pirates. Though shocked, his joy outweighed any fear. This assurance of safety was invaluable. Now, here is how we shall proceed. Karl adopted several administrative practices from China, integrating them into local governance. The Pirate Hunter Guild would consist of a president and 2 vice presidents, comprising departments for combat, reconnaissance, logistics, and law enforcement. Combat Department. 1 head, 2 deputy heads, with ranks of gold, silver, and bronze corresponding to the ability to hunt pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion, 100 million, and 1,000 berries, respectively. Reconnaissance Department. Responsible for gathering information on each pirate's strength, techniques, and characteristics, providing a comprehensive evaluation of every pirate. Logistics Department. Tasked with coordinating the guild's resources and managing the fleet. The Law Enforcement Department would focus on addressing corruption within the guild. The 2 men meticulously hammered out strategic details on this small island as evening fell. After dropping Johann off at Roguetown, Karl embarked on his next journey. Meanwhile, Johann swiftly summoned his son, Yusha, from a friend, first feeding him a smaller version of the recovery pill. He then urgently contacted surviving pirate hunters, rallying them towards Roguetown, while he himself sought a suitable base of operations there, as Roguetown had afforded him a second chance at life. In just 3 days, the majority of pirate hunters had gathered at a manor in Roguetown. Johann gazed at the crowd of over 100 individuals, the first core members of the Pirate Hunter Guild. Today, I have an announcement to make. Johann stood amidst the gathering, raising his hands to signal silence and seating arrangements. With the assistance of a great lord, we have received support. Jirong Masato, Koku Tera, and Fujita Kaku. Please step forward. He called forth the 9 individuals with the strongest combined prowess. The secret lies within this pill. You must swallow it. Is this for real? What could one pill possibly do? You're not leading me on a wild goose chase, are you? Masato Jirong was the first to voice skepticism, perceiving the pill as a mere insignificant trinket devoid of potency. The others exchanged glances, hesitating to be the first to ingest it. Rest assured, the secret is contained within this pill. Johann pressed, urging them to consume it, for he himself had not anticipated the immense power of the small pill. I'll go first. I fear nothing. Abaruto stepped forward. His towering frame of 3.5 meters, robust and imposing, he was unafraid of the small pill's potential effects. After swallowing it, he felt a surge of power radiating from within, spreading to his limbs. Being a smaller pill, its potency was not as intense as that of the larger one. While he experienced a warmth coursing through his body, it was not yet at a level requiring cold water for relief. Ugh. The others, observing Abaruto's reaction, immediately assumed it was poison and glared at Johann in outrage. Ha ha ha. So powerful. As the crowd was about to voice their inquiries, Abato swung his fist, creating a gust of wind that drew the attention of those around him. They realized that Abato's strength had been underestimated, and the secret lay before them in the form of a small pill. All eyes were drawn to the pilled in the next moment. Several individuals exchanged glances before they all swallowed it. So this is power. This is truly remarkable. Will there be more of this from Yurin in the future? Unlike the other intellectually inclined warriors, Jirong Sijin immediately grasped the implications. Could this pill be procured in greater quantities? Judging by the amount available, it seemed feasible for mass production. Of course, but you'll need to complete the task set forth by that esteemed individual to earn the rewards. Yurin, having observed their awakening awareness of the pill's potential, conveyed Carl's intentions to them. Soon, they began to discuss the organizational structure of the Pirate Hunter Guild. Jirong Sijin and Abato were appointed as vice presidents, while the other 7 proclaimed themselves the 7. Behind Carl lay an endless expanse of ocean, the sun hanging in the sky, casting down upon a splendid day devoid of clouds. Where is this place? Never mind, let's explore. Carl had no desire to visit predetermined islands. He simply yearned for the thrill of adventure. Thus he aimlessly flew through the air throughout the night. In the distance, he spotted an island and promptly descended. Carl landed on a deserted stretch of beach. White Tiger, I must trouble you to remain here for a while, of course, but if your shrinking technique allows you to reduce your size further, you may accompany me inside. Upon hearing this, White Tiger took 2 steps back, shaking its head vigorously, unwilling to endure the discomfort it had experienced before, sticking out its tongue and sporting a frustrated expression. It regretted ever agreeing to accompany him. Ha ha ha. Then it seems I must leave you here. I'm off now. During his time at sea, Carl gradually rediscovered a childlike essence within himself. Such leisurely moments were experiences he had never before encountered. No thoughts of work or responsibilities plagued him. He was free to pursue whatever he desired, reveling in a state of pure joy. Moreover, the Titan's gift not only enhanced his physical prowess, but also extended his lifespan to 300 years. Thus, he would have ample time to indulge in leisure, and the mere thought of this filled him with contentment. The port, a robust sailor was diligently unloading cargo. 15 belly per pound for freshly caught fish. Just brought in today. Fruit for sale at a bargain. Your clothes are exorbitantly priced. Many places offer them for much less. Upon entering the town, Carl was greeted by a cacophony of vendors and haggling patrons, prompting him to gently close his eyes. The sounds transported him back to China, and a tear glimmered in the corner of his eye. System, can I return? He yearned to know if he still had hope of going back. The host may choose to return to Blue Star upon completing the ultimate task. Is there an ultimate task? Why haven't I seen it? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Carl's eyes widened in astonishment at this shocking revelation, causing his expression to shift. He had not anticipated the possibility of returning to the ancient East. Despite having a mother who constantly urged him to marry, he still longed for his homeland. What is the ultimate task? He was desperate to understand what sort of task would grant him passage back to China. To be reunited with his parents, the host must complete Main Quest 3 to unlock the ultimate task. But I am only on Main Quest 1, and I haven't even reached 2 yet. Oh well, at least there is some hope. I shall strive towards that end. A smile spread across Carl's face. Initially, he sought merely a place to survive in the pirate world, but as the system reshaped his aspirations, he began to wish to alter the course of destiny, striving for a better life. With the enlightenment gained from General Schwescher, he yearned to liberate the entire pirate world, allowing them to experience the crimson tide of change. Now, with news of the potential to return home, he was eager to expedite the completion of all tasks, so he could return to his homeland. Let us hasten our pace. I can already surmise the ultimate task. It will likely involve defeating him. In that case, I cannot afford to wait for you to set sail. Luffy, filled with confidence, Carl believed that with the aid of the national manhwa system, he could surely overthrow him. Excuse me. Sir, could you tell me where I am? After clarifying his thoughts, Carl approached an elderly fruit vendor by the roadside. Ah, young man. This is the kingdom of Goa. Is this your first visit? The old man wore a kind expression. As many newcomers arrived in the kingdom of Goa. Ha! Yes indeed, old man. It is my first time here. May I inquire if you have heard of Windmill Village? Upon realizing he had arrived in the kingdom of Goa, Carl became instantly intrigued by Windmill Village, eager to see the place where Luffy resided, a nostalgic journey of sorts. If you buy some of my fruit, I will tell you. Observing the old man's shrewd demeanor, Carl purchased some apples. Crunch. Now, is that sufficient, old man? As Carl took a bite of an apple, he tossed some coins onto the stall. The old man beamed with delight as he collected the coins and pointed in a direction. Windmill Village is nearby the terminal station in the Kingdom of Goa. It should be over there. Oh, is that so? Thank you, old man. Carl turned to glance in the direction indicated by the elderly vendor, committing it to memory. After bidding farewell, he began to wander aimlessly through the town near the port. All too similar. There's nothing of interest to explore. All right, let us head to the terminal station first. Carl observed that towns in the pirate world were largely indistinguishable. After a while, he began to notice many similarities. If he truly wished to experience adventure, he might only find it on some extraordinary islands, such as Mechanism Island or Sky Island. This is mine. Pa, that is not yours. You brat, drop that. Or you know the consequences. Carl stood atop a large tree, witnessing a group of adults bullying a teenage boy within the terminal station. If that is the case, then do not blame my friends for being unmerciful. Attack. The leading adult was the first to kick the boy to the ground, after which the others joined in, mercilessly beating the fallen youth. Yet no matter how they struck, the boy clung tightly to the iron box in his arms. You are worthless. Your father has abandoned you. What use is it to cling to that broken box? You might as well give it to me. The leading adult yanked the boy by his hair to pull him up. The boy remained silent, curling into a ball, fiercely clutching the last gift from his mother. Go. Just as the adults reached for the iron box, a sudden cry rang out. A tiger! Run! Quick, run! The group scrambled away, tumbling over one another in their haste to escape. The leading adult was the first to toss the boy aside as he sprinted ahead of the others. Why you stay away from me? I am not at all appetizing. I smell awful. The boy, now devoid of the strength to stand, gazed in terror as the white tiger advanced toward him, step by step. His face turned pale, trembling as he crawled in the opposite direction, seeking to flee. Although he knew it was likely futile, this small act offered him a semblance of comfort. What is your name? The youthful figure, caught mid-motion, momentarily froze, believing he was engaged in a dialogue with the majestic white tiger. He turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, only to discover the colossal creature reclining on the ground. Allowing a stranger to caress it, a wave of relief washed over him as he realized that this man must be his savior. He sat up, clutching the box against his chest, and softly uttered, "My name is Spiro, Lakespire." However, as his tension dissipated, he abruptly lost consciousness, succumbing to a state of shock. Spiro, what a coincidence. I also know a Captain Spiro. But why must I care for a child again? Ah, never mind. Let us rescue him. Upon learning that he had the opportunity to return to Blue Star, his spirits soared, yet he understood the necessity of shedding the callousness that the pirate world had instilled in him. He resolved to find a balanced disposition, for if he were to carry the indifference of the pirate realm back to Blue Star, any misstep could lead to a lifetime of regret. As dusk settled by the riverside, Carl constructed a wooden cabin from the surrounding trees. Seated at the entrance while roasting a massive tuna, the white tiger lay nearby, drawn to the enticing aroma. Drooling uncontrollably. Where am I? What happened to my box? Upon awakening, Lakespire's first thought was to locate the box left to him by his mother. Hearing a faint chuckle from within, Carl gestured towards a nearby table. Fear not, young one. Your box is right beside you. With a sigh of resignation, Carl lamented his return to the role of caregiver, having thought he had escaped such responsibilities. Yet, he recognized the importance of preserving the child's innocence. Even as he felt the urgency to expedite his progress. Where is your father? Why does he not look after you? Lakespire, upon seeing the box on the table, cradled it close before surveying the newly constructed wooden cabin. Responding to Carl's inquiry, he slowly settled onto the bed. His mother hailed from a modest noble family and was cherished by his father for her enchanting beauty. However, this incited the wrath of his stepmother, who employed nefarious means to eliminate her, subsequently casting him out of their home. His mother's demise had left his father indifferent to him as well. He had recently been expelled by his stepmother, who, rather than letting him go, summoned various individuals to humiliate him daily. This explained why he clung to such a precious box, as those tormentors refrained from taking his life. Spiro, allow me to impart a lesson, Carl said, turning to face him with a serious expression. True power does not belong to those who are innately strong, agile, or intelligent. It resides solely with those who will stop at nothing to achieve their objectives. Observing the struggle etched on Spiro's face, Carl continued, I have opened your mother's box. Within lies a devil fruit. Consume it. and you shall possess the means to exact your revenge. Or do you wish to continue living this way? Without seeking vengeance for your mother? Carl's words dripped with temptation, igniting the embers of the child's passion and fury. In truth, the box contained only trinkets. The devil fruit was an addition he had placed inside. A paramecia-type rain fruit. Upon hearing Carl's words, Spiro cautiously lifted the lid of the box, revealing a fruit adorned with mysterious patterns. His expression wavered, yet it seemed he had reached a decisive conclusion. Seizing the fruit, he took a large bite. Ugh, spit it out, and it will lose its effect. This. Spiro quickly covered his mouth, tears of anguish streaming from his eyes. After swallowing a piece, his demeanor transformed into one of ferocity. Recalling the recent torment he had endured, he hastily devoured the entirety of the devil fruit. Embrace the power of this fruit. It shall become your greatest ally in the times to come.